You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. The sleek, indigo blue water taxi cut through the chop of the waves, the spray misting lightly as it approached the private dock of Indigo Tides Resort. Chloe Green, a young woman in her early 20s, shielded her eyes against the glare as she disembarked onto the weathered planks of the pier. The ocean breeze carried the scent of floral and exotic, hinting at the lush gardens hidden within the resort's grounds. There was nothing outwardly flashy or extravagant about Chloe's attire, but her presence commanded attention nonetheless. She wore a flowing cream-colored linen dress that hinted at the curves beneath without revealing too much. A wide-brimmed straw hat shaded her face, but the sun caught the highlights in her long chestnut hair, which cascaded down her back in loose waves. Her makeup was minimal, simply enhancing the natural beauty of her features. High cheekbones, a delicate nose, and expressive, hazel eyes that seemed to hold a depth of understanding beyond her years. A simple, woven tote bag hung from her shoulder, its contents suggesting a weekend getaway rather than a longer sojourn. Chloe's beauty wasn't the kind that shouted for attention. It was a quiet, understated elegance that drew people in, making them want to know more about the woman beneath the surface. She possessed a gentle warmth, a sincerity that was both disarming and captivating. There was a vulnerability in her eyes, a hint of sadness that hinted at past hurts, but also a strength, a quiet resilience that suggested she had overcome those challenges and emerged stronger for it. "Chloe, over here!" The shout came from the far end of the pier, near the entrance to the resort. A familiar figure waved enthusiastically, breaking the spell of Chloe's reverie. It was Ben, a former classmate, tasked with greeting arriving guests. He hurried towards her, a wide smile on his face. "Chloe, you made it! Everyone's already gathered at the Orchid Terrace. They're going to be so thrilled to see you." Chloe returned the smile, though a flicker of apprehension crossed her face. She made her way towards the resort entrance, the wooden planks of the pier groaning softly beneath her feet. As she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had been building since she received Ms. Jody's invitation. High school reunions, she rarely attended them, not because she considered herself above such gatherings, but because of the memories they stirred, the ghosts they resurrected. There was someone from those years who had left an indelible mark on her soul, a wound that had never fully healed. Someone whose absence she had learned to live with, but whose memory still haunted her dreams. This time, however, she had felt compelled to accept Ms. Jody's invitation. Her old homeroom teacher had always been a source of guidance and support, a beacon of wisdom in the often turbulent waters of adolescence. Ms. Jody was now in her twilight years and had recently returned from a long sojourn in New Zealand to organize this reunion. How could Chloe refuse? She owed her former teacher too much. "He's been gone for 7 years, she reminded herself, her fingers tightening around the strap of her tote bag. There's no possible way he would show up tonight. With this fragile reassurance, Chloe reached the entrance to Indigo Tides Resort, a sprawling complex of luxurious villas and lush gardens nestled along the coastline. She passed through the open gates, the scent of orchids and jasmine washing over her, and made her way toward the Orchid Terrace, steeling herself to face the ghosts of her past. The Orchid Terrace was alive with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of flowering vines, painting shifting patterns on the stone floor. Chloe paused at the entrance, her heart fluttering as she took in the scene. Clusters of old classmates, some changed beyond recognition, others instantly familiar. "Chloe!" a voice called out, and Sarah Smith, her best friend since high school, hurried over, her arms outstretched. Sarah's hair was swept up in a chic bun, her flight attendant's scarf knotted stylishly at her neck. "You're really here? I almost thought you'd bail at the last minute." Chloe laughed, tension easing. "I almost did, but Ms. Jody would never forgive me." Sarah linked arms with her and led her to a table near the edge of the terrace, overlooking the sea. "I had to trade 2 flights and a box of macarons to get tonight off," Sarah confided, "but it's worth it. So, where's your doctor?" He had a surgery scheduled, Chloe replied, her voice tinged with pride and a trace of disappointment. He couldn't get away. Sarah grinned. He sounds like a keeper. How's the house hunt? We found a place on Third Town Road. Needs work, but it's close to the hospital. Sarah's eyes widened. That's prime real estate. You two are moving fast. Chloe shrugged. We're just putting a deposit down. We'll pay the mortgage together. We're still young. Sarah's tone softened as she squeezed Chloe's hand. So, marriage next? Chloe hesitated. If nothing changes, yes. Sarah's gaze was searching. Are you happy, Chloe? Really? Chloe's smile faltered, but she said nothing. Before Sarah could press further, a hush swept the terrace. Ms. Jody entered, her hair now silver, her presence as commanding as ever. Beside her stood a man Chloe never thought she'd see again. Chloe's heart stuttered. The man beside Ms. Jody was tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in a crisp black shirt and tailored trousers. His hair was shorter than she remembered, his jaw more defined, but his eyes, those deep, searching eyes, were unchanged. Is that Jack Dawson? Gasped a girl near the bar, her voice slicing through the stunned silence. Chloe's world narrowed to a pinpoint. Jack's presence was magnetic, impossible to ignore. The soft lighting seemed to bend toward him, casting his sharp cheekbones and strong nose in gentle relief. He moved with the same quiet confidence that had once made him the center of every room. Sarah nudged Chloe gently, her voice a whisper. Speak of the devil. This is straight out of a movie. But Chloe couldn't reply. Her breath caught, her mind blank. She watched as Jack's gaze swept the room, pausing on each face lingering for a fraction of a second. On her. Her heart ached with the weight of 7 years' absence. Linda Calvert, her old rival, was the first to break the spell. She practically ran to Jack, her voice high and bright. Jack, you're really here. Where have you been hiding? Jack offered a polite smile. Just working overseas. Other classmates crowded around, peppering him with questions. Jack answered with practiced ease, but his eyes never truly left Chloe. She felt exposed, as if every secret she'd ever kept was suddenly visible. Henry Murphy, the class president, stepped in to restore order. Let's all sit. Ms. Jody, please take the seat of honor. Jack, right beside her. As everyone found their places, Ms. Jody called across the room. Chloe, dear, come sit with us. It's been too long. Chloe's legs felt heavy as she crossed the room. She sat beside her teacher, acutely aware of Jack's presence on her other side. As she settled, her hand brushed a wine glass, sending it tumbling to the floor with a sharp crash. A hush fell as the glass shattered. Chloe flushed, scrambling to dab at the spill with a napkin. Without a word, Jack handed her another, their fingers brushing. The contact sent a jolt up her arm, familiar, electric, dangerous. Thank you, Chloe said, her tone carefully neutral. Jack's expression was unreadable. He turned away, engaging in small talk with Henry and Miss Jody. Chloe focused on her breathing, counting each inhale and exhale. Dinner was served, delicate seafood, fresh salads, and fragrant rice. Conversation ebbed and flowed, but Chloe felt the tension like a current beneath the surface. Linda, never one to miss an opportunity, raised her glass. To Chloe, I heard you're engaged to a doctor. You must invite us all to your wedding. The room fell silent. Chloe felt Jack's gaze on her, sharp and unblinking. Our families are still discussing it, Chloe replied, forcing a smile. Nothing's set yet. Jack's voice was soft but piercing. You're getting married? Chloe nodded, unable to meet his eyes. Jack's lips curled in a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Congratulations! A few seats down, David Cage, already tipsy, laughed. If I'd known you'd settle down so soon, Chloe, I'd have made my move back in school. Sarah rolled her eyes. You never had a chance, David. Not with Jack around. The words hung in the air, heavy with old history. Chloe stood abruptly. Excuse me, I need some air. She slipped out onto the balcony, the night air cool against her flushed skin. Chloe leaned against the wall, drawing deep breaths to steady her racing pulse. An ornate mirror reflected a woman she barely recognized. Cheeks flushed, eyes too bright, and her composure fractured. Pull yourself together. she whispered to her reflection. The bathroom door opened behind her, and Chloe straightened instinctively, expecting to see Sarah. Instead, Linda Kelvert's smug expression appeared in the mirror. "Hiding, Chloe?" Linda asked, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "I thought you'd outgrown that habit." Chloe turned slowly, summoning a polite smile. "Just freshening up, Linda." The room was getting warm. Linda hummed skeptically as she applied her crimson lipstick with practiced precision. "I imagine seeing Jack again must be overwhelming, especially given your engagement." "Ancient history," Chloe replied evenly. "We were practically children then." Linda's laugh was sharp. "Oh, Chloe, always so transparent. Do you think your doctor fiancé would appreciate knowing he's second choice? That you settled because the man you really wanted disappeared?" The words struck with precision, but Chloe refused to flinch. "My relationship is none of your concern, Linda. It never was." "Perhaps not," Linda conceded, snapping her compact closed with a decisive click. "But I thought you should know. Jack asked about you after you left." Her smile widened at Chloe's involuntary reaction. "Seems your ancient history might not be as buried as you'd like to believe." With that, Linda sauntered out, leaving Chloe alone with her thundering heart and a single, dangerous thought. What if we're not finished after all? Memories poured out of her mind like a flood rushing out of a broken dam. Many things happened on the night of their graduation 7 years ago, and she once believed that she would never see Jack again. Later on, this man mysteriously disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Now, he suddenly returned like magic. It was unbelievable. Chloe lived in the ordinary world, so how could she possibly withstand this kind of torment? No matter what, Chloe wouldn't dare to interact with Jack again. Just like 7 years ago, no matter how much they loved each other, they could never be together because they were from completely different worlds. In addition, she didn't think that they would cross paths again after that incident. After all that she had been through, her only dream now was to marry a stable man and live a comfortable life for all of her remaining years. After she left the hotel and got into a taxi, her phone began ringing nonstop, and the calls were all from Sarah. Chloe didn't pick up because she had no clue what to say. Her mind was scattered as if she had lost the ability to think. It was close to 11 when she returned to where she lived. Chloe opened the door, and it was completely dark inside. After turning on the lights, she noticed that no one was inside or outside of the bedroom. It seemed like Simon Baker hadn't gotten off from his night shift yet. Her boyfriend, Simon Baker, rented this 2-bedroom apartment after they both graduated. She lived here as well because it was easier to take care of Simon, and also since it was close to the hospital she worked at. There was no need to take the bus, and they could sleep in for a bit longer. The environment was very pleasant, and the rent was also within their budget. Chloe always thought that it would be great to live here until they bought their own place. Plus, with Simon around, Chloe already felt hints of the warmth of a home. They've been together for quite a long time now, but truth be told, Chloe was aware that most of their sentiments were more of mutual reliance than of love. Chloe took a quick hot shower, changed into her pajamas, and returned to her bedroom to rest. Just then, her phone suddenly began to ring, and she looked over to see an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Hello? Who is this? I'm hanging up the phone if you're not going to say anything." Chloe felt a bit annoyed. Maybe they dialed the wrong number? Just as she was about to hang up, she heard a familiar voice. "Why are you avoiding me?" The voice spoke through the phone. "Jack?" Chloe replied, her voice shaking. "Why are you avoiding me?" Jack repeated the question that she didn't want to answer from the other end of the line. "Chloe, can you stop this nonsense? We broke up 7 years ago." "I'm downstairs," Jack interrupted, immediately hanging up the phone before she could respond. How does he know my address? Was it that big mouth Sarah blabbering again? Chloe thought. Thinking back to the event in the washroom, Chloe really didn't want to go downstairs. She had no intention of seeing him. But if I don't go downstairs, would he keep waiting? Will he run into Simon when Simon returns home? Chloe wrapped herself in a jacket as possible scenarios played out in her head. After a moment of hesitation, she unwillingly made her way downstairs. Sure enough, Jack was downstairs with his back against a silver Audi R8, holding a lit cigarette between his fingers. "Jack, what do you want?" Chloe walked over to the man, glaring at him. Lifting his head, Jack intensely gazed at Chloe. It was those damn eyes again, the kind that made her feel as if she was the only girl he could see, as if he was still doting on her like how he used to. "Chloe, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed a bit." Jack gazed at her without blinking, his eyes full of emotions that were too complicated to explain. With a bitter smile, Chloe responded, "You're wrong. People do change. Jack, regardless of what you're after, I hope that you can let go of the past. I'm tired, and I don't want the trouble anymore. Plus, we both have our own lives now, so could you please stop acting so crazily?" "I'm not crazy. I've never been saner," Jack said with the utmost sincerity. "Then why are you doing this? Just to reminisce with me?" Chloe scoffed. Jack's eyes sparkled as he gazed deeply into her eyes. He then said faintly, "Chloe, marry me." Chloe almost lost her mind upon hearing those words. "You disappeared for 7 years, and the first thing that you do when you come back is proposing to me." Back in high school, Jack was the most important person in Chloe's life, with whom she had experienced all sorts of emotions: infatuation, love, hate. Now, he had returned, 7 years after he disappeared without even saying goodbye. Moreover, he was proposing, at the worst time and location, to the wrong person. This was probably the single most preposterous thing Chloe had ever experienced. "Jack, stop it. We're not children anymore." Chloe's voice sounded hoarse as she turned her face away from him. "I'm not joking around." Jack stared at Chloe's familiar face as he reiterated, "So you're just messing with my emotions? Are you enjoying yourself?" Chloe laughed dryly, noticing the despair in her own voice. "I'm not." "So, you're telling me that you're serious?" Chloe's fury turned into laughter as she looked at him, suddenly finding him ridiculous. Jack didn't reply, but his expression said it all. Chloe took a deep breath in and pointed at him. "Fine, Jack. Repeat what you just said." "Chloe, let's get married." He knew her well enough to repeat this statement immediately. "Jack, listen to me. I am getting married, but not to you. You need to stop living in a fantasy because it's never going to happen between us. Don't you remember me saying that even if all the men on this planet die, I'm still not going to get back together with you? You might not know this, but you're the only person I've ever hated. You hurt me and almost destroyed me, but you'll never understand how I felt because you're not me. You never lived through the nightmare that I have. So please, we each have our own lives now, and I have a boyfriend who loves me more than anything in this world. Just leave. I never want to see you again. To me, you're just a spell that can never be broken, so I would rather go on with my life without you in it." Chloe thought that she had made herself very clear, so she turned around to head back upstairs. However, Jack suddenly grabbed her arm. "Let go of me! Jack, what else do you want from me?" Chloe barely finished her sentence before Jack pulled her into his embrace. He hugged Chloe so hard that her head smashed right onto his broad chest. She smelled the light scent of a Versace brand cologne on his white shirt. For a second, Chloe felt extremely comfortable and familiar in his arms. Tears welled up in her eyes as memories flashed by. Surprised at herself, Chloe cursed in her head. "Chloe, are you crazy? Don't you remember what this man did to you back then? He's the devil, so why are you wasting your time talking to him? You're about to get married to Simon now." Chloe suddenly came back to her senses at the thought of this. "Jack, let go of me, you asshole, or else I'm going to scream for help." Chloe threatened him as she furrowed her eyebrows. Yet Jack didn't seem to hear her. He closed his arms around her even more, unwilling to let go. He hugged her tightly, as if he had retrieved a piece of lost treasure. Jack was not a man of many words. He was happy just to be able to hold Chloe in his arms like this. Coming back, he had one goal. No one will ever break them up again. No one. Just then, Chloe heard a familiar voice behind her. "What are you doing?" Startled, Chloe turned around. Standing not far behind them was her boyfriend, Simon. He seemed to have just come off his night shift. In his hand were Chloe's favorite snacks, grilled corn, and iced cola. Chloe's mind finally snapped back into focus. Shoving Jack away, she immediately explained, "Simon, it's not what it looks like. Please don't misunderstand. Let me explain, all right?" "Fine, I'm listening. Explain." Surprisingly calm, Simon glanced back at Chloe. Then, his gaze shifted towards Jack, who was standing behind Chloe. His eyes were filled with animosity. Simon knew Chloe very well, and didn't think that she was the type to mess around behind his back. Chloe barely even used her WeChat, and her daily schedule was a beeline between home and work. She was an honest woman, and therefore, he believed that there had to be a reason behind the scene he had just witnessed. Before Chloe made up her mind on how she should explain the situation to Simon, Jack suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. "Chloe is mine." Upon hearing this, Chloe felt like her head was about to explode. She never thought that something as cliché as this would ever happen to her. She suddenly felt like this was some kind of sick cosmic joke. Having heard this declaration, the familiar tenderness drained away from Simon's eyes, and it was replaced by an icy chill. "Jack, what the hell are you talking about?" Chloe was finally enraged. "Chloe, first you tell me. Just who is he?" Simon asked as he pointed at Jack with a grim expression on his face. "Simon, listen to me. He's just my high school classmate." Chloe's voice clearly wavered as she spoke. Technically, she wasn't lying. It was indeed true that Jack was her classmate for 3 years back in high school. "Chloe, we were more than just classmates, weren't we? Why don't you tell him how we just kissed in the hotel bathroom?" Jack said cruelly, a haughty smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Having heard this, Simon's expression darkened. He felt his entire body going numb. "I didn't," Chloe struggled to correct. Jack's distorted version of the truth. "Chloe, don't lie. You can't lie about this when my scent is still on your lips." Jack reached out and swept his forefinger across Chloe's lips in an extremely intimate and provocative motion. Then, Jack glanced over at Simon again. "You are Chloe's boyfriend, but has she ever told you about her past?" he asked. Her past? Simon thought in surprise. It was true. Chloe never once mentioned her past to him. Aside from still being close friends with Sarah, Chloe never attended any reunion type of events, and he never asked her about it either. "What? You didn't know? Hasn't she ever mentioned that? 7 years ago, there was a man she loved deeply? That person was me," Jack said, enunciating each word. Chloe felt the old wound in her chest, long healed over, tearing open again with excruciating slowness. "Chloe, tell me, is what he said true?" Simon's voice was cold, no longer holding even a hint of warmth. "No, Simon. Let me explain. It's not what you think it is." Usually, Chloe was a fairly composed woman. However, when it was about matters that touched upon the events from 7 years ago, her mind would completely scramble to the point that she'd struggle to even form words. "Chloe, you're not a liar, so why lie to him? You should tell him everything that happened between us back then." Jack's tone was overbearing. "Chloe, let me ask you this. He's your ex-boyfriend, right? Did he, or did he not, just touch you? Did he kiss you?" "Well?" Simon walked towards Chloe. In all the time that she'd known him, this was her first time seeing him this serious. The expression in his eyes was nearly murderous. Simon and Chloe had been together for a while, but the most they'd ever done was hold hands and kiss. They have not gone all the way yet. Perhaps it was because Chloe was a traditionalist at heart, and Simon, with marriage in mind, had been willing to hold it off. Now, upon hearing that the woman he had worshipped as a goddess had been tainted by another, he could no longer hold back his rage. A surge of unnameable fury soared up to Simon's chest, leaving him so enraged that his face drained of color. Chloe didn't want to lie to Simon. She had been kissed against her will. However, if she told him the truth now, wouldn't it just deepen his misunderstanding? Just as she struggled to figure out the best way to explain everything to Simon so it'd be easy for him to understand, Jack's voice rang out again, like that of the devil out of hell. "Looks like you didn't know that we slept together 7 years ago either?" Jack's words were like a bomb, completely shattering what little remained of Chloe's senses. She would have never, in a million years, thought that Jack would bring up what happened 7 years ago so nonchalantly, and with such an indifferent expression on his face. This wasn't supposed to happen. It didn't feel like something Jack would do. Had the last 7 years turned him into another person altogether? Jack, when did you become so shameless? Stunned, Chloe could no longer form a complete sentence. You bastard! What did you say? Simon demanded, eyes red, as he grabbed Jack's collar with one hand. The cola and grilled corn he had been holding were tossed aside. A smile tugged at the corners of Jack's lips as he glanced over at Chloe casually. Looks like you two haven't gotten that far yet. It seems like Chloe doesn't actually like you that much, huh? Asshole! What did you say? I'm going to fucking kill you. With that, Simon hurled his fist at Jack's face. Jack, on the other hand, dodged aside with great agility. Immediately after, Simon charged over and threw another punch. This time, it was too quick to react to, striking Jack before he even saw it coming. Jack stumbled back several steps. Wiping a smudge of blood from the corner of his lips, he said in a cold voice, I'll take this punch since you've been taking care of Chloe for me for the last few years, but you're not going to get another chance. All right, then hit me back. Come on, asshole. What gives you the right to treat Chloe like that? Even if you are her ex, it's all in the past. Why the hell did you come back looking for her? Simon was nearly mad with rage. He had to admit that his mind shattered when he heard Jack say that Chloe slept with him 7 years ago. 7 years ago. How old was Chloe then? 18? She was still a naive high school student. No man could ever withstand being challenged by such a formidable adversary in a relationship. Simon was no exception. Ignoring Jack's warning, he charged at him like a crazed beast. This time, however, Jack didn't dodge. Instead, he threw a punch at Simon's face as he rushed at him, sending Simon crashing to the ground. Simon, are you all right? Terrified, Chloe immediately ran over, trying to help Simon to his feet with painstaking care. To her surprise, however, Simon forcefully shoved her to the side, and she nearly fell to the ground. Get lost! It's none of your business! You immoral woman! Don't touch me! You make me sick! Chloe's face was now streaked with tears. She shook her head, hurt. I didn't, Simon. I didn't betray you. Please believe me. Those were all things that happened in the past. It's already over between him and me. Believe you? About what? That you're still a virgin? Simon mocked, wiping the blood off his bottom lip. Chloe looked down, her lashes veiling her eyes. She didn't reply. Why aren't you saying anything? Is he wrong? You're not going to tell me that you're still untouched, are you? Simon demanded, his gaze full of disdain as he glared at Chloe. No, he's right. I was with him 7 years ago, but it's all in the past now. Simon, would you let me explain? I'll tell you everything that happened between us. Pa! A sharp sound cut through the air as Simon raised a hand and struck Chloe's left cheek hard. Immediately, a burning pain surged up where the slap had landed. Beside them, Jack's pupils contracted sharply. Deep in his eyes were hints of heartbreak. She reached out to hold Simon, but he pushed her aside. Chloe, I thought you were a decent girl, someone I could grow old with. I truly wanted to marry you and build a life together. I never thought that you'd be one of those tramps. I must have been blind. To think that I spent so much time courting you in college, not daring to touch you like you were some kind of goddess. I've got to be fucking blind. Simon laughed. You fucking played me, bitch. Simon, you can hit me or curse at me all you like. None of that's important. You're hurt. Let's go to the hospital first, all right? Chloe stumbled to her feet, trying to help Simon up, but he shoved her again. Don't touch me, Chloe. Get your filthy hands off me. You're not taking me anywhere. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Get out of here. Finishing his bellowing rant, Simon crawled up from the ground like an injured animal and took off. Chloe stood in place, sobbing silently. She didn't know why things had turned out like this. Hadn't fate tormented her enough? Didn't she already pay the price for what happened 7 years ago? Why force her like this? Why couldn't she just live like a normal person? All she wanted was to live an ordinary life, nothing more. Chloe, come back to me. Marry me. Jack's voice sounded from behind her, near relentless. His statement was not a discussion, nor a plea. It was an order, one that didn't seem to have any room for objections. Chloe knew that the Dawson family had that kind of power. People from the Dawson family were privileged from birth, and in this city, they were virtually gods and could do whatever they wanted to. 7 years ago, she'd learned this the hard way and brutally paid for her mistakes. It seemed that, like her, it wasn't over for Jack either. Chloe didn't remember how she got home. She sat alone in the darkness for a long time, and the event that had just taken place was so unreal that it felt like a dream to her. The lingering pain on her cheek was the mark that Simon's hand had just left behind. They had known each other since college, and Simon courted her for a very long time. It was only after careful consideration that she began dating him. He wasn't extremely outstanding, but he really had been good to Chloe. She thought that she would live the rest of her life like this, ordinarily. She never expected something like this to happen at such a critical time. Jack's return seemed to have shaken everything into disarray. After a while, she regained enough of her senses to check her cell phone. She had more than a dozen missed calls, all from Sarah. There were also 3 unread messages on Snapchat. Chloe, why aren't you answering your phone? Did something happen? Chloe, Jack left soon after you did. What's going on with you two? Is he trying to patch things up with you? Chloe, say something. Are you okay? Chloe may have had 1,000 words that she wanted to say, but as crestfallen as she currently was, she didn't have any desire to speak. After some thought, she replied to the message. I'm a little tired today. I'll fill you in when I see you again. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Sarah replied a few seconds later. Okay, as long as I know you're all right. Chloe, I hope you understand that there are some things you have to face eventually. No one knew more about what happened between Chloe and Jack than Sarah. As Chloe's bestie throughout high school, Sarah had borne witness to the passionate love between her and Jack. Unfortunately, the two parted ways after that incident. Chloe picked up her phone again and dialed Simon's number, but his phone was off. She knew that to Simon, this incident was too sudden and too cruel. It was her past, but now he was stuck paying the price. Who was to blame? In the dark, Chloe softly sighed. She knew that some things couldn't be kept away forever. These were things that couldn't be evaded. City outskirts, in the upper-class district. A silver Audi R8 steered slowly onto the grounds of a majestic manor, and the dozen or so guards bowed towards his car in respect. With a quiet squeal, the car slid to a stop before the front door of the manor, and Jack stepped out from the vehicle without an expression on his face. He opened the door and walked in. Mrs. Dawson immediately rose to her feet, smiling and saying, Jack, you're back. Your dad and I have been waiting for you to start dinner. Hurry, go wash your hands. Jack didn't respond. Instead, he walked straight into the dining room and sat down beside his father, Peter Dawson. He stared at his father with mixed emotions. Dad, I have something to ask you. What is it? Catching his son's less than amicable gaze, Peter felt a strange sense of unease. Back then, in order to force Chloe and I apart, what did you two do to her family? After Jack finished with his question, both Peter Dawson's and Mrs. Dawson's expressions had undergone a drastic change. Jack, what are you talking about? Mrs. Dawson smiled stiffly. Jack didn't respond, and continued to focus his unwavering gaze on his father, trying to find some answer on his face. Jack went abroad 7 years ago and hadn't been back ever since. He didn't know what happened during that time. However, earlier, he sensed a deep hatred in Chloe's tone. He was smart enough to guess that his parents probably did something unscrupulous to Chloe Green's family. Peter felt very uncomfortable under his own son's gaze. A minute later, Peter lowered his eyes. His reply seemed like an attempt to dodge the subject. It was such a long time ago. Why would you bring it up again? All I need is a yes or no. I want an answer. As he spoke, Jack's expression became frighteningly cold. Jack, we did it for your own good. It's all in the past anyway. Jack shot up to his feet before Mrs. Dawson even had the chance to finish. I knew it. He had already gotten the answer he needed from his mother's tone. Having expected this all along, Jack got up. Without another word, he walked upstairs to his room on the second floor. "Jack, eat before you head upstairs to rest," Mrs. Dawson called out to her son's retreating figure, concerned for his well-being. However, instead of a reply, all she got was a chilling view of her son's back. "Peter, Jack, could he still be hung up on that damn girl? It's been so long, and now he's finally home. Oh, I hope nothing else goes wrong. What do you think?" Mrs. Dawson was left somewhat shaken by her son's attitude. It had been 7 years, and her son was finally back in the country. She really didn't want things to get as bad between them as it had been before, all because of a woman. "Never mind it. He's a grown man now and can make decisions by himself." With that, Peter picked up his chopsticks and began to eat angrily. Jack went back to his room. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed a number. "Check something out for me as soon as possible," he said, and then promptly hung up. Then, he slowly unlocked one of the drawers and took out a yellowing photograph. There was a girl in the picture with a ponytail. She was pretty and had distinct facial features. The pair of dimples that appeared when she smiled were adorable. The fact that she was wearing a baggy school uniform didn't make her any less beautiful. "Chloe, I've missed you so much." He spoke in a low, hoarse voice, like a man who was hopelessly in love. His memories traced back to the scene in the photograph, taken 7 years ago. Blue skies, white clouds, school grounds, and the girl he loved. The next morning, Chloe got up early and boarded the bus to the hospital where she worked. After she finished attending to her own duties, she grabbed the pork bone soup she had made that morning and went to find Simon. She wanted to explain to him what had happened yesterday. At the outpatient ophthalmology department, when Chloe went in, she found Jenny, one of the nurses, carefully bandaging the wound on Simon's forehead. "Geez, how did this happen, Dr. Simon? How can you be so careless?" The female nurse's voice was artificially high-pitched, in a way that made people uncomfortable. "Simon," Chloe called out softly by the door. Both of them turned around to face her. Simon's expression was blank as his gaze fell upon Chloe. There was no telling what he was thinking of. "Ah, Chloe, you're here. You two go on and chat, I'll leave." "Don't go." Simon suddenly reached out and grabbed Jenny. "Finish patching up my wound." "Dr. Simon, you should really let your girlfriend tend to you," Jenny said as she chuckled awkwardly. Chloe wanted to say something, but before she could, she heard Simon spat out word by word. "She is not my girlfriend anymore." "What did you say?" Chloe slightly frowned. "I said, we broke up yesterday. You're not my girlfriend anymore, and I'm not worthy of an upper-class girlfriend like you. So why don't you go find your super-rich ex-boyfriend? He has luxury cars and a mansion, and I'm just a poor doctor. You would be doing yourself a disservice if you continued to stay with me." Simon's tone was petulant. Chloe took a deep breath. "Simon," she said, her expression calm, "I came here today to explain what happened last night." "Ha ha, explain? What do you have left to explain?" Simon asked Chloe with an unsettlingly cold and distant attitude. It was as if he wasn't the sweet and caring man that she had dated for 3 years. So much had changed within the span of a single night. "Simon, we've been together for 3 years. Don't you know me?" Simon looked up at Chloe's face and smiled. "I really don't, darling. If it weren't for last night, I really would have thought that you were a pure goddess who I could love and care for. Who would have known that the goddess I thought you were was just a facade? You already slept with someone 7 years ago. How old were you back then? 18? Chloe, I finally see how shameless you are. No wonder you chose to date me. It seems like I was getting someone else's leftovers." Simon purposely emphasized the word leftovers. Even Nurse Jenny, a bystander, turned to look at Chloe with shock and disbelief. Although Chloe was faced with Simon's cruel words, she felt more disappointed than hurt. She could not believe that such insidious words would come from the mouth of a man who looked so gentle and kind. Chloe gave Simon a disappointed look before slowly saying, "Simon, everyone has a past. What happened between me and Jack is already history. Shut up and stop showing off your ex-boyfriend. I find him disgusting. Who does he think he is? Does driving an Audi R8 make him cool? If you like him so much, why don't you go make up with him and leave me alone? Simon, you may not be calm right now, and I know that you are angry. When people are angry, they make irrational decisions and end up regretting it. I'll give you time to calm down, and we can talk later." After speaking, Chloe turned around and left. Simon was a little distressed. He courted Chloe for a whole 3 years, surprising everyone at their medical school. He had indeed fallen in love with her, but he could never accept his fiancée's disgraceful past. Not to mention that her ex-boyfriend dared to brag about it and even kissed her yesterday. He and Chloe had been together for so long, yet they've never slept together. All this new information about her past was not easy to process. "Dr. Simon, I can't believe that Chloe is so frivolous. What a shame," Jenny muttered under her breath. "Why is that a shame?" Simon frowned lightly. "A shame that a man like you went to waste, of course. So many nurses in our department think you're a great catch," Jenny said with a smile on her face. Simon pursed his lips. Truth be told, Simon was quite attractive and looked somewhat like the main character from a Korean drama. In big hospitals like this, most attending physicians were middle-aged men in their 40s. Younger doctors were rare, and therefore were much more popular. Many nurses had confessed their feelings to him in the past, but he already had Chloe. They were going to buy an apartment together and get married, so he never thought much about anything else. Now that something of this caliber had happened between them, perhaps it was time for him to start reconsidering things. "Really? Am I that popular?" Smiling, Simon asked. "Of course." As those words escaped Jenny's mouth, Simon lowered his head and approached her lips, asking, "Does that include you?" Jenny smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits as she teased back, "What do you think?" Simon and the nurse continued to flirt in the ophthalmology clinic. Meanwhile, in the OB/GYN department, Chloe was in no state to work. Her heart was elsewhere, and her mind wandered. "Chloe, do you know how many times I've called you?" the head nurse angrily yelled. "Yes, head nurse." "I told you to get me some surgical masks. Have you gone deaf?" "Yes, I'll go get them now." "Chloe, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Do you need to take the day off? I feel like you've been distracted all day," the new nurse, Amelia, asked with a hint of concern. Exhausted, Chloe shook her head. She had been listless this entire day. What was worse was that it wasn't even because of the Cold War situation with Simon. She had been thinking about the man that she shouldn't be thinking about. Was he really back? What happened last night wasn't a dream, was it? Her days lasted until her shift ended. Chloe changed from her white nurse's uniform into a pastel blue dress. Grabbing her bag, she walked out. She was just in time to catch sight of Simon's white Chevrolet, which was parked outside of the front entrance. He had just bought it last month. Since they were planning on getting married, Simon's parents had helped pay for the car. This, along with their own salaries, summed up to over $100,000. It was a pretty good-looking ride. The license plate read 0510, which was Simon's birthday. It was him for sure. Did he stop here to wait for her? Just as Chloe was about to walk over and ask, she saw Jenny, who was wearing a miniskirt. She sprinted over to the car and, after quickly opening the door, hopped onto the passenger seat. Then, the car sped off. Light drained from Chloe's eyes, bit by bit. She unhurriedly pulled out her cell phone and made a call. "What is it?" On the other end, Simon sounded annoyed. "Is your shift over? I need a ride home." "Not yet. I have another surgery. I'll be working overtime so you can go home first. Don't call me for no reason. Bye." With that, Simon hung up the phone. Chloe smiled wryly. She knew why Simon was lying. He was trying to get revenge on her. However, what he did was just low. Chloe suddenly got the feeling that the ordinary man she had dated for 3 years was no longer ordinary. She looked up at the sky. It was gray, just like her mood. Then, Sarah called, Chloe, are you off work now? Yeah. Come to my place. I'm off today and made something yummy for you. It's marinated pork trotters. That's good. I happen to be hungry too. Wait for me. Hanging up, Chloe flagged down a cab and headed towards Sarah's home. Sarah's parents lived by the city outskirts. To make her commute to work easier, she had rented a cozy little place near the airport. Whenever she had the time, Chloe would go over to mooch off her food. It seemed that, aside from home and the hospital, that was the only place she could go. Setting the pork trotters on the table, Sarah began rambling off before Chloe even had the chance to eat. She was asking about what happened yesterday. Unable to bear the bombardment, Chloe recounted the events for her in a relatively detailed fashion. Of course, she kept some of the more provocative details, such as the forced kiss, to herself, only brushing over them. That's what happened. You're welcome to comment, Miss Sarah. Chloe stared at Sarah with pursed lips and big wet doe eyes. It was a cute look. Gosh, that's intense. So, what you're saying is Mr. Blue Blood Jack proposed to you yesterday. Sarah stared back at her with a look of surprise. Girl, please, that's not the issue here. The issue is that Simon doesn't trust me anymore and wants to break up, Chloe complained. Chloe, tell me the truth. Do you still love Jack? Sarah asked, dead serious. Chloe froze upon hearing this question. Then, she turned to look out the window with a complicated expression on her face. It was a while before she finally responded. What does it matter if I love him or not? Things happened. There's no taking them back, and there's no changing how things turned out. Sarah heard a heavy melancholy in Chloe's voice. She felt a genuine pang of heartache for her friend. Chloe, when we were in high school, the fact that you and Jack got together was what made me believe that fairy tales can be real. You were both such outstanding people. How did it ever get to where it is today? It's such a pity. I'm going to say something, but you can't get mad. I've always felt like Simon wasn't good enough for you. I mean, back in school you were... Chloe cut Sarah short before she could finish. Sarah, stop. It's all in the past. No matter how I feel about Jack, there's no way we can ever be together again. You know what happened, that incident 7 years ago, and what it did to me. I've already lost my family. What could be worse than that? I really wish that I was the one who died back then. At this point, Chloe's voice caught in her throat. Sarah was aware of what happened. It was that incident that made Chloe hide away her radiant aura, resigning to become a hobbling member of the common masses. Sarah placed a hand on Chloe's shoulder and comforted. Chloe, listen to me. It's been so long, so stop blaming yourself. Haven't you been trying to make up for it all these years? I don't think you can place all the blame on Jack either. You know very well that he had been out of the country for years. Considering how he felt about you, I don't think there's any way he could have known about what happened. So what? He's still a member of the Dawson family, isn't he? Can he really shake off all the blame for what his family did? Chloe's eyes were red as she demanded. Chloe. Sarah seemed to want to say more. However, she was cut short when she saw Chloe raise a hand. Sarah, you don't have to say anything else. You're my best friend, and I know that you're just telling me what you think is best for me, but you can't possibly understand the things I've experienced. Let me make up my own mind about this, okay? All right. I just hope that, whatever you decide, you don't wrong yourself. I've seen how hard the past few years have been for you. I really wish that you could return to being the high and mighty Chloe from before, the one who wouldn't let anyone else influence her. Chloe smiled bitterly, but didn't reply. All she wanted was to have a good time eating pork trotters. However, with the heavy subject of Jack hanging in the air, she no longer had an appetite. She barely touched the food before quickly leaving her friend's place. On her way back, she wondered if she should call Simon again. After all, she was in the wrong first. Just as she pulled out her phone and was about to dial, it rang. The caller ID displayed her little brother's number. She picked up immediately. Thomas. Sis, hurry. You need to come to the hospital. Mom collapsed. On the other end, Thomas's voice was wrought with anxiety. What? Mom collapsed? How? Which hospital? I'll head over right now. We're at the Altaview Hospital, the one near home. Come to the 7th floor, room 709. Okay, I'll be right there. Hanging up, Chloe's expression was distressed. Sir, please turn around and go to the Altaview Hospital. 20 minutes later, Chloe rushed up the stairs and barged through the doors of a hospital room. Her mother was lying on a bed, still unconscious. Her face was pale, and she was wearing an oxygen mask. Beside her was a boy in his late teens wearing a black Nike tracksuit. His hair was a bit long, and his facial features were rather delicate. He was Chloe's half-brother, Thomas, and they were related on their mother's side. Sis, you're here. Thomas, what happened to Mom? Weren't you at school? Why are you at the hospital? I was in gym class when I got a call from our neighbor, Mrs. William. She said that our mom fainted in front of her convenience store. I told the teacher that I had to leave, called for an ambulance, and came right away. Mom's always been fairly healthy. How did this happen? Chloe was sick with worry. Just then, the door opened and a doctor walked in. Which of you is Sandra Harris's family member? Come outside for a minute. I am. Chloe hurriedly followed the doctor outside. You're the patient's daughter, right? The doctor made a guess based on Chloe's age. Chloe nodded. Were you aware that the patient suffers from high blood pressure? Questioned the doctor harshly. I know, but my mother has been taking her medications, and she had been making sure that she gets enough rest. I check her blood pressure whenever I have the time, and it's been fairly stable for a while now. Our guess is that the patient suffered from some kind of shock, resulting in heightened blood pressure. As her children, you really need to be more careful. The patient has heart problems on top of high blood pressure. If this keeps happening, it'll cost the patient her life. Do you understand? Suffered a shock? Chloe was surprised. She was busy with her job and only went home once every 2 weeks. Her little brother was a good kid, so what else could have been the trigger? When the patient wakes up, you can ask her yourself. We recommend that she stay at the hospital for a week to regulate her blood pressure. What do you think? Not a problem. A nurse herself, Chloe didn't dare to take chances. She knew how serious the condition was. Okay, you can go pay the hospitalization fees now. Okay, Chloe nodded. Then, she hurried downstairs and headed towards the cashier's stall on the first floor. The total comes to $7,908. That much? Chloe's expression was troubled. Over these past few years, half of the money she had earned was spent on her brother, and the other half had gone towards the down payment for the house she had bought with Simon. She only had $3,000 left in her bank account. Now, they were asking for more than $7,000, all at once. She really didn't have that much money. Are you paying or not? Hurry up, there are people behind you. Don't hold up the line. I'll pay. Chloe hurriedly took out her credit card. She had gotten the card last year, and she remembered that its spending limit was $10,000. Having paid the fees, she went back to the hospital room. By then, her mother had woken up. Mom, you're awake, Chloe said carefully. What did you come here for? Get lost. Sandra Harris seemed extremely upset to see Chloe. Mom, I was the one who called Sis. Thomas rushed up and tried to calm her down. You don't need to come and see me. I'm not sick. I don't need to stay at a hospital. Thomas, go fill out the discharge forms. We're going home. Sandra was insistent on getting out of bed. Mom, your condition is rather serious. They need to get your blood pressure down first. You have to stay here for a week before you can be discharged. It's none of your business. Whose fault is it that I ended up this way? Sandra roared. Our family would have never ended up like this if it weren't for you, you accursed thing. Mom, don't say that. It's not Sis's fault. Shut up. Sandra was clearly very worked up. This accursed thing killed your dad with her bad luck, and now that damned man is back too. He came to our home and strutted about, thinking he's almighty just because he has money. Compensation? That's a neat way of putting it. Who wants his stinking money? Can his money bring the dead back to life? At that, Chloe felt her heart sink as she finally seemed to understand what happened. Mom, did Jack come looking for you? You have the audacity to ask me that? Don't tell me that you have already met with him on your own. Sandra glared viciously at Huo Mian. Chloe was at a loss for words. It was true that she had met with Jack, even though it was unintentional. But her mother would never listen to her explain. Anything she could say right now would only make her mother angrier. "Mom, get some rest. I'll come and see you tomorrow. I don't need your pity. If you have a sliver of shame left, don't ever come see me again. You would only make me die sooner, just like what you did to your Uncle James." Her mother's mocking words sent a stabbing pain straight to Chloe's heart. She had been blaming herself for Uncle James's death for 7 years. Over these 7 years, no one had been more bereft than her. At this thought, she fell silent. Turning around, she pushed open the door and left. "Sis, I'll walk you out." Thomas followed her out, knowing that his sister must be feeling down. "Sis, Mom just has a bad temper. Don't think about what she said. She's been like this for a few years now. Besides, from what I read, women her age can get menopausal. That's what's happening to Mom for sure." "Oh, Squirt, what kinds of books have you been reading?" Chloe looked at her brother, both mad and amused. "Sis, don't worry about what's happening here. I'll take care of Mom. Go do whatever you have to do." Chloe nodded. "I'll call off work tomorrow and come to take care of her. You should go back to school tomorrow. Oh, and here's the money to cover your living expenses for next month. Take it." Chloe pulled out $1,000 in cash from her purse and handed it to her brother. "Sis, I don't need it. I still have money left from last month. Besides, I'm working part-time at school, so you don't have to give me money anymore. You're getting married, and there's going to be plenty of things that you and Simon will need money for. Take it. Even if I'm getting married, I can still spare a little bit to give to you. Thomas, I know you're concerned for me, so you've been careful of where you spend your money. But you can't pinch money where it's meant to be spent. You're still a growing boy and need to eat properly." With that, Chloe rubbed the top of her brother's head affectionately. "I know, sis. You too." Chloe left the hospital with a heavy heart. She hadn't expected Jack to find her mother and brother so quickly. What was he trying to do? Perhaps they really needed to talk. Taking out her cell phone, she pulled out her call history. That unfamiliar number ending with 8866 was definitely his. After a moment's hesitation, she made the call. As soon as the call went through, Chloe began questioning angrily. "Hey, Jack, what in the world do you want from me?" "I'm sorry, President Dawson is in a meeting. May I ask who is calling?" An unfamiliar man's voice came from over the line. Caught by surprise, Chloe didn't speak. "I'm President Dawson's assistant, Mark. May I take a message for him?" "No, thank you," she replied coldly, and then hung up. GK headquarters, inside the executive meeting room. Jack was wearing a black dress shirt that was custom-made in Italy, with cuffs adorned with luxurious diamonds. His look held an air of mystery. There was neither a trace of a smile nor warmth on his handsome face. Even his gaze seemed to contain shards of ice. He took over as the CEO of GK the day after returning to the country. His father, the corporation's chairman, had semi-retired and was happy to hand over the family business to his son. "President Dawson, the Greenfield Manor project has already been approved by the chairman. All it needs is your signature. If you would take a look. When you have the time, would you please sign the document so we can go ahead with construction?" The director of the Land Development Department inquired cautiously. Jack held a black ink pen in his hand, spinning it casually without saying a word. The 20 or so executives in the room were equally silent, holding their breaths in fear of interrupting his thoughts. The atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. After a moment, Jack opened his mouth and said, "That case? I've already rejected it." "Huh? Rejected it? Why would you do that, President Dawson? It took our department 3 months to draft a proposal after spending the last year working out the budget and business metrics. The chairman has already given his approval, and it will profit for sure." When Jack heard those words, he raised his head and unconcernedly looked at the director of land development before saying, "GK is in my hands now, and I don't need to justify my decisions. If you cannot accept it, simply hand in your letter of resignation." As the last words exited his mouth, he flung the pen onto the table, terrifying and silencing everyone. He proceeded to walk out of the conference room. He knew that the Greenfield Manor project would be profitable, But he also knew that if they were to go through with it, Second High School would be forced to relocate. Nobody knew how important Second High School meant to him, just as nobody knew how much he loved the girl named Chloe. Inside the president's office, "President Dawson, there was a call for you. I picked up, but she did not say who she was." Mark, his secretary, cautiously handed the cell phone over. The moment Jack saw the caller ID, warmth rushed into his cold eyes. He called back immediately. "Chloe, you were looking for me?" "Jack, let's talk." On the other side of the phone, Chloe had calmed down from her enraged state. "Sure, I'll pick you up. Where are you?" "You don't need to do that. Meet me at Cafe Mount on Half Mountain Road." "All right, I'll head over right now." Hanging up, Jack's lips perched up into a smile. He was a completely different person than he was in the meeting room. Mark's jaw almost dropped from surprise. The new president had been employed for a week already, but Mark had never seen him smile at anyone, not even the chairman. But this call made his boss smile. Oh gosh. It seemed like the caller was an important person to the president, and the secretary made a mental note to pay attention to that number next time. Jack drove his Audi R8 to their rendezvous spot, arriving in less than 15 minutes. Chloe was already waiting inside. From afar, he saw her sitting by the window. He could only see the side of her face, but the sight of her had already given him butterflies in his stomach nonetheless. For the past 7 years, she was constantly on his mind, and the thought of her almost drove him to insanity. He suppressed the urges in his heart and slowly walked in. Chloe was dressed simply. Before meeting Jack, she returned to her apartment to change. She was wearing plain white pants and a yellow tee. The look was simple but poised. Chloe was also too lazy for makeup, unless it was for special occasions. She felt that rubbing chemicals on her face made it sticky, and since it didn't seem to have anti-aging effects, she'd rather not go through all that trouble. Jack strode over and sat down in front of her. Chloe's thoughts snapped back to reality, and she calmly said, "What do you want to drink?" "I'll have whatever you are having," he answered. "But I'm drinking water." "Then I'll drink water too," he insisted. Chloe felt helpless as she waved the waiter over and said, "Excuse me, can he get a cup of water?" Turning back around, she glared at the face in front of her, ever so familiar yet distant, before slowly opening her mouth. "Jack." "Mm-hmm. Let's talk." "Sure. What do you want from me?" "I want us to go back to what we were before," Jack blurted out without a second thought. "Huh, that's impossible, Jack. Things are different now. Everything is different." Chloe smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry about your stepfather. I only found out recently." Surprisingly, Jack apologized with an extremely sincere attitude. Having known Jack for so long, she knew how prideful he was. Willingly admitting his faults was a Herculean task for Jack. "The dead can't come back to life. What can an apology do?" "I can make it up to you," Jack added. Chloe sneered. "Make it up to me? With what? Your life? Or your money? Did you know that my mom got hypertension yesterday after you went to find her, and she ended up in the hospital? We've already had one death in the family. What else do you want? Do you want me to die too? Then you will be happy, right? I didn't know things would turn out like that. Jack, let me go. I am serious. The 7 years without you treated me quite well. Now that you are back, the first thing you've done is disrupting my family. Did you know that I regret dating you? I should have known better than to date someone from a rich family. If it weren't for our relationship, my stepfather would still be alive, and my mother wouldn't hate me. It's been 7 years, and she still refuses to forgive me. Now, I am finally living a normal life, so please leave me alone." "Do you really mean that?" Jack questioned Chloe with sorrow and grief lacing his eyes. Chloe pursed her lips and slowly answered, "Yes, I do. I will be married to Simon soon. We've been together for 3 years, and we have a great relationship. Let the past go." After hearing Chloe's words, Jack remained still without speaking another word. "Anyways, I'll never see you again because there's no reason to. If you cause my family any more trouble, I'll call the cops. That's all." When Chloe was done talking, she took out $100 and left it on the table before leaving. Her personality was the same as it was 7 years ago. She had always been decisive and was never hesitant or sloppy. That was the quirky girl Jack. As to what happened at her mom's place, she may have misunderstood his intention. He really wanted to make amends for what happened in the past. $1 million wasn't a lot to him, but it would make their lives easier. However, not only did Chloe's mother refuse to accept it, she also cursed him. He knew that his own hands did not cause the death of Chloe's stepfather, but he was ultimately the reason that it happened. The dead could not be revived, so Chloe's hate was reasonable. Staring at the 2 cups of water on the table, Jack sat alone for a long time before finally leaving the cafe. After their meeting, Chloe returned to her apartment with a heavy heart. She felt like she was very straightforward with her words, but she wasn't sure if Jack would accept them. They hadn't seen each other in 7 years, and a lot must have happened during this time. Did he not find a girlfriend while he was abroad? Her thoughts started to run wild. She was pulled back to reality when she heard the doorknob turning. Simon pushed open the door and walked in, unsurprised that Chloe was home. "Simon, you're back. Did you eat yet?" "Mm-hmm," he answered with a strange expression on his face before heading into his bedroom. He ignored Chloe, who was sitting on the couch in the living room. Chloe followed him in. "Did you have a lot of surgeries today? Are you tired?" Simon didn't answer, but rather, he opened the closet and began packing. "Simon, what are you doing?" "I won't be living here from now on," he said with a cold tone. "Why not?" "Because I don't want to see your face." His answer was simple and vicious. Chloe fell silent. "I am going to live in the new place, and I will leave the furniture and appliances here. I don't plan on returning your part of the down payment. I've spent enough on you over the past 3 years, so I'll count the down payment as payback. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." "Simon, money's not the problem. But the problem is that I have no money. Haha, how rich is your ex? He's the prince of the GK business empire, isn't he? Chloe, I've really underestimated you. You have such a powerful ex-boyfriend, so what are you doing with me? Were you just using me to pass the time?" Judged by the way Simon spoke, he seemed to know already who Jack was. In fact, it wouldn't have been hard to figure it out. Jack's name appeared on finance newspapers and TV shows quite frequently these days. "Simon, I spoke with him today, and I'm never going to see him again," Chloe explained patiently. "I just want to be with you. Don't be upset anymore, okay?" "Like I'd believe any more of your bullshit. Do you still think I'm going to marry you? I would have to be insane. What, am I just going to wait for you to have your little affair after the wedding?" With that, Simon picked up his leather suitcase bitterly and headed towards the door. Chloe reached out to stop him. "Simon, have you calmed down? Did you really mean what you just said?" she asked again. "Get out of my way. I don't want to talk to you. If you ask me, I think it's better for you to quit your job. After all, it wouldn't be good for us to work at the same hospital anyways. I'm a doctor, so I'm naturally not going to quit. You're just a nurse without much prospect. So why don't you just go find your ex-boyfriend and live the high life?" With that, Simon angrily shook off Chloe's hand, shoved open the door, and left. As she watched Simon walk away, Chloe was surprised that she didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. It was as if she could finally let out the breath that she had been holding for a long time. But how could that be the case? She was left dumbstruck by her own realization. A moment later, she took out her cell phone and sent a Snapchat message to Sarah. "Sarah, what are you doing right now?" "I just got off a flight, and I'm eating instant noodles right now." "Come out for a drink. My boyfriend and I just broke up. I should be upset, right?" "Ahem. You guys broke up? What happened? Did Jack leave the country again?" "Please, girl. My current boyfriend is Simon." "Oh, that guy. You should have gotten rid of him long ago. He wasn't good enough for you anyways." "All right, stop blabbing. Are you coming?" "Of course. You find a place, and I'll be right there." Chloe's best friend, Sarah, was indeed true to her words. 20 minutes later, she arrived at Gem Night Bar. As a flight attendant, her appeal was unquestionable, and the skin-tight black dress she wore made her look especially alluring. Chloe, on the other hand, didn't look like someone who was enjoying a night out at all. In fact, she looked more like a waitress. "Come on, We're out to play. Can't you dress up a little? Don't be like an old maid. Chloe smiled. I've never had that many clothes to begin with. Over the past few years, half of her salary had gone to support her brother in his studies, and the other half had been saved to buy a home with Simon. She didn't spend much money on herself. It was true that she didn't have a lot of nice clothes. Even the dress she had worn to the high school reunion originally belonged to Sarah. Sarah bought it a while ago but then decided that she didn't want to wear it, so she gave it to Chloe. For such a beautiful young girl of only 24 years old, she really hadn't indulged in the finer things in life. Chloe, leaving Simon is no big deal. He doesn't know what he's losing. You know what they say? Some people don't know a good thing when they see it. He's blind, and that's why he left you. Don't say that. I'm not as perfect as you think, Chloe said quietly as she picked up her cocktail glass. Says who? As far as I can see, you're one of a kind. You're a genius with an IQ of 130. Okay, stop. Chloe quickly interrupted her before she had the chance to finish. I swear you're going to keep bringing that up for the rest of our lives. However, what Simon said wasn't wrong. Chloe was 24, yet all her classmates were 27 or 28. This was because she'd skipped 3 grades. Besides, she was admitted into Sea City's second high school, an exclusive academy for the elite, with a grade of 697. The exam had 700 points in total. At the time, it had been quite the event, and she was even featured on the newspaper. Her stepfather was still alive back then. That night, the whole family went to celebrate at a 5-star hotel to enjoy a luxurious buffet. Now, everything was different. If she didn't date Jack, she wouldn't have incurred the wrath of the Dawson family, and her stepfather wouldn't have been killed. Her future should have been a bright one as well. In her second year of high school, she received an acceptance letter from the top school in America, with a full scholarship. However, she rejected several opportunities in order to be with Jack. Yet what she had gotten in return was a death in her family and a broken home. Right then, she heard a voice, disrupting her thought. Hi, Chloe. It's been a while. She turned her head and was caught by surprise when she saw the man's face. Why are you here? Chloe's attitude took on an antagonistic edge. You look surprised. Andrew smiled. Dressed in a white shirt and a pair of black pants, he looked graceful and sophisticated. However, for some reason, Chloe inexplicably disliked this person. It was a feeling even stronger than what she felt towards Brenny and Liam. As for how they were related, it was just a hot mess. When Chloe's mother Sandra was wrong, she was a barely famous C-list actress who specialized in historical period dramas. Although she wasn't necessarily drop-dead gorgeous, she was pretty enough and, riding on the arrogance of youth, made some bad choices. At one point, she was one of the mistresses of Timothy Green, the heir of the illustrious Green family. She thought that, once she bears him a child, she could replace his wife. What she hadn't counted on was that both she and her daughter would be kicked to the curb. The Green family never acknowledged her illegitimate daughter Chloe either. Andrew was the current heir of the Green family. As an adopted child of Timothy's wife, Mrs. Green, who was also known as the Tigress, he had her full support. Therefore, even though he wasn't Timothy's biological child, he still enjoyed a high status within the family. On the other hand, his siblings, Brenny and Liam, were the children of Timothy's favorite mistress, Evelyn, and were doted upon by their father. Back in the day, Evelyn had enjoyed momentary fame as a celebrity. She managed to rise above all the other mistresses by taking advantage of various means and her intellect. Right now, the Green family only publicly acknowledged these 3 successors. As for Chloe, no one knew about her aside from members of the Green family themselves. Andrew had checked on Chloe a few times on his own. He tried to give her money, but she never accepted it. As far as she was concerned, aside from her last name, she had no further connection to the Green family. She never thought of that man as her father either. She would rather give more of her love to her stepdad, Uncle James. Why would I be surprised? It's quite normal for someone like young Master Green to be at a place like this. Chloe gave him a humorless smile. Rather, shouldn't it surprise you more to see us common folk here? Chloe, you seem to have something against me. Why is that? From what I remember, I've been fairly nice to you. Besides, glass in hand, Andrew moved closer to Chloe and continued. Based on our positions within the family, you should really be calling me Big Brother. Sarah sat next to Chloe, listening quietly. It wasn't really her place to say anything. Young Master Green must be joking. You are the heir of the great Green family and I'm just some commoner. By what logic should we be addressing each other as siblings? As for me having something against you, well, you are right. Did you know? There are people in this world that you really just hate from the moment you lay eyes on them. Well, it just so happens that that's how I feel about you. When Chloe finished, she turned away from Andrew, not paying him any more attention. She touched her glass to Sarah's. Unwilling to give up, he went on trying to make small talk with Chloe. Dad hasn't been well lately. If you have time, you should go see him. Let me know when he leaves this world for good. On the account that he donated some swimmers to my creation 24 years ago, I'd be willing to light some incense sticks by his grave. Chloe's comment left Andrew speechless. His face darkened, and unwilling to invite more abuse onto himself, he turned around and left. After Andrew walked away, Sarah cried out with her palm against her mouth. My gosh! Girl, that was amazing! There's the Chloe I know. You showed no mercy, not even to your brother. What brother? I never acknowledged him. Feeling a bit glum, Chloe took another sip of her drink. Damn, it feels good watching you squabble with people. You've still got that razor-sharp tongue of yours, just as sharp as it was back in the day. Sarah laughed. I think this stubbornness of yours must have been why Jack fell in love with you in the first place. At this, Sarah seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. She coughed, taking the conversation in another direction. What I mean is, even young Master Green got a verbal lashing from you. You're amazing. Teach me your ways, great master. I'm done taking apprentices, Chloe joked while giving off a big smile. Look at you, acting all cheeky. Humph, like you've actually taken apprentices before, Sarah teased back. Time spent messing about with girlfriends always passed quickly. The two would never cause trouble at nighttime establishments. By the time they finished their drinks, it was already late into the night. They each took a separate cab home. Arriving back at her rented apartment, Chloe changed into a nightgown and messaged Sarah. I'm home, Sarah. What about you? Sarah replied almost instantly. Got home safe. I'm going to take a shower. Go to bed soon. Good night. Just as Chloe was about to turn her phone off, she received a text message. The number ended with 8866, which she recognized to be Jack's. Asleep yet? 2 simple words. However, without knowing why, Chloe felt her heart thundering in her chest. It had been 7 years since she last felt like this. It was strange, really. After a moment of thought, she promptly deleted the message, turned off the phone, and went to bed. On the other end of the line, at the Hillside Manor. Not seeing a reply after a while, Jack realized that he wasn't going to receive anything tonight. Knowing Chloe's personality, there was no way she would text him back. Getting up, he walked down the stairs. Stopping before the wine rack, he picked out a bottle of red wine. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from behind him. Without needing to ask, he had a rough idea of who it was. Jack, come here for a second. I have something to ask you. Peter hadn't been sleeping well lately. Waking up in the middle of the night, he heard movement coming from downstairs, so he went down to investigate. As he had guessed, his son wasn't asleep yet either. Jack unhurriedly poured himself a glass of wine, then walked to the living room and sat down on the couch. With his head lowered, he gently swirled his glass. The navy blue nightrobe he wore showed off his sculpted face perfectly. His eyes lowered, and his long fingers were tapping intermittently on the side of the wine glass. It was a sight that could intoxicate any woman. Seeing his son in this light, Peter felt a strange absence of familiarity. I heard about the meeting today. You dismissed the Greenfield Manor plan? I did. His answer was extremely straightforward. Why? Peter demanded, slightly enraged. I don't like it. Nonsense. Business isn't done based on likes and dislikes. If that were the case, GK would have gone bankrupt long ago. Jack, I handed GK over to you because I believe in you, But you can't be so reckless. I have my reasons for what I did. If you don't trust me, then do it yourself. You know that I've never had any interest in a boring job like this in the first place. Peter was left speechless with rage. A moment later, Jack suddenly raised his head, his eyes catching the light for a moment. "Dad, do you still remember our wager from 7 years ago?" he asked. At this, Peter paused for a moment but remained silent. 7 years ago, he had made a bet with his son, a wager on a very important matter. "What are you trying to say?" Frowned, Peter asked Jack. "Not much. I just wanted to remind you that I've done everything you requested, so isn't it time for you to return the favor?" Hearing this, Peter's expression darkened. However, in the end, he only said this: "I don't care how, but I want this quarter's performance improved by 15%. Otherwise, the Greenfield project will commence, and you will be demoted," he huffed. "Don't think that. Just because you're my son, I can't do anything to you." With that, Peter turned brusquely and left. It was easy to see that he was angry. Although he didn't say a word about the promise from 7 years ago, Jack knew that his father understood what he meant. As for GK's performance, he thought, "I can raise it by 15% with my eyes closed. I wonder why father brought up such an unchallenging task so solemnly." At 5 in the morning, Jack was woken by a series of noises. At the door stood a middle-aged man in a black suit. Behind him were 8 members of the Special Police Unit, with their guns in hand. "Dr. Dawson, sorry to disturb you. There's been an emergency, and we really need you right now." His mother and father were shocked and confused. On the other hand, Jack's expression was calm. "Give me a minute to change." With that, he turned around and walked upstairs, hands tucked inside his pockets. After her son left, Mrs. Dawson asked, pale and trembling, "Peter, our son, did he get in trouble with someone important?" Chloe didn't get much sleep the night before. With big dark circles under her eyes, she got up and made some plain congee and 2 omelet rolls, which she took with her to the Altaview Hospital. It was a good thing that she worked the night shift today, and was therefore free during the day. Although she was tired, she couldn't let Thomas neglect his studies to take care of their mother. "Mom, I brought you some food. Get it out of here. I'm not eating it." Sandra was still throwing a tantrum. "Even if your appetite isn't that good, you should still have some. It's really good. I made it myself, and I guarantee it's clean. I'll leave it right here." Leaving the breakfast on the table, Chloe tidied up a bit and walked out of the room. After Chloe left, Sandra scanned the food on the table, and her stomach gave a traitorous growl. She glanced over at the door. Seeing that Chloe hadn't returned, she immediately picked up the food and dug right in. In truth, although Sandra had a rotten temper, she wasn't a bad person. It wasn't that she really disliked her daughter either. It was just that she was still not over her late husband's untimely death. In the doctor's office, "Doctor, has my mother gotten any better?" Chloe asked anxiously. "Her conditions have clearly improved. We'll be able to discharge her in a few more days. However, even then, she needs to continue taking her blood pressure medication." "All right, thank you." Hearing that her mother was all right, Chloe was finally able to let out a sigh of relief. "But the hospitalization fee you paid isn't enough to cover the costs anymore. You need to pay up soon," the doctor reminded her. Chloe was a little surprised since she paid $7,000 for the hospital fees just the other day. Yet, just a few days later, it was all gone. Oh dear. She already maxed out her credit card the other day. Adding that to the living expenses she had given to Thomas, she was pretty much broke. If this was before they broke up, she could have just borrowed some money from Simon. However, with the way things were now, there wasn't much hope for that. Left with no choice, she called Sarah, who immediately transferred over $10,000 from the banking app on her phone. "Sarah, thank you." A little embarrassed, she messaged her friend. "Don't say that. If you need more, just tell me. Your mother's health is what's important. Don't worry about the money." Sarah's reply warmed Chloe to her core. She felt that this friendship was truly one worth keeping. The truth was, when her stepfather got into that accident, the Dawson family had offered to pay a hefty sum in compensation. But Chloe's family turned it down. Instead, they insisted that the driver at fault be given the death penalty in retribution. In the end, however, the driver was only charged with drunk driving and sentenced to 5 years in jail. They, on the other hand, didn't receive a single dime in the settlement. Now, 7 years later, the responsible party has long been released from prison. However, her Uncle James now slumbered beneath North Hill Public Cemetery, never to open his eyes again. That was why, no matter how her mother treated her or hated her, she genuinely accepted it all. During these 7 years, she hadn't been able to forgive herself either. "Mom, I'm working the night shift today, and I will be leaving in a minute. Please rest well. I'll arrange for your lunch and dinner to be delivered. Thomas is off school tomorrow, so he'll come to visit you." Get lost. Sandra still treated her with the same disdainful attitude. From there, Chloe took the bus to the first hospital. She checked her watch when she arrived. There were still 40 minutes until the start of her shift. Changing into her nurse's uniform, she made her way to the ophthalmology building. She still wanted to give Simon one more try. After all, they had been together for 3 years. Even if there was no love between them, there was still a faint attachment. When Chloe arrived, the door was only half closed. Just as she was about to knock, she heard a flirting voice inside. "Dr. Simon, you're the worst. You've made my hair all messy." "It's fine. I'll fix your hair for you later. Come here and give me a kiss first." Chloe could tell that the voices belonged to Jenny and Simon. No wonder he had moved out in such a hurry. So that was how things were. The corner of her lips twitched. With a chuckle, she lowered the hand she'd raised to knock and turned around to leave. She was just in time to see another doctor from the ophthalmology department approaching the door. "Huh, Chloe? Why don't you go inside if you're already here?" "It's all right. I have other things to do." By this time, the two inside had clearly heard the conversation. Jenny immediately leaped up from Simon's lap, smoothing out her collar and hair. That was when the ophthalmologist, Dr. Benjamin, just walked in. Glancing at Jenny, he told Simon, "I just saw your fiancé." "Oh, really?" Simon's response was rather indifferent. Are you guys all right? Weren't you two getting married?" "Not anymore." "You can't be serious." Dr. Benjamin was surprised. "Humph, I see no reason to keep a woman like that around." With that, Simon stood up and, buttoning up his white lab coat, left the room. Jenny trailed cautiously behind him. Seeing this, Dr. Benjamin shook his head, dejected. Young people these days really treated relationships too lightly. What had the world come to? "Dr. Simon, did you really break up with Chloe?" "What do you think?" "That's fantastic. Now people won't say that I'm the other woman anymore. When are you going to tell everyone at the hospital that we are together?" Jenny whined, half flirting. Simon glanced at her carelessly. "What's the rush? Isn't it more fun to sneak around?" "Oh, you're the worst. Really?" Jenny reached out and pinched Simon's hand lightly as she squealed. As one of the assistant nurses in the ophthalmology department, she had admired Simon for a long time, and for a good reason. Simon was both handsome and smart. In addition, his surgery performances had been good. So, although he was still an intern, he would soon become an attending physician. By then, his status within the department would be even higher. Before this, she'd always been looking for opportunities to approach him. However, back then, Simon only had eyes for Chloe. It made her nearly mad with envy, watching Simon go off to buy midnight snacks for Chloe. So long as it was something Chloe liked to eat, Simon would go and buy it, even if he had to sacrifice sleep after finishing a night shift. He was the perfect boyfriend. Now that she had finally gotten a chance, she wouldn't let it slip away for the world. Inside the nurse's dressing room, Chloe sat resting, half inclined and with a cup of water in her hand. Her mind was elsewhere. When Jenny walked in and saw Chloe sitting there alone, she felt a surge of satisfaction well up in her chest. "Sister Chloe, what is it?" Chloe turned her head towards her, expressionless. "Chloe, Dr. Simon and I know everything." "What, did you want me to congratulate you?" Chloe sneered. Jenny stiffened. She felt like the Chloe before her now was somehow different from the gentle girl she usually was. "That's not what I meant." I just wanted to say that I did nothing wrong. Even if it weren't for me, Dr. Simon wouldn't have stayed with you. He told me himself. It really bothers him that his future wife wasn't a virgin." "Really? From the way you're talking, you've slept with him already, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come preaching to me." Turning away from Jenny, Chloe raised her cup to her lips and took a sip. Unwilling to back down, Jenny goaded at her. "Of course I'm clean. Dr. Simon said that he was going to marry me." "So what?" Chloe stood up, demanding in an icy tone. "So nothing. What I wanted to say is this. I won this battle, didn't I? Please stop bothering Dr. Simon. After all, you're not together anymore. A rational woman shouldn't cling to a man shamelessly." Jenny's words were a warning. After hearing this, Chloe gave her the sweetest of smiles. It made the hairs on the back of Jenny's neck stand up. "Why are you smiling?" "My mother once told me that I should give away the toys I didn't like to children that are less fortunate than me because they are pitiful." "You—" Jenny was unable to form a complete sentence. She never thought that this seemingly gentle nurse had such a dark side. "Excuse me, let me through. I have work to do." Gesturing with her hand, Chloe calmly walked out of the dressing room. Truth be told, she really wasn't too upset about Simon breaking up with her. The only thing was, Simon had been good to her for the past few years, and that was why she wanted to try to patch things up. However, now that it had come to this, she naturally wouldn't try anymore. Shamelessly clinging on? That really wasn't her style. Outside a delivery room in the obstetrics and gynecology department. Chloe. As Chloe was about to go inside to help with the delivery, she was stopped by the head nurse. "Head nurse, you called me?" Chloe turned around. "The director wants you in his office," the head nurse said in a clear, crisp tone. "The director wants me?" Chloe was caught by surprise. More than that, she was confused. The director was rumored to be a very busy man who wouldn't show up to the hospital more than a couple times a year, and even the head nurse hadn't had a chance to meet him this year. Why would he suddenly ask for her? What was going on? It actually took less than 10 minutes to walk from the obstetrics and gynecology department to the director's office, but Chloe managed to stretch it to 15 by walking slowly. Director Richard was a man of over 50, with a square face, sharp eyes, and an old-fashioned way of doing things. Of course, as a nurse intern who had been working at the first hospital for less than a year, Chloe had yet to have the honor of meeting the director in person. She had only seen him in photographs on the hospital's official webpage. From what she had heard, the director was an outstanding orthopedics professor in his youth. In addition, he was a visiting professor in Europe many times in the past. Without realizing it, she arrived outside the director's office. Standing at the door was a fancy man in a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. "Are you Chloe?" The man spoke first. "Yes." "The director's waiting for you inside. Head on in." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Then, being slightly anxious, she knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep, solemn voice rang out from inside. Chloe walked inside to see the director. As expected, he looked pretty much the same as in his photos, and the white physician's lab coat was extremely bright. Although the director was not yet 60 years old, his hair was already streaked with white, and there were clear wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. "Are you Chloe?" The director began the conversation. "I am." "Come and sit down." The director's attitude was surprisingly amicable. This, however, made Chloe even more uneasy. "It's all right. I'll just stand." Chloe was still a little withdrawn. "Don't be afraid. Let's sit down and talk." The director gestured, motioning for Chloe to have a seat. Chloe thought that if she were to refuse again, she might appear unreasonable. So she walked over and sat down gently on the black sofa. "Here's the thing. I called you here today because I have a very important task for you." Chloe nodded. "Okay, director. Please tell me. As long as it's within the range of my capabilities, I promise I will do my best." Yesterday, an official from the capital city came to inspect City. However, he suddenly suffered acute cerebral hemorrhaging and was brought into our hospital's most exclusive VIP suite last night. Our medical facilities and equipment aren't really top of the line to begin with. However, the official's condition is dire, and he's not stable enough to be transferred to another hospital. With his critical condition, the slightest move can result in severe intracranial hemorrhaging. Therefore, the other executives and I held an emergency meeting and decided to perform the craniotomy here, at this hospital. The surgery will take place 3 hours from now, and the top neurosurgeons will personally perform the procedure. After the director had finished, Chloe nodded her head. She understood the situation now. It was dire indeed. Since the official came from Capital City, he or she must hold a highly important position within the government. No wonder the director was taking this matter so seriously. "Director, is there anything I can do to help? I would like you to be the scrub nurse for this surgery." At this, Chloe immediately objected. "Director, how can you ask that of me? I'm a delivery nurse who works in the OB/GYN department, and I don't know anything about neurosurgery. You should send someone like the head nurse to assist, not an intern like me. I believe that you must have seen my resume. I'm not a graduate of a famous institution. Rather, I graduated from the advanced nursing program at one of our city's ordinary medical academies." "I know that," the director replied earnestly. "If you already know, then why are you giving this task to me?" That's not a sensible decision," Chloe said calmly. "Chloe, you don't need to say any more. It's been decided, so just do as you're told. This is a task assigned to you by the hospital. If the official recovers well after the surgery, I will reward everyone involved with the procedure with bonuses and honors." Against his expectations, Chloe shook her head and stood up. "Director, I don't need awards and honors," she said. "I just don't think I can accomplish this task. I apologize, but I cannot accept this." "You are really a stubborn child, aren't you?" The director's voice carried a hint of dejection. "Director, I'm only telling the truth as I see it. This surgery is far too important. If this were delivering a child or something of that nature, I might have been able to help. But with a neurosurgical procedure, I may just be a hindrance to the team. I suggest you find someone more suited for the task." With that, Chloe stood up and headed towards the door. She wasn't about to catch this hot potato. She was really questioning the director's sanity at this point. The first hospital had hundreds of outstanding nurses, so why did he have to pick her, an intern from the OB/GYN department, to serve as the scrub nurse for such an important operation? It was laughable, really. Just as Chloe made it to the door and was about to open it, the director's voice sounded again. "Chloe, the truth is, I'm not the one who decided that you should be the scrub nurse for this surgery. The attending neurosurgeon handling this case personally asked for you." "The attending neurosurgeon asked for me?" Chloe turned around in disbelief. "That's right. The attending neurosurgeon has an odd temper and was even more difficult to invite. It took a lot of effort for us to convince him to perform this surgery, but he had only one request, that you be the scrub nurse. Otherwise, he won't perform the surgery. You should know that there's a life at stake here. The bigwig official is still at our hospital. If anything were to happen to him, it wouldn't just affect you and me. The entire hospital will be crippled from the repercussions." "But..." Chloe was dumbstruck. "I don't know any attending surgeons. Did he get the name wrong? Are there any other nurses with the same name as me at our hospital?" "No, you're the only one called Chloe. I wouldn't get that wrong." "But..." Chloe was still somewhat reluctant. "Chloe, stop saying but. We have no time to waste. The surgery will commence 3 hours from now, and you need to be in the OR in an hour to begin prepping. You'll also need to meet with the other team members." "Director?" "Chloe, this is an order. You must accept it." Director Richard was getting impatient. His face fell, and his demeanor took on a forceful edge. Chloe fell silent. She wondered if she would seem overly inconsiderate if she were to resign right now. However, if the surgery were to fail and the official kicked the bucket, wouldn't she be just as doomed? Chloe felt like crying. She should have known that being summoned by the director himself all of a sudden couldn't have possibly been good news. After a moment of silence, Chloe finally nodded. "That's great. Then you should go prepare now. Be at the neurosurgery department's VIP or on the top floor in an hour." "Okay." Chloe nodded again. Walking out of the director's office, Chloe's mind was a mess of emotions. When she returned to the obstetrics and gynecology department, She saw the head nurse waiting there for her with several other nurses. It was quite the welcoming committee. "Chloe, the director already called me and roughly explained the situation. Hurry, go change, and then perform a full-body sterilization. When you're done, I'll ask someone to escort you up to the operation room on the top floor." Head nurse, it's all right. I can go by myself." Chloe was unaccustomed to special treatment. "No, you can't. This is an extremely important task, and you must do a good job." "Miss Chloe, you're so lucky. I heard that the attending neurosurgeon personally asked for you. I don't know what's going on as well. The attending surgeon isn't a friend of yours, is he? How come nothing as good as this ever happens to the rest of us?" Several of the younger nurses whined incessantly. I don't know any attendings," Chloe replied in the negative. "Enough. Stop talking, all of you. Hurry up and get ready, Chloe. I have to remind you that, while it is a good thing that the director trusts you with this task, if you mess this up, the consequence wouldn't be as simple as just getting fired. You know how important this patient is, right?" The head nurse's words were sharp and to the point. Chloe gave a little nod and replied, "I know. If it fails, my life might be over too." As she finished her sentence, the younger nurses all went pale. "Now, do you still think Chloe is lucky?" the head nurse asked with a darkened expression. "Any of you still want to take her place?" After Chloe finished changing, she refused the offer from another nurse in her department to accompany her and walked up to the VIP area on the top floor alone. On her way there, the only thing she could think of was that, if the procedure were to fail, she might not even get the chance to see her family again. At that thought, she pulled out her cell phone and called her mother. It rang for a while, but no one answered. Clearly, her mother didn't want to talk to her. She sighed and then called her little brother, Thomas. "Sis!" Thomas's youthful voice sounded from the other end. "Thomas, are you in class?" "Not anymore. I didn't have many classes today, so I'm at the library, doing a bit of research. Is everything okay?" "Oh, it is. I'm a bit busy today, so I might not be able to go to Fourth People's Hospital. If you have the time, don't forget to go check on Mom." "I know. I'll go when I'm done here and I'll buy some dinner for Mom." "All right." Chloe's mind was weighed down by other things. "Sis, I'll talk to you later. Thomas, if I become too busy, I might not be able to take care of you two. You have to take care of our mom for me." "Got it, sis." With that, Thomas hung up. Lifting up her phone again, Chloe flipped through her contact list until she reached Simon's name. She didn't really see a need to make that call. Instead, she dialed Sarah's number. However, the call didn't go through, so she was probably on a flight. Putting away her phone, Chloe took a deep breath and, clearing her mind, she opened the door of the lounge adjacent to the operating room. A man, who seemed to be in his 30s, spoke to her first. "You're Chloe, right?" "I am. I'm the scrub nurse of the neurosurgery department, Dan Rio. You can just call me Dan." "Hello," Chloe greeted him. "These are the names and profiles of those involved with the surgery today. Have a look." Dan handed Chloe a file, and she slowly flipped it open. Assistant Surgeon, M.D. Charles Bell, male, 47, renowned neurosurgical specialist, graduated from Capital Medical University. Assistant Surgeon, M.D. Diana Beck, female, 43, renowned neurosurgical specialist, graduated from the Faculty of Medical and Health Sciences at the University of Auckland. Anesthesiologist, M.D. Jim Hank, 42, expert anesthesiologist, graduated from Osaka Medical University. Scrub nurse, N.P. Dan Rio, 35, neurosurgery scrub nurse, graduated from the School of Medicine at the National University of Singapore. Scrub nurse, Chloe, 24, intern obstetrics scrub nurse, graduated from the Advanced Nursing Program at City Medical Academy. Compared to the profiles before her, Chloe felt like an ant before giants. If there were so many experts lying about, why did they have to send an OB/GYN intern nurse like her in here to risk her life? That's right, the director said that she was personally picked by the lead surgeon. Where was his or her profile? She raised her head. She asked. Why isn't the profile of the lead surgeon here? Oh, it's not on file. The The lead surgeon doesn't like attention, and he refused to reveal too much of his personal information. All I heard was that he's a very young man with a postdoctoral degree from Harvard Medical School. He has a postdoctoral degree from Harvard Medical School? Chloe was left completely in shock. Someone as impressive as him existed in a little third-tier city like theirs? How come she had never heard of this person before? Okay, have some confidence. We'll definitely succeed, Dan smiled. I really hope so, Chloe said, and returned a smile. Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and 4 doctors in white lab coats entered the room. When Chloe saw the last person to walk in, she felt like her brain was about to short-circuit. That's Jack, right? Hello, everyone. I'm the lead surgeon for this operation. Next, I'm going to hold a surgical meeting with all of you here. Please listen very carefully and understand your individual responsibilities. I don't want to see any mistakes during the surgery. In other words, this procedure is a wager, and all of our lives are on the line. We can only succeed because no failures will be tolerated. Understand? Understood. The others all treated him with great respect. Only Chloe stood dumbfounded, unable to respond in time. Jack, on the other hand, hadn't even looked directly at Chloe since he entered the room. Instead, he picked up a thick stack of paperwork and began going over the patient's medical history. Time is of the essence, so I'll make it short. The patient suffers from secondary cerebral hemorrhaging, specifically caused by bleeding of the brain tissue surrounding the ventricular system into the cerebrum. There is a hemorrhage in the putamen entering the lateral ventricle between the front of the caudate nucleus and the capsula interna, internal bleeding in the thalamus entering the third ventricle, and from the pons entering the fourth ventricle. As such, we will utilize different treatment techniques accordingly. During the operation, in order to relieve the patient's intracranial pressure, I will first create a lateral ventricular puncture through the front to allow the cerebral spinal fluid to exit. Then, I will create burr holes in the cranium where the hematoma is present, and, combined with the use of synthetic enzymes, liquefy the hematoma and expel the fluid. During the procedure, a number of unexpected conditions may come up. Examples of these include a sudden increase in the patient's blood pressure or severe intracranial hemorrhaging caused by a burst blood vessel. Therefore, we must make every possible preparation ahead of time in order to ensure our success. After Jack finished, he scanned the room. Is that understood? He asked in a cold tone. Yes. The group's answer was concise. Let's go. With that, Jack led the way into the operating room next door. Chloe, pay attention. Did you hear what Dr. Jack just said? I did. With Dan's warning, Chloe tried her best to keep herself calm. After everyone entered the operating room, Jack glanced behind him at the anesthesiologist. Let's begin. Apply general anesthesia. Okay. Chloe, insert an urethral catheter for the patient. I will insert the patient's IV and apply an oxygen mask, Dan said quietly. Chloe nodded. Picking up the catheter, she just made it to the side of the operating table when a voice stopped her. Chloe, Jack suddenly called her name. Here, she reflexively answered. Insert the patient's IV and apply the oxygen mask, he ordered. Me? Chloe was about to say that Dan was doing those things already. However, she heard Jack proceed to instruct Dan. Go insert the catheter for the patient. Yes, Dr. Jack. Not daring to disobey orders, Dan immediately swapped tasks with Chloe and went to the lower half of the patient's body. As Chloe looked at the 60-something old man lying on the operating table, a thought suddenly occurred to her. Jack intentionally swapped their tasks, didn't he? Had it been to prevent her from inserting this patient's urethral catheter? God, wasn't that going too far? Was it really necessary? Chloe didn't dare to linger on the matter anymore. She only proceeded as Jack had ordered, no matter how many questions she might have had in her mind. After Jack had returned to the country, rumors said he was now the president of GK. However, during his years abroad, why did he get a postdoctoral degree at Harvard Medical School? Instead of becoming a doctor after graduation, he went on to become the president of a business empire. That's bizarre. Could it be that it was because of what happened back in the days? Chloe, keep an eye on the patient's blood pressure and heart rate. I'm opening his cranium now. Keep me updated on his status. Okay. Tension was high in the air throughout the entire course of the surgery. Because they all knew how important this procedure was, they didn't dare to let their attention slip. The surgery took a full 8 hours. By the end, Chloe was weak with exhaustion. She didn't remember anything, only that Jack kept on using technical terms and ordering her curved forceps, periosteal detacher, hemostat, 3-prong rake retractor, dura forceps, nerve stripper, nerve retractor. She felt like her head was about to explode. She was assigned to the OB/GYN department ever since she began working at this hospital 6 months ago. Most of the surgeries she had seen were C-sections. Compared to neurosurgery, C-sections seemed as simple as a chicken laying eggs. So, this was what a high-level surgery really looked like. Finally, the surgery was complete. As the surgical light snapped off, Chloe stole a glance at Jack and saw that there was actually sweat beading on his forehead. The surgery was a success. Well done, Dr. Jack. The 2 assistant surgeons were pleased with the results. Jack didn't reply, and only nodded his head. He stripped off his gloves and walked out of the operating room. Song and several other nurses immediately transferred the patient to the ICU for observation, and the other surgeons were finally able to rest. As Jack left, Chloe followed right behind him. She walked very slowly. In reality, she was avoiding Jack, not wanting any direct contact with him. Just then, Jack's cell phone rang, and he stopped in his tracks to answer. Seizing the opportunity, Chloe immediately picked up her pace and shot ahead a dozen meters, stopping in front of a water dispenser. She grabbed a paper cup and filled it with water. After gulping down several cups of water, she poured a cup of hot water, planning on taking it with her. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Jack walking towards her. The two stood, face to face. As Jack gazed at her, his expression underwent the faintest of changes. Feeling a little awkward, Chloe stood up to leave. "Chloe," he called. Perhaps it was because she was too nervous that, as she turned around, her hand shivered, and the cup of boiling hot water she had been holding hurtled to the ground. It was currently the beginning of summer, and Chloe was wearing a very thin pair of shoes. If the boiling water landed on them, it would probably scald her feet. Ah! Not having time to react, she could only watch as the cup fell. Just then, a pair of broad hands reached out and caught the cup squarely between them. However, due to the downward momentum, a fair amount of hot water still spilled out. Large red splotches immediately flared up on the back of Jack's left hand, extending down to the base of his thumb. "Here's your cup." Jack straightened up, his expression unchanging, as he handed the cup over to her. "How's your hand?" Chloe asked nervously. "It's fine." "What do you mean it's fine? It's all red. Quick, come here and run it under cold water." Chloe snatched the cup from Jack's hand and tossed it into the trash without another glance. Then, tugging him by his sleeve, she pulled him up to the water dispenser. Holding his scalded left hand under the nozzle, she pressed down on the cold water button. Jack didn't make a sound as he let Chloe do all of this. If he hadn't just misread the situation, when his hand was scalded, was that nervousness in Chloe's eyes? Thinking of this, the corner of Jack's lips lifted slightly in triumph. "Does it still hurt?" Chloe asked, raising her head. Jack shook his head no. Only then had Chloe realized that she was still holding his hand. In order to avoid making the situation even more awkward, she immediately let him go. You should go to the pharmacy later and pick up a tube of burn cream," Chloe reminded him. "It's fine." His voice was low and husky, with a magnetic quality. "Since you're fine, I'll be leaving now." In truth, Chloe was terrified of facing Jack alone. It was because she was afraid that the strange feeling bubbling up in her chest would grow even more audaciously. She was even more afraid that Jack would be able to see through to what she'd really been thinking. "Chloe," he spoke again, gently. She stopped in her tracks but didn't turn around. She stood there in silence, awaiting his next words. "Thank you for your hard work today." "You too, Dr. Jack." With that, Chloe sped up her pace and quickly left the room, not daring to stay a second longer. Jack was left speechless by Chloe's words. Dr. Jack? He coughed inwardly. That was a low blow. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought that she was addressing an old man. However, he was indeed worthy of the doctor title. Thanks to this peculiar surgical procedure, he seemed to have gotten just a little closer to Chloe. Jack was very pleased. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he left wearing his signature better-than-thou expression. On him, the white lab coat that the doctors wore looked surprisingly tasteful. The point was that good-looking people looked good, no matter what they wore. Behind him, several young nurses were already fangirling. "Whoa, which department is that doctor from? He's so young and hot," one of the nurses lauded. "I thought that too. His poise is amazing. Even the way he walks is hot as hell and so domineering." "But I love it," another young nurse said, not even bothering to disguise her adoration. "Oh no, I feel my heart thumping really hard. Quick, go ask around. Which department is this new doctor in? I have to act first." The young nurses chattered excitedly amongst themselves. However, they didn't know just how special this person really was. This was someone even the director of the hospital hadn't been able to invite. It was only after Chloe had left that she realized there was a question she was meaning to ask him. Why did Jack get a medical degree from Harvard? His family had been conquering the business world for generations, and, as he was currently a businessman, shouldn't he have studied business in America? Instead, she saw an outstanding neurosurgeon in the operating room just now. As her mind wandered, someone suddenly patted her on the shoulder. "Sister Chloe, the head nurse is looking for you," said Olivia, a young nurse with a bright smile. "Okay, I'll be right over." Inside the head nurse's office. When Chloe entered the room, she saw Florence, the head nurse, talking on the phone. At the sight of Chloe, the head nurse quickly finished her conversation and hung up the phone. She nodded at Chloe and said, "Take a seat." "Yes, ma'am." Florence, the head nurse, was famous in the OB/GYN department for being a stone-cold workaholic. She had made many interns cry. Weaker-hearted interns had either quit or transferred to another department. Chloe had interned under Florence for 6 months now. Although the head nurse was intimidating, she was very professional and knowledgeable. Chloe preferred these qualities about Florence, and as far as she was concerned, Florence was much better than those greedy coworkers who only cared about money. "Chloe, the hospital director's assistant just called and asked me to pass along the message to you. The surgery for the government official was very successful, and he should wake up in 12 hours. "Oh, really? That's fantastic," Chloe smiled. "The director wants to reward the staff involved in this surgery after the official wakes up. 3 from our hospital participated in it. The anesthesiologist, you, and another male nurse. The director would like to know what rewards you would like." "The patient isn't conscious yet. Isn't it a little too early to speak of rewards?" Chloe asked, slightly hesitant. "The director is sure that the official will wake up. Just tell me what you would like, and I will pass it along to the higher-ups," Florence said calmly. Chloe thought for a second and asked, "Ma'am, could I really make a request?" "Of course, as long as it's not too over the top." "I was hoping to get a pay bonus." Chloe made sure she enunciated every word. "A pay bonus?" The head nurse looked surprised. "I thought you would ask for a permanent position." The process of obtaining a permanent position required at least 3 years. On top of that, interns must go through a rigorous process of testing and grading. It was a long and complicated process. "A full-time position? Oh, I haven't thought of that. After all, I've only been here for 6 months, so I don't expect to become a full-timer anytime soon. A bonus of $1,000 might be more useful right now." She truly needed the money. Not only did she max out her credit card, she also owed Sarah $1,000. So even if the hospital could only give her $1,000, that would still help out the situation. At the very least, her younger brother would have enough money to live for the next month. "All right, I will pass on your message. But the decision will ultimately be made by the director." "All right, ma'am. If there is nothing else, I'll get back to work," said Chloe as she got up to leave. "Oh, Chloe." "Yes, ma'am?" Chloe turned around. I've heard that the lead surgeon for this operation is an incredible neurosurgeon, and all of his assisting surgeons are domestically renowned doctors. Is he very young? Asked the head nurse, slightly embarrassed. The head nurse didn't mean to pry. She was just curious. She heard that the surgeon was from Harvard, but hadn't had the chance to meet him in person yet. She could only ask Chloe to quench her interest. After 3 seconds of silence, Chloe bit down on her lips and replied, "Yes, he's very young." For reasons unclear to her, Chloe felt proud speaking about Jack. Despite the director's relentless efforts in inviting him to dinner, Jack rejected the offer after the surgery. Eating dinner with a dry and uninteresting old man? It was too boring to even think about. Plus, it wasn't the director who convinced him to perform the operation. If it had only been him, Jack probably wouldn't have accepted it in the first place. As he walked out of the hospital, Jack took out his phone and called his driver to pick him up. Suddenly, he saw a black Jaguar slowing down and stopping in front of him. The window rolled down, and the young man sitting inside took off his sunglasses. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Jack? It's been a long time." After recognizing the man inside, Jack calmly waved. "Oh shit, it's really you! You're back and you didn't even tell me! Get in! We'll find a place to catch up." Unable to say no, Jack got into the black Jaguar. The owner of the Jaguar was none other than Jack's childhood best friend, Noah Ace. Just as Jack stepped into the car, his phone began to ring. "You don't need to pick me up. I have things to do. I'll return a little bit later. Put the documents in my office and cancel my appointments this afternoon. That's all." Jack hung up immediately. "You went back to work at GK?" Noah asked with a laugh. "Yeah." "How long has it been?" "More than a week." Noah tapped himself on the head. "Shh! If it weren't for my stupid boss sending me away to study out of town, I would have heard the news of your return a long time ago. But what the hell, man? You didn't even call me?" "I tried to call, but it didn't go through." "Oh, right. We're not allowed to use cell phones during class," Noah said, clearly happy to reunite with Jack. Half an hour later, the two men sat down in an elegant tea house. The room had a charming sense of antiquity. Noah asked sincerely, "How long has it been? 7 or 8 years?" 7 years exactly. Time sure flies. You were just a stupid kid when you left, and now you're the president of GK. Haha. You're one to talk. You were a punk on the street 7 years ago, and now you're the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. What a huge change, Jack said, picking up the teacup. Ugh. My dad said that my grandpa was a cop and he was a cop, so now it's my turn to be one too. He doesn't care whether I get married or have kids, but he would disown me if I didn't become a cop. A family of policemen, not bad, Jack said lightly. Bullshit. I never wanted to be a cop. It pays so little, and there's so much to handle. If you don't get it done, you'll get scolded. Do you think it was easy for me to get to this director position? I got shot in the stomach in an anti-terrorist operation 2 years ago. I almost died. Noah lifted his shirt to show Jack his scars. Great. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Get out of here. Stop bullshitting me. I don't mind trading places with you. You can be a police director, and I'll be the president of a business empire. Sure, Jack replied in a serious tone. Yeah, right. I don't have any talent in business. I'll just remain as a happy-go-lucky cop. As he finished his sentence, Noah picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Look at you, leaving without any notice, for 7 years no less. What's wrong with you? Do you know how much I missed you? I called your dad to get your address, but he wasn't willing to give it to me, Noah whined. Yeah, that was an agreement I had with my father. I told him I wouldn't return nor contact anyone back home before the 7-year period was up. What kind of bullshit deal is that? I really don't understand you. No, I did it all for one person, Jack said, enunciating each word. Noah suddenly remembered what happened 7 years ago. He asked hesitantly, Does this deal have anything to do with Chloe? Jack remained silent, but his answer was obvious. I thought so. Jack, why are you still hung up on a woman like her? Don't you remember how she treated you 7 years ago? Forget her and find a Caucasian girlfriend. Do you know who you are? You are the heir to GK, for God's sake. You can have anything and anyone you want, so why torture yourself over a woman? 7 years ago, it wasn't her fault. I couldn't protect her. So what are you doing now? Did you come back for her? Noah looked bewildered. Jack avoided the question and looked at his watch instead. I have somewhere to be. I'll catch up with you another day. Yeah, all right. Remember to keep in touch. Noah got up to walk him out. When he arrived at GK, Jack went upstairs and headed directly to his office. He was surprised to see a woman sitting on the sofa. At the sight of Jack, she quickly got up, flashing him a beautiful smile. President Jack, you've returned. Jack frowned. At the sight of the president's less than impressed gaze, Jennifer immediately began to introduce herself cautiously. President Jack, I am the director of GK's Luxury Designs. My name is Jennifer Moore. Why are you here? Jack's voice was cold. Oh, I'm here to present the newest luxury design samples of this season. This time, our department launched several new models. Put the material down. You can leave. Jack interrupted Jennifer ruthlessly before she could finish her sentence. President Jack, I think it would be better if I went over some of the details with you. To say that Jennifer was dumbfounded would be an understatement. She felt like her attitude was extremely proper. She didn't ogle like other women, nor was she pretentious. Why was the president so unimpressed? You don't have to discuss the details with me. Discussing it with the vice president will suffice. Upon hearing Jack's words, a sense of disappointment washed over Jennifer. She had prepared a full speech for the young president, but was cut off before she even began. You can leave now, Jack ordered. Yes, President Jack. Jennifer took the papers and left, very unwillingly. Before leaving, she looked back at Jack, catching a glimpse of him taking off his jacket and leaning on his desk. The sight was enough to make any girl fall in love. Back then, she overcame all obstacles to be employed in GK for the sole purpose of being there when Jack rises to the top. The thought of seeing him every day gave her enough happiness. After Jennifer left, Jack dialed an internal number. President Dawson, how can I help you? Assistant Mac walked into the office respectfully. I need someone to clean my office at once. Also, next time, do not let anyone into my office. From now on, take all of my visitors to the small conference room. Yes, President Dawson. Jack despised the smell of perfume, and this was a fact only known to those closest to him. It wasn't because he was allergic. No, it was because the smell of artificially synthesized fragrances irritates him. Jennifer was in his office for too long, and the smell of her Chanel perfume had permeated the air. Jack really disliked the smell. In comparison, he much preferred the scent of hospital formaldehyde. Or maybe, he only liked the unique scent belonging to that specific person. GK's Department of Design. Jennifer returned, looking dejected. Director, did you see our big boss? Is he handsome? How do you guys have time to gossip? Don't you have work to do? Jennifer asked sourly. Yes, Directo. The assistant secretary hurriedly closed the door and left. Sitting in her office chair, Jennifer let out a disappointed sigh. Having studied abroad in Paris for 3 years, she received many design awards. Various domestic and internationally renowned corporations had offered her positions, but she adamantly chose to return to her home country. She was determined to go to Capital City and work her way into GK, all because she liked Jack. She had been at GK for almost 2 years, waiting for the young president's return. Jennifer was both beautiful and talented, not to mention that she had a great taste in clothing. How could the president reject her? Unless the president is gay? Jennifer mumbled to herself. Magazine articles often wrote about how gorgeous men were most likely gay, especially ones without a girlfriend. President Dawson's face was already more than gorgeous. It was without a single bad angle, and she had asked many others about the girlfriend thing. Everyone responded that the president was single, giving her the confidence to get closer to him. She didn't expect herself to be rejected like that on the first try. At noon, just as Jack was about to go to lunch, he received a notification on his phone. He opened up Snapchat and saw that someone had posted a message in the class's group chat. Does anyone know when Goddess Green is getting married? He signed up on Snapchat a couple of days earlier and didn't add many contacts yet. He was only in the group because Ms. Jody had added him since the last reunion, and he didn't think that he would be able to hear news about Chloe in this group. Within a few seconds, someone replied in the Snapchat group. "It's been called off. They broke up," Sarah replied. As soon as she sent the message, a few more classmates curiously asked, "What happened?" "Yeah, didn't she say that they already bought an apartment together? Why would they call off the wedding? They're not going to get married if they're not right for each other. Stop asking so many questions. She saved you your wedding gift money. Oh yeah, keep an eye out for Chloe and introduce her to some fine single men," Sarah jokingly replied. At that moment, David came online and asked, "Is this for real? Don't joke around." "Of course it's real. Why would I joke about something so important?" Sarah rolled her eyes. "Great. The goddess is single. Now is my chance." No one knew if David was joking or being serious. Then, the girl named Linda replied sourly, "Yeah, the goddess is single now. If you want to go after her, better hurry and not miss your chance, rich boy." Jack looked at the chat silently without replying. He had no interest in anyone in the group other than Chloe. All of this reminded him that he had to thank Ms. Jody for their last reunion. If he didn't go all the way to New Zealand and fly Ms. Jody back to Capital City, Chloe might not have attended the reunion. He knew her too well. As everybody discussed and gossiped, Chloe suddenly came online. "Sorry, I might not be able to treat you guys to a reception. Something did happen with the wedding." "Goddess, it's fine. It's that guy who had missed out. Being single is great, huh?" "Goddess Green, why not give me a chance?" David said, unclear whether he was joking or not. "Chloe, aren't you supposed to be working today? You must be pretty free considering you're on Snapchat," asked Sarah. I just assisted with a surgery, and the head nurse gave me the day off." "Huh, that's not bad for the old hag. Let's go eat tonight then. I'm free." "Bring me along, I'll pay, and you guys can choose the location," David interjected. "Maybe another day. Sarah, I have to go see my mother at the hospital today." "Auntie is in the hospital? What happened?" Sarah privately messaged Chloe. "Nothing. It's just hypertension. It's not a big problem. Don't worry about it," Chloe replied. Then, she got changed, bought food, and took the bus to Alta Hospital. The classmates were still asking around in the group chat, but she was too lazy to reply. As they were classmates she rarely talked to, she didn't need to pretend that they were close. Just then, a Snapchat notification suddenly popped out. It was a fund transfer of $888 from David. Attached to it was a message. "I heard that your mother is hospitalized. This is just a little something from me." Only then did Chloe realize that she had mentioned her mother's hospitalization in the Snapchat group. She immediately declined the fund transfer. "Thanks. It's the thought that counts. You really don't have to." She had very little contact with David over the past few years, so how could she accept his money? "Goddess Green, are you really single now?" We broke up," Chloe answered honestly. "Then, can you give me a chance?" "Don't joke around, old friend." Chloe felt awkward. "I'm not joking. For real, Chloe. I've liked you for a long time. I've had a crush on you since high school. If you don't believe me, just ask my desk mate, Big Mouth Sam, because he knows. Back then, you were with Jack, so I had no chance to go after you. Then, after graduation, you got a boyfriend, and I didn't want to disturb you." "But I heard from Sarah that you already have a girlfriend," Chloe asked back. "I have no feelings for her. She's only with me for my family's money, so when we break up, I'll just compensate her." "Then, how can you be sure that I won't just date you for your money?" Chloe asked. "You're not that type of person, because of what you did to Jack at graduation. His family is so much richer than mine, and you still broke up with him. You are obviously not a gold digger." "You're funny. Thanks for the compliment, but I don't think we're right for each other. Come on, I'll treat you well. For real, Chloe. I promise that I'll be good to you for as long as I live. I can take care of your mother and brother for the rest of my life." "David, thank you." After replying, Chloe exited the Snapchat application, unwilling to continue with the charade. Her heart pounded hard when David mentioned what she did to Jack at graduation. Just then, Chloe's phone began to ring. Sarah? Chloe, I'm telling you, just ignore that scumbag David. His personality is quite horrible, and I heard that he is always changing girlfriends. Just now, he even told me to try and convince you to marry him. He must be dreaming. Ha, he's only joking. I didn't take it seriously. He's serious. I know he's not joking. When we were in school, he always secretly put snacks in your desk, and you've never noticed. I do believe that he wants to marry you, since to him, you're a goddess. But men like him are all the same, longing for what they could never get. Once you're with him for a few years, he'll get bored of you and cheat. I've seen plenty of scumbags like him. I know that, Sarah. Right. I'm just reminding you. As she hung up Sarah's call, Chloe noticed that she had arrived at Altaview Hospital. Chloe brought some buns and egg soup with her into the room. Mom, you must be hungry. The traffic was bad on the way here. Chloe smiled. Sandra's face remained unpleasant as she silently took the food from Chloe's hands. I want to be discharged tomorrow. Huo Mian paused for a second before realizing that her mother was healthy enough to go home. I'll go ask the doctor. We'll leave as soon as your blood pressure lowers. When are you getting married? I heard Thomas say that you bought an apartment already, Sandra asked unhurriedly. Although Simon rarely visited Sandra while he dated Chloe, she had not given him any trouble. At most, she was unenthusiastic. We aren't anymore, answered Chloe, slightly biting her lip. Sandra paused from eating the bun and looked up with a sharp glare. What happened? Simon likes someone else now, Chloe answered selectively, not wanting to take the blame. She thought that her mother would be triggered upon hearing Jack's name, so she did her best to avoid doing so. However, Sandra sneered and asked, Is it because he likes someone else? Or is it because you rekindled your love for that boy? Mom, I didn't. Chloe's face paled, as she did not think that her mother would be so direct. Chloe, I am telling you that you will have a stable life if you marry someone as average as Simon. It's been 7 years, and I thought you've come to know your place. I can't believe that you are still so delusional, so obsessed with that Jack. I'm telling you, you're digging yourself a shallow grave. Keep in mind that his parents basically tried to kill you 7 years ago, and you're only alive because your Uncle James saved you. If they found out that you're still hooking up with their son, you might as well be dead. Mom, I won't. Don't be angry, Chloe said as she reached out to hold her mother's hand. Go away. Don't touch me, Sandra said as she threw the food onto the ground, creating loud banging noises. What's going on? A nurse rushed in. I don't want to see her. Get her out of here, shouted Sandra as she pointed at her daughter. You should probably leave. The patient's mood is getting a little unstable, the nurse advised. Chloe felt horrible. She was worried about her mother but did not want to aggravate her further. She had no choice but to leave. Then, her phone began ringing again. The caller ID showed that it was the head nurse. Head nurse, is everything okay? Chloe, the director approved your request. Come to the hospital. Okay, I'll head back now. After she left Altaview Hospital, she switched onto another bus to return to First People's Hospital. Inside the head nurse's office. Chloe, I've spoken to the hospital director about the request you've made, and he approved it. Here is your bonus. After she spoke, the head nurse passed her a brown paper envelope. Chloe accepted the envelope and noticed that it was quite heavy. Surprised, she asked, Head nurse, how much is in this? $20,000. That much? Chloe was shocked. The hospital director stated how crucial this operation was. The official already woke up and is recovering well. He wants to make sure that every participating hospital staff is well rewarded. Thank you, head nurse. Please also thank the director for me. You don't need to thank me, you deserved it. Plus, you've also taken quite a great risk. Chloe smiled, but she didn't say anything. With $20,000, she would be able to pay off her credit card bill and also her debt to Sarah. This was wonderful. This airy, debt-free feeling was delightful. Chloe, can I ask you a personal question? Sure, head nurse, go ahead. I actually heard of what happened to you. You performed very well academically in high school, and even received many invitations and full scholarships from various medical schools abroad. Your university entrance examination score was 697 out of 700, qualifying you for Capital University, which has the best medical program in our country. However, why did you choose a local medical program? With your talent and knowledge back then, you could have become an exceptional doctor and not the ordinary nurse intern you are now. That is my own choice. I guess everyone makes different decisions, answered Chloe with a bitter smile. I've been observing you for the 6 months that you've been here. Your work ethic is great, you're quite bright and gifted, and you can understand medical principles quickly. I think it's a waste for you to continue like this. Each year, our hospital sends talented individuals to study abroad, and there's one spot for this opportunity in our department. Applications start in July of this year, and you will get the chance to spend 8 months in Canada. If you're interested. Thank you, head nurse, but I really don't need it. Let someone else have this chance. I'm just an ordinary nurse. After she finished, Chloe bowed to the head nurse with great respect and then turned around to leave. The head nurse looked at Chloe as she walked away, and she was a bit confused. She didn't understand why an unbelievably talented youth like her would choose to kill her own dream. On the other side of town, inside the president's office at GK headquarters, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit sat on the sofa and faced Jack, who was sitting across from him. He was the middle-aged man who arrived with 8 special agents at the Dawson Manor that morning to pick Jack up. Dr. Dawson, the official's surgery went extremely well. After the critical period last night, our military aircraft already transported him back to Capital City to rest and recover. Please allow me to thank you on behalf of the official. I am also following the official's orders to speak with you and to find out if there's anything we could help you with. Are you offering me a reward as a thank you? Jack replied with a question of his own. Yes, I am. If there's anything you need, let us know, and we'll do our best. Then what do you suppose I lack right now? Jack asked again. The middle-aged man froze and had no clue how to respond. As the president of GK Corporation, Jack really didn't seem like someone who was in need of anything. After a while, the middle-aged man took out an envelope of files and set it on the table. With a light cough, he said, Someone as prestigious as you indeed lacks nothing, but we found out that you, 27 years old, do not have a girlfriend. Therefore, we've especially compiled a file of all the socialites who live in the 3 nearby provinces. They all have dignified family backgrounds and are exceptionally beautiful. Please look through these files closely and let me know if you like any of them. I'll make sure to take care of it. So, you mean that your boss's reward for me is to help find me a girlfriend? Asked Jack coldly, after laying eyes on the files. In theory, you could say so, said the middle-aged man sternly, although a little awkwardly. It frustrated him to speak with this kid, who also happened to be a young doctor and the president of a business empire. Then can you tell me, who in the world told you that I don't have a girlfriend? Jack asked the middle-aged man as he crossed his arms and stared at him. The middle-aged man froze for a second. Then, he immediately took out another set of documents, looked it over, and raised his head to respond. We did some research, Dr. Dawson. Over the past few years, we noticed that you were not overly intimate with any women. Then why didn't you just suspect that I was gay? Jack continued to ask. Because according to our investigations, you haven't had much contact with any men as well, the middle-aged man responded with great sincerity. Jack was left speechless. It seemed like these people had conducted quite a thorough investigation of him. They had even looked into all of the men and women around him, perhaps also investigated all but his ancestors. Take these documents away. I don't need any socialites, said Jack pridefully. He wasn't desperate to the point of going on blind dates yet, was he? Maybe he didn't have 100 women falling for him over the past few years, but at least 80 women had proclaimed their love for him. These admirers came in various forms, but they all failed to meet his standards. Why are you refusing? This is our official's way of showing gratitude. Then let me ask, does your official have the right to kidnap a woman and force her into marrying me? Jack asked in all seriousness. The middle-aged man's lips slightly twitched at his question. I don't think so. No matter how powerful his boss was, he still could not lawfully kidnap someone and force her into marriage. It was strictly forbidden, as the country valued human rights. Then forget it. I am in love with someone, but since you guys can't kidnap her and make her marry me, then there's no need to say anything else. Then perhaps we can help in other ways? It's fine, I don't need any help. You are free to go. Jack invited his guest to leave. The middle-aged man sighed slightly and thought, this young kid didn't even tell me what he wanted. How am I supposed to return to my boss without accomplishing my mission? Therefore, he decided to take matters into his own hand. 3 days later, Citi suddenly released an official statement. 3 days ago, a certain high-level official visited Capital City to examine the city's economic situation. The official expressed his satisfaction towards one of the leading enterprises, GK Corporation, after an in-depth visit. After the release of this statement, major media outlets began reprinting and reposting it. At the same time, GK Corporation's stocks grew by 25% by the end of that day. Peter was overwhelmed with joy when he saw this news. It seemed like handing GK over to his son was the right choice. He had no clue how his son managed to come into contact with this certain Capital City official, but his corporation definitely benefited from it. In the evening, it was already 8:30 p.m. when Jack returned home. "Jack, have you eaten yet?" Mrs. Dawson asked enthusiastically. "I have," replied Jack as he headed towards the stairs. "Jack, I saw the news today, and you've clearly proved me wrong. I'm very curious as to how you came into contact with this mysterious official," Peter asked formally as he laid down the newspaper. "With my life on the line." Jack turned around to head upstairs after this brief answer. It was the truth. If something wrong happened during that surgery, then he would have ended up in jail and been forced to eat rice gruel for the rest of his life. Many admired, were envious, or even hated one's exceptional exterior, but only a few knew how much effort was put in behind one's radiant facade. "What is with his attitude?" Peter was angry. "Peter, our son is very busy with work lately. Please understand. The corporation is now developing at a stable pace. Isn't this what you've wanted the most?" Mrs. Dawson spoke in favor of her son. At First People's Hospital. During her night shift, Chloe just happened to come across Simon in the hall. He seemed to have just gotten off work. He was in a blue t-shirt, paired with beige khakis and white sneakers. He looked quite clean and put together. On that note, she had forgotten that they hadn't seen each other for several days. "Chloe," he stopped her. She raised her head and looked at Simon with calm eyes, as if she was looking at any other colleague. Simon was somewhat disappointed at Chloe's reaction, as he thought that she would have been at least happy to see him. "Did you need me for something?" Chloe asked calmly. "Oh, nothing. I suddenly remembered that I left some things at our old place. You can give it to me when you have the time." "Okay, I'll look around when I get back." Chloe nodded and replied. "You could just give it to Jenny," Simon added, just to piss her off. However, Chloe wasn't surprised at all when she heard this. Instead, she casually responded, "Sure." Then, Chloe walked right past him. Simon suddenly felt uncomfortable. He would be lying if he claimed that he had no feelings left for Chloe. After all, it took him a while before she agreed to go out with him. They had been together for 3 years, and he had always treated her very well. Now that they suddenly broke up, it was only natural for him to be upset. He originally thought that Chloe must have felt terrible as well, since he was now dating Jenny. Yet, there were clearly no signs of heartbreak in Chloe's expression back there. Could this mean that in all of these years, she never truly loved him? Perhaps she only loved that ex-boyfriend of hers? Simon's eyes then turned colder and colder at the thought of this. Chloe returned home after work, and she bought some health supplements for her mother, since her mother had just been discharged from the hospital. However, because her mother never appreciated her presence, she simply dropped the things off and left without even staying for dinner. Then, she returned to her rented apartment, thoroughly cleaned the place, and found the things that Simon had left behind. She carefully gathered his possessions and placed them in a bin, as she planned to take it with her to work the next day. Exhausted, she lied down on her bed and used her phone to transfer funds into her maxed-out credit card. Thankfully, it wasn't overdue, or else the fees would have been staggeringly high. Then, she sent a message to Sarah. "Are you there?" "Yup." "Give me your bank account number. I'm going to pay you back." "What's the rush?" "I'm not in a hurry," Sarah replied. "You may not be, but I am. It sucks to owe others money." "Where did you get all that money? Did Simon return your share of the down payment?" asked Sarah. "Yes," Chloe only vaguely answered to avoid explaining too much. She didn't want to explain that the money was a reward for being a scrub nurse during Jack's surgery. "Not bad. Okay, since you're this reliable, I'll lend you money without a word next time you ask." Sarah sent a smiley face over. After Sarah sent over her bank account number, Chloe transferred the money. After giving back what she owed, she only had $2,000 left for daily expenditures. However, she felt relieved. Lying on her bed, she listened to the piano version of Pachelbel's Canon, suddenly noticing the beauty of such a simple life. Downtown, Criminal Police Department. "Captain Noah, we cracked down on a brothel tonight and arrested lots of people," said a young police officer fawningly. Noah patted the little cop on the shoulders and said, "Good job. Good work, everyone." "Captain Noah, one of the clients was drunk when we arrested him. We asked him to provide a contact for bail, but he wouldn't give us a name. There is also a password on his phone and we can't unlock it, so we can't contact his family either. What should we do?" "Let me check this out." Noah walked towards the detention room. He walked in to see a young man with red cheeks, and the smell of alcohol pierced his nose. Noah frowned. "Where are his belongings? Bring them to me." "Here, Captain Noah." The little cop handed him a cell phone. Noah swiped up and noticed that the phone requested a fingerprint passcode. Without another word, he walked over to the drunkard, took his finger, and pressed it onto the phone. The little cop on the side raised his thumb and complimented, "Our captain sure has his ways." After Noah unlocked the phone, he frowned slightly when he saw an attractive woman's photo on the home screen. "Chloe?" Noah mumbled to himself, not sure if he saw it right. Noah recognized Chloe right away. First of all, she was the woman that his close friend, Jack, once deeply loved. Secondly, Chloe hadn't changed much since high school, as she had only lost the naivety from back then. He still remembered when Jack dated Chloe 7 years ago. They would often hang out and have dinner together. Back then, Noah's girlfriend was also one of the prettiest girls in their class. Jack would bring Chloe along, and the four of them would grab food together quite often. Now that he recalled these things, it seemed like ages had gone by. Noah flipped through the drunk's phone, and, sure enough, he found Chloe in his contact list. Noah guessed that this must be Chloe, and that this man definitely had an intimate relationship with her, since he was using her photo as his wallpaper. Just then, Noah suddenly had an idea. He turned to the short cop beside him and asked, "Did you search for his ID?" "What's his name?" "Yes, Captain. His name is Simon." "Okay." Then Noah took the phone, walked out of the custody cell, and dialed Chloe's number. Meanwhile, Chloe was listening to music, already half asleep. It was already 11:30 p.m. She hazily woke up as her phone rang, but when she saw that it was from Simon, she hesitated before picking it up. "Simon, what's up?" Her tone was slightly distant. "Hello, are you Miss Chloe?" Noah spoke formally. "I am. May I ask who you are?" "I'm the captain of the Downtown Criminal Police Division. We have arrested a John named Simon during our anti-prostitution mission tonight. Is he your friend? We found your contact information on his phone." Noah deviously emphasized the word John 1. Chloe was shocked. "John? Simon? How is that possible?" "Miss Chloe, are you still there?" asked Noah. "I am." "Simon is your friend, right?" "Yes," Chloe replied. "Then can you come right now to bail him out?" After a brief moment, Chloe slowly responded, "Okay, I'll head over now." After the call ended, with a devilish smile on his face, Noah took out his phone to dial another number. Jack was a night owl, and he often reviewed company documents and statistics at night in his study room. After that, he would have some coffee and analyze the stock market. "Hello? Jack, this time you must treat me to a good meal." "Now? What time is it?" Jack looked at his watch. "It's already midnight. What is wrong with this idiot? Come to my police station right now. I have a surprise for you. I'm not interested. Jack immediately refused. Noah was left speechless for a second. Don't regret it then. I'm telling you that if you don't come right now, you'll miss an exciting scene. Chloe will be here soon. Who? Jack's interest was fully aroused upon hearing Chloe's name. Hurry up and get over here. It'll be a pity if you miss this. Noah immediately hung up the phone after he finished talking. Jack got up, changed his clothes, and drove his Audi R8 towards downtown. Chloe was nowhere to be seen when Jack arrived at the station. Noah stood at the door and stated triumphantly, "Just wait. Chloe will be here soon." What is happening? It's already very late. Why would she come to a police station at this hour? Jack hurried over, not because he wanted to see Chloe, but because he was worried. Why would a girl like Chloe come to a place like this so late? Was she in trouble? Just as Noah was about to respond, he saw a slim girl walk in. Her long black hair and a beige sweater made her look very attractive. Jack also noticed. His eyes immediately looked towards the door. "Hello, I just received a call. I'm here to bail Simon out." Chloe's voice sounded slightly hoarse, and she didn't look like she was feeling well. "Okay, come over and fill out this form." One of the cops led Chloe to the side. Jack was silent. No one could tell what he was thinking about. So? Crazy, right? I didn't even think it would be so coincidental. But who knew that Chloe's boyfriend would be amongst the Johns we had just arrested? "They broke up already," Jack calmly said. How did you know that? Your news is sure up to date," laughed Noah. Jack fell silent, but his eyes never left Chloe. After Chloe paid $2,000 in bail, she sighed. The last $2,000 left over from her bonus was gone now. Luckily, she was getting paid in several days, or else she wouldn't be able to survive. After she paid the money, she went into the cell. Simon was still drunk and had already dozed off. There were red lipstick prints on his clothes. She understood that he had started dating Jenny out of spite. However, Simon at a brothel? That was completely unexpected, since he had always appeared to be a gentleman. "You can take him home now. Teach him a good lesson? Why would he do such a thing with such a pretty girlfriend? He really is taking you for granted," the cop went on incessantly. Chloe nodded awkwardly. Then, she pulled Simon up with all her might and dragged him out. Jack immediately lost his cool when he saw Chloe holding up the drunk Simon as they walked out. "Let me." Before Chloe could respond, Jack pulled Simon over and held him up himself. "Why are you here?" Chloe was incredibly surprised to see Jack. "Are you, also, one of the arrested Johns?" Chloe's face gradually turned pale. If finding out that Simon was at a brothel had only disappointed her, then knowing Jack also being there would devastate her. "Are you kidding me?" Jack's face grew grim as he looked at Chloe and responded. Just then, Noah immediately walked over and explained, "I called Jack over. I wanted to show him what his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend was like." Chloe saw Noah and looked at his police uniform. Then she immediately realized what was happening. She laughed mockingly. "Do you having nothing else to do?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Noah replied with a wronged look. Before he finished speaking, Chloe turned around and walked out in anger. Jack dragged Simon and followed her out. "They are so odd. I don't even know if I did a good thing or not," Noah said to himself as he stroked his chin. After they walked out of the police bureau, Chloe turned around and said, "Okay, give him to me." "What do you plan to do? Are you going to take him back to your place?" "Where else am I supposed to take him?" asked Chloe in response. "No, I won't allow it," Jack said grimly. Chloe felt baffled. "Jack, you have no say in the matter. Firstly, we're not dating, and secondly, I'm just here to bail Simon out, as a friend. Say no more, I'll make arrangements for him." Then, ignoring her objection, Jack shoved Simon into his Audi R8. "Hey, where are you taking him?" asked Chloe anxiously. "To throw into the ocean and feed the sharks." Jack drove away at a great speed. Chloe was left alone standing in front of the police station, as the wind was blowing her hair into a terrible mess. She was the one that had bailed Simon out, so what was all this about? As Chloe was torn between taking a taxi, which was too expensive, or taking a bus to First People's Hospital, the Audi R8 actually came back, just like magic. It had taken less than 5 minutes to leave and come back. Get in. How can you be back so soon? Where is he? He is in the hotel up ahead, Jack answered. Chloe was speechless. Jack's efficiency was truly... Hurry up, get in. Chloe stopped dawdling, opened the door, and got into the passenger's seat. After a few silent moments, she slowly asked, "Did you set up everything that happened today?" Jack's hands slightly paused on the steering wheel. He turned his head and glanced at her. "You think I did this to him?" Chloe didn't answer. "You think I would do something so absurd?" Jack asked again. Chloe remained silent. But Jack was right. Someone like him would not do something like this under the table. On the other hand, Noah seemed like someone who would pull a stunt like this. After all, in Chloe's mind, he was always a restless guy, even 7 years ago. You might not, but your bro might. The side of Jack's mouth twitched. You think that the captain of the Municipal Public Security Bureau would frame a normal citizen by arresting and accusing him of patronizing whorehouses? He's a captain now? Chloe was surprised, as she never thought that Noah would make it that far. Now that she thought about it, it didn't make much sense for the captain of a bureau to do something like this. Even more, every time he was dispatched on a case, he would be surrounded by cops. If he wrongly accused someone, people would gossip. That wouldn't be a wise move. Most importantly, as Chloe was filling out forms just then, she thought back to the policeman's reminder. He said, "Miss, your boyfriend is a repeat offender. It's not the first time he went whoring. When you get home, you'll have to sort him out." Chloe was a little shocked by what she heard. She never thought that Simon, who was so gentle and mild, would actually be a repeat offender of soliciting prostitutes. Even if he was putting on a show, it was too much. Besides, doctors were supposed to be clean freaks, right? How could he stomach sleeping with a prostitute? The more Chloe thought about it, the more depressed she got. She decided that she would be better off not talking, so she turned her head aside to look out at the night view. She never thought that one day she could sit in Jack's car again and be alone with him, traveling in the dim light of the night, as if it was 7 years ago. The Audi R8 actually took less than 20 minutes to drive back to her apartment, but she felt like it took several hours. Honestly, she didn't dare to face Jack. Although she hated him, she knew clearly that sometimes hate was born of love. Otherwise, he would have been just a stranger to her when they met again. Why else would her heart beat so erratically? "Chloe." He gently called her name. Chloe turned her head, her eyes blurry. Maybe it was the atmosphere that night that completely tossed her heart about. "How have you been these past 7 years?" Jack had been holding this question for a while now. How was she for the past 7 years without him around? Had she been well these past 7 years? Yeah, she had been wanting to ask herself the same question. Concealing her brilliance and living as someone who was ordinary in every way, did that count as well? After a moment of silence, Chloe slowly replied, "Not bad." By this time, they arrived in front of Chloe's apartment building. The moment his car stopped, Chloe pushed open the door and got out as though the hounds of hell were on her heels. "Thank you for driving me home. Bye." After hastily saying goodbye, Chloe hurried up the stairs. Had she been well these past 7 years? Yeah, she had been wanting to ask herself the same question. Concealing her brilliance and living as someone who was ordinary in every way, did that count as well? After a moment of silence, Chloe slowly replied, "Not bad." By this time, they arrived in front of Chloe's apartment building. The moment his car stopped, Chloe pushed open the door and got out as though the hounds of hell were on her heels. "Thank you for driving me home. Bye." After hastily saying goodbye, Chloe hurried up the stairs. She was truly afraid that Jack would say something else to her, and that the memories slumbering inside her for the last 7 years would be uncovered. Staring at Chloe's retreating figure, a hint of warmth crept into Jack's eyes. Even though she was still keeping him at an arm's length, being able to drive her home and watch her like this was already enough to make him happy. Watching the lights upstairs blink to life, Jack pulled out a pack of cigarettes and lit one as he leaned against his car. He had survived 7 years without her already, so the difficulties before him now were nothing in comparison. She was his. This was something he had already decided for this lifetime. It didn't matter if she agreed. Arriving upstairs, Chloe took a shower and got ready for bed. Without knowing why, she walked over to the window and tugged a corner of the curtain open. As she had expected, his car was still parked in the same spot. Jack was leaning against it, unmoving. Noticing that someone seemed to be standing by the window, Jack raised his head and gazed up in delighted surprise. Chloe immediately drew the curtains back into place as her heart began pounding in her chest. She was tense all over, as though some unmentionable secret of hers had been discovered. Why was this happening? Wasn't it all far in the past? Why was seeing him and looking into his eyes still making her so tense? Lying in bed, Chloe tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She already mentally worked through what was happening with Simon, and she was able to see the situation calmly. The fact that they didn't end up together simply showed that it wasn't meant to be. She had done what she could to try and fix the problem. She didn't owe him anything either. However, if Jack continued to interject himself into her life all the time, what was she going to do? Giving it some thought, she made a post on her group chat friend circle. In each person's life, they will encounter someone who they can't be with. We always lament that it was such an overwhelming and powerful love, one comparable even to the value of our lives. We believe the painful parting in the end to be the greatest regret in our lifetimes. As time moves on and the scenery changes, we look back upon those ridiculous times. You will realize that you must actually be thankful for the choices you had made back then. This is because, as I'm finally beginning to understand, the one you were unable to be with was, in truth, just the wrong person. Not long after Chloe posted, she got up and went to the bathroom. When she got back, she had already received several comments. A few people liked her post, mostly co-workers working the night shift at the hospital. The young nurse, Amelia, wrote, "Don't be sad, big sis Chloe. You have your whole life ahead of you. Good luck." Chloe responded below, "Thanks, little sis." They treated each other like sisters, because like Chloe, Amelia was also a graduate of City Medical School's advanced nursing program. Her girlfriend Sarah commented, "Girl, for once you're not on the night shift. Go to bed early. Don't overthink. Tomorrow is a new day." Chloe wrote back, "Girl, sometimes I really wish I could go to some place where no one knows me and start over." Sarah immediately replied, "You can't do that. Don't abandon me. You're my best friend." After reading this, Chloe only replied with a smiley face and didn't say anything else. David commented below, "Only by leaving the wrong person can you meet the right one. Don't give up on the whole forest just because one tree turned out slanted." Likewise, Chloe only replied with a smiley face out of courtesy. The truth was, sometimes, she really felt tired and wanted to start over somewhere else. However, it was impossible, because she still needed to take care of her mother and brother. Before her little brother starts working, she couldn't leave them behind. Chloe didn't have work the next day, so she slept in. It wasn't until she heard the doorbell ringing that she finally got up. When she saw Simon, Chloe was still half asleep. "You're here to get your things, right?" she muttered sleepily. "I've already packed it all up for you." "Chloe, I'm here to see you," Simon said earnestly as he stared at Chloe. "Oh, come inside. Give me a minute. I'm going to go wash up." Chloe opened the door to let Simon in. Walking inside, he slowly looked around this little home, and his chest filled with a complex mix of emotions. He still remembered how excited he was when he had first moved in with Chloe. Even though they slept in separate rooms, the simple fact that they could be together from dawn to dusk filled him with joy. If it hadn't been for the incident at her high school reunion, perhaps they would have held their wedding already. Simon truly hated that ex-boyfriend of Chloe's. They broke up so many years ago, so why did he have to come running back and bother them? If he was that rich, why didn't he just go and find another girlfriend? Why did he have to cling on to Chloe? Chloe got dressed, then went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, she saw Simon was sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper. "What did you want to see me about?" Drying her hair, Chloe walked out into the room. Thank you for bailing me out yesterday. Simon opened his mouth and said awkwardly. Chloe instantly knew what he was talking about and only calmly replied, "It's nothing." Chloe, actually, I'm not normally like that. I was just in a bad mood yesterday. I was thinking about our past together, which was why I went drinking. After I got drunk, some woman took me out of the bar. I actually don't remember what happened after that. You have to believe me. You shouldn't be explaining this to me. Your current girlfriend is Jenny, Chloe reminded him. Chloe, you know I still have feelings for you. Over the past few years, you and I... Simon, what are you trying to say? Chloe cut straight to the point. Chloe, I was in the wrong this time. You went through the trouble of picking me up last night and getting me to the hotel. I really feel that I've wronged you. Jenny and I were just fooling around. It wasn't real. You're still the one I love. Let's wipe the slate clean, okay? I won't bring up the fact that you were still in contact with your ex-boyfriend anymore. I screwed up this time. Add that to the thing with Jenny, and we can call it even. Let's go back to how things were before, all right? Chloe put down her towel. Simon, do you think life is a game? You mess up, and you can just start over? She asked, staring seriously into Simon's eyes. That's not what I was thinking. It took us time and effort to come together. Since we both have feelings for one another, why do we have to torture each other? Simon, do you know what kind of person I hate the most? What? Simon asked. Liars. I didn't lie, Chloe. Yesterday was really the first time I screwed up. I won't do it again. But the policeman at the station told me that you had been taken to the station before. It wasn't your first time with a prostitute. You're a frequent offender. When Chloe finished speaking, Simon's face instantly drained of color. It was a while before he was able to stammer out, "Don't listen to those stinking policemen. They're all corrupt. They only arrest people for the money. They set me up." Simon, that's not the point. The point is that we can't go back. Why? You still want to be with your ex-boyfriend, don't you? Just because he has more money than me? Simon was getting angry. Don't bring him into this. It has nothing to do with him. I don't believe you. You're definitely still in love with him. You can't forget him, can you? Simon questioned. Simon, I've explained already. You know that I never lie. It is what it is. Then, there's no chance of us getting back together? Simon asked, distraught. Chloe remained silent. All right, I understand. With that, Simon took out a wad of cash from his bag and placed it on the coffee table. I heard that you spent $2,000 on my bail yesterday, and another $1,000 for the hotel room. Altogether, it's $3,000. Here, I don't want to owe you anything. We're even now. Chloe, I'm warning you. Since you've made your decision today, don't regret it. When that rich boy doesn't want you anymore, when he's done toying with you, don't you come begging me to take you back. I've given you a chance, and you're the one who threw it away. Hearing this, Chloe felt somewhat speechless. After Simon finished talking, he turned around and opened the door to leave. Hey, you haven't taken your stuff yet. I don't want it. Throw it away. Simon huffed before slamming the door behind him. This time it's really over, right? Chloe thought. Just then, her cell phone rang. Chloe turned around to reach for it. Thomas. When Chloe picked up the phone, her voice took on a doting tone. Sis, are you off work today? Yeah. Then let's go sweep Dad's grave together at noon. Okay. Chloe was planning to go even if Thomas hadn't called. It had been exactly 7 years since Uncle James passed away. It was on this day, 7 years ago, that Uncle Jing died from that fatal car crash. I already went with Mom this morning and her mood wasn't great. I'll go with you again at noon. Don't you have classes today? Nope. I'm going to the library to study in the afternoon. All right, wait for me. We'll meet at the gates of the public cemetery. Okay. Hanging up, Chloe's mood instantly grew heavy. She still remembered that night 7 years ago. She was on her way home from her evening classes when a black Buick commercial van came charging at her, too quick for her to dodge. It was then that Uncle James, who was there to pick her up from school, suddenly charged over and pushed her aside. In the end, she could only watch as Uncle James died under the wheels of that car. His blood formed a stream on the pavement. She only sustained minor injuries and a few scrapes, but the accident cost Uncle James his life. If it were not for her, Uncle James wouldn't have died. Originally, she had thought that it was just an accident. However, she was left dumbstruck when she later learned that the driver responsible for the crash was the Dawson family's chauffeur. How audacious was the Dawson family that they couldn't even be bothered to cover up the fact that they paid for someone to be killed. Did they really need to send their own chauffeur to do their dirty work? These rich people really didn't give a damn about ordinary citizens. Her mother and younger brother were both heartbroken. Time and time again, she had gone to court, suing the offending driver. By then, the Dawson family had already sent Jack out of the country. She, on the other hand, had been left to carry an unbearable burden all by herself. In the end, Chloe and her family insisted on rejecting the compensation. The offending driver had had no choice but to take the charges and go to prison. However, he was only charged with drunk driving and was given a measly sentence of 5 years. It was that moment when she profoundly felt the unfairness of it all, and the difference between those with money and those without. Furthermore, she understood that, with a background like hers, she would never be able to mingle with a wealthy family with connections like the Dawsons. It was also then that she completely abandoned all thoughts of being with Jack. Collecting those heavy memories, Chloe splashed some water on her face. Changing into a pair of black pants, a black t-shirt, and a pair of black sunglasses, she walked out the door. As she passed the flower shop along the way, she stopped to purchase a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. The public cemetery was located in the city outskirts, and it took 3 bus transfers just to get there. It was already close to noon when she arrived at the gates. "Sis," Thomas waved at Chloe from a ways off. "You've been waiting for a while, haven't you?" Chloe patted his head affectionately. "Not long, just 15 minutes or so." "Sis, you seem to have lost weight recently. Have you been working too many night shifts?" Chloe only smiled gently at her brother's concern. "No, I'm on a diet." After that, the two walked into the public cemetery together. They placed the fresh flowers she had bought earlier before Uncle James's gravestone. There were also fruits, and a flower basket that their mother had left when she visited in the morning. "Thomas, over the past few years, have you ever blamed me like Mom does?" Taking off her sunglasses, Chloe's expression was sorrowful. Thomas looked at his older sister. Perplexed, he exclaimed, "Sis, what are you saying? Why would I do that? What happened back then wasn't your fault. The Dawson family are the bad guys. If Dad hadn't died, you would have. You're both the closest people I have in my life. But if I hadn't ignored the warnings and continued to date Jack, this tragedy wouldn't have occurred." Chloe bit her lip, her chest filled with guilt. To this, Thomas's reply completely shocked Chloe. She could hardly believe that her 19-year-old brother was capable of saying something like that. Thomas said, "Sis, love isn't wrong, and the fault isn't with you. The Dawson family is despicable to use such underhanded tactics to force you two apart back then. The truth is, you were hurt inside too, weren't you? You're also still deeply in love with Jack, right?" "Thomas." Chloe suddenly didn't know what to say. "I'm not just a kid that knows nothing. Also, I know about your breakup with Simon. The other day I called him. I knew from his tone that something wasn't right. Even though he didn't say it directly, I knew something was wrong between the two of you. Before Mom ended up in the hospital, Jack came to our home. Linking these two incidents together, I thought that maybe you never liked Simon, sis. You're still in love with Jack, and you can't let go. So, I won't blame you. Dad is dead, and the dead can't be brought back to life. All I hope is that, sis, you don't leave yourself with any more regrets from now on. Love isn't something you can force. I read in a magazine that love is something that only you know yourself. Simon might be a good guy, but you don't love him. I don't want my sister to spend the rest of her life with a man she doesn't love. If you still like Jack, then be with him. Even if Mom doesn't approve it, even if she hates you or screams at you, I won't. I would understand. Blame should be placed on those responsible, and what the Dawson family did can't be pinned on Jack. So, I'm going to say this again. I'll be happy as long as you are happy, sis." By the time Jing Thomas finished speaking, Chloe's face was already streaked with tears. She wasn't a crybaby. After breaking up with Simon, she hadn't shed a single tear. However, what her little brother said shook her to her core. Her brother was only 19 years old. How precious was it that he could put himself in her shoes and understand what she had been through. She suddenly remembered a formerly popular phrase: "Most pay attention to how high you fly, but only those who care for you worry about how tired you must be." Her brother was such a sweet boy, always encouraging Chloe when she was down. These past years, aside from supporting her little brother financially, Chloe felt like she really hadn't been a good sister. At the very least, she never cared for or worried about her brother like he did for her, and she never paid attention to what her brother was really thinking about. "Sis, stop crying. You're not a kid anymore. Here, wipe your face. You look like a mess." Thomas handed her a pack of tissues. Chloe dried her tears, though her breathing hadn't yet settled. "Thomas, I never knew that you understood everything. Thank you for being so understanding." "What's this nonsense? We're siblings. You and Mom are the two people I love the most in the whole wide world." Thomas smiled, revealing a pair of little protruding canine teeth. Chloe's tears twinkled as they caught the light. She thought, "Uncle James, please watch over Thomas and I. Make it so that we will always be okay. No more disturbances. Neither of us can take any more loss." It was already 1 p.m. when they walked out of the public cemetery. "Don't you have to go to the library to study?" "I still have time. Sis, I'm so hungry. Let's go eat something." Chloe nodded. After that, the two took the bus back into the city and found a little restaurant near City University. They ordered 2 dishes and soup. Although the meal was simple, they still enjoyed it a lot. Thomas was in the 2nd semester of his freshman year. The university wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. It was technically a 2nd-tier university. He studied civil engineering, and from what she had heard, he planned on becoming an engineer after graduation. "Sis, when I graduate and find a job, I can support our family alongside you. When that happens, you and Mom won't need to work so hard anymore." "Yeah." Chloe nodded with a smile on her face. After lunch, Chloe bought some fruit for her brother and walked him all the way to his school gates. "Sis, go home already. Call me if anything comes up," Thomas said, waving goodbye at Chloe. When Chloe returned to her apartment, she spent the entire afternoon doing a thorough cleaning of the place. As someone in the medical field, she was obsessed with hygiene. It was nearly 6 p.m. by the time she finished. Exhausted, she curled up on the couch, watching TV to pass the time. Right then, her phone rang. Peering at the caller ID, she saw that it was an unfamiliar number. "Are you Thomas's sister?" The boy on the other end sounded frantic as he asked. "I am. I'm Thomas's roommate. Thomas was just in a car accident on campus. He is on his way to the first hospital for emergency care. You should hurry over." Upon hearing this, Chloe felt her vision swim. She almost fainted. Chloe couldn't remember how she managed to leave her apartment and how she got to the hospital's emergency room. The operating room was already closed, and a group of people was waiting outside the door. She saw her mother collapsed in a chair in the hallway, racking with heart-wrenching sobs. "Mom, how's Thomas?" "Oh, my poor Thomas. You have got to be okay. How will Mom live with herself otherwise?" As though she was unable to see Chloe, Sandra continued to wail with her eyes closed. 2 young nurses walked over, intending on scolding her to keep it down. They were surprised when they saw Chloe. "Chloe, are you the patient's family too?" Chloe nodded, her face pale. "How's my little brother? What's the situation?" "We don't know yet, but it was pretty scary when they brought him in. His heart rate was irregular, and his blood pressure was frighteningly high. The attending is trying to save him. You have to wait for now." "Okay, I understand." Chloe felt the strength drain out of her body. She was close to collapsing. They were just eating lunch together around noon, chatting and laughing. How could something like this happen in the same afternoon? If anything were to happen to Thomas, she couldn't imagine how she and her mother could continue living on this earth. 7 years ago, Uncle James's death had already veiled their family in a sheet of frost. If something were to happen to her brother now, she was afraid that she would lose the courage to live. By now, she noticed that other families were crying outside the operating room, and only then did it occur to her to ask what happened. A middle-aged man, about 40 years old and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked over. Chloe recognized him. He was Thomas's university professor. Professor William, what in the world happened? From what I heard, Thomas was involved in a car accident on his way back to his dorm from the library. He wasn't the only one injured. There were 3 other students who sustained serious injuries. It was classified as a chain reaction collision. The professor's tone was grave. Chloe stiffened for a second. How could that be? Isn't there a speed limit on campus? At such low speeds, how could such a serious car accident have taken place? I wasn't present when it happened. We need to wait for the surveillance footage to be processed to know the details. But from what student witnesses said, a Porsche sports car was speeding. It caused significant damage to the university's infrastructure, hitting and injuring 4 students before slamming into a tree. A Porsche sports car? Chloe's brows furrowed. She couldn't imagine who could race a sports car through a university campus, packed with students, and cause damage to the infrastructure. What about the perpetrator? Where are they? Chloe was filled with rage. He ran away. I heard that the girl in the passenger seat of his car was also seriously hurt and is undergoing emergency care at the hospital. However, the school already called the police. They are now investigating, so you don't need to worry. How could I not worry when I don't know how my little brother is doing? As she spoke, Chloe's tears began to fall. 3 hours later, the doors to the operating room opened. Chloe and her mother dashed up to the doctor at once, blocking his path. Dr. Mia, how is my brother? The situation doesn't look good. We've already done what we can to save him. However, there is hemorrhaging within his cranium. In addition, the location of the bleeding is extremely sensitive. We don't have full confidence in proceeding with a second operation. In a moment, the Department of Neurosurgery will come up with a plan. We'll discuss how to proceed with treatment with the family members then. Hearing this, both Chloe and her mother felt their knees give way under them. The situation doesn't look good, meant that he hadn't stabilized yet. She understood the theory behind cranium hemorrhaging. The surgery that Jack performed with her before was for a patient who was suffering from this condition. It was a technically demanding procedure, and the slightest mistake could result in lasting side effects. Less severe cases could result in decreased cognitive function or compromised motor movements. Severe cases could outright cause paralysis or leave the patient in a coma. Heavens, my poor baby boy. What have I done to deserve this? Sandra. At that moment, Chloe felt the sky fall down around her. Keep your voices down. You can't be loud in here. A nurse arrived immediately to intervene. Mom, calm down. Shut up. This is your fault, you little witch. You caused the death of Thomas's dad, and now you've come to take Thomas. What could I have done to deserve such a cursed daughter? Such bad karma. Sandra was crying and throwing punches at Chloe. Chloe herself was morose, and she had no words to offer. Then, Sandra suddenly grabbed Chloe's collar and yelled, "Did the Dawson family do it? Huh? Is this another retaliation because you're going after their son again? Tell me now." Mom, calm down. Mr. Williams said it was a multi-car pileup, not a targeted accident, Chloe explained. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. It must be you. It must be that family. It has to be them. I'll kill them. When she finished, Sandra ran towards the exit. Mom! Chloe held her mother's hand tightly, sobbing. Finally, her mother leaned forward and collapsed. Mom, stay with me. Chloe felt like her brain was going to explode. Her brother was not out of danger yet, and now her mom had fainted. Chloe had taken 2 hits and was on the brink of falling apart. After making arrangements for her mother, Chloe pulled herself together and walked towards the top floor of the hospital. At the hospital director's door, I want to see the director, Chloe said to the male assistant. Do you have an appointment? No. The assistant met Chloe last time, so he knew who she was. He nodded. Wait here for a second and I'll speak with him. Shortly, the assistant came out. You can go in now. Thank you. Chloe saw the director sitting in his chair when she walked in, presumably writing a report of some sort. Director Richard. Oh, you're here. Take a seat. The director wasn't a stranger to this uniform. Chloe nodded, her eyes red. She sat down on the chair across from the director. You are here for something. Tell me. The director thought she came with demands because he hadn't given her a big enough bonus last time. Unexpectedly, Chloe burst into tears as soon as she started talking. Director, please save my brother. What's going on? Slow down, take your time, he said with a grave tone. Seeing her like this, Director Richard stopped what he was doing and adjusted his glasses. Director, my brother was in a car accident today at school and was sent to our hospital for emergency care. The lead surgeon said that he suffered severe brain damage. After the emergency surgery, he's still not out of danger, so the doctor suggested a second surgery. But because his injuries are in a crucial part of the brain, the second surgery is extremely risky. He's only 19, and he's my only brother. I don't want to lose him. Please help me. I see. Don't worry. Let me make a phone call and ask. Soon after, Director Richard dialed the neurosurgery department extension and spoke to the doctor there. After a few minutes, Director Richard hung up the phone and said with a heavy tone, Chloe, your brother's situation is complicated. Dr. Mia from the neurosurgery department told me that he has little confidence in this surgery. Besides, even if the surgery is successful, there may be side effects. Then what should we do? What if we don't do the second surgery? Would that be better for him? Chloe was worried. Director Richard shook his head. Listen to me. Here is the thing. If we don't do the second surgery, his life will always be in danger. If the blood clots in his brain aren't removed completely, they may lead to a massive hemorrhage in his brain at any time. This is very serious. Then what should we do? Chloe was struck dumb. For the first time, she felt out of her wits. Here, go back and think about it. Also, talk to your family and consult with them. But I need to remind you that the second surgery will be very costly. It will be at least $300,000, and the best window to do this surgery is within a week. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the greater the risks. As to the current hospitalization costs, you don't have to worry about that. I already put in prior notice, so you don't have to pay the bill right away. It can wait and be taken care of in the future. But go and talk to your family about the second surgery. That is the most important decision to make right now. Thank you, Director. I will go and think about it. Then, Chloe stood up, muddle-headed. $300,000. It was a steep price. Where would she find all that money? Wait, the director called out suddenly. Chloe turned her exhausted head. Chloe, the guest surgeon that performed the surgery for that senior official, Dr. Dawson, is an old friend of yours, right? This pivotal question had just then come to Director Richard's mind. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chloe nodded her head. She knew that she could not hide this from the director. Yes, we know each other from before, she said, trying to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. That makes things easier. If you are friends, I suggest that you ask Dr. Dawson to perform the surgery for your brother. You should know that he is a doctor from Harvard. With the assistance of the lead surgeon at our hospital, your brother's surgery will have a higher chance of success. What do you think? I'll think about it. Thanks for your reminder. After they finished talking, Chloe turned around and left the director's office. Her mood was complicated beyond compare. Should she ask for Jack's help? She would rather die. Maybe she should gather the money first. After all, $300,000 was no small sum. Inside the patient's room. Her mother was already awake when Chloe walked in, and she looked like she was still in a bad mood. Mom, I have something to talk to you about, Chloe started softly. Sandra turned her pale face away and did not respond. I just went to the hospital director's office and asked about Thomas's situation. The director also suggested another surgery, but it's very expensive. It'll cost $300,000. We will save Thomas even if we have to sell our house and property. What good is money? Sandra said resolutely, staring at Chloe. Chloe nodded. I was thinking of the same thing. I will do anything to save Thomas. Mom, take care of yourself and leave the rest to me. I'll go get the money first. Sell the house, we can rent. Sandra said in a muffled voice as she lowered her head. "We don't have enough time to sell the house, since the second surgery must be performed within a few days. Let me find a way. Take care of yourself and get better soon." After she finished talking, Chloe left her mom's room. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Then, she took out her phone and scrolled through each of her contacts, trying to see if anyone could help her at this very moment. Then, she thought of someone, Simon. But it wasn't because she had no choice but to borrow money from him. It was just that when they bought the apartment, Chloe took $60,000 from her own savings for the down payment. She didn't have a handsome salary, and that $60,000 was saved up from another part-time job she worked at while she worked full-time at the hospital. It wasn't easy, so she wanted to ask Simon if he could give her that money back. Soon after, she went to Simon's newly purchased apartment. She hadn't been there much. They planned to move in after they got married, but they broke up, so it was unsettled. It was a 33-floor apartment building right on the Third Town Road, so the traffic was good, and it was convenient to get around. Simon lived on the 9th floor. Chloe took the elevator to the 9th floor and stopped before Unit 902. Just as she was about to knock, she saw that the door wasn't closed all the way. She slowly opened the door. As she walked in, she saw a pair of female heels by the doorstep. They were purple and very sexy. She then heard flirty voices coming from inside the bedroom. "Ugh, you haven't showered yet. Hurry, you're disgusting." "No rush. I'll shower after we're done here," Simon bantered. Chloe realized that she came at the wrong time, and perhaps she shouldn't ask him. Right as she was about to turn around and leave, she knocked over a pair of shoes on the shoe rack and made quite a noise. "Who is it?" Simon immediately walked out from the bedroom to check. Seeing Chloe, he was a little surprised and awkward. Why are you here?" Chloe saw Simon half naked, wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. She immediately turned her head away. "My family has something going on and we need money. So I just came to ask if you can give me back the money that I put in for the down payment." "Money? It's all gone. We used it to buy this apartment. If you want it, you will have to wait until I save up. When I do, I'll pay you back." "Okay, fine." After speaking, Chloe turned to leave. "Chloe, what happened?" "Thomas was in a car accident." Chloe's voice was raspy. "You shouldn't come to me for something of this magnitude. You should go look for your rich ex-boyfriend," Simon suddenly said. Chloe did not reply, but her face was filled with disappointment. She turned around to leave. After speaking, Simon regretted his decision. Why did he have to pick on her like that? "Simon, whose voice was that? Why aren't you coming back in?" A feminine voice rang out from the bedroom. Simon actually still had money on his card. There was $100,000 left in his account that he was going to use for the wedding. If he gave this money to Chloe, would she be moved enough to get back together with him? However, he also considered that there was the possibility that even if Chloe took his money, she would still refuse to get back together with him. That wouldn't be worth it. Walking out of Simon's apartment, Chloe got a call from Sarah. "Girl, I just got off the plane and saw your message. What happened? Why do you need so much money?" Sarah's voice sounded quite anxious. "Thomas was in a car accident. He's in the hospital right now, and I need $300,000 for the surgery." At that moment, Chloe's voice could not be more hoarse. "What? Thomas was in an accident? Don't panic, where are you? I'll go find you right now." "I'm at the Rainbow Business Building near Third Town Road." "Okay, I'll see you in a bit." Sarah took a cab and got there in half an hour. She and Chloe found a KFC and sat down. "Sarah, I really am out of options." "What did the police say? What about the perpetrator?" "They're still investigating. According to them, 4 or 5 students were hurt. My brother wasn't the only one, and that makes it difficult for the police to deal with. Waiting for compensation takes a long process, and Thomas's surgery can't wait. We must get to it as quickly as possible." "I understand. How about this? I have about $80,000 saved up. You can take it for now. I'll go ask my parents, relatives, and friends to lend me money. I think I can get you around $130,000. We'll figure out the rest. Thank you so much, Sarah." With red eyes, Chloe tightly held Sarah's hand. "You idiot. We're best friends. You don't have to thank me." If I don't help you now, when would I? Money doesn't matter. What's most important is that Thomas is safe and healthy. Chloe nodded. Chloe, why don't we ask the media? Once this goes public, we'll be able to gather enough from donations. Chloe hesitated for a while before replying, I thought about that too. But if we alert the media and blow up this incident, Thomas will be under a lot of pressure once he recovers and returns to school. I don't want people to look at him with pity. He's a boy after all and is prideful. I want the media to be our last resort. Yeah, that's right. I didn't think it all the way through. It's fine, don't worry. We'll think of something. After she and Sarah parted, Chloe returned to her apartment and washed her face. Just then, a notification from Snapchat popped up. Goddess Chloe, are you there? The message was from her high school classmate David. Yeah, what's up? I heard from Sarah that your brother had a car accident and needs money for the surgery. Is that right? Yes. I have money. I can lend it to you. Really? Thank you, Chloe excitedly replied. Let's meet up and discuss it. Sure. Chloe was ready to do anything for Thomas. At 6:30 p.m., Chloe met David at a Thai restaurant nearby. He drove a black Mercedes-Benz GLK and was dressed in Armani. In his hand was a LV purse, and on his wrist was a Longines diamond watch. He looked like a spoiled rich kid. Chloe, on the other hand, was dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans. It was simple, yet elegant. I hope I didn't keep you waiting for long, smiling, David asked. Chloe shook her head. Not really. I arrived a few minutes ago. Let's order first. What do you want? Anything will do. I don't really have an appetite. Server, let's get a lover's combo, a fruit salad, and dessert. Yes, sir. After ordering, David turned to look at Chloe with a seemingly pleasant attitude. Chloe, how is your brother doing right now? It's not looking good. We're still waiting to undergo the second operation. Don't worry, he'll get better. Thanks. After some polite small talk, David brought up the money topic. I didn't bring the money today. It's not convenient for me to carry so much cash. When I get to my company tomorrow, I can ask the finance department to transfer the money to you. Just send your bank account number to me via personal message. Thank you, David. I will pay you back as soon as possible, with interest if you want. What are you talking about? We're old friends. We shouldn't talk about interest. You are underestimating me. I didn't mean it like that. I am just very thankful that you can help me. Don't thank me. I actually have something else to say. Maybe you would find me despicable, but I'm being genuine here. Chloe, you don't have to pay me back. I only have one condition. Will you be my girlfriend? Chloe's eyes faltered slightly. She was not too surprised. With her wits, she had already guessed what David wanted. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and all things came with a price. But I heard from Sarah that you have a girlfriend. I don't want to be the third person in someone else's relationship, Chloe replied. She doesn't count as a girlfriend, more like a friend with benefits. Those women are all cheap and despicable, dating me for my money and not for me. I obviously can't be loyal to them. But you are different. I've liked you since high school. Chloe, give me a chance, and I'll be good to you. I'm not just playing around. We can get engaged now and be married within a month. After we get married, I'll buy you a house and a car and let you live comfortably. I'll care for your mom and brother forever, too. Getting emotional, David reached out to hold Chloe's hand. However, before he had touched it, Chloe raised her hand and put it on her hair as if to fix it, avoiding the awkward contact. David, you don't like gold diggers or women who date you for your money. How could you be sure that I am not going to date you for that purpose? I am not a fairy, and I am not virtuous. I have my own greed and desires. Fairy tales and TV shows are fictitious, and perfect women like that don't exist. Don't have too much expectation and illusions for what I am not, as there is a difference between reality and fantasy. Chloe had spoken these words to David before, but it seemed like he did not take what she said seriously. No, you're not like that. If you really are a gold digger, you wouldn't have broken up with Jack like that all those years ago. Compared to GK, my family is not worth a dime. David used the excuse promisingly. Upon hearing Jack's name, Chloe felt a part of her heartache. Jack was the part of her past that she could not return to. "Chloe, I really like you with all my heart. Please give me a chance," David begged again, with a sincere expression on his face. "Let me think about this, and I'll get back to you." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you," said David as he looked at Chloe with love. After Chloe left the restaurant, she headed directly to the hospital. Her little brother didn't wake up yet, so she stayed in the VIP room to look after him. Meanwhile, her mother's mental state had grown worse. She began acting more anxious, looking like she was about to explode at any moment. Chloe, exhausted, sat on the bench outside the VIP room and dug her head deep into her arms. "Chloe." "Head nurse," Chloe said with difficulty after she recognized who it was. "I heard what happened. I'll allow you to go on leave for the next few days. Take care of your little brother first." "Thank you, head nurse. I know all about your situation at home. Those in the OB/GYN department put together $5,000 for you. Take it. We'll think of something else if it isn't enough." "No, I can't take it," said Chloe as she grew uneasy. "Take it. It's just a little something from all of us. We all want your brother to get better." Chloe nodded as tears emerged from the corners of her eyes. She begged Simon, but it was futile. She begged her classmates, but they all spoke of conditions. It might be too much to say that it was like pouring salt on the wound, but they sure were opportunistic. She couldn't be more grateful now that her colleagues had done this voluntarily. The truth was, kindness between humans were mutual. Chloe had fully committed herself in the half-year since she began working in the OB/GYN department. She had done all kinds of dirty work, and often picked up her colleagues' unwanted shifts, so she was very well liked within the department. Even though the head nurse was very strict, she was still a very ethical and kind person. "I have to run off now. Get yourself together. Your brother still needs you." The head nurse turned to leave after she patted Chloe's shoulders. Just then, a MSG message suddenly popped up. Chloe took her phone, looked at it, and saw that it was from Sarah. "I heard that you've asked David for money?" "Yes." "Don't ask him for money. Don't you know what he wants from you? You're walking into his trap." "Shouldn't you say that David walked into my trap instead?" "Don't be silly. What are you talking about? I'm not kidding. He would never lend money to you for no reason," Sarah replied angrily. "Yes, he does have conditions. He wants to be engaged to me and get married within a month." "Well, what do you think?" "I want to agree." "Are you crazy? You want to marry a guy like him? Don't you know what kind of person he is?" Sarah was now very agitated. "Sarah, I have to marry someone anyway, and if I can't marry someone I love, why would anything else matter?" Sarah grew silent on the other side. After a few moments, Sarah finally replied carefully, "Chloe, have you ever thought about asking Jack for help? Maybe he could help you." "I would rather marry David than beg Jack." Sarah didn't say anything else after she saw how determined Chloe was. After David left, he became incredibly happy. He knew that Chloe needed money immediately, and it was only a matter of time before she agreed to his terms. Therefore, he told the class leader Henry about this in an attempt to show off. This piece of gossip quickly spread around to their other classmates, as one told another, and so on. Jack was in a business meeting when a friend request suddenly appeared from his Snapchat app. It was his high school classmate, Linda. Jack originally didn't want to respond, but Linda added a sentence along with her friend request, which attracted Jack's attention. "Chloe is marrying David." Jack's face immediately grew grim when he saw this sentence. He slapped his phone on the table with a bang, shocking all of GK's executives. "Mr. Dawson, should we continue with this meeting?" the vice president asked cautiously. Without a word, Jack picked up his phone from the table and turned to leave. Mark, his assistant, quietly waved at the executives, signaling for them to leave. How could they continue with the meeting when their boss was in a bad mood? After Jack returned to his office, he took off his jacket and tossed it onto the sofa. Mark was so afraid that he dared not to speak, and the atmosphere in the office grew incredibly tense. "Send out the order to cancel all company projects with Triumph Steel Works. Also, Warn our clients and partners that GK will no longer be conducting business with any corporations affiliated with Triumph Steelworks. Mr. Dawson, did you say Triumph Steelworks? I just want to make sure. During his time as the president's assistant, this was the first time he heard his boss release such a harsh death warrant, so how could he not take it seriously? But then again, it hadn't been that long yet. If he remembered correctly, Triumph Steelworks was just a small or medium-sized local construction company. Perhaps GK's subsidiary real estate companies have collaborated with them. But then again, how did the manager of Triumph Steelworks manage to offend his boss? Could it be because of some woman? Or was it some sort of grudge? What caused his boss to be so angry? I think you've reached your end as my assistant, Jack said coldly. Mr. Dawson, I'll handle this right now. Assistant Mark ran away in fear, not daring to stay for another minute. Jack looked at the message Linda sent him on his phone. The side of his mouth twitched in disgust as he said, "You sure are courting death." David really did have it coming. He clearly knew that Jack loved Chloe, but regardless, he still chased after her. He clearly asked for it. Of course, David really thought that Jack's feelings for Chloe had been left in the past. After all, no one had heard any gossip concerning Jack and Chloe after Jack had returned to the country. Aside from Sarah, none of their other classmates knew what was going on between the two of them. At Triumph Steelworks Corporation, David's father, Donald, was overwhelmed. He made plenty of phone calls and begged plenty of friends, but all his attempts failed to solve the problem. It was a true disaster. All of their big clients canceled projects with them because they were terrified of offending GK. Meanwhile, the only GK subsidiary company they collaborated with, GK Real Estate, had also declared that it would never work with them ever again. Their main sources of income had disappeared. Without the support of these major companies, he could only earn a small fraction of their original revenue. How could he run the company when he couldn't even afford to pay the employees? "Dad, what's wrong?" David immediately left his friend's dinner party and returned to the company when his dad called him. "Something disastrous." "What's so disastrous? Is it that serious?" Confused, David asked. Donald then told David everything, and in the end he cursed. "Damn it, how did we offend GK? Why would they release a death warrant against a small company like ours? How will we survive? The strong really like to prey on the weak these days. We can't afford to offend GK. I called GK's headquarters to talk to their executives, but they won't even give me a chance. What should we do? We worked so hard to get to where we are today. Will all of it go to waste now?" David suddenly remembered something when he heard GK. "Dad, let me try to deal with this. I've got a classmate at GK." "You have a solution?" Hints of hope sparked within Donald. "Let me try to talk to him first." After he spoke, David left the company in anger. Then, he sent a message in his high school group chat. "Who has Jack's number? Send it to me." He waited a while, but no one answered. With no other choice and no time to waste, he drove to GK headquarters in a rush. "I want to see Jack." "Do you have a reservation?" the receptionist asked politely. "No, I don't. I'm sorry, sir. The president is very busy at the moment. You can't see him without a reservation." "Stop this act. I'm his high school classmate." "All the same, sir. Please don't make this harder for me. If you are his high school classmate, then you should be able to reach him yourself. I suggest that you call our president directly." David wanted to break in, but GK had extremely tight security. If he couldn't even get through to the first floor, how in the world would he be able to get to the top level, 56 floors from where he was? As Jack headed home in his Audi R8, David blocked him at the gates of the parking lot. If Jack hadn't stepped on his brakes in time, he would have run him over. Jack stopped the car with a bad complexion on his face and slowly lowered the car window. "Get out of the car, Jack. Let's talk," David spat out aggressively. "I don't think there's anything we can talk about." Jack remained full of pride. The truth was that amongst all of his high school classmates, he didn't care much about anyone other than Chloe. He was certainly not about to give David a chance. "Why did you attack my company? What did I do to you? Why are you pushing us to our deaths?" David's face was filled with anger. Jack raised his head, his face cold and emotionless. I'll forcefully acquire your company at a low price within a week, which will force you and your dad into a debt of hundreds of millions of dollars. By then you won't have any other choice but to commit suicide. Now that's what I would call being pushed to death." David's face grew pale after he heard this. If someone else had said this, he might only laugh and call that person out for boasting. However, it was Jack who said it. He truly would be doomed, given Jack's status and position. Jack was the heir of GK, which is one of the top businesses in the country, maybe even one of the top 50 in Asia. He was capable of destroying a tiny company like theirs in a matter of seconds. "Jack, why are you doing this? After all, we were classmates. Do you still like Chloe? Are you afraid that I will steal her from you?" David wasn't brainless. "Steal her from me? You really think highly of yourself, don't you? You think you can compete with me?" Jack burst out in laughter. David was speechless. He indeed couldn't. "I will give you 1 hour to cut ties with Chloe, or else you'll die horrendously." After he spoke, Jack rolled up the car window and left the company garage. David stood dumbfounded on the spot. He truly liked Chloe and really did want to marry her. But sadly, this sweet dream didn't even last for a day. It seemed like he would never have the luck of marrying his goddess in this lifetime. After Chloe got home, she was just about to wash the clothes she had taken off when her phone suddenly rang. Once she picked up the phone and saw that it was from David, she knew what she wanted to say. She picked up the phone, and before David could say anything, she said, "I've decided. I agree to your terms. Let's get married. Please transfer me the funds soon. My brother can't wait any longer." "Chloe, sorry. I'm truly sorry." On the other side of the phone, David's voice sounded somewhat choked up. "What? Did something happen?" asked Chloe when she heard that there was something odd about David's voice. "I don't think I can lend you that money anymore." Chloe's heart grew cold when she heard what he said. "What's wrong? Are you worried that I won't keep my promise after I take your money?" "Don't worry. I will definitely do what I've agreed to," Chloe explained anxiously. "No, it's not your fault. It's me. Anyways, I'm sorry. I don't even have the face to see you anymore." After he spoke, David hurriedly hung up the phone without giving Chloe another chance to respond. Chloe's world crumbled. It took her everything to get that $300,000, and now, all her efforts resulted in nothing. She really wanted to cry. However, Thomas was still waiting for her inside the VIP operating room. Finally, she decided that she could seek help from the media. She didn't care if anyone laughed at her, because she had to save Thomas's life more than anything else. Just as she took out her phone to search for the media's contact information, she received a call from the hospital. "You have to come now. Your brother is in grave condition." "Okay, I'll be there immediately." Half an hour later, outside the First Hospital's VIP room. "The situation is extremely dire, and the patient can't afford to waste any more time. I suggest that we conduct the surgery now, but I'm not too confident about it." "Chloe," the director said, "you know Dr. Dawson? I would suggest that you ask him to perform the surgery. It's better if he does it. Plus, you wouldn't want to see any post-surgical side effects, right? This really is a matter of life and death. What do you say?" "Let me think about it." "There's no time to think. The patient's cerebral hemorrhage is still ongoing. If we waste any more time, he will go brain dead." "Okay, wait for me. I'll be back." In the end, her love for Thomas defeated all else. She no longer cared if Jack mocked her or if he made her feel uncomfortable. No matter what, she had to give it a shot for her most beloved little brother. GK headquarters. "Mr. Dawson, there's a lady outside to see you. Her family name is Green," the front desk called. "Let her in." Chloe was the only one Jack knew with the last name Green that would visit him at this time. 5 minutes later, Chloe knocked on the door to Jack's office. "Come in." Chloe pushed the door open and walked in. Jack stood before the window, his eyes filled with immense tenderness as he turned around. Chloe was probably the only one who had ever witnessed such a soft look from Jack. "You've come?" "I need to talk to you. It's an emergency." "Tell me." After a brief moment of hesitation, Chloe looked at Jack as she slowly opened her mouth. My little brother was in an accident and is receiving emergency care at the hospital. He's suffering from cerebral hemorrhage, and the surgery to fix it is extremely difficult. A second surgery is needed, and none of the doctors in the hospital are confident enough to perform it. The director spoke with me, and he recommended that you be the main attending for this surgery and— Her voice began trailing off. Keep going. Jack looked at her as she spoke. And the surgery costs $300,000. Even if you perform the surgery, I still have to pay for the medical supplies and equipment. I don't have the money, so could you please lend me some? Chloe bit on her lips, and she delivered these two requests with great difficulty. She thought Jack would mock her and make fun of her, or even force her to beg him. After all, she was the one who abandoned him 7 years ago and declared that they were only classmates on graduation day in front of the entire school. This broke Jack's heart, and that was why he left the country. She thought that he would now use this chance to take revenge on her. However, upon hearing everything, Jack only said, "Sure, that's fine." Really? Chloe found it somewhat hard to believe. In fact, Jack already knew what was happening with Chloe's brother. Chloe didn't know that Jack had been watching Chloe's every move, and after Linda sent him that message, he looked into Chloe's and David's contact history. That was why he issued the death warrant on Triumph Steelworks. Therefore, Jack wasn't shocked when Chloe told him of the situation. Instead, he thought of it as an opportunity. I could personally perform your brother's surgery and give you $300,000, but— Jack stopped abruptly. Chloe grew slightly disappointed. She knew that he had terms and wouldn't help her for no reason. Marry me. What? Chloe was shocked. Did he really mention marriage at a critical time like this? Marry me and I'll help you. Or else, no deal. Jack was determined. If you want to get me into bed with you, why go through the trouble of marrying me? Just tell me how many times you would like to sleep with me. Chloe snickered coldly, thinking that Jack was an opportunist just like David. She began despising him. You're wrong. I do want to sleep with you, but I want to rightfully sleep with my wife, not like some secret underground affair. Chloe fell silent after she heard his words. You can go back and think about it before you reply. I don't need to. I agree to your terms. Please perform my brother's surgery immediately. Chloe barely hesitated at all. Okay, then let's go now. We'll take Evergreen Avenue to the hospital. Let's get married when we pass by the Civil Administration Bureau. Today? Chloe was surprised. Yes, when else were you thinking? Jack looked at her with a serious expression. Chloe was shocked. She didn't think that today was a good day to get married. Are you worried that I'll back down on the deal? Do you not trust me? Chloe said as she smiled bitterly. She thought that Jack didn't trust her, and suspected that she wouldn't marry him after the surgery. However, she had no clue that it was just because Jack had waited far too long for this day. No, I just thought that today would be a great day. Come, we still need to get to the hospital for the surgery. After he spoke, Jack took his jacket and walked out of the office. Chloe silently followed behind him. The secretaries outside of the office were all astounded at this sight. Who is she? I thought that the president forbade people from entering his office. Why did he let her in? I don't know. She doesn't look like the president's girlfriend. She's not that pretty, and she's in very simple clothes. Do you think she might be the new housemaid his family hired? Are you stupid? Would our president personally interview a housemaid? Let's go ask Assistant Mark. After the secretaries began gossiping, someone grew brave enough to go and ask Assistant Mark. Assistant Mark, who was that woman? The president seemed to treat her differently. How would I know? It's my first time seeing her as well, Assistant Mark said with an innocent look. Doesn't marriage registration require a household register? I don't have mine with me, Chloe said quietly from the passenger seat. No. Huh? Once again, Chloe was shocked. She never knew they could register for marriage without a household register. The truth was, Jack was just so powerful and resourceful that he could even go and get married butt naked if he wanted to. At the Civil Administration Bureau. Inside the VIP reception room, a staff member passed the couple 2 little red books, which were their marriage certificates. That's it? We're married? Chloe asked anxiously. Yes, we found your household register in our system. Congratulations on your marriage. Let's go. In a good mood, Jack quickly took one of the red books. Chloe followed behind him, still in disbelief. They got married without any identification. But the truth was, Jack called the senior official's assistant, that middle-aged man, while he went to pick up his car from the parking lot. He firmly asked for this as his reward. The middle-aged man was very efficient, and the Civil Administration Bureau treated this with great care. Inside some tea house in Capital City, "Sir, we've completed your orders." "This kid sure is interesting. Quite a reward he asked for," said a kind old man with white hair and wrinkle lines on his face. "I mean, only these so-called geniuses could think of such things. They always manage to surprise others," the middle-aged man agreed. "Jack, we should head to the hospital now," Chloe rushed. "From now on, I'm your husband." Without waiting for Chloe to respond, Jack suddenly held up her face and pressed his lips against hers. Then he accelerated and drove away at a high speed. Chloe sat beside him in a daze. First People's Hospital of Sea City. Jack's decision to personally operate on Thomas rattled the hospital director. He immediately ordered for the preparation of the VIP operation room. It wasn't until Jack had on a white surgical gown and was reading over the medical files with such focus did Chloe realize how incredibly charming the man was. She couldn't believe that the sight in front of her was real. She never thought that one day she would be able to see him stand in the operating room as a doctor, with the lights illuminating his handsome face. The familiar figure, the man who she was once deeply in love with, was there in front of her. It felt unreal. She made her way to Jack slowly and quietly, but he noticed her movements. As soon as he saw Chloe, his gaze softened. "I want to help you." "No, it's fine. You can wait for us outside." "Let me help. I want to be in there. I was present for that important surgery, so it won't be a problem this time." "I will be very careful," Chloe said adamantly. Jack gazed at her for a few seconds and said slowly, "This is different. He's your younger brother. I'm afraid you'll be distracted." "But..." Chloe seemed unwilling to give in and wanted to say more. "Do you trust me?" asked Jack. Chloe was taken back. "If you trust me, let me take care of it." After a few seconds of silence, Chloe nodded her head slightly. "Dr. Dawson, we can begin the surgery. Everything is ready." The assistant surgeon opened the door and announced. Jack picked up the surgical mask. He put it on slowly and turned to enter the OR. At that moment, Chloe swore that she had never seen a more attractive man. Chloe waited outside the surgery room, feeling anxious. Half an hour went by without any news. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the hallway. Chloe raised her head, looking slightly surprised at the person walking towards her. "Director, you're here." "Yes. How is it going in there?" "I don't know yet." Chloe looked worried. "No need to worry. I trust Dr. Dawson's surgical skills." Chloe nodded. Then, the hospital director said meaningfully, "You're probably the only person who can persuade him into coming here." Chloe felt slightly embarrassed. She didn't want to flaunt her relationship with Jack, nor did she want to tell others about it. "I really want to hire him to be a doctor here, but unfortunately, how could I match up to the pay a president receives from GK? I am curious about one thing, however, and as his friend, maybe you know something about it." "What is it?" Chloe asked quietly. "Dr. Dawson was born into a wealthy family, and he's the rightful successor of GK. Why did he go abroad for 7 years to study at Harvard Medical School? I think it's quite strange." Chloe bit down on her lips, responding after a while. "Actually, I don't really know either." Hearing her answer, the hospital director looked slightly disappointed. "Anyways, don't worry too much. I'm sure that the surgery will be successful." "Thank you, Director." Chloe nodded in gratitude. The hospital director turned to leave but quickly turned back as he had forgotten to say something. An hour ago, the hospital received payments for the surgery from GK's finance department. It was a total of $500,000, $300,000 for the operation, and the remaining $200,000 is probably for follow-ups. "Really?" Chloe was surprised. Not only did Jack deliver the money to her so quickly, he even gave her an additional $200,000 for follow-up fees. He really was thoughtful. Before the hospital director left, he gave Chloe a meaningful look and said, "Chloe, you are a lucky girl." Then, the hospital director turned around and left. Chloe stood there, dazed. She had also thought that she was the luckiest girl for meeting Jack. But the incident with Uncle James led to their breakup. She was incredibly miserable afterward, wishing from then on that she had never met Jack. If only she didn't attend second high school. Now that such a long time had passed by, she realized there was truth to the hospital director's words. During her time of need, with so many people around, it was still Jack who truly came to her rescue. It seemed like his presence could always calm her heart. As she was lost in her thoughts, Chloe's phone suddenly rang. "Why are you calling me?" Chloe asked with a hint of vigilance as she picked up the phone. "Chloe, I heard that your little brother was in a car accident." A man's voice spoke through the phone. Although that number wasn't saved on her phone, the 9999 ending was enough for her to identify him. The man was none other than Andrew, the eldest son of the Green family and the vice president of the Green Corporation. "Yes. Why? Are you here to mock me? If that's why you're calling, you've already seen everything. I'm hanging up." After finishing her sentence, Chloe was about to hang up the phone. "Wait. What else do you want?" Chloe never liked Andrew, even though he had been trying to get close to her for all these years. She always felt an inexplicable dislike toward this man. She even thought that he should be more like Brenny and Liam. If he didn't like her, it was better for him to show it than to pretend. "Chloe, you misunderstood what I meant. I've said this before. I'm different from Brenny and Liam. All of your last names are Green. What's the difference?" Chloe refuted coldly. You're right. But let me ask you this. What's your last name?" Andrew asked, laughing. "I don't have time to discuss these useless topics with you. I'm very busy. Goodbye." "Chloe, I can lend you money," Andrew suddenly said, just as she was about to hang up the phone. His words surprised Chloe. "What? You want to lend me money?" "Yes, I heard that the driver fled the scene. The police are still investigating, and you haven't received any compensation. Your little brother is staying in the First People's Hospital, which means you'll need a lot of money for his treatment. I know that you don't have any friends who can lend you an amount that big, including that fiancé of yours. So I thought I would lend you the money. You can pay me back slowly, without interest." "Why are you being so nice to me?" Chloe scoffed. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and she had learned the meaning of that a long time ago. Andrew was a businessman, not a philanthropist. He wouldn't help someone out without some kind of catch. She was really curious, however, as to why he wanted to help her. "Because you're my little sister," Andrew laughed. "I don't recall having a powerful older brother like you. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Stop calling me your younger sister. If you're after something, don't even think about it. I have no shares in the Green family, and the old man's not giving me an inheritance. If the past is any indication, then he wouldn't care even if I died out on the street. So really, I have nothing to offer you, Mr. Green. You think too lowly of me. What could I be after? I just want to help you out." "Oh? Then thank you, but I really don't need it. My little brother's fees for the operation have already been paid." "Paid? Who helped you out with that much money?" Andrew was clearly surprised. "That's none of your business. Plus, I don't think we're close enough to discuss such personal matters. Please stop calling me in the future. I'm a busy person." Then Chloe immediately hung up the phone. Andrew gave her a weird feeling. She always thought that he was a very strange man. Although he was the only member of the Green family who was nice to her, for some reason, she still didn't like him. After Uncle James's incident, she gave up on the chance to study abroad and attended a third-rate domestic university. Andrew offered to send her to England many times, but she had always rejected him. She truly wanted to cut ties with the Green family. It was a family with no love, and she never wanted to go back there. As for brothers and sisters, the only one she acknowledged was her little brother, Thomas. She didn't want to bother with the others. Time passed by slowly. After 5 hours, the doors to the OR finally opened. Chloe shot up from her seat. For a moment she thought that it was Jack walking out of the room, but it was Dr. Mia from the hospital's neurosurgery department. "Dr. Mia, how is my brother?" "The surgery went great. It was very successful." Upon hearing his words, Chloe let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her shoulders. "Your brother is very lucky. The blood clot was in a very sensitive area of his brain, and there were no successful precedents for this kind of surgery in our country. Dr. Dawson's surgical skills are truly masterful. With him as the lead surgeon, the success rate drastically increased." The admiration in Dr. Mia's voice was evident. Chloe responded with a smile. Everyone was praising Jack, so it was easy to see that he played a crucial role in the operation. "Where is my little brother?" "He was brought to the VIP room by one of the assistants and will wake up after 12 hours. Don't worry too much." "All right. Thank you very much for all of your hard work, Dr. Mia." "No problem. It wasn't a lot of work for the rest of us as we were only assisting Dr. Dawson. He's the real hero. He doesn't look too well, though, and is currently resting in the lounge." Afterward, Dr. Mia and the other doctors and nurses left the OR, one by one. Seeing that Jack hadn't come out, Chloe pushed open the door to the OR and walked inside. The surgery was over. The lounge next to the OR was for the lead surgeon to rest in. When Chloe went into the lounge, she saw an exhausted Jack sitting on the sofa. What she didn't know was that Jack had just returned to the city the night before this surgery. Before the surgery, he had just attended an all-night meeting. Given GK's involvement in multiple industries, the company was very busy, 366 days a year, 8 days a week, 25 hours a day. Although Jack's father, Peter, was the chairman of the board, his heart was in poor condition, and he was suffering from high blood pressure. As a result, he was already entering retirement. Other than high-stake billion-dollar projects, he left everything in the care of Jack. Although Jack disliked his status as GK's president, he had made a promise to his father many years ago, and he was going to do his best. With such a massive workload, a sleepless night, and an ensuing surgery, it was natural for him to feel utterly exhausted. Perhaps the most important reason was that he hadn't eaten the entire day. His stomach already began to protest. Brain surgeries are incredibly demanding, as they required the complete focus from the surgeon. One wrong move, and the patient may lose their life or suffer long-lasting after-effects. Plus, the patient was Chloe's little brother. Jack was obviously trying his hardest. "Here, have some water. You don't look well." Chloe filled a disposable cup with warm water and handed it over to him. Jack lifted his head and looked at Chloe, remaining silent as he took the cup of water. "Thank you for today. Really." Chloe expressed her gratitude sincerely. Holding the cup of hot water, Jack replied slowly, "We're married. You don't have to be so polite." Chloe was momentarily speechless. If he didn't remind her, she would have forgotten that today was the day they received their marriage certificate. "Jack? Could you please not tell anyone about our marriage?" "Why not?" "We're not from the same world, you." "So what you're saying is, my status as GK's president will embarrass you." Jack put down the untouched water, his tone cold. "No, it's not that. I just don't want it to get onto the media. My mother will see, and she has deep misunderstandings towards you." "So we have to hide our marriage our entire life?" Jack was evidently unwilling to do that. Who would want to hide the fact that they're married? In fact, he couldn't wait to tell the world that he and Chloe were husband and wife. Chloe shook her head. "No, I just wanted to give my mom more time. After all, her health isn't so good, and I'm afraid she can't handle it." Jack gazed at Chloe's eyes for a long time, ultimately losing to their sincerity. "All right then, we'll do things your way." Then Jack got up to leave. "Where are you going?" "Back to the company." As he spoke, Jack took off his scrub suit and began to head out. "Why don't you leave after you eat something? There's an employee cafeteria downstairs." Chloe immediately regretted her words. How could someone like Jack eat at an employee cafeteria? "No, I'm fine." Sure enough, he declined. Just as he reached the door, Jack turned around as if he suddenly remembered something. He took the warm cup of water and drank it all in. Tastes pretty good. Once again, Jack turned around to leave. Chloe stood there dumbfounded. Just how good tasting could a cup of water be? When Jack returned to GK, he was greeted by a freaked-out assistant Mark. The president had disappeared for 5 hours. With his cell phone turned off, no affair, big or small, could be discussed with him. This led him to request instructions from the chairman of the board. As a result, the chairman overreacted and ordered everyone to look for the president. They were even about to call the police. "Mr. Dawson, you're finally back." Assistant Mark looked miserable. "What happened?" "An important document required your signature, but your phone was off. I ultimately called the chairman, and he handled the situation. But..." "Keep going." "But the chairman was worried about your safety. Many people from the corporation were out looking for your car throughout the entire city. They thought that you were in an accident. Mr. Dawson, where did you go?" "Do I need to tell you my whereabouts?" Jack glanced at Assistant Mark coldly. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about your safety. Plus, there are too many things to take care of at the corporation. I can't handle everything if you disappear for 5 hours. If being an assistant at GK was so easy, would I pay you $30,000 a month? Jack asked. Assistant Mark was immediately speechless. But there was merit to his words. Wasn't it the assistant's responsibility to handle miscellaneous tasks for the president? "Mr. Dawson, these documents require your signature. Please look them over." "Fine." Jack nodded, looking tired. "Mr. Dawson, you don't look well." "Pour me a glass of water," Jack instructed. "Of course." Assistant Mark placed a cup of warm water on the desk cautiously. Looking at the tall pile of files, took a sip of water from the glass. His brows furrowed. "What's wrong, Mr. Dawson? Is the water too cold?" "Why is it so tasteless?" Raising his head, Jack asked in a serious tone. His question startled Assistant Mark, causing him to stammer out an explanation. "It's not coffee or tea. It's just plain water. Isn't it supposed to be tasteless?" "But the one I just drank tasted great." Mr. Dawson, where did you drink the water? I could check out that brand later?" Jack fell into silence, burying his head into work once again. Thomas remained in excellent condition after his surgery. Chloe delivered the good news to her mother. Although the woman was still sad, the update gave her a reason to relax. Afterward, Chloe went to report to the head nurse at the OB/GYN department, but was stopped by an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. "Are you Thomas's older sister?" "You are?" "I'm the mother of one of the car crash victims. My son's also heavily injured. He broke a leg." "Do you need anything from me?" Chloe asked, looking at the unfamiliar face. "Are you satisfied with their compensation? Did you agree to resolve it in private?" "Compensation? Resolve it in private?" Chloe was confused as no one ever spoke to her about a compensation of any sort. "Yeah, didn't they speak to you?" "No." "Oh, it will probably happen soon. They've already spoken to 3 families, so your family is next. Other than the girl who died, your younger brother suffered the most injuries, so you will probably receive even more compensation than us." As the woman spoke, Chloe almost saw a glimpse of envy from her eyes. This car accident was malicious. I've collected information from various sources, and it seems that the perpetrator was driving drunk and speeding on the school campus. This is truly terrible behavior. It's not resolvable through compensations or an apology. He's criminally responsible. In a few days, after I gather all the evidence, I will sue them. I don't want any compensation, just justice. With that, Chloe turned on her heel and left. "Is this girl an idiot?" the middle-aged woman mumbled to herself. Was Chloe foolish? Of course not. She was simply refusing to trade her brother's health for some meaningless compensation. What she wanted was for the immoral perpetrator to be brought to justice. Speeding on the school campus, killing 1 and injuring 3. Not only was he irresponsible, he fled the scene of the crash. How could he stoop so low? Apparently the girl who died was sitting on the passenger seat of the car, and they were even dating. With his girlfriend dead, the lowlife went into hiding, delegating all the difficult conversations with the victims' families to his attorney. Chloe made up her mind. It was lucky that Thomas was all right. If he suffered from side effects, she would give up everything to fight those people. Sure enough, just as Chloe was about to leave work, she received a phone call from the perpetrator's attorney, asking for a private meeting. After Chloe agreed, she went straight to their meeting spot, a cafe near the hospital. The other party was an attorney in his 40s. His face was square, and he had on a pair of glasses. He was wearing a black suit and carrying a black briefcase. "Are you Miss Green?" Chloe nodded. "Nice to meet you. My name is Mike, and I am Mr. Harry Walton's attorney. The goal of this meeting is simple. The Walton family wants to settle the matter privately without causing a scene or going through the legal process. I heard that Miss Green's younger brother is currently receiving treatment for his serious injuries. From what I understand, his recovery will require substantial costs. My suggestion for you is to put forward a reasonable number, which my client will then pay. This will be good for everyone, don't you agree?" "So, if I say a random number, they will fulfill the amount?" Chloe scoffed. "Of course not. But as long as the number is reasonable, my client will agree to pay." Mike appeared to be completely confident. "What do you consider reasonable? Could you please explain that to me? I don't quite understand." Chloe smiled. Seeing that he had piqued Chloe's interest, Mike immediately took out a thick pile of documents from his briefcase. He then said to her, "I've done a little bit of research regarding your family situation, Miss Green. Your family is not very wealthy, so I believe that you will need this money. Of course, we will provide you with a decent amount. Other than the surgical fees, we will also compensate your family for psychological damages. The surgery fees are about $300,000, and the follow-up fees are $70,000 to $80,000. In addition to this, we will offer another $300,000, totaling up to $700,000. Miss Green, are you satisfied with this number?" $700,000. Wow, what a large amount of money, Chloe said slowly. Hearing this, Mike immediately pushed forward the documents with a smile. "Miss Green, if you are satisfied, please sign these documents for a private settlement. I will then ask my client to transfer the money to your account." "But can $700,000 buy my brother's health? His brain was almost injured beyond healing, which would have left him permanently disabled," Chloe questioned coldly, her eyes glaring. Sensing a change in her tone, Mike was taken aback. He corrected his glasses and said, "We're very sorry about the incident. My client was drunk at the time, and it wasn't his intention to cause harm. He is very apologetic towards the whole situation." "I don't think that's the case. Not only did he flee the scene, but he also has yet to show his face since the incident. If the consequences weren't so severe, he probably wouldn't have even taken responsibility." "That's not true. My client was just too frightened after the incident occurred. He's just a university student. The girl who died in the car accident was his girlfriend, and he is very distressed about her death. That is why his parents entrusted me, as his attorney, to help him handle the situation. Miss Green, since we're both straightforward people, I'll be honest with you. The other two victims each received compensation of $500,000. One of them even has a broken leg. I heard that your brother's surgery was very successful, and he is out of the woods. I can offer an additional $100,000, making the total $800,000. You will receive a lot more than the other two. Is that good enough?" $800,000? Haha. If I give you $800,000, does that mean I can hit you with a car and injure you as your client did to my brother? Mike's expression darkened. "Miss Green, we are very sincere with our offer. The accident already happened, and it is something we must face. We only paid $850,000 to the family of the girl who died. Compared to them, paying $800,000 to you is already a lot. Plus, we will transfer the money instantly, without a single day of waiting. Don't you need the money?" "As opposed to receiving money, I'm more concerned about seeking justice for my little brother." "So what you're saying is, I won't accept a private settlement. I will bring him to court. According to present-day traffic laws, your client caused a fatal car crash. Not only was he driving under the influence, but he also fled the scene of the crime. I trust that the judge will rule in favor of justice." Mike couldn't help but laugh at her words. "What's so funny?" His attitude annoyed Chloe. "Miss Green, I'm laughing at your innocence. I can't believe girls like you still exist." "What do you mean?" "Miss Green, you're probably unfamiliar with my client's background. Sure, my client, Harry Walton, is only a 21-year-old university student, but do you know who his parents are?" Chloe remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "I don't mind telling you. His parents are both government officials in the Ministry of Finance. On top of that, his relatives are also government officials. Basically, he has the world in his palms. With such a powerful background, do you really think that you will win against him in court? I advise that you take the money and move on. Even the family who lost their daughter weren't so sanctimonious. Don't try to be Lady Justice. Let me tell you, there is no true justice in this world. With money and power, you're God. Without it, you're nothing. I know these words hurt, but it's the truth." "He has a powerful background?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Chloe smiled. "It's true that he has a powerful background," she continued immediately. "I can tell by the sluggish way the police are handling the situation. But so what? Regardless of his background, shouldn't he follow the law just like everyone else? I'm not his mom. Why should I forgive him? Taking him to court is a process I must undergo. They can use all their connections, but don't forget, there is a thing called the media. Once the news goes viral and he receives pressure from the public, I wonder how his powerful parents will protect him then." Upon hearing her words, Mike began to sweat. He thought that Chloe was just a naive little girl, so her meticulous thinking clearly surprised him. "Miss Green, tell me, what do we have to do to get you to stop? How much money do you want? Give me a number." "I don't think you're understanding me. Maybe I needed the money before, but I have gathered enough money to pay for my brother's surgical fees. So, offering me more money is useless right now, and therefore you cannot stop me from pressing charges. If you really want this to go away, why don't you let that drunk-driving bastard who caused a chain crash to enjoy a couple years in jail? How about you let him learn his lesson so that he'll never hurt another person again? Is that a joke? Turning in my client is not an option." "Oh yeah? In that case, I'll see you in court, Mr. Mike." Chloe immediately got up to leave. "Miss Green, is there really no other option?" Mike furthered his chase relentlessly. This time, Chloe didn't even look back as she opened the door and left. She couldn't imagine what that guy was thinking, speeding across campus in a Porsche, killing one and heavily injuring three, with the deceased being none other than his own girlfriend. In a situation like that, with his girlfriend dying, shouldn't calling 911 be his top priority? How could he run away and leave everyone else behind to die? The girl died because they didn't get her to a hospital in time to receive treatment. Otherwise, she might have lived. How could I easily forgive someone like that? This wasn't even taking into account that the accident almost paralyzed her younger brother. No amount of money could outweigh his health. Midnight, in a garage. "So what you're saying is that she wouldn't settle, no matter how much money we offer her?" a middle-aged man asked faintly. "Yes, Mr. Walton. The girl is very stubborn. She's adamant about putting your son in jail." "Nonsense. How can a lowlife like her dictate my son's life?" "Yes, Mr. Walton, you're right. So what should we do next?" Mike asked carefully. "We'll take care of the rest. Just make sure to get the signatures from the other 3 families." Chloe returned to her apartment for a change of clothes and quickly left for the hospital once again. She was very worried about her mother. "Mom, Thomas is fine now. He'll wake up tomorrow. Don't worry. I need to ask you something. Where did you get the money to pay for Thomas's surgical fees? The doctor said it was over $100,000. I borrowed it from a friend." "Where did you get a friend who is rich enough to lend you an amount like that? Don't tell me you asked your bastard father. No, that's not it. He's not that nice. Did you do something inappropriate in exchange for money?" Sandra stared into her daughter's eyes and interrogated her. "Mom, I didn't." Chloe knew that her mother would condemn her to hell if she found out that she and Jack got married. "Then answer me this. What's going on between you and Simon? Are the 2 of you getting married or not?" Sandra questioned again. Hearing that name left Chloe momentarily speechless. She didn't know what to say. "Why are you so quiet? Are you mute? Sandra continued with her questioning. After a moment of silence, Chloe said slowly, Mom, Simon and I, we're done. We are no longer connected in any way. Is it because of that kid from the Dawson family? No, Chloe immediately denied. Don't say I haven't warned you. Don't you remember how Uncle James died? The Dawson family is our enemy. If you dare have any connection to them, I will tear you to shreds, Sandra threatened, almost growling. I know! Chloe's voice was lacking in conviction. No one knew the situation and what she had to go through. If she didn't marry Jack, Thomas would have lost his life. Chloe's phone began to ring. At the sight of the caller ID, she immediately felt guilty. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A number ending with 8866. Aside from Jack, who else could it be? Mom, I'm going outside to answer a call. It's getting late, so please get some rest. Tomorrow I'll get the paperwork done to get you discharged. Then we can go see Thomas. With that, Chloe carefully backed out of the hospital room, her cell phone in hand. Picking up the phone, she whispered, Hello? Where are you? Jack asked. At the hospital. When are you coming home? I'm working the night shift today. When are you done? Tomorrow morning. I'll go pick you up. No thanks. Why? Jack was clearly displeased. Did he have to remind her again that they were now husband and wife? Because your Audi R8 draws too much attention. I don't want people saying things about me at the hospital. Besides, even our director's car isn't as fancy as yours. If Chloe remembered correctly, Mr. Director's car was only an Audi A8. If she were to really get into an Audi R8 right in front of the hospital, she would never hear the end of it. On the other end, Jack was silent. Chloe guessed that he might be upset. I can just take the bus by myself, she added. Clack. The call was ended from the other end. This guy's temper was still exactly the same as 7 years ago, proud and stuck up. What a piece of work. After completing her night shift, Chloe was exhausted. First thing in the morning, she went to file the paperwork for her mother's discharge. Then, the two of them went to the VIP room together. Thomas wasn't awake yet. However, according to Dr. Mia, all of his vital signs were stable. It was only a matter of time before he woke up. In the end, her mother stayed behind to take care of Thomas. Chloe headed home, hoping to get some decent sleep. After several days of running up and down the hospital nonstop, she felt like she was on the verge of collapsing. When Chloe walked out of the hospital doors, a white Volkswagen CC stopped before her. Just as she was wondering what was going on, the driver rolled down the window and spoke. Get in. Why are you here? Chloe didn't think that Jack would actually come, and to come driving such a low-key Volkswagen CC at that. The cars waiting behind him kept on blaring their horns. This stuck-up driver had parked in front of the door, severely obstructing vehicular movement. Chloe didn't dare stay there any longer, and quickly opened the car door to the passenger seat. Only then did Jack smugly start the car and drive away. You got a new car? She asked quietly. It's my assistant's car. I borrowed it. Jack's tone was nonchalant. Heavens knew that he had called Mark first thing in the morning, telling him that he wanted to swap cars. Only God knew how bewildered Mark felt. He really didn't know if he could handle driving his boss's Audi R8 to work. Besides, what was so great about his less than $30,000 CC that it caught his boss's attention? After the brief exchange, Chloe didn't speak again. The two sat in awkward silence. What do you want to eat? Huh? Jack's sudden question left Chloe momentarily stunned. What do you want to eat? It's okay. I'm not really hungry. Chinese or Western? Jack asked, ignoring Chloe's response. After some hesitation, Chloe realized with reluctance that this guy was just as bossy as he had been back in the day. She could only compromise. Chinese. 15 minutes later, the car stopped before first-class Royal Palace. Jack led her inside, heading straight up to the private rooms on the second floor. Then he ordered some shrimp dumplings, crab congee, and other dim sum dishes. Chloe hadn't had such a lavish breakfast in a very long time. As she ate, she kept sneaking glances at Jack. She saw that, While he ate with immaculate table manners, he was scrolling on his cell phone with his other hand, checking on the day's stock market. After she finished, Chloe set down her spoon. "I'm done," she said slowly. "Okay, then get your card and pay the bill," Jack said nonchalantly. "What? Why am I paying the bill?" Chloe was about to explode. She didn't think Jack was this stingy. Besides, at a place like First Class Royal Palace, breakfast had to have cost at least $1,000. Like she had that kind of cash on her. All she had left were about $200 of pocket change. Jack looked up. Picking up a napkin, he dabbed at the corner of his mouth gracefully before speaking. "I transferred my salary for this month to your card last night," he said with a casual look. "Of course you're paying the bill." Huo Mian was petrified. He just said that he had transferred his salary for this month onto her card? This information had come too suddenly for her to absorb fully. "Waiter, bill please," Jack said. "Yes, sir. Your total comes up to $1,080. "She'll pay," Jack said lazily, pointing at Chloe. Chloe pulled out the only ICBC debit card from her purse. If she remembered correctly, there was less than $800 left on that card. She didn't know how much Jack had transferred her. He wasn't toying with her, was he? After swiping the card, the waiter carefully returned it to her. Then, the two of them walked out of the restaurant together. Chloe was still mulling over a question that she was too embarrassed to ask out loud. "You want to ask me how much my monthly salary is, don't you?" Seeing her hesitation, Jack asked the question for her. Chloe immediately nodded. The adorable gesture she made had Jack lifting the corners of his lips ever so slightly. "Why don't you check on your banking app later?" What kind of stinking response was that? Was he messing around with her? Just then, Jack's cell phone rang. "All right, I got it. But I have important business to attend to right now. Tell them to delay the meeting another 30 minutes. When he finished, Jack hung up the phone. "Since you have important business, let's part here. I can take the bus home." Jack glanced at Chloe, his eyes cold. "The important business I was talking about is taking you home," he said. Jack's expression was clearly saying that she was an idiot. Sometimes, he really wondered if Chloe, once touted as a genius with an IQ of 130, was actually one of those weirdos with a high IQ but low EQ. Having heard what Jack said, Chloe's expression clearly lagged for an instant. Then a warm feeling welled up in her chest. "Let's go. Get in the car." 20 minutes later, Jack dropped Chloe off at her apartment building. "All right, I'm home. Thank you for the ride." She was still not used to Jack treating her so well. After all, they had already been apart for more than 7 years. She needed some time before she could get accustomed to this suddenly intimate relationship. "When I get off work, I'll come to get you." "You don't need to." "Terminate the lease for this apartment. You're moving in with me." Jack's tone was commanding. "No." Chloe instantly rejected him. Jack stared at her with a complicated expression on his face. "We're husband and wife. We're not separating right after marriage, are we? Unless you think that, after all that I've helped you with, you can just leave me out to dry for half a year and then bring up divorce. Are you going back on your word, now that you no longer need me?" "That's not what I meant," Chloe objected. "Then it's settled. I'll come and get you tonight. You don't need to bring anything. I have everything ready at my place." Without waiting for Chloe's reply, Chin Chu turned around and left. Staring at his tall, broad back as he walked away, Chloe let out a light sigh. It's been 7 years. His bossiness and stuck-up attitude hadn't changed a bit. If anything, it had gotten worse. However, moving in with him, was that really okay? Wasn't he living with his parents? She had already met the Dawson couple many years ago. They borderline hated her. She didn't like them either. After Uncle James's death, she had began viewing Jack's parents as Uncle James's murderers. Chloe couldn't imagine what it would be like to live under the same roof as the people she held a grudge against. Jack arrived at his office 5 minutes before the meeting was set to begin. He walked straight into the conference room. Picking up the documents his assistant had handed him, he flipped through the pages, then listened to the executives from each of the departments make their reports. An hour later, the meeting ended. Jack didn't say a word, from beginning to end. "Mr. Dawson, the meeting is pretty much wrapped up. Is there anything you'd like to add?" Mark asked cautiously. Jack slowly closed the file he was holding and then scanned the room. One after the other, the executives lowered their heads, not daring to meet their boss's gaze for fear of making a mistake. "Inform the finance department to double all corporate employees' pay for this month." "Mr. Dawson, this—" The good news came so suddenly that Mark was at a loss for words. The other executives all wore dumbfounded expressions as well. Was today a special day of some sort? "Mr. Dawson, did our company just score a really good project or something?" one of the deputy directors asked, ready to suck up to the boss. Jack thought for a moment. With his hand against his forehead, he said thoughtfully, "Good project? Yeah, it's a project that's been on my mind for years now. It's finally settled." "That's fantastic. Can you tell us what this project is? We'd like to share in your joy." The deputy director continued to flatter. Unexpectedly, Jack slowly rose to his feet. Smoothing out his collar, he said calmly, "You don't need to know. In any case, today is a good day." With that, Jack turned around and left. Behind him was a room full of bewildered executives. Mark quietly counted his fingers. The corporate headquarters held 2,000 employees in total, with a combined monthly salary of $8 million. With his statement today, the president had issued another $8 million in spending. Rich people sure can do whatever comes to their mind, he thought. Their boss, in particular, was exceptionally so. Mr. Dawson." Assistant Mark jogged up to Jack. "What?" "There's something I've been meaning to say." "Say it." "But I'm afraid it might make you mad." "Then don't say it." Jack's reply nearly sent Mark straight into tears. No, I really need to talk to you about this." "Say it." "When are you planning to give my car back to me?" Mark was wearing an agonized expression. Right now, he was driving his boss's Audi R8 to and from work, every day. Having to endure his co-workers' gossiping was one thing, but God knows how terrified he had been of accidentally scraping his boss's car. That wasn't something he could afford to pay compensation for. Sure, his boss's car was insured. However, if he actually were to scratch his boss's precious car, then it wouldn't just be a matter of money. He might even lose his job. To Mark, this assistant position had been like a pie that fell into his lap from the sky. The last person on this position was a highly capable middle-aged lady. However, as soon as the new president took over the position, he promoted her to a director and transferred her to a branch company. The opening she had left behind was filled through external hiring. However, of all the applicants, the new president had chosen him, the most unimpressive of the bunch. When GK called and told him to come to work, he thought it was a hoax. Only later did he find out that rumors had it that the new president chose him for only 2 reasons. First, he was a guy. The new president seemed to dislike unnecessary contact with women. Second, he attended Second High School. Rumor had it that the president himself had been a student there. Technically, they were alumni of the same school. Mark wasn't stupid. He had the vague impression that Second High seemed to hold some kind of significance to the new president. However, the president was extremely unpredictable. First, he borrowed his Volkswagen CC. Then, he told him to drive his Audi R8. The situation left Mark rather depressed. After listening to Mark's request, Jack paused in thought. Then, he asked, "Is my car not fast enough?" Mark shook his hands. No, it's way too fast." "Then you don't like the color?" No. "Mr. Dawson, I like the color too. It's grand, classy, and obviously high-end." "Then you think it's not eye-catching enough?" "If that's the case, I have other cars in my garage. Ferrari, Lamborghini." Before Jack had even finished, Mark was already on the verge of falling to his knees. "Mr. Dawson, it's too eye-catching, and it doesn't fit someone of my station. I'm just an assistant. How could I afford to drive such an expensive car? For the past few days, I haven't even been able to sleep at night. During the day, I'm afraid it'll get scratched. At night, I worry that someone might steal it. Mr. Dawson, please spare me and give my car back to me." Seeing Mark's sincerity, Jack nodded after some thought. "Fine, if it's troubling you that much, you can have your car back." Thank you for your kindness." Mark finally let out a sigh of relief. "Give your store a call later. Order a car exactly like yours and have it delivered to me." "Wait." Once again, Mark was left dumbstruck. He really didn't understand. Why would the president lower himself by insisting on driving a Volkswagen? Was it because it was made domestically? Could the president be a true patriot? After some silent debate in his head, Mark asked hesitantly, "Sir, do you know how to sing the national anthem?" Jack's brows furrowed slightly. He stared, perplexed, at this oddball assistant of his. "Boss, I'll go order your new car right now." Seeing the president's expression, Mark didn't dare chatter anymore and immediately left. Jack sat quietly in his office, bathed in gentle sunlight. Carefully, he pulled open a drawer in his desk and took out a yellowing old photograph. He spent a long time staring at it in silence. Finally, he carefully placed it back into his drawer. At the Department of Design, Jennifer heard that the president was in such a good mood today that he ordered double pay for everybody. She felt like a rare opportunity had presented itself. At the end of the workday, Jennifer deliberately walked to the president's office, strutting in 7-inch heels and holding a thick stack of documents. As she had hoped, she arrived just in time to see Jack leaving his office. As he was about to pass her, Jennifer intentionally lost her footing. With that, all the documents she had been holding went flying out of her hands. She also fell to the ground in a spectacular fashion. It wasn't until her back hit the ground, and she felt the pain of impact, did Jennifer realize something. Wasn't the president supposed to catch her just in the nick of time, holding her in a gentle embrace? At least, that was how it usually went in romance novels and primetime drama series. Could someone explain to her why it didn't work? Jack glanced down at the female employee who had fallen before him, his brows furrowing slightly. Directly stepping over her would have been too ungentlemanly. So, he walked around Jennifer, treating her as just an obstacle. After that, he also pulled out his cell phone and called Assistant Mark. "Boss, what can I help you with?" "Inform admin. Starting from tomorrow, all female employees are forbidden from wearing shoes with heels higher than 3 inches. Got it, sir." Although Mark didn't know why the president would issue such a strange order, he knew that he had to do as he was told. Jennifer stared the president as he walked away, unsure whether she should cry or not. What did she have to do to get closer to this dreamy hot piece of ass? Sensing the sharp pain in her ankle, she wondered if it was broken. She had tried everything in order to draw the president's attention. At home, Chloe took a hot shower, then did a heaping pile of laundry. Finally, she thoroughly cleaned the place. As she was about to take a break, a knock was heard at the door. She looked at the clock. It was 5:30 p.m. At this hour, she was certain the person at her door was Jack. As expected, when she opened the door, she saw Jack standing on the other side. He was dressed in a navy blue custom-made Italian suit. The fact that he hadn't yet changed meant that he had just gotten off work. "I'm here to pick you up. Let's go." "I still have a lot of stuff here. Let me bring them with me." "There's no need. I'll get someone to come and deal with the stuff here. Just bring your essentials. I'll wait for you in the car." 10 minutes later, Chloe walked out from her room. In her arms, she held a cardboard box filled with some of her favorite books, along with a watermelon throw pillow. She had been living here for over a year now. This sudden move made her realize that she was going to miss the place. However, Jack was right. Now that they were married, it would be a bit improper to continue living separately. "When they terminate the lease, don't forget to get the $2,000 I put up as deposit," Chloe reminded him as she sat down on the passenger seat. Jack didn't know what to say, but nodded all the same. As they drove on, Chloe felt unsettled. After stewing over the issue for a long time, Chloe finally asked, "Are we going to be living with your parents? Are you joking? So it's just going to be the two of us living together?" Chloe perked up. "What do you think?" Jack replied with a question of his own. Chloe bit her lips and didn't talk anymore. However, deep down, she let out a sigh of relief. She genuinely disliked Jack's parents and didn't want anything to do with them. Half an hour later, they arrived at Imperial Park, the largest upscale residential area within the First Town Road district. Jack's car slowly came to a stop. Lifting her head, Chloe looked around at this luxurious neighborhood. Sales for the homes here had opened 2 years ago and only closed last year. From what she had heard, the per square meter price had already exceeded $80,000. This was a well-known upper-class development site. According to rumors, a famous feng shui practitioner from Hong Kong had been invited to look over the location. The plot was bordered by a mountain and a lake, with a road to its left. As the people here said, this land bore the features of the 4 great beasts of legend: the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black turtle. Because the area rests by the city's largest natural lake, the property values here remained high. "Are we going to live here?" "Yeah." Jack nodded, then led Chloe inside. The buildings were designed to be mini high-rises, and there was ample space between each of the buildings, allowing the sun to shine through. The buildings were of English-style architecture with dark red exteriors. Chloe quite liked it. The lobby of the complex was lavishly decorated, like the decor in a 5-star hotel. Jack led Chloe into the spacious elevator and pressed the button for the 16th floor. "Looks like it's the top floor," Chloe thought to herself. A few seconds later, the 16th floor opened up before them. Chloe looked around and realized that there was only 1 unit on the entire floor. It seemed like there was the only unit on each floor, as expected from the wealthy. Jack took out a key and opened the door. Chloe followed him inside. Her eyes lit up when she saw what was before her. It was a spacious, bright 2-story unit. The open design made it possible to see both floors from the door. The white European-style furnishings were stately, yet ornate. A rough estimate placed the unit at more than 200 square meters at least. In a neighborhood with such astronomical property values, this was no doubt the luxury unit amongst luxury units. "We decided to get married so suddenly, and I didn't have time to pick an address. So, I bought this place on short notice. We'll make do here for a while. When the interior work in the South Hill Manor is complete, we'll move over there." "It's all right. I like it here." Chloe swallowed before she replied. If she heard correctly, Jack said that this place was only temporary. Did he just seriously say, "make do"? Heavens! This was a place where 1 square meter went for $80,000 in the real estate golden zone within the First Town Road, located less than 10 minutes from the first hospital by foot. This was a unit worth over $10 million, along with more than $1 million in furnishings, and here this guy was saying that they will make do for a while. "Everything we need is here. If anything is missing, let me know. I'll have someone get it for us." "Okay." Chloe nodded. Right then, Jack's cell phone rang. "Hello, I'll be right over. Yeah, wait for me." Hanging up, Jack looked at Chloe. "I have to go back to my parents' place. Go ahead and get some rest." "Okay." Chloe nodded again. As Chloe stood up and opened the door to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Doubling back, he took out a key card and a set of keys and placed them on Chloe's palm. "These are the keys. The ownership certificate is on the coffee table. They're yours to keep." With that, Jack turned and left. Holding the keys, Chloe was in somewhat of a haze. Just like that, she had moved in with Jack. She glanced over at the certificate on the coffee table. Possessed, she walked over and pulled it open. As expected, the ownership was under her name. She was surprised to realize that there were tears in her eyes. It wasn't that a man spending money on another woman was necessarily a good thing. It was just that she understood Jack too well. While it was true that he was bossy and headstrong, he would always give you what he thought was best. It was how he showed that he cared. He had been like that 7 years ago, and he still was, 7 years later. Jack was a man she had once loved, and what she felt for him were etched into her very bones. Staring at the certificate, Chloe was stuck in a haze. Then, as though suddenly remembering something, she drew out her cell phone in a flash and opened her mobile banking app. Entering the password, she checked the balance. If she remembered correctly, Jack said that he had transferred his income for the month to her card. She was extremely curious. Just how much did the stuck-up Mr. Dawson make? When Chloe saw the balance, she was shocked. She carefully counted the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. That was right. Adding on to the $800 Chloe had before, she had a $1,800 in total. So, did that mean Jack's monthly salary was $1 million? Actually, $1 million was not a large amount of money for Jack. By a conservative estimate, the GK Corporation had at least a dozen billion in assets. $1 million was only a monthly procedure that the financial department symbolically pays the president as a salary. However, $1 million was an astronomical figure for Chloe. Did that mean she could live a carefree life now? Did she marry rich? Lying on the couch, she felt surreal as she looked at the luxury condo, ownership certificate, marriage certificate, and her bank balance. It took about 30 minutes for Jack to drive from Imperial Park to Hillside Manor. It was almost 7 p.m. when he arrived. After parking, Jack discovered that there were a few other cars parked in the lot. There were a Bentley, a Maserati, and a Porsche 918. It looked like his family had visitors. Jack silently opened the door with his keys and, to no surprise, saw the living room filled with people. "Jack, you're back. You're just in time for dinner. We've been waiting for you." "I'm not eating," said Jack as he passed the crowd in order to go upstairs. He only came back to get some things. Then, he would be officially moved out. However, Jack's parents didn't seem to know that their son was moving out. They had invited a few friends, including 2 young girls who looked like spoiled and pampered socialites. When Jack walked down the stairs, he was carrying a paper bag containing his personal items. "Jack, let me introduce you. This is Auntie Clara Daughter. She is the daughter of the president of the Windwalk Corporation, Sophia Ace. Oh, and she is Alina Stone, from Uncle Stone's family, the daughter of the president of the Media Association. They are both—" "Mom, I still have stuff to do, so I'll be leaving now. Oh, and I've been busy with work lately, so won't be living at home. I bought a condo, so call me if you need me." After speaking, Jack proceeded to leave. Jack. Mortified, Mrs. Dawson called after her son a few more times to no avail. Peter Dawson was out of the country recently, traveling in Switzerland with a few friends. Jack's mom seized the opportunity to invite a few women who she often had afternoon tea with to join her at home with their daughters. She wanted to create an opportunity for her son, but he didn't let her. Instead, he abruptly announced that he was moving out. "Your son seems to be very busy, haha," one of the women awkwardly said, attempting to amend the situation. Mrs. Dawson laughed and said, "Don't mind him. It hasn't been long since he came back, and he has been busy since he became the president of GK. He rarely even eats dinner with us. It's fine. Young people these days are all workaholics. It's good to be busy," another chuckled. "Auntie Dawson, Jack is so handsome. He's my type." The daughter of the Ace family shyly smiled. "Jack is so prideful, but I like it," the other girl commented in satisfaction. Mrs. Dawson dryly laughed and said, Next time I'll invite him to dinner with you. It's probably busy at the corporation since he's always working overtime." Jack drove straight to his new condo at Imperial Park. When he opened the door, he found Chloe asleep on the couch. She was wearing a tee and low-cut pants. Her white ankles were exposed, looking extremely cute and alluring. Jack quietly took off his blazer to cover her. Chloe must have been too exhausted because she didn't notice that a jacket was placed on her. At least not until a sweet, fragrant scent reached her nose and prompted her reaction. It smelled like toast. She had spent the entire afternoon packing up at the rental apartment and didn't have the chance to cook. She was exhausted. Chloe sluggishly woke up, and, as her eyes opened, she saw the piercing light of the chandelier. It was only then that she realized that she wasn't at her old apartment anymore, but at her and Jack's new home. "You're awake?" asked Jack gently as he looked at her tenderly. Chloe sluggishly raised her head and saw Jack sitting on the couch. He was wearing a toffee-colored dress shirt, casual pants, and on his wrist was a luxurious limited-edition Patek Philippe diamond watch. His fingers danced on the keyboard of his laptop. It looked like he was busy working. Chloe drowsily replied. "I cooked. Let's eat together." He did not wait for a reply from Chloe as he put down his laptop and walked into the kitchen. Then he brought out 2 servings of toast, bacon, and hot coffee. Chloe wanted to say that she wasn't hungry, but, as she opened her mouth, her stomach immediately betrayed her and rumbled. Jack put the toast and coffee in front of her on the coffee table. Chloe didn't want to seem stuck up, so she slowly dug in. Perhaps it was her hunger, or maybe some other reason, but the food was delicious. Honey and butter were smeared on the toast, making it so fucking sweet. It just so happened that Chloe had a sweet tooth. Watching Chloe silently eat his food, Jack's gaze became soft in an instant. Just then, Jack's phone rang. He put down his mug and slowly answered his phone. "Hello? Son, why did you move out all of a sudden?" Mrs. Dawson seemed to be taking the situation seriously. "I've been busy at work and am always working overtime. It's not convenient to always drive back and forth." "You don't have to move out, though. Where's your new house? Are there maids, chauffeurs, and cleaners?" "Mom, I can take care of myself." "Son, if you're not used to living alone, please move back. I'm worried about you." "Mom, I am an adult." "I know, but you're forever my baby boy." "Jack, what do you think about the 2 girls I brought home tonight?" Mrs. Dawson finally got to her point. "I didn't like them." "Was it their looks or their height? Tell me what you want in a woman. I'll keep an eye out for you." Mrs. Dawson attempted to convince her son. As Jack was holding the phone, he looked at Chloe, who was drinking coffee. Then, enunciating every word, Jack said, "Mom, my standards for is 24 years old, 165 centimeters tall, weighs 50 kilograms, has long black hair, big eyes, doesn't wear makeup, likes wearing white tees and jeans, and has dimples when she smiles." When Chloe heard that, she lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't like being a narcissist, but she felt like Jack was describing her. "Wait a second, let me note that down. Son, I'll try my best to find you a girl like that." On the other side of the phone, Mrs. Dawson took Jack's words seriously. "Good, that's all. Good night." After speaking, Jack hung up without waiting for a reply. After silently finishing her food, Chloe took the dishes into the kitchen. As she turned around, she bumped into Jack. She didn't know what he was doing in the kitchen at that time. They were so close together that it made Chloe nervous. Jack's hands were against the wall, surrounding Chloe with his arms. He warmly looked down at the person in his embrace. Chloe was successfully cornered without any warning. "Excuse me, I still need to wash the utensils," Chloe said as she pretended to be calm. Jack stared at her face for 3 seconds. "You don't have to do these things." After speaking, Jack moved and created a passageway for Chloe. He walked up to the sink and began washing the used utensils. Chloe didn't know what she was supposed to do. When Jack finished washing the utensils and exited the kitchen, Chloe was still sitting on the sofa. It was already 10 o'clock at night. "It's late. We should sleep." With his hands in his pocket, Jack leaned against the doorway and looked at Chloe. "I'm not tired. You should sleep first," Chloe awkwardly replied. "Are you afraid of sleeping with me?" The corners of Jack's mouth raised up into a smirk. Chloe didn't expect Jack to be so direct, and therefore was slightly taken aback. Then she blushed. "No," she replied. "If you're not afraid, then what are you waiting for? Go to bed." With that, Jack turned around and walked upstairs towards the bedroom. That night, before Jack had come home, Chloe already roughly familiarized herself with the structure of the condo. It was a 200 square meter, 2-level unit. There was a spacious living room, dining room, bathroom, kitchen, and study downstairs. The upper level seemed to consist of 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. With a setup like this, there would be enough space to house the 2 of them, even if they had 2 children. Watching Jack climb up the stairs, Chloe immediately regretted her big mouth. Why did she have to respond so carelessly? Now look what she had done. If she didn't follow him, it would seem like she was going back on her word. However, she really wasn't ready. 7 years ago, she loved Jack with all her heart, but it didn't mean things were still the same now. Truth be told, she didn't even know how she felt about Jack. She had agreed to marry him purely to ensure Thomas's well-being. Of course, There had been some degree of personal emotions mixed in as well. Jack entered the first bedroom on the second floor, and Chloe slowly followed him inside. The room was spacious, with black and white decor. It suited Jack's style. "What did you follow me in for? How badly do you want to sleep in the same bed as me?" Jack looked at Chloe with a half-joking expression. Chloe, caught by surprise, didn't know how to react. "Your bedroom is next door. Good night." With that, Jack closed the door with a thump. He left Chloe outside, with an innocent look on her face. Chloe hadn't yet figured out how to react, and her adorable expression nearly broke Jack's self-restraint. All he wanted was to go over and kiss her for all he was worth. After Jack closed the door, he slowly leaned against it. Although he wanted more than anything to hold her as they fell asleep, he knew that she wasn't ready for that yet. He didn't want to force her. He wanted to give her time to slowly get back to where they were 7 years ago. Besides, she was already legally his wife, wasn't she? At this thought, Jack's lips tugged into a contented smile. Only then did Chloe fully process what Jack had just said. She walked over to the second bedroom and pushed open the door. The interior was decorated in light beige, accented with purple. These were all colors she liked. So, he still remembers everything and prepared this room for her in advance. She thought that he would force her, but he didn't. "Jack, what am I to do with you?" Caressing the white vanity table, Chloe's expression became sorrowful. She admitted that she no longer had much hatred left in her. Every time she needed help, this man had always been there. "But, if you love me that much, why did you disappear for 7 years? We've already wasted 7 years." Chloe spent a long time in melancholy. In the end, she went to the ensuite bathroom for a hot bath. When she came out, she laid down on the bed, exhausted. She had always been picky about beds. In the past, whenever she was out of the city and had to stay at a hotel, she would always have trouble sleeping. She thought that tonight would be no different. However, to her surprise, she slept astonishingly well. The light fragrance of lavender filled the room, along with dreamlike multicolored lights. Every detail had been designed with care. Chloe found it hard to believe that Jack bought this condo on short notice. How could everything be so perfect? Late that night, filtering through the window, faint moonlight spilled into the room. Quietly, Jack pushed open the door and walked inside. He stood quietly by the window. Staring down at the sleeping girl on the bed, his eyes were filled with tenderness. No one knew just how long he had been waiting for this day, just as no one knew how much he loved this woman named Chloe. The next morning. Although it was only 7 a.m. when Chloe got up, Jack was already nowhere to be found. A sandwich sat ready on the table, along with a glass of milk. Chloe had to admit that she was touched by his gesture. Before, when she lived under the same roof as Simon, she was always the one who cooked. By and by, she had grown used to it. Today, seeing that someone had prepared breakfast for her, she felt an indescribable warmth rise within her. At GK headquarters, walking through the door, Assistant Mark heard the president's computer playing music. After he realized what the song was, he nearly choked on his own spit. "President Dawson," Mark stuttered. Jack raised his head from behind a pile of documents. He didn't make a sound, but his eyes were clearly saying, "Whatever it is, just say it." "President Dawson, your car is ready. The people from the store just delivered it and left it in the garage. You can use it at any time." "Got it." With only a 2-word reply, Jack went back to his work. The song, however, was still playing on repeat. "I really wish there was someone with me when I'm lonely. That even on the busiest days, someone's there to eat breakfast with me. Although this kind of thinking is clearly too naive. No matter where tomorrow lies, I just want someone with me. There's never room in love for multitasking. Won't it be a shame to miss out on a meeting that happens so naturally? If I truly decide to give my heart to you, can someone tell her, 'Please don't hurt me'?" Every time love is near, you feel her holding you tightly. She riles up your heart, covers your eyes, yet doesn't let you know where she's going. Every time love is near, it's like she's waiting to see your reaction. Heaven and earth fall silent. The only disturbance is your decision. The reason Mark thought this was bizarre was that, before, the president usually played piano music from either Chopin, Mozart, Richard Clayderman, or Franz Liszt. Mark was a man without much taste for music. Therefore, even when listening to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, he couldn't really appreciate it. But his boss was different. People say that the president was a genius, and, having studied abroad for 7 years, he naturally had a different taste than the rest of them. However, today, music from legendary musicians were suddenly swapped to Love Is Near by Renee. That was a hell of a difference. Most importantly, when did the president start getting into cutesy indie pop? President Dawson? Anything else? Jack looked up at Yang, who stood stuttering, unsure if he should speak. I like this song too. My wife and I are both fans of Milk Tea. A little embarrassed, Mark scratched his head and smiled. Who is Milk Tea? Jack's reply nearly made Mark faint on the spot. What was wrong with the president? If he didn't know who Milk Tea was, why was he listening to her song on repeat? What kind of a fan was he? Milk Tea, she's Renee, the one singing this song. Oh. Jack finally understood. The USB in his computer today wasn't the one he usually listened to. Yesterday, the movers he sent to terminate the lease on Chloe's apartment had reportedly found this USB on Chloe's laptop. Thinking that these might all be songs Chloe's liked, Jack had spent the entire morning tirelessly listening to them. No wonder Mark was weirded out. After breakfast, Chloe went to work. Inside the VIP suite, Thomas had already regained consciousness. Although he was still very groggy, the doctor had said that his vitals were good and that he only needed to rest more. Chloe stayed with Thomas for a while. Finally, after her brother had fallen asleep, she slowly left the room. Just as she got outside, her phone began to ring urgently. Chloe took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Miss Green, I am Mike, the attorney. What do you want? After hearing his introduction, Chloe's tone grew noticeably colder. I just wanted to remind you to consider our offer carefully. I've made my position very clear already. I don't want to repeat myself. If you continue to be so unreasonable, we will be unable to guarantee the safety of you and your family. Are you threatening me? Miss Green, you're a clever lady. I need not say any more. What if I told you my cell phone has an inbuilt recorder? I'll hand it over to the court as evidence against you. Chloe was furious. Mike chuckled. You think I'd be afraid? You had better be more careful. I've said it before. My client has a strong background. He's not someone who can be swayed by an ordinary person like you. Just because we're ordinary, we should let you walk all over us. What a joke. Why don't you go to hell? With that, Chloe mercilessly hung up the phone. Miss Green, someone's looking for you. Okay, coming. Hearing the call, Chloe immediately began walking towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. When Chloe recognized the person at the door of the examination room, she was clearly displeased. It's you? Hi there, Chloe, my little sister. It's only been a few days since we last met, but you've gotten even prettier. Andrew was dressed in a mulberry blazer with black dress pants. Each article of clothing on him was from a luxury designer brand. Unlike Jack, his taste in clothing leaned toward the ostentatious, preferring brighter colors such as pink and dark purple. Andrew was 29 years old and fairly good-looking in a gentlemanly kind of way. This, along with the fact that he was the Green Corporation's vice president, made him quite popular in high society circles. He was also supposedly the ultimate playboy. His female companions ranged from celebrities and international supermodels to cultured heiresses. He had had more girlfriends than he had fingers. He frequently appeared in entertainment magazines. Nonetheless, the public opinion of him was very high. He was said to be the future helmsman of the Green Corporation. Evidently, despite being an adopted son, his status had exceeded that of the siblings born by Timothy Green mistress. Wherever he went, Andrew wore bedroom eyes and a fox-like smile. He was well liked by women. The young nurses at the obstetrics and gynecology department were all enamored and stole glances at him. How many times have I said this? Don't call me that. I'm not your little sister. Chloe's reaction was uncharacteristically cold. All right, Chloe. I have a favor to ask of you today. I have a female friend who wants to get a gynecology checkup, but your hospital's specialist appointments are really hard to make. Luckily, I remembered that you worked in the OB/GYN department. Can you ask around and see if you can get an appointment for her? No, I'm just an intern nurse, and I don't have that kind of authority. Mr. Green, with your influence, you can go straight to the director. With that, Chloe turned around and walked into the OB/GYN department examination room, not paying him any more attention. Andrew, on the other hand, didn't seem upset at all. He only gave a dry smile. As the vice president of the Green Corporation, he could obviously get an express pass at any hospital. There was really no need for him to ask a little gopher like Chloe. However, he especially liked making contact with her. Whenever he saw her, his mood would unexplainably brighten. Right then, a woman with delicate features walked out from the OB/GYN attending's outpatient room. She looped her hands affectionately around Andrew's arm. Andrew, the doctor said I've caught a chill. He told me to eat less seafood. It looks like we can't go to the beach during the holidays anymore. That's all right. I'll warm you up when we get home. Oh, stop it, you. Huh, you're always toying with me, the woman whined playfully. After that, the two turned around and walked away. Sister Chloe, who was that just now? One of the nurses, Amelia asked, intrigued. He's pretty good looking, and he's wearing designer clothing. He's clearly some kind of rich boy. He's a friend of a friend of a friend. I don't know him well either. Chloe never really liked talking about the Green family. Amelia, you dummy. Don't you read the newspaper? Wasn't that Prince Green? As expected from one of City's 4 princes, he is both handsome and rich. He's so much better looking in person than in his photos. The only downside is that he's a bit of a playboy, one of the other younger nurses said. 4 princes? I've never heard of them, Amelia said, perplexed. That's why I said you're from the countryside. The 4 princes are considered the most eligible bachelors in high society, all supposedly unmarried. Andrew is ranked second. From what I've heard, the 3rd prince is the 2nd son of Southern City Corporation's family, and the 4th is the son of the president of automotive. Then who's the 1st? Amelia was even more curious. The 1st? That person is something else. He's also my dream boyfriend. He's our city's most handsome and wealthy super crown prince, Justin Cooper. Huh? Justin. I think I've heard of him. Isn't his dad the guy who's ranked in Forbes' top 5? The one who started off in private banking? They say his family's bank has now spread across the country, Amelia said, fascinated. Yeah, but Prince Cooper owns his own entertainment company, specializing in creating superstars. Out of the 4 most popular divas in the entertainment scene right now, 2 belong to his label. Chloe listened quietly, not interjecting. She had no interest in these things whatsoever. Just then, an older nurse walked in and threw them a look of disdain. What 4 princes? She said. You're way behind the times. Right now, the hottest new bachelor is the prince of the GK Corporation. Rumors say he's been back in the country for nearly a month now and has already secretly taken over the company. But he's apparently very modest and doesn't accept any interviews from the media. I heard that he's super good looking. I really wish I could see him for myself. Really? GK's heir? Why haven't I heard about him? One of the young nurses muttered. Amelia, on the other hand, interjected excitedly. I know that GK's prince went to 2nd high school. My older sister went there as well, just a year after him. I know that his name is Jack Dawson, but they said that he left the country for a long time. Did he come back? Why hasn't there been any news? With that, Amelia tugged at Chloe. Miss Chloe, didn't you go to 2nd high school as well? You should know more, right? Come on, tell us about this Prince of GK. I really want to know. My sister once said that Jack was super hot. For a moment, Chloe didn't even know how to answer the question. I don't know him that well. Not wanting to cause a fuss, she merely glossed over the subject. Upon hearing this, the 3 other nurses all seemed a little disappointed. While the OB/GYN department wasn't busy, Chloe went to the VIP suite to see her brother. However, at the door, she ran into the family of the patient from the other day. It was the mother of another boy injured in the vehicle pileup. She was a plump, middle-aged woman dressed in a conspicuous red dress. "Hey, wait a minute. What is it?" Chloe turned her head to face her. "I heard you wouldn't settle the matter in private. Is that true?" "Yes." "Did they not give you enough money?" "How much did they give you?" The middle-aged woman's eyes shone shrewdly. She seemed to be trying to get Chloe to disclose some information that could benefit her. However, Chloe wasn't an idiot. "No, I didn't accept the compensation." "Didn't accept the compensation? Why not? You couldn't make a deal?" "Let me tell you, you should take the opportunity and ask for a bit more. I heard your brother's injury was in the head. You can exaggerate it. Say that he suffered permanent damage and might become a retard, or that he can't take care of himself anymore. They'd give you a fair bit more that way." With that, the woman intentionally lowered her voice. "Did you know? I heard that the kid's parents work in the Ministry of Finance. Not only are they rich, they have power too. I will take regular legal actions and sue him. I won't take any compensation. The perpetrator needs to be held responsible." With that, Chloe turned around and entered the suite, not willing to continue the conversation. The middle-aged woman was left stunned for a moment. Then, she rolled her eyes and spat. "Is this girl's head rusted or something?" Inside the suite. Since he woke up, aside from looking a bit sallow, Thomas had been doing quite well. Chloe hired a caretaker, who takes turns watching over him with their mother. She herself often came by as well. "You look better than you did yesterday." Walking inside, Chloe smiled. "Sis." Thomas returned the smile after seeing Chloe. "Weren't you on duty? What are you doing here?" Their mother's tone was still cold. "The department isn't busy today, so I took some time off to come take a look. How are you, Thomas? Does anything feel wrong today?" Chloe touched her brother's forehead. Thomas shook his head. "Nope, I'm great. Don't worry, sis." "What did they say about the compensation? I heard those people contacted you," Sandra asked while knitting. Chloe paused, then replied, "Mom, I gave up the compensation. We have enough money for the surgery anyway, and Thomas's procedure was successful. So I didn't accept the compensation. I want to go to court, so the perpetrator will receive the punishment he deserves. Otherwise, he'll deal with us with money and continue evading the law. My little brother nearly died. Whenever I think of that, I just can't let it go." She had thought that her mother would give her a verbal lashing. After all, the lawyer offered her a hefty compensation. However, to her surprise, her mother didn't. She only gave her a grudging glance and asked, "Didn't they say that the guy had a powerful background? If we sue and lose, wouldn't we lose more than we gain?" "We won't. We can't lose." The perpetrator was racing inside a school campus, not to mention drinking and speeding. Having caused such a serious incident, he's obviously in the wrong. We won't lose unless the judge is completely blind. Anyway, even if his family has enough power to suppress the incident, I can always go to the media, or post it online in forums. Basically, once this incident gets public attention, the authorities won't stand by and let it happen. I believe that, no matter how powerful they are, they can't control everything. After Chloe had finished, Thomas gave a sweet, toothy smile. "Sis, you're so smart. You've thought of everything." Sandra, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at Chloe. "If you've already decided, then sort this thing out," she said. "But how are you going to pay back the money you borrowed? Wouldn't it be a pity to give up the compensation completely? With your crappy salary, who knows how long it would take for you to pay it back? You sure know how to make a mess of things. I'll tell you now, I won't give you a penny. You know what our family is like. We're dirt poor. The only thing you can do is go and ask that blasted biological father of yours to lend you some. But that's impossible. You know how much he despises you." "Mom, you might not know much about the law. If we do things the normal way, and they lose the lawsuit, they'll have to give compensation too. It's just that it might not be as much as they would give for a private settlement. Normally speaking, they have to provide Thomas's medical fees. All we're giving up on is the compensation for the so-called nutritional fees and emotional damages. We won't ask for too much. I don't want to use my little brother's well-being as leverage to get rich. Once we win the case, they still have to give us the basic things. So don't worry about the money. Sis, you make it sound so complicated. How could Mom understand? Why don't you just tell her, if we settle privately, they might give us $1,000 in compensation. But if we go through the court process, after the ruling, they might only have to give us $300,000 to cover the medical fees. It's quite a difference in terms of money. Is that right? After Thomas had finished, Chloe nodded. Sandra didn't say much, but lowered her head and said quietly, I hope everything can go smoothly. Chloe could tell that, even though her mother didn't put on a good face, she still agreed with her way of doing things. Right then, a knock sounded at the door. Chloe was beyond nervous. She was really afraid that Jack would suddenly come to the hospital without warning. If that happened, and her mom saw Jack, it would make the situation unthinkably tense. The person who walked in after the knock allowed Chloe to let out a sigh of relief. It was Simon. Brother Simon, Thomas said quietly. Simon was wearing a white lab coat as if he had just gotten off from a shift. In his hand was a fruit basket. He first looked at Chloe, a mix of emotions on his face. Then, he greeted Chloe's mother. Auntie. What are you doing here? Didn't you two break up? Sandra said with a stern expression. I came to see Thomas. He's recovering well. Get well soon, Simon said, setting down the fruit basket. Thank you, Brother Simon. Thomas smiled. Chloe. Gazing at Chloe, he opened his mouth but didn't seem to know what to say. Yeah. Can you come out for a moment? I have something to tell you. Whatever it is, you can say it here. My mom and brother aren't outsiders. After she had gone to Simon's new home the other day, ran into him sleeping with another woman, and was refused the money she had paid for the down payment, Chloe no longer had a shred of feelings left for him. Before this, she would have at least be thankful for the way he had courted her back when they were still in school. Only now did she know that a man could change so mercilessly. If Simon had helped her then, she wouldn't have had to beg Jack. In the end, she was left with no other choice but to marry Jack. At the end of the day, Simon had become a catalyst for the way things have become. Now that it came to this, Chloe really had nothing left to say to him. Hearing Chloe's words, Simon became somewhat embarrassed. Then he coughed before speaking. Chloe, I didn't expect this to happen. Back then, I was mad with jealousy too. We've been together for more than 3 years. You should know how I feel about you. It's not that I didn't want to help you. I heard that Thomas's surgery was paid for with money you borrowed from somewhere else. I'd like to help you pay that back. I can sell the apartment and the car. Your family is my family, and Thomas is my little brother. Can we go back to... Before Simon had a chance to finish, Chloe cut him off. We can't. Chloe, are you really not going to give me another chance? Simon begged. Chloe lifted her head. Looking into Simon's eyes, she said clearly, All I know is, when I had no choice but to ask you for help when my brother was lying in a hospital bed, waiting for money to save his life, you were in the home we downpaid together screwing around with another woman. Simon, I'm not that dumb, and you aren't either. Please, stop clinging to our past. You didn't help me, and I don't blame you. But now, the way you're trying to act nice after the fact, it's disgusting. Chloe's words left Simon with nothing but shame. At the same time, he was surprised. To him, Chloe had always been a gentle girl. Why was she now so sharp-tongued? She seemed like a different person. Her words cut him like knives, leaving him unable to respond. Chloe, I think you've changed, Simon said after a long moment of hesitation. Chloe smiled faintly at his remarks. You're wrong. I didn't change. I have always been like this, which means, these past few years, you never really gotten to know me at all. You loved the woman you created in your mind, not the real me. In truth, Chloe wanted to say this a long time ago. When she first met Simon, she had already painted herself as the most ordinary girl. After her relationship with Jack, which was already etched in her memory, her heart had been as peaceful as the ocean for a long time. Therefore, the gentle, understanding, and smart woman that Simon saw wasn't the real Chloe. Humans were the smartest animals in this world. Sometimes the person you saw was just the one she wanted to show you, rather than who she really was. Only Jack knew who Chloe really was. She was a quick-witted, smart, and sharp-mouthed girl who turned her nose up at everything, just the way Sarah described her. That was the real her. Unfortunately, she never let Simon see her real side these past few years. Now that they broke up, he finally had a chance to see the real her. How ironic. Chloe. Simon seemed like he still wanted to say something. Enough. You don't have to say anything else. I get it. When my daughter came to you for help, you were messing around with another woman in your apartment? Now you've come to repent because you heard that Thomas has recovered and the operation fees are paid off. You are not a man. Before I thought that, although you haven't achieved much, at least you were honest and genuine. Now I see your true colors. You are nothing but a dishonest person who only likes to contribute after the fact. Don't go around sighing here and there. It annoys me. Get out. Since you two already broke up, I am no longer your soon-to-be mother-in-law, nor is Thomas your brother. Auntie, get out and take your insincere guilt basket with you. After they finished talking, Sandra stood up, picked up the gift basket, and pushed it, along with Simon, out of the room. Mom, well done. You really vented Chloe's anger. Thomas gave her a thumbs up. Sandra glanced at Chloe coldly. In the future, pick a better man. This one was trash. I got it. Mom, I'm going back to my department for now. Don't wear yourself out. The caretaker is going to be here soon, so you should go home and get some rest. Walking out of the patient's room, Chloe felt restless. Although her mother was not nice to her, she was clearly on her side, defending her in front of Simon. But how would her mother react if she found out that not only was she secretly involved with Jack again, but was also now married to him? She would strip off her skin. Even though Uncle James's death had nothing to do with Jack, his death was caused by the Dawson family after all. Thinking of this, Chloe's chest felt tight. She had no clue how to keep on living with Jack. After Uncle James's death, she felt guilty for 7 years. She gave up on opportunities to go study overseas and chose not to attend the best medical school in the city. She stayed home and became the most ordinary person. But still, she couldn't ditch that guilt. What killed her the most was that she didn't hate Jack that much. She felt like she let Uncle James down. 9 p.m. Chloe had taken a shift for her colleague. Exhausted, she changed into her clothes and walked out of the hospital. She looked down and took out her phone. It had died in the afternoon, and she had to charge it with her portable battery pack. As soon as her phone turned on again, she began receiving a ton of missed call notifications and a text message. What time do you get off? I thought you weren't on the night shift today. Why haven't you gone home yet? It was from Jack. Chloe yawned and tried to respond to that message. Then, she heard a piercing screech from car tires speeding straight at her. She lifted her head, but the lights were so bright in her eyes that she couldn't open them. The only thing she knew was that a huge car was coming towards her at a surprisingly high speed. Chloe! Someone yelled out her name. Chloe didn't have enough time to react. She just stood there like a deer in headlights, trying to block out the light with her hand. It didn't occur to her that she was standing in the most dangerous spot. If this car came, it most likely would squash her. She didn't get to respond after she heard someone calling her name. Chloe only felt something suddenly bump into her, and she was sent flying. Her ribs were throbbing. The next time she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a soft embrace. Jack, when did you get here? Chloe was still frightened and a little stunned. Why did he show up right here, right now? Jack held Chloe tight. They laid on the road next to an electric pole, their bodies close together. Are you all right? Jack's voice sounded a little hoarse. Heavens knew that, in that second, his heart almost burst out from his chest. Yeah, Chloe stuttered slightly. Then she stood up and checked her wounds. She realized that other than Jack hurting her ribs when he crashed into her, there were no other injuries. When she turned around and looked at Jack, she was a little shocked. You hurt your hand. I'm fine. It's just a little scratch. No, let me wrap you up. Otherwise it will get infected. Chloe pulled Jack towards the hospital. We have a first aid kit at home. You can help me out there. After he finished talking, Jack tightly flipped his hand over to grab hers while saying, It's late. Let's go home." Then, he took Chloe's hand and took her to that white, low-key Volkswagen CC. The two of them got in the car. In the passenger seat, Chloe struggled for a while before asking, "Just now, why were you there? Shouldn't you be asking why that car suddenly accelerated in front of the hospital?" Jack answered with another question. "Answer my question first." "I couldn't get a hold of you and you didn't text me back. After I got off work, I came to the hospital to wait for you. What time did you get here?" Chloe turned to look at Jack with surprise. 6. "So you waited from 6 to 9? Chloe couldn't believe it. "Yes." "You were just waiting in the car?" "Yes." "You are so—" Chloe didn't know what to say. She wanted to say Jack was a fool, but clearly he wasn't. "You're lucky that I came. Otherwise you would have been run over." Now Chloe understood. Jack came to pick her up and was in the car the whole time. When he saw her walk out of the hospital, he got out of the car to call out her name. But right at that second, a truck came out of nowhere. In that moment of life or death, Jack dashed over, tackled Chloe, and dodged the big truck. They both fell safely to the curb. At that moment, they had almost crossed the thin line between life and death. "Do you know that you almost died?" Chloe asked, staring at Jack. "I only know that if I didn't do what I did, you would have died," Jack answered calmly. "Was it worth it?" Chloe's eyes started tingling. She turned her head to look out the window when she asked him this question. "It was very much worth it." "You are such an idiot. You're the Prince of GK, whose net worth is in the hundreds of millions. Why would you risk everything to save a nurse intern?" Jack leaned in. He stared into Chloe's eyes and said slowly, "At that moment, it was simply a husband saving a wife. Don't overthink it. Jack, don't you think that us together was a mistake this whole time?" Chloe asked gently. Having heard this, Jack's hands slightly froze on the steering wheel. After a while, Jack answered slowly, "All I know is that the 7 years apart from you was the biggest mistake of my life." These words thudded in Chloe's heart, as though something was softly broken. She didn't know what it was. Maybe it was the wall surrounding her heart. Then, they both remained silent for the rest of the trip. It was only 9:20 p.m. when they got back to Imperial Park. Jack helped Chloe get out the first aid kit from the cabinet in the living room. Then, they sat on the couch as Chloe carefully dealt with Jack's wounds. Jack didn't just hurt his hands, his knees were scraped as well. Blood was seeping through his expensive pants. "It's done. Don't let it touch water for a couple of days. Keep an eye on it when you shower," Chloe reminded him. "Got it. And take off your pants. I will wash them for you." "It's fine. These can be dry cleaned." "Fine. Go get some rest then." "I'm a little tired and want to go to sleep now," Chloe said as she headed for the stairs. "Chloe, I'm a little hungry." Jack's words stopped Chloe in her tracks. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything sounds good." Jack looked into her eyes. Chloe didn't want to make eye contact with Jack. She turned her head around and walked towards the fridge. She opened the fridge to see it filled with vegetables and fruits. It seemed like he prepared them ahead of time. Chloe took out some egg noodles and a bunch of lettuce. Then she walked to the kitchen. 20 minutes later, she brought a steaming bowl of egg noodles with lettuce out from the kitchen and set it on the coffee table. "Eat it while it's hot." "You're not going to have any?" "I already ate during my shift. I'm not hungry." Then Chloe turned around and went upstairs. Jack sat on the couch, grabbed the chopsticks, and slowly began eating the noodles. Memories began surfacing in his mind. "Jack, this shop's noodles are not good. How dare they charge $15 for a yucky bowl of noodles? It's crazy. Next time I'll make you some. I make good noodles." "Yeah? If one day we lose our jobs, you can open a noodle restaurant to support me." "Do you think I would let a man who lives off a woman be my husband?" "As long as I can be your husband, I don't mind living off a woman." They created a lot of beautiful memories 7 years ago. There was a lot of street food behind their school. Jack loved noodles, so Chloe always went with him. They visited many stores but found nothing good. That's how that conversation happened. Back then, Jack thought that he and Chloe would be with each other every day, so he would have many opportunities to try her noodles. Little did he know that he had to wait 7 years for that to happen. Time was heartless. So many beautiful things could only be preserved in memories. Although tonight he set his life aside to save her, she still kept him at arm's length. He knew what was on her mind. He could see the conflict, unease, guilt, and fear in her heart. But as long as he could be with her, he was willing to sacrifice everything. His wish was very simple, as long as she was well. His thoughts came to a halt. Jack started to swallow down the noodles quickly and finish the soup. He didn't remember how the noodles tasted, but he knew that these were the most delicious noodles in the entire world. It was because Chloe cooked them. Upstairs in the bedroom, Chloe lied on her bed, physically and mentally exhausted. Jack got hurt because of her. She wasn't heartless and didn't overlook what happened. But, as soon as she thought of her mother's words, she immediately started to feel conflicted. Ding! She got a message. Chloe slowly picked up her phone. As expected, it was from Sarah. Recently, she was on the East Coast route and hadn't been back to city. Chloe was actually not used to the tranquility without a boatload of messages from Sarah. Chloe, I'm back. Come out and have a drink with me. I've been working like a dog these past few days. Chloe smiled softly and responded, No way, no dog is this tired. Sarah was speechless. Then, Chloe sent her another short message. Sarah, I got married. After seeing these 4 words clearly, a shocked Sarah immediately jumped out of her bed. Girl, are you kidding me? No, I am being completely serious. Who did you marry, David or Simon? It never occurred to Sarah that Chloe would marry Jack. Neither of them. Girl, who is it then? Did you get engaged hot-headedly? Isn't Thomas still in the hospital? How could you have the heart to get married? Did your mental health deteriorate because of the stress? Don't worry. Psychologists say that whatever you do while you're insane can be nullified, like a murderer can be pardoned if he was insane at the time. It doesn't matter who you married impulsively. As long as you go and get examined tomorrow, you can get a divorce. Don't worry about it. Sarah, I wasn't being impulsive. It wasn't an insane decision, and I'm not out of my mind. Girl, don't scare me. I've only been gone for a few days. How can you drop a bomb like this on me? I married Jack. Who? Jack? Which Jack? Don't tell me you're talking about the hottie from our class. Who else could it be? Holy fuck, let me calm down. I can't digest this information. You actually got married to Jack? This isn't a prank, right? No, April Fool has passed already. Don't lie to me, is this true? Clearly, Sarah questioned the validity of the information. It's true, I swear. That's wonderful, girl. Congratulations, you're finally with the man you love. Sarah had a touch of madness in her composition, but she knew Chloe best. Other than Jack, there was no other man in her heart. People like Simon were rebounds that Chloe used to escape her feelings. Sarah always felt like Simon was not good enough for Chloe. Indeed, he wasn't. After all this time, Chloe got back together with Jack. Things seemed to go back to how it was 7 years ago. She was truly happy for Chloe. Sarah knew how much Chloe loved Jack, even if she never talked about it. Sarah, don't congratulate me. I was forced into marrying him. Then, Chloe explained the entire story to Sarah. After hearing that, Sarah lost all of her excitement and calmed down. Chloe, what do you plan on doing now? Your mom and Jack's parents will find out sooner than later. You guys won't be able to hide it for too long. Once you get pregnant or get stalked by the paparazzi, your marriage will go public. Jack isn't a normal person. He's the Prince of GK. He can't hide his marriage. It'll be exposed eventually. How do you plan to deal with it? After some thought, Chloe replied, Sarah, to be honest, I don't plan on staying with Jack. We're not meant to be together. So I think that after a while, I'll file for divorce. Divorce? You're crazy. Why would you want a divorce? I don't get it. You love him and he loves you. Why can't you guys just be together? Sarah, so much has happened between the two of us. We can't go back. I don't know why Jack wants to marry me, and I guess he's still salty about me breaking up with him 7 years ago. Men are all the same. They always want what they can't get. Maybe he won't be like this anymore after he gets tired of me. I don't think Jack is like that. Chloe, there's something that you might not know about. Jack personally invited Ms. Jody back from New Zealand for our last reunion, and it was her who personally called you. It's clear how much he wanted to see you. So what? Too much happened over the last 7 years. Uncle James can't come back to life, and I don't want to anger my mom again. Anyways, I'll cut ties with him before our marriage is exposed. Chloe. Sarah had a feeling that Chloe was too mentally stressed. She had only been married for a few days, but was already thinking of divorce. If Jack knew what she was thinking, wouldn't he be heartbroken? Jack's previous speculations were correct. She really was going to burn the bridge, wasn't she? Their marriage was just a plan that went to her advantage, and Chloe knew that it was unfair to Jack. But was this world ever fair? After chatting Sarah for a while, Chloe became drowsy and fell into deep sleep. Midnight. Jack silently entered and tucked Chloe in. Standing beside the bed, he looked at her with a warm gaze. He wanted nothing more than to lean down and kiss her, but he was scared that she would wake up, which would make the situation awkward. He silently looked at her for a while before quietly leaving Chloe's room. His gaze became cold again as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Noah, investigate the license plate, HC9649. It's a blue semi that appeared at the entrance of the first hospital tonight at 9. Check the surveillance cameras, the registered car owner, and where it went. He had a super competent memory, and he called Noah because he needed to know who was dumb enough to target his girl. Brew, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Noah was only semi-conscious on the other side of the phone. That's all. I want the info by tomorrow morning. Without waiting for Noah to reply, Jack hung up. The next morning, when Chloe woke up, she was surprised that Jack was still at home. For as long as she could remember, he would always leave the house before 7. Seeing him so early in the morning caused her to look away in awkwardness, especially because Chloe's face was unwashed and her hair was messy. You're not at work yet? There's not much to do today. Jack sat at the dining table and was reading an economics newspaper. On the table were 2 servings of breakfast. They were Western dishes again. To be honest, Chloe was a little tired of Western food, but he made it out of good intentions, and if she didn't eat it, it would seem a bit insincere. You seem to like Western-style breakfast? Chloe slowly asked. Jack put down the newspaper, looked at her and replied, I don't know how to make Chinese food. Chloe was speechless. No wonder he always made Western-style breakfast and spaghetti and steak for dinner. He had no idea how to make Chinese food. Ahem, I'll cook from now on. No, I'll find a maid. My food isn't horrible, trust me, Chloe explained. I didn't marry you so that you can cook. I don't need my wife to do anything. Just do whatever that makes you happy. Chloe really wanted to tell Jack that doing so would spoil her and make her arrogant. However, those words didn't seem appropriate as their relationship was a little weird. Is your injury better? Remember to keep it dry. Jack nodded. I'm done. I'm going to get ready for work. I'll drive you. Chloe stalled for 20 minutes, but when she came out, Jack was still waiting for her. He drove Chloe to the hospital in his low-key Volkswagen CC before going to the GK headquarters. It was rush hour, and many employees saw their boss drive a Volkswagen CC with their own eyes. At first, some people thought that the car belonged to Assistant Mark, but their jaws dropped when their boss came out of it. Someone quietly muttered, What fashion trend is the president trying to pull? If my eyes are right, that's a Volkswagen CC, not some expensive luxury car. Another replied, Maybe the president is planning to cooperate with Volkswagen. Are we manufacturing cars again? I don't think so. Perhaps the president got tired of luxury cars and wanted to try something new. I think that's it. Or maybe the president wants to give the car to one of the departments as a bonus. The employees gossiped while Jack went about his day. Inside the president's office, Jack was reviewing documents when Noah called. Did you find anything? He asked. Of course your bro is the captain of the criminal police squad, and I don't get paid for nothing. I found it. I found so much that it's scary. The car almost hit someone yesterday in front of the hospital, and I took a look. It was you and Chloe, right? Noah asked nosily. Get to the point. Where did the car come from and who does it belong to? The car owner is the owner of logistics company, but he's out of the city. The driver yesterday was one of his employees. His name is Harvey, 32 years old, unmarried, an alcoholic, with a criminal history of petty theft, and seems to be a bad person overall. I don't know why he would appear in front of the hospital last night. Maybe he was drunk, Noah analyzed. Impossible. He wasn't drunk, it was planned. He was there to kill Chloe. Why would he kill Chloe? Noah was surprised. How could a girl like Chloe have created enough hatred with someone to warrant a planned murder? Let me investigate the rest. Talk later. After speaking, Jack hung up. President Dawson, the meeting is in 10 minutes, Assistant Mark reminded him. Cancel the meeting. I have something important to do. I won't be seeing anyone this morning or signing any documents. Yes, sir. Knowing the president's personality, Mark immediately let the other staff know. Jack picked up his phone, and he hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. Rick, I need your help. Come to the GK headquarters in an hour. Hanging up, Jack walked up to the French windows in his office, looking at the traffic outside with an icy expression. Someone dared to harm Chloe. They must be out of their minds. Jack gave him an hour, but Rick was there in 20 minutes. A red Ferrari parked in front of GK headquarters, and a tall man wearing a black leather jacket stepped out of the car. His presence caused a buzz at GK, as his strikingly handsome Chinese-French features attracted everyone's attention. Inside the office of the president. Hey, Jack. It's been a while. Have a seat, Jack said as he walked over to the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses of red wine. He then handed a glass to Rick. You must have called me for something important. What's up? Rick asked with a smile as he swirled the glass in his hand. He had known Jack for many years. Even though they rarely contacted each other, they had a close relationship. Friendships between men were different from that of women. Men would not get together for tea or afternoon shopping, but when it was needed, they would always appear. Rick's mother was a French aristocrat, while his father was a local entrepreneur. Of course, his father was only an entrepreneur on the surface. Their family owned a 5-star hotel chain and the most luxurious club in the city, Seductive Fox. In fact, Rick's family was technically a part of the mafia, a high-class mafia that looked normal from the outside. Jack sat across from Rick and looked down at the glass of red wine in his hand. Then, he slowly said, The logistics company, Harvey, male, 32 years old. You want me to kill him? Rick asked, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Jack shook his head. Last night, he drove a truck outside of the city hospital and intentionally tried to hit someone. There must be someone behind him. I want you to help me find out who sent him. What should I do after I find out? Kill them all? That's not necessary. I will make them wish they were dead and let them have a taste of their own medicine. Anyways, I don't want any loose ends. Jack was very worried about Chloe's safety. After pondering, he decided to ask Rick to solve the problem. Okay, leave it to me. Thank you. Jack nodded thankfully when he saw how loyal Rick was to their brotherhood. Don't thank me. You helped me resolve my older brother's issue back in the States. You can let me know whenever you need me, Rick said as he drank up all the red wine. He then got up and patted Jack's shoulder. Okay. Oh yeah, what did this guy do to you that you had to ask me to settle it? Rick was quite confused. Jack could take care of a small problem like this in a matter of seconds, so why did he ask the violent mafia to intervene? Because they almost hurt the person I care about the most, Jack answered slowly. The person you care about the most? Oh, I get it. I see how it is. It seems like you two are back together now. Congratulations. Rick smiled before turning around to leave. Anyone who knew Jack for many years would know that there was only one woman that Jack cared about. First hospital. During Chloe's lunch break, while she was drinking water in the lounge, the terrifying scene from yesterday suddenly flashed before her eyes. If Jack had not pulled her away, she would be dead. That huge truck was traveling very fast, even though there was a sign outside of the hospital that prohibited cars from speeding. But that person still did. Was it as simple as drunk driving? In the past, Chloe would not think too much about it. But after refusing to settle, the lawyer, Mr. Mike, did threaten her a few days ago. Chloe was worried. Mr. Mike's warning was already very clear. Her ignoring what he said didn't mean that they wouldn't take actions against her. It seemed like they had taken action. Chloe's hand curled into a fist. She thought to herself, this society is so unfair. They were in the wrong. It was their son who was driving drunk and hit the others. However, they refused to accept punishment and openly terrorized the family of one of the victims. If she were run over yesterday, the traffic police would treat it as an ordinary traffic accident. Chloe would receive compensation of a few $100,000, and the matter would be put to sleep. At that thought, Chloe felt a chill down her spine. Then, her phone rang. "Where are you?" Jack's magnetic voice sounded over the phone. "I'm at the hospital." "I'm outside the hospital. Can you come out? Do you need something?" Chloe's tone was distant. She was very conflicted. She did not want to become too close to Jack, but they lived under the same roof, so it wasn't like she had a choice. "Yes," Jack said with a serious tone. Chloe looked at her watch. She had 20 minutes before she had to get back to work. There was still time. Thus, she stood up and walked towards the hospital entrance. "I'm at the hospital." "I'm outside the hospital. Can you come out? Do you need something?" Chloe's tone was distant. She was very conflicted. She did not want to become too close to Jack, but they lived under the same roof, so it wasn't like she had a choice. "Yes," Jack said with a serious tone. Chloe looked at her watch. She had 20 minutes before she had to get back to work. There was still time. Thus, she stood up and walked towards the hospital entrance. As soon as she got there, she saw Jack, leaning against the unassuming Volkswagen CC. Chloe hesitated for a moment before walking over slowly. Jack handed her a plastic bag. "Here." "What's this?" Chloe asked, a bit concerned. "Afternoon tea." "Thank you," Chloe said, as she took over the bag and nodded in gratitude. "What did you need me for? Tell me quickly. I need to get back to work soon," Chloe asked. She didn't know why he made a special trip to the hospital at this hour. "I just wanted to give you your afternoon tea." Chloe was speechless. That was it? He spoke so seriously that she thought he had something important to say. Little did she know that for Jack, everything related to her was important. "All right, if that's everything, I'm going to head back in." "1 second, Jack said. Chloe looked back at him. Gently, Jack used his hand to place her bangs behind her ears. Chloe's face blushed almost instantly. She looked like a girl who had just fallen in love. "All right, go back to work. I can't pick you up after work today. Some company business needs to be taken care of, so I won't be home until later, but I will send someone to pick you up. They will give you a call then." "It's okay. I can take the bus since the hospital is so close to home." No matter what she said, Jack acted like he didn't hear anything and got into his car. Chloe sighed and returned to the hospital with her afternoon tea. Inside the lounge, she slowly opened the bag and saw a box of pink macarons, a box of puffs, a cup of coffee, and a box of mixed fruits, with honeydew, watermelon, strawberries, and grapes. It was beautifully packaged, and the ingredients were all very fresh. "Wow, isn't this food from 37 Degrees? It's super expensive. I heard that a cup of coffee is $300. Chloe, you're so lavish. Tell me, did you win the lottery?" Amelia exclaimed when she saw the packaging on the box. "No, this is a gift. I would never buy anything this lavish." Chloe had heard of 37 Degrees. It was one of the most high-end coffee shops in the city and specialized in afternoon tea. It was mostly frequented by socialites since ordinary people could not afford it. A cup of coffee was $300, and a serving of ice cream was rumored to be $500. The prices were sky-high. The things Jack bought must have cost at least $1,000. It was almost the same amount as her living expenses each month, yet Jack bought her afternoon tea with that amount. Chloe felt her heart ache. It might have been because she was used to being frugal after all these years. A gift? Is someone trying to win your heart? Tell me, who is it? Amelia said with a mysterious smile. No, it's a gift from my friend, the flight attendant. You know her. Chloe could only use Sarah as an excuse. Then, she shared the food with the other nurses in her department. Everyone enjoyed it. Just as she was about to get back to work, a male doctor knocked on the door and asked, "Is Chloe here?" "I'm Chloe," Chloe said as she wiped her mouth and got up. "Here, this is for you." The doctor suddenly took out a bouquet of roses, leaving her stunned. But she didn't know this fellow at all. Could someone tell her what was going on? "Do we know each other?" Chloe asked, confused. The male doctor wore a pair of black. "You might not know me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Benjamin Smith. I am one of the doctors in the ophthalmology clinic. I've seen you many times when you visited our clinic. You were Dr. Simon's girlfriend, right? I heard that you guys broke up recently, so I figured that my chance was here. I've liked you for a long time. You are so gentle, cute, and beautiful. Not to mention you have a stunning figure. You are my type." The male doctor rambled on for a while before handing over the bouquet of roses to Chloe. Chloe was stunned. It seemed a little too soap opera-like. The nurses behind her could barely contain their laughter. Chloe looked at the roses and then back at Benjamin and said, "I'm sorry, but you're not my type." "What's your type? I can change." Benjamin would not give up. Chloe waved her hand and said, No, you don't have to change. What's your type? I'll change to something else. Anyways, thank you. I can't accept the flowers." "Chloe, please consider what I said." "No, it's okay. I'm in a rush and need to get to work. I'm going to go now. Thank you." Then, without waiting for Dr. Zhu's response, Chloe rushed out the side door and hid in the OB/GYN clinic. Dr. Benjamin was clearly disappointed. He stood with his head hanging outside of the door. Amelia walked up to him and said, "Hey, Mr. Dork, stop thinking about Chloe. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and scare others." Then, Amelia ran away in laughter. Benjamin was slightly stunned. After a while, he slowly walked away with the roses in his hand. He had had a crush on Chloe for a long time. In the past, when he saw Chloe speaking to Simon, he noticed that she had dimples when she smiled, giving him a warm feeling. When Jenny told him that Chloe and Simon had broken up, he decided to give it a shot and confess his feelings to her. He never thought that she would not even give him a chance. True, Benjamin was a little ugly, but that was not the point. Even if it were an incredibly handsome man who stood before her today, she would still say no. There was already a man who was deeply planted inside her heart since 7 years ago, and no one could replace him. After Jack gave Chloe her afternoon tea, he drove directly to the airport, since he had to catch a flight to another city. His assistant did not understand what his boss was up to. President Dawson had been working the entire morning, not even eating lunch before going out, and only arriving at the airport in time to board the plane. Assistant Mark felt like President Dawson was always acting extremely mysteriously. Maybe he has a mistress? Is it that woman from last time? Mark thought. "President Dawson, this is the contract you'll be signing with the client during your meeting this afternoon. Here are the documents. You will be able to take a detailed look when you're on the plane." "Okay. President Dawson, you haven't had lunch. I wanted to order takeout for you, but it's already too late. Why don't you have something to eat on the plane? I heard that the lunch on first class is quite delicious." "Okay." Jack nodded. He seemed to be in a good mood. "Did you book the return flight?" Not yet. The only return flight is after 12 a.m. and you won't land until 3 a.m. I'm afraid that you won't be able to rest well, so I booked you a hotel. It'll be better if you fly back tomorrow." "That's not necessary. Cancel the hotel and book the 12 a.m. flight." "President Dawson, that'll be too much of a rush. You will be very tired. Book the flight." After speaking those 3 words, Jack turned around and walked towards the VIP entrance. Assistant Mark looked at his stubborn president speechlessly. How attached was President Dawson to his home that he was willing to fly back at midnight? From past observations, the president didn't seem to have a close relationship with his parents. First hospital. Just as Chloe got off work, she received a phone call from a person who said that Jack had asked them to pick her up. She did not know that Jack had sent bodyguards because he was worried about her safety. Even though it was only a short trip from the hospital back to their home, Jack was still worried. "Miss Green, this way please," said the two bodyguards dressed in black as they pointed to a Mercedes-Benz. Chloe felt like they were making a scene. When she arrived home, she washed her face. Just as she sat on the sofa to rest, she received a call from her mother. "Mom, what's the matter?" Chloe asked nervously. She was scared that something had happened to her brother. "Go visit the Green family later," Sandra said in a serious tone. Chloe's chest sunk. The Green family? The family without an ounce of affection or kindness? Did that person ask her to go back? "Mom, I don't want to. Other than my last name, I have nothing to do with that family. Plus, I dislike that person." Chloe only felt hatred towards her biological father, Timothy Green, one of the 10 wealthiest men in the city. All these years, that man did not ask about them at all. He did not give them a single cent and acted as if they did not exist. He did not even attend Uncle James's funeral, even though Uncle James was his chauffeur for 10 years. Such a heartless man did not deserve to be her father. "Go back. I heard that your grandmother passed away," Sandra said with a hint of sadness in her tone. If there were one good person in the Green family, it would be Granny Green. She was an old lady who practiced Buddhism, and she moved out of the Green family years ago to live in a temple. Chloe had met her once. A driver took Granny Green to see her once, and she bought Chloe some pretty clothes and gave her money. But her mother did not take the money. Those were all things that happened 10 years ago, when Chloe was only a teenager. Chloe's heart sank when she heard that her grandmother was dead. It was an awful feeling. "You should go, just ignore the others. Your grandmother treated you quite well and visited you when you were young. You should go and see her one last time." "All right." After a moment of hesitation, Chloe finally agreed. She walked up to her closet to find something black to wear to the funeral, but she suddenly realized that she had moved, and none of her black clothes were here. She only had work clothes and the white tee and jeans she was wearing right now. Worried, she opened the closet and was immediately stunned by all the clothes inside. There were dozens of outfits, all brand new with their price tags still on them. They were all luxury brand clothes, each worth more than 4 figures. Dresses, jeans, t-shirts, cardigans, jackets, shawls, evening gowns, everything that she would ever need. LV, Chanel, Versace, DG, Dior, Gucci, Prada, Valentino. Did he move the stores into her closet? Chloe randomly picked up a tag. She noticed that everything was size S, which was her size. Had Jack prepared all this for her? But why didn't he say anything? This guy. After the shock, Chloe chose a black dress from the closet. She put it on, and the dress looked exceptionally good on her. She took a taxi, and after 40 minutes, she arrived at the Green family's mansion, which was located in the suburbs. From a distance, she could see a lot of black cars parked outside the door. It seemed like everyone was there to grieve. Chloe slowly walked over. "Excuse me, please show me your invitation." The security guard at the door stopped Chloe. Chloe had never been to this home, so naturally, the security guards did not know her. "I'm here to grieve for my grand—" Chloe did not get the chance to finish her words when she saw a black Maserati pull up by her side. Then, the car window rolled down. Andrew said to the security guard, "Let her through. She's my younger sister." "Yes, young master." The security guard opened the door, and Chloe walked in. After Andrew parked his car, he caught up to her and said, "I didn't expect you to come. I thought that the last thing you would do is come back to this home." "Of course I didn't want to come. I'm only here to send my grandmother off for the last time, and it has nothing to do with anyone else," Chloe said coldly. "Chloe, you look beautiful today." After speaking, Andrew did not wait for her response before heading towards the morning hall. "Crazy." Chloe looked at his figure and muttered, "Today is a day to mourn and grieve. Is it appropriate to praise one's looks?" Chloe always felt that Andrew was quite odd, even though he was popular amongst women and well-respected within the Green family. Chloe also walked towards the morning hall. Everyone from the family was kneeling there: Timothy's wife, his mistress, Brenny and Liam were all present. In the middle was her father, whom she had not seen in many years. Timothy Green. This is... Timothy looked at Chloe. He couldn't even recognize her. Dad, this is Chloe, Andrew introduced. Timothy was dazed at Andrew's words. He had called Sandra and invited Chloe to come, but he didn't realize that this child had grown up so quickly. Everyone looked over when they heard Chloe's name. Chloe, however, stood silently, without a single hint of emotion on her face.
Chloe? Which Chloe? That BS daughter my dad had with a random woman? Brenia, the mistress's daughter, said venomously. She was completely spoiled and disregarded everyone.
Bastard daughter? Well, if you put it that way, your mom is also a mistress. Does that mean that you are a bastard daughter too? Andrew said with a smile, as if he was joking.
Evelyn's expression changed after she heard his words.
Brenny was also displeased. Big brother, how can you compare me with her? I grew up in the Green family and my mother has a title. Her mother is nothing. She's just a batch who ran away with Dad's chauffeur.
Chloe only looked coldly at Brenny and said, Those who are well-educated would never speak such vulgar words.
It seems like the manners of a dignified daughter of the Green family is subpar. Are you saying that I have no manners? Brenny was so angry he almost launched to her feet.
However, she was stopped by Evelyn.
Brenny, don't cause trouble. Remember where you are at right now. Since you are here, let's guard the morning hall together. Someone give her a piece of the filial cloth. Timothy finally opened his mouth to speak. Yes, elder master. Then, the servant brought over a long white filial cloth. Chloe took over the cloth and tied it to her head. Then, she slowly kneeled down by the side of the morning hall. Her grandmother's portrait was in the center of the room. She looked amiable and kind. Chloe felt sad, but not to the point of crying her eyes out. That would be too fake. The members of the Green family would kneel for a while before taking a break. Brenny only kneeled for a moment before complaining of dizziness and was escorted back to the mansion. Liam also escaped on the grounds of entertaining his friends. In the end, only Chloe and Andrew were left in the morning hall. Chloe, you should rest if you are tired. You don't need to keep kneeling here. I'm not tired, Chloe said, as she burned the joss paper in the basin. It's almost time for dinner. You should go and wash your face. I'm not hungry, Chloe refused once again. Andrew stared at her face silently. After a long while, he said, If it weren't for grandmother's death, you wouldn't have entered this house again, right? Yes. You are so direct, Andrew said with a curled smile. Chloe did not speak. She only silently muttered words of blessing. 30 minutes later, at the dinner table.
Timothy looked around but did not see Chloe, so he asked, Where is she? She is still guarding the morning hall. I asked Andrew to invite her to dinner, but she said she wasn't hungry, Timothy's wife said. Not hungry? I think she is just faking it to leave a good impression on Dad. What a fake woman, Brenia interjected. Brenny, don't mutter nonsense. Mom, I'm speaking the truth. My classmate said that people of ordinary backgrounds all seem innocent, but they scheme the most. They live at the bottom of society, so they've seen so many ugly things. Dad, you shouldn't believe her. Timothy glanced at the Brenny, but did not speak. I don't think Chloe is faking it. She doesn't need to suck up to Dad. After all, he hasn't done much for her all these years. She seems to be used to it. Timothy's expression changed when he heard what Andrew said. It was true. He had forgotten that he had this daughter. If his mother did not ask him to invite Chloe to come back at her deathbed, he wouldn't have even contacted Sandra. Let's eat, Timothy said after a moment of silence. 20 minutes later, everyone gradually gathered back in the morning hall. Mrs. Green said slowly, Timothy, the master said that someone needs to guard the morning hall tonight. One person needs to stay here the entire night, and it would be best if it were a woman, because a man's aura would interfere. Mother liked Brenia before she passed, so maybe Brenia should guard the morning hall tonight? Brenia's expression immediately changed. She said, Mother, I can't. I have low blood sugar, so I am always dizzy. My mom contacted a doctor who is coming later to give me an IV drip. Why don't you ask my brothers to guard the morning hall instead? Guard the morning hall alone? How could she do such a horrific thing? She was the princess of the Green family. Evelyn hurriedly said, "She's right, elder sister. Brenny isn't feeling very well. Why don't I guard the morning hall for her?" "No, it must be a member of the younger generation." "Mom, let Chloe do it," Andrew said. Then everyone looked towards Chloe. Chloe was listening to what they were saying. It was not a big deal for her since it was also her wish to send her grandmother off for the last time. "Are you going to be okay doing it alone?" Mrs. Green asked. Chloe nodded her head. Andrew smiled. "See, I knew my little sister Chloe is the most reliable one. When it really counts, a person's true colors will come out." "Big brother, what are you trying to say? It's not that I don't want to do it. I'm just not feeling well." Brenny tried to explain. "All right, stop fighting. It's settled then." Timothy gave Chloe a complicated look. After 9 p.m., Chloe was the only one left in the mourning hall. Several wreaths were placed on the sides of the coffin, within which her grandmother's body lied. She was told that the funeral was tomorrow, so she would have to stay for the night. Chloe graduated from medical school and had worked in the hospital for so long, so she was accustomed to being around dead bodies. Besides, it was her close relatives, so she wasn't scared at all. Brenny is such a chicken. This family really can't be counted on. She slightly bowed her head to burn some joss paper. Suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Thank you for your work tonight." That old and sophisticated voice was Timothy's. "I did what I should have done." Chloe didn't turn her head around and answered in a plain tone. "I heard that you hadn't eaten all night. I asked someone to prepare some late-night snacks for you. They will be here soon."
"I'm not hungry. How is your mother?" Timothy asked with slight hesitation. "Thanks to you, she's pretty good," Chloe said deliberately. "You two have the same temper and are both so strong-minded. You are funny, President. It's nice that we're self-reliant. After all, there's no one we can rely on forever, so relying on ourselves is the only way to go." Chloe's words made Timothy a little jittery. "Chloe, actually, back then—" "I'm sorry. I have no interests in what happened between the two of you. If there's nothing else, please leave. Didn't practitioner say that only one person could stay? Have you ever thought about coming back? I don't want to. Do you know what you're giving up if you reject my proposal? Some sort of right to an inheritance, probably. I'm not interested. President, you don't have to feel guilty. Grandma passed away now, and I won't be coming back to this home anymore." Timothy didn't think that Chloe would refuse to come back to the Green family, even after he invited her in person. Andrew said that she currently worked in a hospital and was still an intern nurse. She must have led a hard life. With one word, he could assign her to a high-level managerial position within the Green Corporation, where she could earn a high salary without doing heavy work. However, she still rejected him. She really was just as stubborn and willful as her mother. Inside the Green family's mansion. "Andrew, I see that you are really nice to that kid. Do you two talk to each other in private?" Mrs. Green Lily asked, looking at her son with a teacup in her hand. "No. I want to, but she doesn't seem to like me. I can tell that you are very protective of her. Do you have any plans?" Andrew walked behind Lily and began massaging her back. "Mom, what do you think? Are you thinking about helping her come back to the Green family so she can be on our side and we'll be able to get more shares of the family company?" Lily knew her son well. Although he wasn't her biological son, she raised him since he was an infant. She knew he wasn't someone who would get the short end of a deal. "It is a good idea, but it's not going so well. That girl just doesn't want to come back. Maybe the shares would work on other people, but she doesn't even care about it. Besides, even though she's living an ordinary person's life, it doesn't mean that she's not happy with it." "Really? I can ask her. If you want, I will help you." "It's okay, Mom. You can enjoy retirement. Let me handle this issue. I'm not worried about the other two idiots." Andrew smiled slightly. Jack was supposed to take a midnight flight and arrive in the city by 3 a.m., but he thought it would be too late. So, after he finished signing the contract, he drove to another city's airport and took a different flight to get back much earlier. It was only 11:50 p.m. when he got off the plane. After he got off, he went straight to his home at Imperial Park. He thought Chloe would be asleep, but the house was empty when he opened the door. Then, he gave her a call. Chloe answered her phone quietly. To let her grandma rest in peace, she put her cell phone on vibrate. "Hey, you're not at home?" Jack asked. "I'm at the Green family," Chloe answered plainly. Jack frowned slightly. He knew very well about the relationship between Chloe and the Green family. Didn't she find the idea of going back to their home repellent? "Grandma passed away. I am here to guard the morning hall," Chloe explained when she didn't hear a response from Jack. "My condolences," Jack comforted. "Thank you." "Are you there alone?" Jack asked, worrying because there were no other sounds in the background over the phone. "Yes," Chloe answered honestly. "Are you scared?" Jack's voice suddenly became gentle, like he was amusing a child. "Why would I be? I went to medical school, so I'm fine around dead bodies. But when I think of Grandma laying inside the coffin, I'm still a little sad. Life and death are laws of nature. No one can do anything about it. Don't dwell on it." "I know." After Chloe answered, she changed the topic. "It's late. Why are you still awake?" "I just got back from a business trip." "This late?" "Yeah." "You must be exhausted. Get some rest," Chloe said softly. However, Jack didn't have any intention of going to bed. "Don't hang up the phone. I'll keep you company." Afraid that Chloe would say no, he quickly added, "I want to guard the morning hall with you, just like this." Faced with Jack's good intentions, Chloe didn't have the heart to say no. She knew deep down what he was like. Maybe she had been up for too long, but her eyes felt a little teary. "Okay." After a long silence, Chloe answered with one word. She then put down her phone, but it was still connected. Yet, neither of them said anything else. There was no doubt that this kind of company was the most special. Although it didn't have any physical meaning, Chloe didn't feel alone anymore on that sad night. Chloe burned paper offerings for her grandma in silence, without feeling sleepy even once, all the way until dawn. The sun came up by 5 a.m. Andrew walked over in a black shirt and suit pants, holding a vintage LV scarf. He put the scarf on Chloe before she could say anything. "I don't need it." "Take it. It was Grandma's when she was still alive, unless you don't like it." Hearing what Andrew said, Chloe felt bad saying no. If she didn't accept, it would seem like she detested Grandma's stuff. Andrew looked Chloe up and down and laughed. "Chloe, my little sister, the dress on you must be worth a fortune." "You're wrong. It's a fake." "Oh, really? I know your salary isn't very high as a nurse. Speaking of which, your job makes so little and is so tiring. Have you ever thought about coming back to the Green Corporation to help us?" "Sorry, I am not interested in the Green Corporation." Chloe rejected assertively. Andrew seemed to have anticipated Chloe's answer. He just laughed. "Ha, do you have something against money?" "No, I have something against you." Andrew unfolded his hands innocently. "Chloe, my little sister, I have always been friendly to you. You shouldn't treat me like this." Chloe didn't say anything. At that time, the master they hired arrived. "The morning has ended. You should go and get ready. We are leaving town at 7 a.m. for the burial." Chloe stood up slowly, but she realized that her knees were asleep from kneeling. As soon as she stood up, she began to fall over. Instinctively, Andrew came up to lend an arm, but Chloe dodged it and fell to the ground. "Why would you do that? It's not like I will bite." Andrew was a little speechless. Chloe didn't respond. She slowly stood up while holding on to an iron rod by the funeral bed. Then she walked to the resting area, located beside the mourning hall. Seeing how obstinate Chloe was, Andrew's smile became deeper. When Chloe found a quiet place and was ready to sit down, she suddenly remembered that her phone was still on. She was still on the phone with Jack. In that case, would he have heard the conversation she had with Andrew? She took out her phone to make sure. As expected, the phone call was still going. She didn't know if Jack was asleep or not, so she spoke quietly into the phone. "Jack, are you asleep?" Unexpectedly, on the other side, Jack only said quietly, "Stay away from that pervert Andrew from now on." All of a sudden, Chloe didn't know what to say. "Did you hear me?" Jack warned her in a childish tone. "Yes, I know. The funeral is at 7 a.m., right?" A few minutes ago, through the phone, Jack heard the master talking. "Yes." Chloe nodded. "I will wait for you at the gates of the graveyard later." "It's fine. I'm just going to head to work at the hospital after this. I already asked them to give you a day off. Come home and rest today." Chloe was again speechless. This guy was fast. He had already asked the hospital to give her a day off. But she was very curious. The clinic had been really busy recently, so why did the head nurse give her a day off so easily? The head nurse? Did she approve my day off? Chloe asked in disbelief. However, Jack answered casually. "I called Richard." "All right, you win." Chloe felt like all the blood in her body was going to coagulate after she heard that Jack called Director Richard. A nobody nurse intern from the OB/GYN department called the hospital director to ask for a day off. It was a leap to death. On the other hand, based on Jack's social status, the director would probably even allow her to take an entire year off. "Okay then, see you later." After they finished talking, Jack hung up the phone before Chloe could say anything else. What a coincidence. After he hung up the phone, Chloe realized that her phone was dying. Jack kept her company on the other side of the phone without falling asleep for an entire 6 or 7 hours. He was persistent. Sometimes Chloe had an illusion that Jack was still in love with her, even if he hadn't said so yet. But it was only an illusion. Often, when she calmed down, Chloe would realize that they were both just unwilling to let go of the past. He couldn't accept that he was dumped 7 years ago. He couldn't accept that she broke up with him unilaterally. The sky was dusky on the day of the funeral, and the wind was blowing hard. Chloe's heart felt very heavy. There were about 60 people there, including the Green family and their distant relatives. There were also over 100 guests outside. Over 100 black Mercedes-Benz followed each other in a grandiose fleet of cars. It was a spectacular scene. The car in the very front was a black Rolls-Royce with Grandma's portrait hanging on the front. Everyone attending the funeral was wearing black, with white ribbons tied on one arm. Reporters from several media sources followed the procession intently, making a scene. Chloe wore a black dress and sunglasses, following the crowd as an inconspicuous existence. Andrew, Liam, Brenny, Mrs. Green, and the mistress were on either side of Timothy Green. Of course, they were favored by the press. Brenny's attitude had changed dramatically from the day before. Tears streamed from her red and puffy eyes, triggering sympathetic reactions. The press gave her, specifically, a close-up, while a reporter commented on TV. The Green family's princess is leading the funeral procession, walking in the very front. Miss Green looks extremely sorrowful, and her eyes are red and swollen. It is said that she stayed up all night yesterday in the mourning hall. The respect she paid to her grandmother has touched the whole world. Not only does Miss Green have great looks, she also has a beautiful, loving heart. What a precious woman. It's rare to see a kind-hearted woman like her in the upper-class society. The Green family has taught her well. When this part was broadcasted on TV, Sarah was watching from an airplane and almost threw up. She was close to Chloe, so of course she knew the Green family's situation very well. Several flight attendants were talking. "Brenny is so nice. She's so pretty and kind. She must have been a big hero and saved the universe in her last life to be lucky enough to be born into the Green family. BS, this woman is not as good as she seems to be. She's vicious. Don't believe what you hear in the press," Sarah said angrily. If there was anyone nice in the Green family, it had to be Chloe. The rest were all hypocrites. "How do you know, Sarah? Are you good friends with Brenny?" one of the flight attendants asked. "How can I possibly befriend a person like that? I would become so depressed," Sarah said with a hint of disdain. The attendants of the funeral ceremony marched forward in streaming columns all the way to the North Hill Public Cemetery. Grandma Green was to be buried in the best spot available, the peak of the mountain. Supposedly, a space in this cemetery cost $50,000 per square meter. It was terribly expensive, but the Green family purchased 2,000 square meters in one go, forging their very own, exclusive, mausoleum. On the side, Chloe stood silently with her sunglasses on. Suddenly, Liam walked up to her and said, "What are you looking at? Are you envious? This is the mausoleum that Dad bought exclusively for the Green family. Don't even think about being buried here. A bastard daughter like you would never be qualified. A place like this is better suited for you and your family. I don't belong here," Chloe said without glancing at Liam. "That's a given," Liam said arrogantly. "Well, best wishes to you being buried here soon," Chloe added. "What did you say? You stupid girl?" Liam raised his hand angrily at Chloe, seemingly wanting to hit her.
"Mr. Green, don't be so impulsive. The media is here waiting for scenes like this to increase viewership. But hey, if you want to be on the frontline news, go ahead and hit me. I will be sure to cooperate," Chloe lowered her voice and reminded him. Liam dropped his arm by his side and looked around to ensure he didn't attract any unwanted media attention. "You better watch yourself," he said resentfully before leaving. Liam and Brenny are strikingly similar. They were both born from mistresses, and they had both been spoiled rotten. Now that Liam was all grown up, the inheritance battle between him and Andrew had become increasingly more intense. Thanks to his father's spoiling love and his mother's help, his pride has grown enough for him to start acting like the owner of the Green family. However, Chloe thought, a brainless idiot like Liam would be knocked out in seconds if Andrew really wanted to deal with him. The only reason why Andrew hadn't made a move is merely due to that celebrity mom of Liam's that was difficult to deal with. But then again, she wasn't at all interested in the Green family's fight for inheritance. None of this had anything to do with her, regardless of the result. After the burial, all the vehicles started to make way back to the Green mansion. Apparently, to show a token of appreciation to those who have shown condolences, Timothy prepared a feast for 60 or so tables at a 5-star hotel. Chloe had already done what was required of her, so she surely wouldn't be going. Now that Grandma had been buried, it was time for her to leave. After both the media and the Green family left, she began making way down to the entrance of the cemetery. Rain began to pour as Chloe reached the entrance. While she was torn between running to the bus stop or the convenience store within the cemetery to buy an umbrella, a black 62S Maybach slowly pulled up beside her. Supposedly, this car was worth more than $11 million, straight out of Germany with the best configuration and parts. A lot of mainland millionaires were fighting to place an order, but due to the limited amount of quantities allowed, only 6 of this model were imported. It was frontline news at the time, and a lot of nurses in the OB/GYN department were talking about it. Thus, upon seeing this car, Chloe took a second glance at it. But wait, why does the person getting out of the car look so familiar? Jack wore a tailor-made black suit with a tender white flower pinned to his breast pocket. He walked out of the Maybach, slowly propped open a black umbrella, and walked towards Chloe. "Why?" Chloe looked at Jack's outfit, not knowing what to say. She figured that he dressed like this out of respect for Grandma. "Were you planning to run through the rain if I didn't come and get you?" Jack asked Chloe. "Well, you are here, aren't you?" Chloe said slowly. "Come on, get into the car," said Jack as he took out a white handkerchief and wiped away some of the raindrops on Chloe's forehead. Chloe sat in the Maybach made for royalty and looked at this amazingly handsome man who was now her driver. In a moment of bewilderment, she thought, it was not Brenny who had saved the universe in the last life. It was, in fact, herself. "Jack, your car? Isn't it a little too flamboyant?" Chloe asked, unable to hold back any longer. The very first Maybach with royal class level configuration in the city. It will surely attract loads of attention when they drive around the city. Chloe couldn't help but wonder if this was really a good idea. "This was the only black car left in the garage," Jack said lightly. Chloe was left speechless again. Must be nice to be rich. Jack drove the car all the way back to Imperial Park, and after Chloe went upstairs, she couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. Simply put, it was the feeling of safety and calmness that Chloe felt when she arrived home after a long day. Either out of habit or exhaustion, Chloe curled up on the couch and quickly fell asleep. Jack furrowed his brows ever so slightly when he saw Chloe like that. It was as if someone was tugging at his heartstrings.
He then brought out a white blanket from the bedroom and covered Chloe up. She fell fast asleep, and so she dreamt. In her dream, she saw Grandma, who was wearing a plain dyed gown. She sat on the rocks outside of a temple and was working on embroidering a handkerchief. It was said that Grandma came from a well-off family, and she had the talent for embroidery. Later, her family went bankrupt, leaving her no choice but to brave the world in poverty with her husband. Grandpa started from scratch and built his little manufacturing factory. He became overwhelmingly busy and left Grandma alone with her arts and crafts. 25 years ago, before Chloe was even born, Grandpa Green passed away from lung cancer. Grandma then moved out of the house and frequently resided within the temple. When asked, she simply said that she was praying for Grandpa. In the end, she was nothing more than a woman infatuated by love. Chloe only saw Grandma a handful of times. Nevertheless, to this day, she remembered the familial bond between them. She dreamt that she had slowly wandered over and rested her head on Grandma's lap and fell asleep. The sunlight that shined through the temple surrounded her, and Chloe felt a sense of happiness that she could not explain with words. When she woke up, Chloe found a white blanket on her. The quilt was made with bamboo charcoal fiber, so it felt soft and silky on her skin. Other than Jack, she couldn't possibly think of a second person who would do this. She checked her fully charged phone and realized that it was already 11:30. She slept for more than 3 hours? Chloe felt a little hungry. She yawned and went to the sauna room on the second floor. On the second floor, there was a Korean-style shared sauna room that allowed for showers and saunas. Chloe never really used it before. She felt like it was too inconvenient since she shared this room with Jack. But Jack wasn't here today. She was home alone. It would be a good idea to relax a little in the sauna room. However, it wasn't until she finished showering that she realized she forgot to bring in a towel. Out of necessity, Chloe grabbed 2 tiny towels from the sauna room. She covered up the most important parts of her body and carefully walked out. She followed the hallway that leads to the bedroom, but then the door of the study magically swung open. Chloe was dumbfounded upon seeing Jack. Chloe attempted to clutch the tiny towels tighter, but out of nervousness, she lost her grip. Both towels fell to the floor. "Ah!" Chloe shrieked. Not knowing what to do, her hands flew up to cover her face. Why? Because she once heard a joke about a public shower place that caught on fire. A lot of women ran out, some covering the top half of their bodies, while the others covered the bottom half. One particular woman walked out calmly with her face covered. "This way, no one will know who I am," the woman said proudly. Therefore, Chloe automatically covered her face. Jack was stunned by her reaction. He looked at her exposed body and felt his throat tighten. Jack tried hard to control the urges deep within in his heart. "There's only the 2 of us. Is it really necessary to cover your face?" Jack asked, as a hint of awkwardness floated in the air. "Hurry up and get out of here." Chloe panicked when she peeked through her fingers and noticed that Jack had no intention of leaving. "You are walking around the hallway naked in broad daylight. Are you sure you are not trying to seduce me?" Jack chuckled slightly and never for a second moved his eyes away from her body. "I didn't know you were home. Who knew you would be home at this hour? Don't you have to work?" Chloe said angrily as she pointed at Jack. Her face glowed with fury. Jack remained silent as his eyes followed her plump curves up and down. "You pervert!" Chloe felt like she had been completely exposed. She pushed Jack away and ran towards the bedroom. "Come on, Mrs. Dawson. I am legally your husband, okay?" Jack couldn't help but mutter to himself in the hallway. In the bedroom. Chloe refused to leave the bedroom after she changed. She had no idea how to face Jack anymore. It was way too embarrassing. Also, how dumb was she to listen to that stupid joke and attempt to cover her face? There were only 2 people in the house, and in an attempt to cover her face, her body had been exposed completely. Not to mention that Jack pointed out the flawed logic of covering her face. If Sarah ever found out about this, she would surely question her status as a genius with an IQ of 130. She felt like her brain forgot how to function properly over the last 7 years. Most importantly, Chloe thought Jack was at work. Shouldn't the president of GK be super busy? Why the heck was he chilling at home in broad daylight? Plus, it wasn't even the weekend yet. Can someone tell her what was going on? Truth be told, Jack was supposed to go to work today, but he was worried that Chloe would wake up with nothing to eat. So, he decided to work from home via telecommunications. He had just cleaned out his email inbox when he noticed that it was almost noon. He thought Chloe would wake up soon, and therefore walked out of the study. He had no idea that he would be able to witness such an interesting scene. It was true that they slept together once 7 years ago, but it wasn't exactly a great experience, because they were both young and naive. They were both adults now and had been married for several days. Yet, they had not slept in the same bed once. Now that this had happened, it was much more awkward, for Chloe, of course. However, Jack thought whatever happened was a good thing. It wasn't until today that he found out how curvy Chloe was. He never thought that the thin and bare-looking Chloe would have curves in all the right places. For a moment, he wanted to charge over and have her beg for mercy under him, but he knew that it wasn't the time, and doing so would frighten her. Jack waited in the living room for a while, but Chloe still didn't come out. He figured that she probably felt embarrassed. "Hey, are you going to hide in the bedroom forever?" He went upstairs and knocked on her bedroom door. "Go away. I will come out as soon as you leave." "Me leaving doesn't change the fact that I saw everything," Jack smirked. "Stop talking." Chloe covered her burning face. "So, are you not planning to have lunch with me then?" "Don't you have to go to work today?" Chloe asked behind the door. "I'm staying home all day today, so there's no point in hiding." "Why are you such a crook?" Chloe said angrily. "I'd be a crook if I were to hide a camera in the shower, don't you think?" Jack said slowly. Chloe was left speechless. "Come on, let's go eat." "No." "Fine. If you are going to keep being stubborn like this, I will call Richard and tell him my wife will no longer be going back to work, and that you plan on hiding in the bedroom forever," Jack said as he pretended to leave. "Stop! How dare you interfere with my job?" Sure enough, Chloe immediately opened the door. "Good thing you came out. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving," said Jack as he began heading down the stairs. Chloe wore a set of beige sportswear, her wet hair sitting loosely on her shoulders. Her getup made her look much younger, almost like a high school student. Inside the Maybach, Jack stared at her for a couple of seconds. His eyes showed a slight tenderness that was difficult to capture. "What are you looking at? You've never seen a pretty girl before?" Chloe said as she looked away and intentionally avoided eye contact with Jack. "Yes, I've definitely never seen a pretty girl who would only cover her face when she's naked." Jack smirked and answered slowly. "Hey." Chloe walked right into his trap. She was so embarrassed that she wished the ground would just swallow her up. "I'm leaving the car if you don't quit it," Chloe said as she tried to open the door. "Settle down." Jack gripped her arm. Chloe felt the warmth of his palm underneath her clothes. She couldn't stop her heart from beginning to race. Jack loosened his grip and returned his hand onto the steering wheel. None of them spoke another word throughout the drive. 30 minutes later, the car parked by a street filled with food behind Second High School. Memories rushed towards Chloe as the sight of her old high school filled her eyes. "I heard this land had been bought." "Oh yeah? When?" Jack asked, unconcerned. "Probably sometime this year. There were lots of demolishment signs here last year, and I heard the school will be moved to the suburbs." "I heard differently. I heard that no one will be touching this land anymore." "Really?" Chloe asked in disbelief and looked at Jack. "Yeah, apparently there's no business value, so no one wanted it," said Jack as he turned and walked into a noodle house. The noodle house was called Ah Shin's Ramen. The owner of the place was from Taiwan, and he was roughly 40 years old. His name was, of course, Ah Shin. His wife was a local of the city, so he followed her and moved here 20 years ago. They had a son and a daughter, and were very content with their lives. Jack and Chloe used to come here a lot back when they were in high school. Chloe came here because this place was tasty and cheap. A large bowl of ramen only cost $2. It was delicious, even though it only had green onions in it. Initially, Jack was very reluctant to try street food, but he couldn't resist Chloe's invitations and began eating it as well. Habits can sometimes be very frightening. It can be difficult to change something once you are used to it. Chloe stared at the noodle house. Everything looked the same as it did 7 years ago. For a moment, she felt like she had been transported back in time. Chloe never came back here after she and Jack broke up. She was afraid that the place would tug at her heartstrings and bring up old memories. She would have never thought that Jack would take her here today. "Sir, 2 bowls of ramen," said Jack. "No problem." The noodle shop's owner replied enthusiastically as he began boiling some noodles. "Why are you still standing there? Come here," said Jack, as he noticed that Chloe was spacing out by the front door. As if pulled back into reality from a long dream, Chloe slowly sat down. "Sir, how much is a bowl of ramen now?" asked Chloe curiously. It should be at least $10 now, given how inflation had been going. But the owner only chuckled and said, "The same as it used to be." $2? Chloe asked, astonished. "Yup. Aren't you losing money with today's high costs?" Chloe doubted. "I wouldn't say I am losing money per se, but I am definitely earning very little now." The boss wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead and chuckled. "So why don't you raise the price? It's not like anyone will object." "Because I wouldn't want to destroy people's memories. A lot of the high school kids would come back every year to reminiscence. Sometimes I feel like I'm not just selling ramen noodles, I'm selling the memories of those that were once here." "Sir, you shouldn't be selling ramen. You should go and be a writer." "Nah, I don't have much education, so I don't understand no literature. But my wife did say that happiness cannot be bought with money. I find meaning when you kids eat here and tell me that it makes you guys happy. So, I try not to think about money. As long as I have enough, it's fine. Sometimes having too much money can be burdensome." "Not many think like that. It's rare for people to hold your perspective." Jack glanced at Ah-shin and said. The owner only chuckled and said nothing more. After a couple of moments, 2 bowls of steaming hot ramen noodles were served. With much anticipation, Chloe took a bite. It was just like 7 years ago. "It's so delicious," Chloe said. "Eat more if you like it." Jack's heart skipped a beat as he watched Chloe's face fill with content. "Sir, bill please." Chloe took the initiative and waved her hand after they finished. "Don't worry about it. Jack prepaid quite a lot of money." The boss chuckled. "You prepaid? When?" Chloe asked, slightly surprised. 7 years ago? How much did you pay?" Chloe glanced at Jack in disbelief, as if she were looking at an alien. $73,000? Chloe's mouth dropped wide open after she heard his answer. "A bowl of noodles is $2. If we eat 1 bowl a day, it will be $4 for 2 people. In 1 year, that's $1,460. It will be $73,000 in 50 years, Jack immediately said afterward. "So you basically deposited enough money to buy noodles for the next 50 years, Chloe said, bewildered. "I want to eat ramen with you my whole life. That's all." Jack looked Chloe in the eye and said. Then, the noodle shop's owner interrupted. "I promised this kid that I would get my kids to inherit this noodle house if I ever become too old to make them. We will make sure the tab is kept clear." "That's not what I mean, Ah-shin. I just think, this is so bizarre," Chloe explained. "Not to me," Jack said innocently. "Okay, never mind." Chloe still couldn't get over what happened as they were leaving the noodle house. If a man was willing to eat ramen with you his whole life, doesn't it also mean that he wants to spend the rest of his life with you? Does it? Could she and Jack be like this, their entire lives? She didn't dare think or dream about it. "You look like you are concentrating really hard on something. You must be contemplating things related to me." Jack glanced at Chloe, who looked absent-minded. "Could you be any more self-absorbed, President Dawson?" Chloe rolled her eyes at him. "Am I wrong?" "You know, I can't believe the noodle house stayed exactly the same. I can't imagine how they did it, not changing the price for 7 years. Ah-shin is such a nice business owner," Chloe said in an attempt to change the subject and cover up the fact that Jack was, in fact, correct. "I see that you are trying to change the subject. So was I right then?" "You are unbelievable," said Chloe. She felt a little speechless. "You're not a belly worm in my stomach. Even twins can't guess what the other person is thinking," Chloe said. She then turned her head away from him in an attempt to disengage from the further conversation. Jack didn't say a word. He simply smirked quietly. Jack drove the car to First Hospital. Chloe bought some takeout for Thomas as dinner. Thomas recovered very well after the surgery. His mom would come and take care of him during the day, and a caretaker Chloe hired came during the night. This way, Thomas was taken care of at all times. Chloe chatted with Thomas a little, and noticed that it was getting late. She was contemplating whether she should stay over at the hospital since she had to work the next day. Sarah's phone call came in just then. She invited her out for dinner. At a Thai restaurant in the downtown district of the city. Sarah looked beautiful in her flaming red dress. Chloe still wore the same black dress that she wore for the funeral. "Chloe, here. You're here early." Chloe smiled. "There might not be any seats left if I didn't come early. The pineapple rice here is delicious. You should try it." "Okay." Chloe smiled and slid into her seat gracefully. "Hey, that is a Versace dress. Jack is so generous." As an airline stewardess, Sarah sometimes worked as a private purchasing agent, so she was familiar with luxury goods. "That's not the point, all right? The point is, I just came from Grandma Green's funeral. That's why I'm wearing a black dress." "Oh yes, tell me about the family. Was that super rich dad of yours surprised to see you? Did you see Prince Green? Was he a handsome gentleman? Was Brenny still as annoying as she used to be?" Sarah was immediately in gossip mode. "Andrew? Handsome? Gentleman? Those words couldn't possibly be associated with him," Chloe thought. "You've asked so many questions. I don't even know which to answer first." Chloe took a sip of her tea. "Okay, I will ask one question at a time then. Have you and Jack done it yet?" Chloe almost spat out her tea in utter surprise. "What kind of reaction is that? Don't tell me you guys haven't done it yet," said Sarah, looking stunned. "Of course not. We've been sleeping in separate bedrooms." "What? Separate bedrooms? So what the heck was the point of getting married?" Sarah asked with slight disdain. "Just because we are married doesn't mean we have to sleep together. You already know that I only agreed to marry him so Thomas could get the surgery. But you guys are husband and wife now, and that's a fact." Chloe replied with silence, as a melancholic look appeared on her face. Chloe had no idea that things would turn out the way they did. She no longer had any idea of how she and Jack would get along from now on. "Okay, I will stop talking about this depressing topic. This is my new boyfriend. What do you think?" Sarah pulled out her phone and showed Chloe a photo of her standing intimately next to a man. "Will this one last more than 3 months?" Chloe asked with a worried look on her face. "This one is rich and talented. I don't think there will be a problem. Ha! This guy is a smart businessman, and I'm going for the long run this time. It's for real this time, girl." While Chloe listened to Sarah's sincere and serious promise, she still felt a little skeptical about the whole situation. "You say you are for real every time, but it never lasts for more than 3 months. Not my fault that none of my relationships were true love." Sarah rested her chin on her palms and smiled. "Fine. Have you ordered food yet? I'm starving." Chloe smiled back. "Yup, you are treating today. You've married rich. I must rip you off a little." Sarah stuck out her tongue playfully. "It's on me. No problem." Chloe patted her chest reassuringly. "Whoa, must be nice to be rich. Here, boss, a toast to you. Congratulations on your marriage." "Let's change the blessing. This one is no good," Chloe said indecisively. "Who cares? Let me tell you something, Chloe. We only live for so long. Don't be so hesitant all the time. Don't dread the past, fear the future, and end up accomplishing absolutely nothing in the end. Don't wait until you are old, and then regret the choices that you didn't make. If you ask me, your relationship with Jack is a simple one. You love him, and he loves you. So be together and deal with the rest later." Chloe smiled bitterly. "Sarah, things are not as easy as you crack them up to be. Sometimes it's difficult for you to try to walk a mile in my shoes. It can be hard for you to understand what I'm going through. But it's fine. Let's not talk about this. We barely have time to have dinner together anymore, so let's just enjoy ourselves." The two women raised their glasses and toasted. The meal cost $700, so it was a little luxurious indeed. But as soon as Chloe paid for the bill, Sarah stuffed a big red envelope into her hands. What is this? Chloe asked in disbelief. Your wedding gift. Dude, I didn't even have a wedding. Chloe didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Yes, but you guys are married on paper. It's common courtesy. Fine, you win. Chloe willingly accepted Sarah's red envelope. Just by the look of it, there were at least $5,000 in there. If there was anything that made Chloe feel happy these past years, it was the fact that she had Sarah as her best friend. She was always by her side whenever Chloe needed help. Chloe used to think that perhaps friendship would last longer than love. After dinner with Sarah, Chloe took a taxi back to Imperial Park. Her phone started ringing right as she was about to get off the taxi. Ms. Green, I'm Mr. Mike, the lawyer. What do you want? Chloe's face turned dark as soon as she heard the voice on the other line. Ms. Green, I'm calling you to tell you that you no longer need to go through the trouble of suing anymore. Are you trying to settle with me again? Chloe laughed coldly. No, something happened to my client. What? Chloe couldn't believe her ears as she asked again. Mr. Mike, can you clarify? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Chloe was not sure what to believe. After all, this was the same person who had been super arrogant and overbearing only a few days ago. What happened to the connections he had bragged about? What about the client's relatives, who were supposedly influential figures in politics? Something happened at my client's family 2 nights ago. He was taken in for questioning under suspected corruption charges, and the Ministry of Transportation also stated that they would closely investigate the serial car crash incident that happened on the university campus. If he is found guilty, my client Harry Walton will be sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. Whoa, that's great. That just goes to show that you can't hide from the law forever. Chloe smirked. Wow, karma sure acts fast, she thought. But I'm still very confused. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that the Ministry of Transportation launched an investigation at the same time my client was arrested? The press wasn't even conducting any follow-up reports. What are you trying to say? Chloe could tell that he was trying to hint something. Well, haha. Please forgive me for anything I did that might have offended you in the past. Miss Green, you clearly have the support of some influential figures, seeing that you have the ability to alert both the Ministries of Transportation and Finance in such short notice. Such power is truly terrifying, so I am calling today to apologize for any inconveniences I may have caused you. If you don't mind, I'd like to show my sincerity by treating you to a meal. I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I'll pass on the meal. There's no need for me to sue any longer as the accused has already been arrested. However, I don't know what you mean by influential figures. Some things are better left unsaid, but anyways. Miss Green, you are a lucky person and are one that I cannot cross. Please be so kind as to overlook my previous offenses. After hanging up, Chloe came to a suspicious realization. The only person she mentioned this issue to was Jack. Did he help her out? Wasn't it too much of a coincidence for the car crash and the arrest to happen simultaneously? She found it hard to believe that such luck was due to an act of God. With her head full of heavy thoughts, Chloe returned to Imperial Park. Jack was working overtime, so Chloe was home alone, and her OCD was triggered. After mopping the entire living room floor, her forehead was covered in sweat. Just as she was getting ready to go shower, she heard the sound of key jingling in the front door. Slowly, she began to get nervous. Weird, since it's not like it could be anyone other than Jack. Even so, she became unexplainably nervous. You didn't need to work the night shift today? She wasn't sure when it started, but at some point, he began to know her schedule better than she did herself. No, I came home after having dinner with Sarah. Jack nodded silently, seemingly exhausted, and walked upstairs after removing his coat. Have you eaten yet? Yeah. Jack paused and turned back to reply to Chloe. Oh, Chloe replied distractedly. Did you have something to say to me? Jack probed her after noticing that she had something on her mind. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Jack turned around and walked back downstairs, sitting down on the sofa. Do you know who caused my brother's accident? Chloe cautiously asked while taking note of Jack's facial expressions. Chloe, don't beat around the bushes. Just ask me whatever it is you want to ask. You know how well I know you." Jack dictated each word carefully, never breaking eye contact, making Chloe feel as if he could see right through her. Chloe saw what was happening. She took a deep breath, walked over and said, "All right, if this is the case, I will put it out there. The culprit who hit my brother had something going on in his family. You probably didn't know that I was going to sue them, but the lawyer said there's no need anymore. The culprit was taken away by the Ministry of Transportation. His high-profile parents were detained and are being investigated by the Ministry of Finance. I don't need to sue anymore." "So?" Jack asked, looking at Chloe intently. "I don't believe this was a coincidence or karma. I think someone had their hands behind all this. I can't think of anyone other than you. If you already made up your mind and think it was me, then why bother asking? Don't you already have your answer?" "I just want to hear you say it." Chloe was getting a little emotional. "Yes, I asked someone to do it. Isn't it better this way? Otherwise, you wouldn't win the case. Do you know how ridiculous you are?" With his head down, Jack took a lighter out from his pocket and fiddled with it in his hands. "I know it's ridiculous, and I know you did this for my own good. But Mr. Jack, in the future, would you please give me a heads up before you do nice things for me? I prepared all the materials for the lawsuit like an idiot." Jack slowly lifted his head and glared at Chloe. "I thought you would be happy that I did this. You didn't do anything wrong. Those people deserved it, but I have the right to know what's going on. I don't want to be like an ignorant child, and you don't need to pretend to be my savior, okay? You can't save me. You couldn't save me 7 years ago, and you can't now either." After she finished talking, and before Jack could say anything, Jack turned around and went upstairs, leaving him no chance to open his mouth and respond. Looking at that delicate figure from behind, Jack's eyes filled with loneliness. Then he thought aloud to himself, "Chloe, I just thought, if the world lacks justice, I will become the justice you need." Unfortunately, Chloe didn't hear this. In fact, the relationship between two people can be very complicated. People have different personalities, and therefore misunderstandings occur frequently. There are some words that if left unsaid, one wouldn't understand. There are some words that even if said, one still wouldn't understand. There are also words that even unsaid, one would still understand. Jack thought that he could make that decision by himself for Chloe's good, but Chloe thought like she had been left in the dark. His actions hurt her self-esteem. Chloe went to her room but couldn't sleep the entire night. She wasn't in a good mood either. The next morning, she got up at 6 a.m. for work to avoid seeing Jack, but she still bumped into him in the living room. "You're up early." Jack was in a white shirt, holding 2 glasses of milk in his hands. "Yeah," she said, clearly trying to breeze past him. "Have some breakfast before you leave." "No, I'm not hungry." Chloe opened the door and walked out. First hospital. Chloe helped discharge Thomas from the hospital and then got him a cab home. "Mom, the doctor said Thomas still needs to rest for a month. I told the school already. It will probably be hard work taking care of him. Make him some ginseng soup to help him recover." "I know. Do I really need you to tell me this?" Sandra said dryly. "Sis, have some food before you leave. I want to have lunch with you." Thomas sewed a smile full of sunshine. "Rain check. I still have things to do at the hospital. I'm going back to work, and I will visit you during my break." After she finished speaking, Chloe walked out. Sandra followed her out. This was an abandoned suburban area in the city. There were a lot of bungalows here for ordinary people to live in, because it hadn't been developed yet. After Chloe's grandparents passed away, Sandra, their only child, inherited the property. It was a small courtyard house. It had east and west wings and an old elm tree by the front of the door. Although the house was old and broken, it was neat and clean. Sandra made a living by running a little grocery store in the shed by the door. They lived here for many years. Chloe was nostalgic towards this place. "Wait up, I have something to ask you." Sandra chased after her, shouting from behind. Chloe turned around to see her mother catching up with her. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Did that asshole say anything to you when you went?" Sandra asked with a grim expression. Chloe immediately knew who her mom was talking about, and she lowered her voice. He asked me how you've been doing these past few years. Bullshit. If I was doing well, would I open a small grocery store in this damn place? Damn heartless douchebag. Sandra's face was filled with rage. Chloe remained silent. What I meant was, did he ask you to work for the Green Corporation? You are his daughter after all. Oh yeah, he asked me if I wanted to go back and I said no, Chloe replied honestly. What? You said no? Are you an idiot? Sandra pushed Chloe so hard that she almost fell to the ground. Mom, you know that we've been doing well without his help all these years. No, we are not doing well. Why on earth would you think we are doing well? Your grades were so good, but you only attended a second-rate medical school in our city. You're not even a doctor, just a nurse intern. When Thomas got into that accident and needed money for his operation, you had to borrow money from everyone you knew. As for me, I'm working my ass off in a grocery shop in this stupid neighborhood. Does that seem well to you? Sandra was getting a little emotional. But Mom, at least we lived all these years peacefully. If you live in luxury, you would have to fight and scheme with others. Is that really what you want? Her mother didn't say anything after hearing what Chloe said. When I was there this time, I saw the feud between those two women and the conspiracies between their children. I don't think there's anything crueler than that. The only thing left between the members of their family is personal gain. Do you want me to become like that? But at least we would have money and wouldn't have to suffer. I have money, and I can make more. Mom, don't worry. I will help you and Thomas live a comfortable life. I am not going back to the Green family even if you yell at me or hit me, period. Chloe's attitude was firm. No matter what Sandra said, she made it clear that she was not going back to the Green family. When this girl was as stubborn as this, nobody could do anything about it. Chloe left home and went straight to the first hospital for her shift. Jack, however, stayed at the GK headquarters all day long, looking particularly depressed. President Dawson isn't very happy today. You all better do your jobs well and don't make any mistakes. Got it? Assistant Mark sneakily said to the female assistants who were organizing materials in the assistant's office. He doesn't look too bad. You can never tell if he's happy or not. He always looks like that. Actually, you can't even tell any of his emotions from his face. Anyways, Assistant Mark, how did you know his mood? If I couldn't tell, I wouldn't be much of his personal assistant. Anyways, you guys need to be careful. Don't cause any trouble. After he finished talking, he knocked on the door and went into the president's office. President Dawson, this is what your schedule looks like for this afternoon. First, you have the meeting with the clients from Thailand at 2 p.m., golf with President Trading Company at 4:30 p.m., and a charity banquet tonight at 6. Got it, Jack answered, obviously distracted. President Dawson, do you have a date for the banquet? Assistant Mark asked hesitantly. No. Do you want... No. He was shut down by Jack before he could finish his sentence. Okay, I'll just see myself out now. Then Assistant Mark headed out. He wondered what could be wrong with the president. For one, he didn't drive that low-key white Volkswagen CC today. Instead, he switched to a high-profile Maybach of the most expensive make. It was extremely flashy. Second, instead of Renee's songs, a sad English song lingered in the president's office. So, he boldly guessed that the president was not in a good mood. Maybe he was fighting with his girlfriend? Just as he was thinking this over, Assistant Mark heard the president's voice from behind. Wait. President Dawson, can I assist with anything else? If a woman is mad at you, how do you reconcile with her? Reconcile? Assistant Mark was confused. Sir, do you want to know how to make a girl stop being angry at you? Assistant Mark asked, not sure if that was what he was referring to. Pretty much, Jack said as he typed quickly on his laptop. So, sir, did you make your girlfriend mad? Assistant Mark asked fearlessly. His question was soon followed by the president's deadly glare. I didn't hire you to gossip about my private matters. Yes, I understand, boss. Ha, all I meant was that I need to know what happened first to give you advice. I am experienced in these things. I courted my wife for 3 years before she agreed to go out with me. We dated for 2 years, and then, after knowing each other for almost 5 years, we got married. My wife is an incredibly unique woman, and thanks to her, I've gotten very good at making her happy. Assistant Mark smiled. Tell me what you would do. Buy her flowers, buy her 99 red roses and deliver them to her at work. Cheesy, Jack said coldly. Buy her gifts then. Expensive ones, diamonds, rings, or other stuff like that. Girls usually love them. She doesn't. Jack knew Chloe too well. She didn't care about materialistic things. Then pretend to deliver her a package. You can hide in the box and surprise her. Haha. When I did that, my wife was so freaked out that she actually burst into the... Assistant Mark swallowed the rest of the sentence before he finished, because he realized that the president's face had become even grimmer. You can leave now. I need peace. Jack seriously wondered if his assistant was there to help him, or to make things more difficult. How did he get a wife with an EQ as low as this? It was a mystery. Okay, boss. Assistant Mark walked out glumly. He suddenly remembered something. Was the name of the president's girlfriend Peace? He just said that he needed peace. However, he did get one thing right. His boss really was missing someone, but her name was not Peace. Jack grabbed his phone several times, wondering if he should call her. However, he also thought it might not be an appropriate time because they were still giving each other the silent treatment. He didn't have anything to say anyway. He repressed his yearnings and knocked his right hand anxiously on the desk, without a rhythm. He looked extremely out of sorts. However, Noah's phone call came in at the right moment. Hey, I haven't heard from you since I helped you out last time. Aren't you supposed to buy me a drink? Let's go. Right now? Noah was stunned. Yes, right now. The same old Szechuan restaurant down south. See you later. After he finished talking, Jack put on his sapphire-colored slim-fit suit jacket, grabbed his phone, opened the door, and walked out. The female assistants in the assistant's office immediately began to fawn over him. The president looks super hot in those clothes, doesn't he? It doesn't matter what he wears. He's good-looking, so he'll look good wearing anything, or just nothing. Yeah, I don't even need to talk to him. I am satisfied just by looking at him. I wonder what type of girl he likes. I am so jealous of her. Inside the Szechuan restaurant, Noah and Jack sat across from each other in a private room on the second floor. You looked bummed, Noah started the conversation. Jack didn't say anything. Instead, he filled up 2 cups with baijiu. He passed one to Noah and left one for himself. Then he raised the cup and gestured at it. Noah took the hint and chugged it. Now this is strong. Wine and liquor are jokes. In my opinion, Chinese grain-brewed baijiu is the best. 3 shots and my whole body is on fire. It's a painfully amazing feeling, huh? You are pretty chill lately, aren't you? Jack raised his head and looked at him. Yeah, the criminal police only take on big cases, and trivial cases are left for the local police stations. We have nothing to do with them. That's good. I kinda admire you. You can stick with one job and live peacefully until you get old. I admire you. You are the boss of your company and are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I bet you have pretty girls throwing themselves at you every day. Noah, I got married. Jack's lips quirked up into a deep smile. Fortunately, Noah had already swallowed the baijiu. Otherwise, he would definitely have choked on it. Wait a minute. What did you just say? I'm married. Stop pulling my leg. It's not April Fool's today. Noah didn't believe him. I'm not kidding. But this is big. How have I not heard about this? The press didn't report it either. This doesn't make sense. We just got our license and didn't hold a wedding. Besides, she didn't want to go public with our marriage. You married Chloe? Noah probed after regaining his senses from the shock. Jack nodded. This woman is literally the end of you. I really don't see what's so great about her. When we were in school, she was so bossy and cocky. She hurt you so much back in the day. If I were you, I would have found someone much better than her purely out of revenge. But in my eyes, there's no one better than her in this world, Jack said, with sadness in his eyes. All right, don't say these cheesy words to me. But don't you think that you are rushing into this? Marriage is such a serious thing. Didn't you think it through? Noah felt like the news Jack dropped on him was like a bomb going off in his brain. that blew away all thoughts and logic. I decided that I wanted to marry her 7 years ago. I don't need to think it through anymore, Jack answered firmly. But Jack, people change. The Chloe 7 years ago might be different than she is now. No matter how she changes, she's still Chloe. That's good enough. After hearing what Jack said, Noah's eyes turned red. He raised his cup. I am a fucking dude, but if I were a chick, I would chase you to the end of the earth. It's probably easier to discover national treasures than to find someone who's loyal and rich like you. Jack remained silent at Noah's words. Under the influence of alcohol, Noah suddenly asked, Dude, tell me the truth. What agreement did you and your dad make 7 years ago? I am so curious. Jack raised his head and answered slowly. 7 years ago, I told my dad that I was going to marry Chloe. He gave me his blessing, but I would have to go overseas and come back to take over the family business in GK. What's more is that I couldn't come back to visit during that 7 years, nor could I keep in touch with anyone, especially Chloe. If I did, I would be violating our agreement. If I could do it and make it back 7 years later, and neither of us was married, he would allow us to get married. Gosh, so this is why you left without saying anything? Noah was surprised. Jack looked out the window, his eyes becoming deep and pensive. I was still young 7 years ago, and couldn't provide her with a comfortable life. If we blindly rushed into marriage together, it would have been a tragedy. It's better that I suffer through a temporary painful separation of 7 years in exchange for a happily ever after with her. Noah's eyes were filled with astonishment. Jack, does she know you did this? No, she doesn't. God, this woman doesn't know anything. You are such a... Noah didn't know what to say anymore. He thought that Jack's persistence had exceeded the normal range. Jack, I think you might be obsessed. I would say go see a psychiatrist. It's not good for you. So what if I'm obsessed? The only thing I'm obsessed with is her. I don't care about anything else. Staring at Jack for a while, Noah said profoundly, Chloe is really lucky. But she didn't easily say yes to the marriage, right? Based on what I know about her. Noah knew what kind of person Chloe was. He also knew about the drama between them 7 years ago. Right, so I blackmailed her. I proposed marriage when she needed my help. But, aren't you afraid that she will hate you for what you did? Noah looked at his friend sympathetically. Jack's eyes dimmed a little at his question. One day, she will understand. After saying that, Jack lifted the shot glass in his hand and downed it. Noah had originally wanted to get drinks with his good friend to cheer him up, but instead, he seemed more depressed. Upon leaving, Jack had to help Noah walk, who seemed to be mildly drunk. Jack, I'm telling you, that brat Chloe has such a screwed-up personality. Liking her is like asking for misery, but I'm also so envious of you. To have someone like that appear in your lifetime, taking up your entire life, to feel love for her so deep in your bones. It's really something for others to be jealous of, Noah said in a drunken manner. In the end, it was Jack who drove Noah back to the bureau in his Maybach. Apparently, Noah had to work the night shift. A couple of the policemen at the Municipal Public Security Bureau began to gossip. Hey, that guy who just dropped off our captain seems to be a really good friend of his. Yeah, he's also really good looking. Even I'm jealous of him and I'm a man. What if the reason why the captain has never had a girlfriend is that he actually likes men? No way! But the captain is so masculine. If he was gay, I'd bet that he's the one on top. Looks like you all have gotten too bored recently. Everyone needs to go out on a mission. Now. At some point, Noah appeared in the doorway holding his head. He had originally wanted to drink some water, but ended up hearing the others talking about him. Ha, Captain. We're just joking. But speaking of, that car your friend drove was so flashy. He must be some rich guy, right? Not only is he rich, he has so much money that you wouldn't be able to spend it all in this lifetime, Noah said after taking a sip of water. Captain, does that friend of yours have a girlfriend yet? My third sister is 27 years old this year, and she has a master's degree. Noah flicked the younger policeman in the head, cutting him off mid-sentence. Hey, Song! Didn't you say that you were saving your sister for Captain Noah last time? Another officer interjected. Noah became stressed just listening to them.
Chloe was busy at the hospital all day, occasionally pulling out her phone to check the time. Her phone was exceptionally quiet today. Not even a single call. Looks like my words last night were too harsh. Is he angry now? Chloe thought. Following this, she got up with her cup and walked to the lounge to get some water, but ended up bumping into Simon right outside the door. Chloe. Simon's face was slightly red, and his breath reeked of alcohol. Did you want something? I'm here for you. He stepped closer, and Chloe unconsciously took 2 steps back, increasing the distance between them. What is it? Tell me. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Simon, we've talked about this before. I don't want to continue this conversation. Chloe looked at him, speaking calmly. Chloe, but I can't let go of you. I can't forget you. Simon's eyes were red, as if he had been crying. Simon, we're not kids anymore. Don't be like this. I know I was wrong, Chloe. I'm sorry. Give me another chance. One last chance. Okay? Let's not mention the past anymore. Let's just stick to our original plan and get married. Okay? I'll give you back your portion of the down payment on the apartment. You don't need to worry about the mortgage, and I'll let you drive my car. I'll transfer the ownership to your name, okay? None of these were fundamental issues, Simon. We can't go back. I can't turn a blind eye to everything that happened. It's like if someone stabbed you, yes, the wound will eventually heal, but there would still be a scar. Do you understand? I don't understand anyway. I miss you. I want to be with you. Concluding his thoughts, Simon drunkenly threw himself at Chloe. He roughly pressed Chloe onto the desk behind her. Simon, what are you doing? Let go of me. Chloe struggled desperately. But no matter what Chloe said, Simon ignored her and leaned down to kiss Chloe's ruby lips. At that crucial moment, Chloe grabbed a porcelain pen holder from the desk behind her and smashed it on Simon's head. With a crashing sound, Simon's movements came to a violent pause. His entire body froze. Taking advantage of his momentary confusion, Chloe escaped from his grasp and fled away from him. Chloe, did you actually hit me? Simon laughed coldly, with a furious look in his eyes. Everything happened because of you, Simon. There was no love between us, so there isn't any hate either. You've treated me with great kindness over the past few years, and I don't owe you anything as I have done my best to repay you. You don't owe me anything? Chloe, when I was trying to win you over, I bought you a lot of things. Wasn't I the one who made sure you weren't cold and were well looked after? How can you say these things? Don't you have a conscience, huh? Did a dog eat it, you ungrateful woman? Simon covered his swollen forehead, sneering sinisterly. Chloe maintained her calm demeanor. The gaze with which she used to look at Simon was now complicated, with an additional hint of sympathy. True, you did buy me a lot of things back then, but the combined cost of all those things was probably less than $30,000. I gave you the $60,000 I had saved up for you to use as the down payment for the apartment. The apartment was purchased under your name alone, and since I don't want that money anymore, you can just call it even. In the end, who do you think really owes the other? Fine. So even if you don't owe me from a monetary perspective, what about emotionally? Can you put a monetary value on that? Can you make up for all the emotional effort I've given these years? Simon roared. Chloe smiled faintly after hearing his words. Simon, given how long we've known each other, you should know that I'm not a calculating person. But since you've brought this up, I might as well speak the truth. Honestly, you've been very good to me these past few years, but I haven't treated you poorly either. I often visited your parents, and when your relatives came to the hospital for treatment, not only did I pull connections to get them hospital rooms, I also watched and took care of them through the night. All this was for you, and most importantly, Simon, I'm asking you, if you didn't have me, would you be as accomplished as you are today? Do you think you would have successfully become a doctor at the first hospital? What do you mean? Simon clearly felt guilty. My point is obvious. With your grades, you never would have graduated from medical school. I was the one who wrote your thesis, and because your thesis on techniques in ophthalmology was outstanding, the first hospital's ophthalmology department made an exception and accepted you. And even after that, for all these years that you've been on the job,
Every time you had to write a thesis or report, I was the one who wrote it for you. Isn't all that enough? Tell me, at this moment, what do I owe you?" After Simon finished listening to Chloe speak, he was rendered speechless. If Chloe hadn't reminded him, he would have almost fooled himself into thinking that he was an exceptional ophthalmologist. But everything was done by Chloe on his behalf, as his grades during medical school were very mediocre. Back then, when it was close to graduation, he felt too stressed out and frequently ditched class to go gaming with his roommates. In the end, he almost couldn't graduate. Even the most important component in his graduation, his thesis, was written by Chloe. And because of that exceptionally well-written thesis, he was given the opportunity to work at the first hospital. Since then, whenever the hospital conducted employee evaluations, he would get Chloe to help him prepare for them. He had enjoyed the results, feeling as if his reputation of being a genius doctor was justified. However, was he really the genius? Of course not. Someone else was the genius, but the other people didn't know that. "So what do you want? Are you going to report me to the hospital? No one will believe it after all." "There's no evidence," Simon said smugly. Chloe's eyes filled with disappointment after hearing what he said. She didn't know that one could turn so despicable after a breakup. "Evidence? Of course, I have evidence." "You do? I don't believe it. You were so trusting of me, so there's no way you would leave behind any evidence." Simon remained unyielding, but his mind became anxious. See, if you knew how trusting I was of you at the time, what are you feeling anxious about? What are you afraid of? You think I'd report you? I really don't have the time for that, nor the need to. After all, it wouldn't benefit me. Simon, I just want to say that we may have broken up, but we are not enemies. We were together for a long time, and we can't become friends because we've hurt each other in the past. I admit, it was because of Jack's unexpected interference that caused our relationship to fragment, but the things that you did afterward truly disappointed me. So, there won't be any more interactions between us, and we will never get back together. I believe, with your current reputation and status, there will be many amazing girls who are lining up for a chance to date you, and you will be fine without me, right? Of course, Simon immediately replied. Great. I'll forget what happened today, but don't do it again. Please take a left once you exit this room. I won't bother to show you out, Chloe ordered strictly. Simon held his bruised forehead and turned to leave dejectedly. Suddenly, he turned back to look at Chloe. Chloe immediately became alert. Chloe, since things have turned out this way, I just want to get an honest answer from you. I never loved you. Chloe coldly spoke these words. Okay, I understand. Simon smiled bitterly, turning around to leave. Chloe finally let out a sigh of relief. She never thought that Simon would suddenly come and cause such a disruption. Thankfully, there was no one else in the clinic, or else she would have been so embarrassed. Not long after, Amelia walked in and, upon seeing the pen holder on the floor, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? My poor pen holder." I'm sorry. I accidentally knocked it over when I was grabbing something earlier. I'll buy you a new one." Amelia pursed her lips, looking like she had been bullied. "I'll even throw in a family bucket from KFC." Knowing the nurse's personality, Chloe immediately added, "Okay, deal." Amelia immediately perked up. On that note, Chloe, you've been very generous lately, even treating me to KFC. Tell me, did you get rich recently? No, if I were rich, I would have quit a long time ago. Then did you find a rich guy to lean on? Amelia asked secretively. Chloe thought for a bit. Does Jack count as a rich guy? Not really. He was more of a billionaire, right? So she shook her head. Nope, no rich guy to lean on. Oh, I got it. Your brother's case was resolved, wasn't it? The perpetrator must have paid a lot of money, right? Amelia smiled happily. Yeah, that's right. Gosh, you are smart. Chloe was afraid of her probing deeper, so she nodded her head vaguely. But in reality, she didn't get any money from Thomas's case. All the other victims did, but she originally wanted to sue them in court and receive payment for the hospital bills. But she never thought that in the end, thanks to Jack's involvement, the perpetrator's entire family were met with disaster, He was already locked up, so what more could he give as compensation? Either way, the fact that Thomas was okay was already her biggest comfort. "Oh, right. It's lunchtime. Let's go to the cafeteria. If we're late, then all the good dishes will be gone." Not waiting for Chloe to reply, Amelia dragged her towards the cafeteria in a hurry. The hospital's cafeteria was on the second-floor basement and could only be accessed by the hospital's staff. But most doctors didn't eat there since their high incomes allowed them to order delivery. On the other hand, intern nurses like Chloe and Amelia had low incomes and few bonuses, and would therefore come here to eat. At lunchtime, the cafeteria would usually be crowded with people, but the overall environment was pretty good. Amelia and Chloe found a table with seats facing each other in a corner, and they had just settled in when they heard a female voice yell rudely, "Chloe, you bitch! Come out here!" "Eh? Chloe, I think someone's calling for you." "I hear it too," Chloe replied quietly. "Chloe, where are you? Come out." The hysterical female voice came from a woman who was also wearing a white lab coat. Her long hair was curled in waves, and she had above-average looks. Her face was slathered in seductive makeup, but her complexion was extremely unsightly. "Chloe, right there. Huh? Isn't she a nurse from the ophthalmology department?" Amelia pointed at the door. Chloe turned around, her demeanor remaining calm upon spotting Jenny. Jenny spotted Chloe at the same time, and she made a beeline straight for her aggressively. "Chloe, she looks like she's up to no good. Be careful," Amelia warned her quietly. Chloe nodded, not saying anything. "Chloe, get up. Is there a problem?" "Of course there's a problem. Do you think I've come to have a heart-to-heart with you?" "Sorry, I don't have time to have a heart-to-heart with you. We're not that close." Chloe sat down and continued eating, not even acknowledging her. Jenny's temper flared up, and she pointed at Chloe while screeching, "Stop pretending. Tell me, are you harassing my Simon again?" "Your Simon? When did this happen?" Jenny slightly paused and then said, "Don't pretend you don't know. Simon and I started dating a long time ago. You've known this for a while." Chloe nodded slightly, and then she replied in a pondering manner, "Oh, so last week when I went over to his apartment, the person bumping uglies with him in the bedroom was you." "What? Last weekend?" Jenny's complexion paled. "Oh? Wasn't it you? Unless—" Chloe probed. "Of course. It was me." Anyone could tell how forced Jenny's words were. "Since you so clearly know that we're together, why did you still go looking for him? Didn't you already break up?" "Yeah. I went to ask him for my $60,000 deposit on the apartment. We were originally planning to get married, so I offered some of my own money for the down payment." "Oh, really? I've never heard Simon speak about it," Jenny said proudly. "Really? What a shame. It looks like you two haven't progressed to that stage yet." "You... Stop distorting my words." Jenny ran out of words to say. Initially, she had arrogantly came to condemn her, but she didn't think that the normally sweet Chloe could be so sharp-tongued. Each of her sentences was as sharp as a dagger, causing her to be at a loss for words. "Tell me, did you bruise Simon Head?" "Yes." "What gave you that right? What made you think you had the right to hit Simon? What right do you have as a dumped ex-girlfriend to interfere in Simon's matters?" "I knew it. You probably hit him because he wouldn't get back together with you when you asked, didn't you?" Chloe's eyes grew cold, and she lifted her head to ask, "Did Simon tell you that?" "Simon didn't say it, but I'm sure that's what happened. Everyone at the hospital knows what kind of person you are." "Chloe is a great person. Everyone in the OB/GYN department knows that," Amelia interjected. "This has nothing to do with you. Shut up." Jenny pointed at Amelia and growled, "Are you done speaking rubbish? If you're done, then please leave. We're in the middle of a meal, and I don't want to ruin my appetite." Chloe asked her to leave because she didn't want to deal with Jenny's unreasonable harassment any longer. Because everyone was staring, she felt like a clown. This didn't agree with Chloe's usual low-profile character at all. "Eat, eat, eat. I'll show you how to eat, you betch." Then, in front of everyone, Jenny flipped Chloe's plate. The food scattered all over the floor, with some splattering onto Chloe's clean white lab coat, causing everyone to stare in shock. No one anticipated that Jenny would do something so extreme. After a moment of silence, Chloe, enunciating each word, asked, "Did no one teach you that wasting food is a disgraceful thing to do?" "So?" Jenny looked at Chloe and asked provocatively, "So, whoever wastes food has to eat it all." Finishing her sentence, Chloe grabbed Amelia's plate of food and tossed it at Jenny. Within moments, Jenny's entire body was covered in food. "Wow, Chloe, you're so awesome!" Amelia silently got up, giving her a thumbs up. "Chloe, how dare you treat me like this?" Jenny was flabbergasted. "I'm not your mom. Why should I condone your retarded behavior?" Chloe said in disdain. "I'm going to kill you, you bitch!" Jenny gathered a lot of energy, preparing to slap Chloe. But when her hand was no more than 5 centimeters away from Chloe, it stopped abruptly. Chloe had quickly raised her own hand, which tightened around Jenny's with vicious strength. "If you're going to act like a monkey, act like one at the city center square. This is a hospital. Please control your behavior." Upon finishing, Chloe forcefully pushed away Jenny and grabbed Amelia's hand to leave. At that moment, Jenny actually wimped out. She didn't even have the guts to follow them, because her hand was red from being grabbed by Chloe just now. That woman looked so weak, but was actually so strong that it was scary. "Oh my, what is going on? Isn't that woman a nurse from the ophthalmology department?" "Yeah. From what I heard, she took advantage of her position and seduced one of the handsome intern ophthalmologists. That intern already had a girlfriend, who's an OB/GYN nurse. Was that the ex-girlfriend and homewrecker in a fight just now?" The other nurses all began to gossip in hushed voices. Jenny also felt very embarrassed, so she left the employees' cafeteria with a long face. Department of Ophthalmology. "Simon, are you okay?" Jenny asked caringly upon seeing that Simon's forehead was still slightly red. "Let me ask you, who told you to go looking for Chloe?" "I just wanted to stand up for you." "I never asked you to stand up for me. You just added to my problems." Simon heard what happened in the cafeteria and was extremely angry. "I couldn't stand Chloe treating you like that. That's between me and her. From now on, don't ever go looking for Chloe again, or you might as well disappear from my sight." Simon left after glaring at Jenny. Jenny felt unhappy and simultaneously confused about one other thing. Since Simon and Chloe had already broken up, then last weekend, who was the woman Chloe saw at Simon's apartment? Of course that wasn't her, because last weekend, she had been at work for 24 hours straight and didn't even have time to go to Simon's. Unless Chloe was lying? Was she trying to destroy her relationship with Simon? But it didn't look like she was lying. The fight in the cafeteria was originally a small matter, but someone with their own motives had recorded it and distributed it amongst the different departments at the first hospital. Chloe, the gentle-looking intern nurse, became famous after this fight. People began referring to her as the hot and spicy nurse. Along with the fame came the male doctors, assistants, and even the male co-workers who all wanted to get a glimpse of this hot nurse, the most courageous of whom sent flowers and tried asking her out, making Chloe unsure as to whether she should laugh or cry. Gazing at her desk full of chocolates and flowers, Chloe was at a loss for words. "Chloe, what should we do? You're the famous hot and spicy nurse now." "Hot and spicy? That doesn't sound like me. I'm more of a tomboy." Chloe was embarrassed. "So, is there anyone you like among all these suitors? That deputy director of radiology isn't bad. He's 30 years old, 178 centimeters tall, drives a BMW, and apparently comes from a wealthy family. He also looks a lot like Korean actor. Are you sure you don't want to consider him?" Amelia asked, a little jealous. "That's fine. He isn't my type." "Your standards really are high, Chloe. Tell me what your type is. I can introduce you to someone I know." "No thanks. You don't even have a boyfriend yourself," said Chloe helplessly. "That's because I'm picky." "Oh, right. If you don't like him, then could you give me his contact information?" "I'm talking about the one from the radiology department." Sure." After she spoke, Chloe pushed all of the flowers aside and handed a bunch of phone numbers to Amelia. "It's all here. Pick whichever one you like." "Thanks, big sis Chloe," said Amelia, her face filled with joy. Just then, the door to the emergency room opened, and the head nurse entered, looking serious. Chloe, come with me. Yes. Oh no, the old hag must have found out about what happened. Be careful, Amelia said with sympathy. Chloe felt goosebumps. She never thought that the dispute she and Jenny caused in the staff cafeteria would create such a scene. It seemed like even the head nurse had found out about it. The head nurse hated these sorts of drama the most, especially if personal matters got in the way of professionalism. A lecture seemed inevitable. In the corridor around the corner of the stairs, the head nurse called Chloe off to the side. "Do you know why I asked to see you?" asked the head nurse. Chloe nodded with guilt. "Since you know why, then I'll speak bluntly. I heard that you've broken up with that ophthalmology doctor, right?" "Yes." "So the woman you lashed out at in the cafeteria, is she the other woman?" asked the head nurse. "I didn't lash out at her, head nurse. Jenny started it. I was only eating my meal quietly. I really was." "Not bad. Good for you," smiled the head nurse as she patted Chloe's shoulder. Chloe froze. What was happening? "Good job. You're making our department proud by letting them know that they can't just pick on us. We're not soft tomatoes that people can just bully around." Chloe was speechless. "There's also one more thing I wanted to talk to you about." "Go ahead, head nurse," Chloe said with respect. She looked like she was prepared for any task that her superior might give her. "Well, you're single now. I just happen to have a distant cousin who is working in our city. He's a great guy, and isn't too far from your age. But most importantly, he also works in the medical field. He's in forensics. I think you guys would be great together, so I've planned for the two of you to meet next week." Head nurse, are you possibly trying to introduce me to a boyfriend?" "Yes, the little nurses in our hospital aren't so reliable. You are all about the same age, but you're the only one who is mature and low-key, so I think you would be perfect for my cousin. Don't worry about his family situation. He has a house and a car, and his parents are both doing business down south. So if you guys get married, it'll just be the two of you. It will be great." "But, head nurse, someone else has already introduced me to a potential boyfriend." "Already?" The head nurse was clearly surprised. Chloe didn't dare to say that she was married. She worried that it might scare the head nurse, so instead, she lied that someone had already introduced her to someone. "Yes, so I can't double dip. Thank you for the kind offer." "It's not a problem. You're still unmarried. We'll prepare you on all fronts and let you pick amongst the best. It's decided. I'll plan for you guys to meet next week. Okay, I will go now." Head nurse. No matter how Chloe called, the head nurse refused to listen. However, the problem was that she was already married. Was it really okay for her to be set up for a date? If that person found out, he'll probably strangle her. After 24 hours of the silent treatment, both of them refused to call or text the other. It was a weird feeling. Chloe was slightly disappointed when she saw how quiet her phone was. It seemed like she wasn't so important to Jack after all. At this lonely thought, Chloe got off work. After gathering her belongings, she went back home. It was already very late on her way back, because she worked overtime until 10 p.m. She purposely looked up when she arrived at the building they lived in, and noticed that the 16th floor was still dark. Jack hadn't returned yet either. After she reached the 16th floor, she gently took out her keys to open the door, and then stepped in. Before she could even stand still, someone suddenly pushed her onto the wall, and then her lips were smothered shut by the same person. At that moment, she was so scared that she almost stopped breathing. If she wasn't so familiar with Jack's scent, she really might have attacked him. "Let me go, Jack." She was somewhat nervous. Jack said nothing as he continued holding Chloe tightly in his arms. Then, he rested his head beside her ear and breathed heavily. Chloe felt agitated as the pungent scent of alcohol spread through the air. Chloe slightly frowned. "Were you drinking?" she asked. Jack still didn't say anything. After he finished drinking with Noah, he came back home, took out a rare Chateau Lafite from the cabinet, and ended up drinking the entire bottle. Habits were dangerous. He managed to survive the last 7 years by himself. But now that Chloe was around him, he couldn't even bear 24 hours alone. He was already accustomed to having her around, so he wasn't able to stand even 1 second of loneliness.
Let go of me first, Jack. You're drunk. Chloe couldn't move at all as he was hugging her too tightly. No, Jack stubbornly said after a short silence. Jack, what do you want? What do you think I want? Jack pinched Chloe's chin as he closely stared at her profile. All of a sudden, an intimate atmosphere filled the entire room. Chloe bit her lips and didn't know how to respond. Jack couldn't suppress his desires as he looked at Chloe, who was so close to him, while his other hand swept across her back. He knew what he wanted. She also knew what he wanted. Jack, don't be like this. I'm not ready yet. Chloe weakly pushed him aside after she spoke. Jack's body staggered, and he fell onto the couch behind him. I'm sorry. Chloe turned around, refusing to look into his eyes. Why would you apologize? Jack asked as he looked at her. She didn't know how to respond. I should be the one to apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do those things behind your back. I just didn't want you to be hurt, said Jack as he turned his head away from her. No, you didn't do anything wrong. I didn't know better. You meant well, and I shouldn't have been so irrational. If you didn't help me, Thomas's surgery wouldn't have been so successful, and I wouldn't have been able to pay off the bills. If you didn't help me, the perpetrator would never have faced justice. Jack, you're truly too good for me. In fact, Chloe had already thought this whole thing through. She knew that no matter what Jack did, he always meant well. To an extent, she was the one who was being unreasonable for treating him that way. Do you really think so? Jack was somewhat surprised. Chloe nodded. She hesitated for a bit and then continued. I know that we're already legally married, so some things are bound to happen. I'm not putting on a show, and I don't despise you. It's just that I'm not ready yet. Please don't make it harder for me, okay? So, you feel troubled by what I want to do? Jack's eyes filled with loneliness as he spoke. Chloe didn't say anything. Instead, she bit her lips. Okay, I won't trouble you then. It's late and you should go to bed soon. Good night, said Jack as he turned around to head upstairs. Chloe knew that she had disappointed Jack again. She couldn't sleep at all that night. Early next morning, Chloe woke up early to prepare breakfast. Shortly afterwards, she saw Jack walking down the stairs. He saw a steaming array of Chinese breakfast dishes on the table. There were fried eggs, cups of soy milk, and golden potato pancakes. Go on, eat, smiled Chloe. Chloe was wearing a pink apron, while her hair was messy like a real housewife. Jack was still upset with her, and he originally wanted to say no, but when he saw how down-to-earth Chloe looked, he couldn't refuse at all. He had always dreamed of this scene in front of him. He didn't say anything. Instead, he sat before the breakfast table, held up the soybean milk, and took a sip. I bought the soybeans at the supermarket so I could freshly press the soy milk. It looks very concentrated, so I don't know if that's good or not. How is it? Does it taste okay? Asked Chloe carefully. It's not bad. Jack nodded. Good. Have some more then. Chloe smiled in relief. The two of them ate breakfast across from each other. Jack didn't say anything, but he would occasionally raise his head to look at Chloe. Chloe, on the other hand, ate with great appetite. She had been eating Western breakfast food for quite a while now, and it was rare for her to have a homemade Chinese breakfast. Thus, for her, the food tasted especially delicious. No matter how angry Jack was with her, he would still feel like everything was heaven sent once he saw her sitting by his side so quietly. He had wished for a day like today, for 7 years. How is your brother doing? I heard that he was discharged from the hospital, Jack suddenly asked. Yes, he's recovering very well. I told him to rest at home for a while since he's not enrolled in a lot of courses this semester anyway. Good, Jack nodded. After breakfast, the two left home together. Chloe had been taking the bus to work for the past few days because Jack was driving the Maybach. Let me drive you if you don't mind this car. Chloe looked at the car and felt uncomfortable. I can park the car further away, Jack added. Okay. Chloe nodded and thought that he was trying hard to compromise. On the way, Jack turned on the music inside the car, and the famous English song Hotel California started playing. The melody was mesmerizing,
and it was a song that Chloe liked, so she soon began singing along. On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitis, rising up through the air up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy, and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. There she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven, and this could be hell. Then she lit up a candle, and she showed me the way there were voices down that corridor. I thought I heard them say, "Welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Here's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, any time of year. You can find us here." "You're a good singer," Jack suddenly said. Chloe suddenly realized what she was doing and awkwardly lowered her head. "You have a beautiful voice," Jack said again. "Thanks. California is a beautiful place. The sea is endless there, the sky is blue, and the air is fresh. The pace of living is also very slow there." Jack had been in America for 7 years and pretty much visited all of the states. "Yes, I've seen it on television. It really is gorgeous." "I'll take you there on vacation when we have time," Jack suddenly said. "Okay," smiled Chloe. Even though no one knew when this might happen, since Jack proposed, she couldn't possibly disappoint him. "Do you have a driver's license?" "I do." Chloe nodded. A driving school held an event at her college graduation. It was half price, so she and Simon both took the course and got their licenses. "Then you can drive the CC. It will be easier for you to commute in a car. Don't take the bus. It takes too long." "No, it's fine. We don't live very far from the hospital, and there's a parking space shortage already. A little nurse like me doesn't have a designated parking spot anyways, so it's not necessary." Chloe smiled. "Why, don't you quit that job of yours? Are you saying that I should be a full-time housewife?" Chloe looked at Jack as if he had just said something absurd. "No, I know that you want to keep yourself busy. You don't have to stay at home. Instead, you could help me at GK. Just pick a department you like. If you still want to work in the medical field, then I can establish a wellness department. It can provide GK employees with checkups for illnesses and stuff. I can even get a doctor to assist you, or I could even open up a private clinic for you." Jack was truly willing to do anything for Chloe. Chloe knew that Jack always kept his word, but it was absurd to open up a clinic just for her. He shouldn't do that, even if he had all the money in the world. "No, really, but thank you for the gesture. I really like the job I have right now. It's very fulfilling. The truth is, some jobs can't be evaluated with money. It's where my interests lie. The OB/GYN department that I'm in is the busiest department of the entire hospital, but I really do love it there because I get to witness the birth of many lives every day. I can't explain that kind of joy. Jack, if you truly mean well, then let me do the things I love. Just that would be great." "Okay." Jack nodded, acknowledging that he respected her choice. Then, he stopped the car slowly. "We're nearly there. You can get off here." "Okay." "Chloe," Jack suddenly called out gently. Chloe turned around, but before she knew what was going on, Jack kissed her on the lips. "I'll see you tonight," Jack said quietly. With one hand, Chloe covered her blushing face and rushed out of the car. Then, without turning her head back, she ran towards the hospital. Shortly afterward, Jack's Maybach turned around and drove in another direction. When she reached the hospital entrance, Chloe saw a silver-white BMW 730 that slowly parked in the parking space nearest to the entrance. Chloe was somewhat confused. This parking spot belonged to the hospital director, but he drove an Audi A8. As she was wondering, a woman got out of the car. The woman was very young, in her 20s at most. Her eyes weren't so big, but she had long and delicate eyebrows, and she wore a close-fitted red dress that attracted attention. The woman wasn't very pretty, but she had great class. With one look, one could tell that she was clearly brought up in a wealthy family. Just as Chloe was about to head inside, she heard the woman say coquettishly, "Simon, help me grab my bag." Chloe immediately turned around and saw Simon getting off from the driver's seat with an Hermes bag in his hand. Then he handed the bag to the woman, and the two held each other's hands as they headed towards the door. Simon's expression slightly changed when he saw Chloe. However, he only glanced at her for a split second. Then, as if he had just seen a complete stranger, he held the woman's hand as they proudly walked inside. "Huh? Isn't he dating Jenny?" Chloe said to herself. Chloe conducted fetal heart monitoring on expecting mothers all morning. When she looked at the time after she finally finished, she realized that lunchtime had already passed. "Big sis Chloe here. I brought some food for you, but the dishes don't look very good today. I hate cabbages the most." Amelia walked over with 2 bento boxes in her hands. "Thanks." Chloe smiled. Then Chloe opened up the bento boxes and dug in. Once a person becomes hungry enough, they would forget to be picky. The dishes Amelia despised were now delicacies in Chloe's eyes. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at the door. "Chloe, let's talk." Will this be another fight?" Amelia twisted her lips after she saw Jenny. After Chloe ate her last bite of food, she slowly raised her head, and without any expressions, she said, "I have nothing to say to you. I'm not here to pick a fight, and I'm not here to cause trouble. I really need to tell you something." "Go on then. Tell me and leave." Chloe wasn't acting pleasant at all. Jenny glanced at Amelia, and then looked back at Chloe as she said, "Did you know that Simon found himself another woman?" "What does that have to do with me?" asked Chloe in response. "Do you know who she is? She's the niece of our hospital director. She just got back from studying abroad in Japan, and was also a talented medical school student. They say that she'll be assigned to the OB/GYN department." "So what?" Chloe didn't think this had anything to do with her. Jenny stared at Chloe and continued, "Director spoils his niece, and that's why Simon picked her to hit on. He just wants to climb his way up. What a terrible guy. Now I've finally seen through him. I think the woman you saw in Simon's apartment a while back was probably her." "So?" Chloe got up and asked Jenny curiously. "So, I came to find you, because I want us to work together. We have to look for Director's niece and reveal Simon's true colors to her. Who knew he would be that kind of man? Did you know? I've already slept with him. He took my virginity. He said that he would take responsibility and marry me." "Then you should go find Simon. There's no point in finding me." Chloe replied calmly. "I did, but he won't even talk to me. He won't answer my call, and he switched the lock to his apartment. It really pisses me off. Chloe, you're one of his victims too. If we unite forces to expose him, then maybe Director's niece will ditch him, and then he won't be able to keep working at the hospital. More so, he won't even be able to dream of becoming the Director's relative either. What do you think?" "Sorry, I have no interest in this." "Don't you want to take your revenge? After how he treated you?" Jenny believed that it was her involvement which led to the breakup between Chloe and Simon, and so she thought that Chloe hated her. "Simon and I broke up peacefully. There's no love or hate between us, so I can't agree with your proposal. I've more work to do, so you should go." After she spoke, Chloe sat down by her desk and started to organize documents. "You're such an unbelievable woman." Jenny viciously stared at Chloe after she saw that Chloe refused to agree, and then she turned around to leave. Amelia laughed. "Karma really hurts. It seems like he chose to abandon that woman in the end. Where did she even find the audacity to claim that she gave her virginity to him? What was that? Was she proud to be the homewrecker?" Chloe didn't voice her opinion on this subject. Even though she disliked Jenny, she didn't want to say anything bad about her. Without a doubt, that woman in the BMW with Simon this morning must be Director's niece. No wonder they took up the Director's parking spot. "Chloe, that ex-boyfriend of yours sure has some charms. It didn't take him long to start dating the Director's precious niece. I hear that she is a really arrogant person and hard to approach. Who knew she would end up with Simon? She must be pretty blind." "Well, that's normal." Chloe smiled as she responded very calmly to this situation. In the afternoon, just as Chloe stepped out of the OR, her phone began to ring. After she picked up, Chloe immediately asked the head nurse if she could take some time off. Then, she ran over to the hospital entrance. "Uncle Baker! Auntie Baker!" Chloe called out to two white-haired elders. Chloe! The two elderly couple's expressions immediately lit up when they saw Chloe. Uncle, Auntie, why are you guys here? Oh, your auntie isn't feeling well lately. I wanted to bring her over for a checkup, and it's been a while since we've seen the two of you, so we came over for a visit. I just called Simon, but his phone is off. Oh, he might be in surgery. He'll call you guys back when he's done. Yeah, that's fine. The elderly man nodded. Simon's parents lived in a county under the jurisdiction of city, and it was a 3-hour car ride from there to here. Both of his parents had already retired. They were considerably well off, and Simon was their only son. The old couple used all of their savings to pay for their son's medical school tuition and to buy the apartment and car. Chloe used to visit them every year, and they were both really nice people. Uncle Baker used to work at the post office while Auntie Baker was a teacher. They both used to be public servants, so they were very reasonable folks. They were also quite pleased with Chloe and approved of her as their daughter-in-law. Chloe predicted from the way they treated her that they had no idea that she and Simon had already broken up. Uncle, Auntie, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me take you to get some food. Sure, let's just find a small restaurant. There's no need to waste money, Simon's mother insisted. There was a homely neighborhood restaurant behind the hospital, where Chloe ordered 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. She even ordered a bottle of sake for Simon's father. The elderly couple was very happy. During the meal, Simon's father asked, Chloe, has the apartment been renovated yet? When are you guys getting married? We're in no hurry. Simon is still very busy recently, so we want to wait until things slow down. You guys shouldn't wait any longer. You should still get married no matter how busy you are. I've had a discussion with your auntie. We've got about $20,000 in retirement funds, and we think that you guys should take it. You guys could go to Thailand for your honeymoon. There's no need, really. Please don't give us any more money. You should use the money to buy supplements or something else for yourselves. We'll spend the money we earn ourselves. Chloe felt very uneasy. Hey, don't say that. We'll be a family soon, and what is ours will also be yours. Oh, right. We brought some mushrooms and wild vegetables from the mountains for you guys. Simon's aunt brought it back from Mount Fala. It's organic and very nutritious, said Simon's mother, as she handed over a big bag. There's no need to rush, Auntie. Give it to Simon when you see him. I still have to get back to work. It isn't very convenient for me to take these now. Chloe, did you two get into a fight? Every time I call and ask for you, Simon would mumble random things and change the topic. Simon's mother suddenly asked. No, Auntie, we aren't fighting, Chloe said with her fingers crossed. Really? But why do I feel like something's not right? Simon's mother mumbled to herself. You tend to overthink things like this. See, I told you it was nothing. Chloe is a sensible kid. She would never fight with Simon. Simon's father chuckled. Chloe felt unsettled as she heard what he said. After the meal, Chloe brought the couple to the first hospital's outpatient resting area and then headed towards the ophthalmology clinic. Simon walked out of the surgery room looking slightly tired. He had just finished operating on a cataract patient. Simon. What do you want? Simon appeared distant. Auntie and Uncle are here. They couldn't reach you on your phone, so they called me. Simon took out his phone and simply nodded in acknowledgement. I had a surgery, so my phone was off. Where are they? I took them out for lunch and then brought them to the outpatient resting area. Oh, how much did lunch cost you? I'll pay you back. It's fine. They've always been very kind to me, so treating them to lunch is nothing. Forget it. I can't take advantage of you since it's not like we're friends. Is $500 enough? Simon took out his wallet and pulled out 5 $100 bills. He then threw the money at Chloe. Thanks for taking care of my parents, but if there is nothing else, don't contact them in the future. My family has nothing to do with you anymore. I will tell them everything today. Okay, Chloe nodded. Simon, what is it? Lisa walked over from not far away. She was wearing her white lab coat and glared at Chloe in an extremely unfriendly manner. Oh, my parents are here, and they couldn't reach me on my phone. So, who is she? Lisa looked at Chloe suspiciously. She's an old university classmate. Simon turned on his heels as soon as he finished. He grabbed Lisa by the hand and left. Chloe held on to the $500 and let out a helpless smile. Lunch was around $200, so it was generous of Simon to give her $500. She might as well take it since it was given to her. At that thought, Chloe headed back to the OB/GYN department. Right before the end of the day, the head nurse walked in, followed by a young woman. Chloe was not unfamiliar with the woman, as she was none other than the hospital director's niece, Lisa. "Listen up, everybody. This is our department's new chief. She will be seeing patients every Friday. Please cooperate with Dr. Lisa." "Yes, ma'am," a few nurses responded immediately. "Come here, Amelia. From now on, you will be Dr. Lisa's assistant," the head nurse said. However, Lisa smiled and said, "Head nurse, I want Chloe to be my assistant." "You know Chloe, Dr. Lisa?" the head nurse asked with surprise. "Yes, I know her." Lisa smiled, but the smile looked rather crooked. Chloe was surprised as well. She didn't think Lisa would say that. "Okay, if that's the case, Chloe, you can be Dr. Lisa's assistant. Do a good job." The head nurse patted Chloe on the shoulder. "I will, head nurse." Chloe nodded. Once settled, Chloe looked at the clock and proceeded to the changing room. It was almost time to go home. "Chloe." Lisa chased after her as Chloe was heading out. "Yes, Dr. Lisa?" "I have an academic seminar later and need to gather some reports. You need to stay behind to print them for me," Lisa said matter-of-factly. Chloe thought about it for a moment. "There are people in the office who are responsible for printing and photocopying. This is not within my job scope," Chloe said calmly. "You are my assistant. Do as you are told, or else I have the right to fire you, you know?" Lisa was still smiling, clearly very pleased with herself. "So you are giving me a hard time because of Simon?" Chloe asked directly. "I didn't think you were so quick-witted. I heard that you're Simon's ex-girlfriend?" "Wrong. I'm his ex-girlfriend. His ex-girlfriend is Jenny. Looks like your information isn't up to date." Chloe smiled. "Who does Jenny think she is? She's nothing more than a toy. I heard you've been with Simon for several years, and you guys were planning to get married, correct?" Lisa asked provokingly. "Yes." Chloe nodded. "What a shame. It looks like that's not happening in your lifetime. Simon likes me now. He said he reluctantly accepted to going out with you because you shamelessly courted him for several years. You guys didn't even sleep together, right? He even said that he had no desire to touch you whenever he saw your face." Chloe smiled politely. "What are you smiling about?" Lisa asked, feeling annoyed. "Is that what he told you?" Chloe asked. "Isn't it true?" "Oh, yes. Everything he said is true." Chloe was too lazy to explain. "See, I knew you were a woman with terrible character. I wonder why my uncle's hospital doesn't bother to check people's moral standings before hiring them. It's so annoying that they hire just about anyone. I will prepare the reports for you as soon as I can, Dr. Lisa. But if you are here to chit-chat, I'm sorry, but I don't have the time. Then hurry up and get my reports ready. Also, it's not very wise of you to hate me because of Simon, since I'm not a threat to you." "A threat? Who do you think you are? You have below-average looks, grew up in a below-average household, and went to a below-average medical school. How do you have the audacity to compare yourself to me? I received my medical degree from Tokyo University. I am also the youngest attending out of all the hospitals in the city. Do you understand?" "Of course, and you have your uncle, the hospital's director, to thank for that." "You—" Lisa stuttered angrily. She didn't think that Chloe would be so quick-witted. "I'm going to get your reports ready now. See you later, Dr. Lisa." Chloe headed back to the office as soon as she finished speaking. In all honesty, the reports weren't difficult to prepare, and it took Chloe less than 30 minutes to finish. Lisa was simply trying to give her a hard time by making her stay late. After she was done, Chloe left the reports on Lisa's desk and went home. Very rarely did Chloe get off work this early, so she made an effort and purchased vegetables and meats from the grocery store. She then began prepping for dinner. She waited until 6 p.m. for Jack, but he was still out. Chloe felt a little hungry, so she ate first and left the rest of the food in the kitchen. She then went upstairs to do laundry and shower. Jack was supposed to get off work at 5:30, but instead went back to his parents' residence because his father had called him. Jack's father had just come back from vacation and looked like he was in a good mood. When Jack arrived home, he was greeted by not only his parents, but also a middle-aged man and his daughter. "Jack, this is President Calvert and this is his daughter, Linda." When Jack caught sight of Linda, he was a little surprised. Linda was his high school classmate. Those who went to second high school typically came from rich families, so he wasn't surprised that Linda had a rich father. However, he was surprised that they would show up at his house today. "Uncle Dawson, Jack and I were high school classmates." Linda smiled. She wore a light pink dress with her hair up in a ponytail, making her look much like a teenager. Even the way she spoke sounded unusually soft and feminine. Jack glanced at the pair but didn't say anything. "Ha, really? What a coincidence that you two were classmates." Jack's father looked delighted at the news. "Linda mentioned to me a long time ago that your son is a very fine-looking man." Linda's father praised Jack. "Dinner is ready. Come and sit." Jack's mother smiled. In the dining room, the Dawson family of 3, Linda and her father all sat together, the 5 of them forming a circle. Linda sat next to Jack, her eyes full of adoration when she looked at him. She had had a crush on Jack since high school. If it weren't for Chloe, she thought, surely she would have become Jack's girlfriend a long time ago. "GK's been doing very well. You're so amazing," Linda complimented. "Thanks." Jack's face was expressionless. He didn't take a single bite of food and looked severely stone-faced. "Why aren't you eating, Jack? Do you not like the food?" Jack's mother asked. "Dad, did you ask me to come back because you needed to talk to me?" Jack was a little impatient. "I didn't. I just wanted you to have dinner with your Uncle Calvert," Jack's father said slowly. "If that's the case, enjoy your meal. I have things planned, so I will be leaving now," Jack said as he got up to leave. "Stay where you are, right now." Jack's father became angry. He didn't think his own son would rebel like this in front of everyone. Jack stopped midway, but didn't look back. "You're off work now. I already asked your assistant, and he said that you have no plans tonight. What are you busy with?" Jack responded with silence. "Have you been out screwing around?" Jack's father looked more furious than ever. Jack turned his head and lifted his brows. "Father, what do you mean by screwing around? Jack, have you been hanging with disreputable women? You can't be like those spoiled playboys who tangle themselves with women in the entertainment business. It's not good for you." "Disreputable? Is that what you think when it comes to your son's taste in women?" Jack thought it was funny. "Mr. Dawson, I don't think your son would do things like that," Mr. Calvert said. "That's right. Uncle Dawson, I know Jack very well. Back when we went to school, a lot of girls liked him, but he never even talked to them. Also, he's never been in media scandals either, so it's definitely not what you think," Linda added. "If not, then sit down. Dad, I'm an adult now. I have my own thoughts and things to do. If you're an adult, then you should know what behavior is appropriate under different circumstances. For one, Uncle Dawson and his daughter are here. They are guests of this house that you need to entertain. You shouldn't be running around and leaving," Jack's father scolded. "They are your guests, not mine. I didn't invite them, so I shouldn't be responsible for entertaining them. You... Oh, Mr. Dawson, it's fine. If your son's busy with other things, then don't worry about us. We shouldn't give our children a hard time." "Yes, stop giving our son a hard time. Linda, go send Jack off. You were classmates, so you guys should have lots to talk about." Jack's mother loved her son dearly and didn't want to give him a hard time. At the same time, however, she wanted to create an opportunity for his son and the socialite. "Okay, Auntie Dawson, I will go and send him off." Linda smiled and got up immediately. Without hesitation, Jack walked out. He was not going to fight his father. Linda jogged to catch up with Jack, who was already out the door. Jack walked up to his Maybach, opened the door, and got into the car. Linda stood beside the car window. She was so excited at that second that she didn't know what to say. "What do you want?" Jack frowned. "Jack, I've liked you for a very long time." Linda thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If some things were left unsaid, then she would never have a chance. This was the perfect time to express her feelings, or so she thought. "So?" Jack continued to ask. "So, I wanted to ask you, can you be my boyfriend? Linda was a little nervous. She lowered her head, and her hands clutched the corners of her dress tightly. That's very ambitious of you. Jack glared at her without much emotion. I don't want to miss the opportunity. You've been in my heart all these years. You think I should like you because you like me? No. Linda waved her hands immediately. It's a joke if you really think that way. I will only ever like one person in my life, from the beginning until the day I die. So, take your feelings elsewhere. They're no good on me. You're not ugly, and your family is wealthy. There is plenty of fish in the sea, so stop wasting time with me. Also, don't even think about using our fathers as a way to get what you want. GK doesn't need an arranged marriage to flourish, because your family will never have more money than mine. What I need is the woman I love. Even if that woman doesn't love you back? Linda asked suddenly. She felt like Chloe no longer had any emotions for Jack. Being in love with her is my business, and our relationship doesn't have room for a third person. Quit your stupidity and don't force me to tell you the hard way. That's all I have to say. Jack rolled up his car window as his engine roared to life. He left with lightning speed. Linda's eyes lingered in the direction the car disappeared to, her eyes sad and gloomy. In her heart, Jack was an untouchable god. Regardless of how pretty or outstanding she was, she knew that Jack would never glance at her. Jack loved Chloe more than his own life, even though she was ill-tempered, poor, and average-looking. She felt like her jealousy was driving her insane. By the time Jack arrived back at Imperial Park, it was 7:30. Chloe was watching a TV show on the couch. You're home. She stood up after she heard the door open. Is there any food? Yes. I'm starving, Jack tiredly mumbled as he took off his blazer and his shoes. The food is a little cold now. I will go heat it up. Chloe walked towards the kitchen. As she was passing Jack, he suddenly hugged her from behind. Chloe's heart shook as the sudden movement frightened her. Don't move. Just let me hug you for a bit. Jack's voice was soft. Not knowing what to do, Chloe stood still. Jack, did something happen? She felt like something was wrong. Someone as cold and arrogant as him would never act out like this. Nothing. I'm just a little tired and wanted to hug you. Chloe wore a cute set of loose yellow pajamas that were covered in a SpongeBob pattern. Her hair was pulled up loosely, looking a little puffy and messy. On the other hand, Jack wore a dark purple dress shirt with expensive diamond cufflinks. He stood behind her and hugged her quietly, greedily inhaling in her unique scent. Immediately, his agitated heart felt calm. The world was better with Chloe by his side. Chloe, you will be by my side like this forever, right? He suddenly asked. Chloe opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. Should she answer yes? Well, that would be a lie. Growing old with Jack was not something that had ever crossed her mind. There were too many external factors and psychological burdens between them. Uncle James's death alone would have caused her never to be able to settle down with Jack peacefully. What if she straight up answered no? She didn't have the heart to do it. At this moment in time, Jack seemed fragile. So, she replied with silence. After a while, Jack let Chloe go slowly and sat down on the couch. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The expression in his eyes was too difficult to understand. To Jack, Linda and her father were nothing more than strangers, so he didn't need to be polite. But there was one thing that Linda said that stung his heart. She asked him if it mattered that the person he liked didn't like him back. This was the one thing Jack cared about the most. He knew without a doubt that the Chloe from 7 years ago loved him. But who was to say that things were still the same 7 years later? 7 years can change many things, even if Chloe never dated Simon. That didn't mean that she was still in love with Jack. After all, it was him that brought the misfortunes onto her family. He couldn't possibly seek revenge on his parents, even though they were the ones who hurt Chloe. It was definitely not a good feeling when you are able to be with the woman you love every day, but couldn't confirm if she feels the same way. He felt almost like an insecure child who was always frightened by the thought of abandonment. Chloe reheated the leftovers in the kitchen and brought them to the table. Jack looked much more energetic after a cigarette. He changed into a white shirt. "I just whipped up something randomly. Try them. I'm not very good at cooking." Chloe pointed to the dishes without much confidence. Jack sat down quietly and took a bite of bok choy. Stir-fried bok choy, cucumbers and egg, dry-fried yellow croaker, and a seafood soup. Most of the dishes were vegetarian since Chloe didn't like eating meat. She wondered if the food would suit Jack's appetite. Chloe sat on the side and watched him eat, and for the first time, she felt comfortable with him. The way Jack ate was very graceful, and when he lowered his head, you could see his long lashes. Chloe sat there with her chin on her hands and watched this man eat. She was overly concentrated as if she were watching a TV drama. She almost forgot how pathetic her stare was. "You like what you're seeing?" Jack asked suddenly without looking at Chloe. Snapping back to reality, Chloe awkwardly coughed and got up immediately. You can leave everything here once you're done. I will come and clean it up. I'm going upstairs to take a shower now." Chloe then ran up the stairs. An hour later, she came down after her shower and noticed that the dining table was already cleared. The dishes and bowls had been thoroughly washed as well. Chloe was happy. Unlike other chauvinistic men, Jack didn't think chores were solely a woman's responsibility. In fact, Jack simply didn't want Chloe to be bogged down by miscellaneous chores. At this time, Jack was already in the study, organizing company data. Chloe went back upstairs as she walked around and realized there were no other chores to be done. Late at night, Jack opened the bedroom door to see Chloe deep asleep. Gently, he walked up to the bed and rolled onto it, held her, and laid down beside her. Through the moonlight that shined through the window, he stared at her delicate and pretty face. "You like what you're seeing?" She suddenly opened her eyes and asked him with a sweet smile on her face. Jack was startled. He didn't think that Chloe would wake up, or rather, he didn't expect her not to be asleep. Through the moonlight that shined through the window, Chloe stared at Jack's handsome face and, for a second, thought that she was dreaming. She was always a light sleeper, so she woke up as soon as Jack walked in. She wanted to prank him and see how he would react, and that was why she opened her eyes suddenly. After seeing his reaction, she couldn't help herself. Perhaps it was cold in the room. She held Jack's hand and felt the warmth of his palm. They laid face to face, quietly staring into each other's eyes. They said nothing, but it seemed like everything. They both knew that all they needed was to share this quiet moment in each other's eyes. Chloe's eyes were clear and bright, like the shiniest stars in the sky. Jack's eyes were deep and misty. One glance and you will be lost in it forever, unable to leave. For the first time, Jack felt comforted. He held on to Chloe's hand tightly and felt his heart fill with happiness. Next morning, Chloe woke up early as usual to make breakfast. A bowl of vegetable congee, several milk-steamed buns, and a glass of soy milk were ready for Jack as soon as he arrived downstairs. "We can find a maid. This is too much trouble for you," Jack said as he ate. "What's troubling about making breakfast? It's not tiring at all. Besides, there's only the two of us. It's inconvenient to have an outsider here. I can do chores when I'm bored and have nothing to do." Chloe smiled. Jack fell silent. Can I talk to you about something?" Chloe asked hesitantly. "What is it?" "Can you stop depositing your salary into my bank account?" "Why?" "It's too much," Chloe complained. "But you're my wife. Who am I supposed to give my salary if not to you?" Jack said, as if it was the only logical thing to do. "You can keep it for yourself." "You think I need money?" Jack furrowed his brows slightly. "No, I just think it's too much money. It's not a good idea to keep it with me." "I think it's a good idea," Jack said stubbornly. Chloe, 0. Jack 1. Jack knew Chloe would never ask for money, so it was only natural to deposit his money into her account. It was $1 million each month. She would never be able to spend it all, even if she wanted to. Chloe was not someone who was luxurious in nature. She wanted to tell Jack to stop, but Jack never took her seriously. She lost the negotiation and decided that she would have to come up with another way. When they left for work, as usual, Jack drove the Maybach and dropped Chloe off 500 meters away from the hospital's main entrance. "Chloe, you're late." Lisa watched Chloe walk in and immediately began scolding her. "I'm not late," Chloe replied as she buckled up her lab coat. "Do you know how busy the OB/GYN department is? Can't you arrive a little earlier? You're so unprofessional. People like you will only ever be good enough to be a nurse," Lisa cursed, her voice filled with contempt and disdain. "There's nothing wrong with being a nurse. It's what I want to do." Chloe smiled slightly. "Don't be clever, or else I swear I'm going to make your life hell. I'm telling you, I'm very strict. You work under me, and I do not tolerate mistakes. Or else, I will fire you immediately." "I'll try my best," Chloe answered in a nonchalant manner. "Follow me to the OR. We need to perform a C-section later." Lisa glared at her and began walking towards the OR with a patient's file. "Okay." Chloe followed Lisa all the way to the OR. A C-section sounded scary, but really, it was nothing more than a small surgery. It took less than an hour to complete. Chloe had to admit that Lisa was very skilled. She sewed up the patient, and the rest was left for Chloe to finish. Chloe was out of breath from putting things back in order, but Lisa had caught her and began yelling before she even had the chance to have a glass of water. "Why are you here? Did you even clean up the OR?" "That's not my responsibility. The cleanup crew will have the place sanitized." "This is the OB/GYN's OR and you're a part of our department. Shouldn't you go and help? Did you think you were being paid to do nothing? Our hospital doesn't hire useless people." "Dr. Lisa, it's fine if you want to direct things at me, but don't you think you're going a little overboard? Did I dig up your family grave?" Chloe couldn't take it anymore and snapped back at Lisa coldly. "What kind of attitude is this? I am your superior. As my assistant nurse, first you don't listen to me, and now you're insulting me? Do you not have any manners?" "So, you're saying you are well-mannered, even though you are giving your employees a hard time? Plus, you are abusing your powers to get even with another person due to a private grudge, all because I am your boyfriend's ex-girlfriend?" Chloe glared at her angrily. Clearly, this had been bugging her for a while. "You?" Lisa choked on her own words after hearing what Chloe said. But in all honesty, what Chloe said was true. She was, in fact, abusing her power. A couple of nurse bystanders began to whisper amongst themselves, which made Lisa a little embarrassed. "What are you all looking at? Do you guys not have work? Get out of here." Lisa looked at the nurses and cursed at them impolitely. Amelia hurried up and pulled Chloe away from the scene as well. "Chloe, don't be so angry. Lisa is a spoiled princess. She grew up with a serious sense of superiority and made you her imaginary enemy. Jenny probably trash-talked you behind your back, and that's why she's treating you like this. Jenny was looking for Lisa yesterday. I'm not sure what she said to Lisa, but she's the kind of woman who wants to watch the world burn. I don't care what they talked about. I just can't stand the way Lisa does things. It's just a job, so worst comes worst, I can quit. I don't need to be bullied every day. Head nurse is also very strict, but at least she is professional. It's over the line for Lisa to abuse her powers like this. I will not have it. A reasonable counterattack is a form of self-protection." Chloe spoke in assurance. Amelia nodded in agreement. "Chloe, I think you're right. Just because she's the hospital director's niece, it doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. I can't believe she actually thinks that she is a princess. Look at all her spoiled bad habits. I'm with you on this one. If you really find it hard to bear, you don't have to quit. You can request to be transferred. I heard that Southside Recuperation Center is hiring right now, and you get paid more. However, the job is a little demanding. You know, millionaires reside there for recovery, and they're difficult to deal with." "It's fine. No point in thinking so much. We'll take it one step at a time." Chloe shook her head. The OB/GYN department's been in pandemonium ever since Lisa was transferred over. Not only was Chloe sticking out like a sore thumb, but the other nurses were also tortured by Lisa as well. Everyone's been secretly complaining, and even the head nurse was getting worried. The head nurse then proceeded to speak with Chloe in private. She hoped that Chloe could adjust her priorities and ensure her private grudges with Lisa will not affect her job. Chloe agreed, but deep down, she was annoyed. In the afternoon, Chloe checked on a couple of patients, took their temperatures, and gave them their IVs. As soon as she got back to the clinic, Lisa walked towards her angrily. "Chloe!" she yelled out impolitely. "What is it now?" Chloe knew that nothing good would come out of this. "You didn't listen to me when I told you to sterilize the OR in the morning. The patient who used the OR afterward is now infected. They're looking for the person that is to be held responsible. You're in big trouble now." Lisa narrowed her brows. "Why am I in trouble? What does incomplete sterilization have anything to do with me? That's the cleanup crew's issue. Infection after surgery could also be the surgeon's problem. Why would it be a nurse's issue?" Chloe refuted coldly. Did Lisa really think she was an idiot that didn't know these basic facts? "It's everyone's responsibility, and don't think you can get away with it. I will be escalating this issue for sure. The people in the cleaning crew, the surgeon for the second surgery, and an irresponsible nurse like you will all have to get the hell out." "Are you kidding me, Dr. Lisa? Don't stretch the truth. If you really dislike me, I recommend you speak directly to that hospital director uncle of yours. Just tell him that I'm your boyfriend's ex and that you can't stand looking at me. Just fire me. Why go through the trouble of pushing responsibilities onto me and affecting all those people? What a stupid tactic. I don't care what you say. You can't get away with it. Either way, I will make sure this blows up in your face. You can't get away." Lisa glared at Chloe and smiled viciously. Chloe smiled back at her. "All right, then hurry and blow it up. It'll get really good once the media gets involved. Not only will our hospital become famous, so will you, the attending physician in our obstetrics and gynecology department. Of course, when that happens, I'll be sure to have a good chat with the reporters and give them a good look at what a doctor's basic professional ethics are like." Lisa hadn't expected Chloe to be so difficult to deal with. She was almost too quick-witted for her to keep up with. "If you thought I'd be easy to deal with, you are dead wrong. The reality is, I'm not that easy to topple," Chloe taunted Lisa. Then, she turned on her heel and left. Lisa was left pale with rage. Originally, Lisa hadn't actually held too much animosity toward Chloe. However, Jenny's repeated hinting had indeed fanned the flames of her displeasure towards Chloe. Although she knew that Jenny was a bad egg, her words still affected her. Jenny said that Simon really loved Chloe, and that he had once spent several years courting her. She also said that Simon's new apartment was originally bought so that he and Chloe could get married. She also said that Simon's parents loved Chloe like she was their own daughter. Finally, Jenny stressed that, although they weren't together anymore, Chloe was still a very important woman in Simon's life. A woman's jealousy was a terrible thing, and Lisa was not a level-headed woman to begin with. Therefore, under Jenny's prodding, when she had next encountered Chloe, she treated her as an arch-nemesis. She really liked Simon. Although he wasn't much of a sweet-talker, Simon was very talented. She had read Simon's academic papers before and found that they were exceptional. During a hospital meeting, the director of the hospital had specifically praised Simon. That wasn't all. A short while back, one of Simon's optometry treatment plans had gained the attention of a medical institute abroad, and he was invited to study there. She had begun worshipping him because of this. In addition, Simon didn't act clingy around her. This further stoked her interest towards him. Throwing caution to the wind, she had moved into Simon's apartment and even met his parents. Although the elderly couple didn't seem to like her much, she was confident she could make Simon marry her. Outside the optometry clinic, Lisa leaned against the doorframe, watching Simon take a call in his office. Then he hung up the phone and saw her. He got up and walked over. "Why are you here?" I'm not really busy today, so I came to see you." "Oh, come in. Have a seat." Simon smiled. Lisa wrapped her arms around Simon's neck flirtingly. "Simon, let's get married." Simon was caught by surprise. He hadn't thought about this before. For him, dating Lisa was purely an accident. After he and Chloe broke up, he had been quite down. Jenny's novelty had also worn off. That was why he had driven to the bar to get drunk after work. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lisa who, upon recognizing him, came over to drink with him. By the end, both of them were drunk. Naturally, certain things happened. He had thought that she would just be a one-night stand. To his surprise, however, Lisa stuck onto him like glue and even drove to his new home on her own accord. After some thought, He figured that Lisa was, after all, the director's niece. Being with her would benefit his career. With that, Simon kicked Jenny to the curb with record speed and latched onto Lisa. This made him the hottest topic of gossip at the hospital. However, dating was one thing. He really hadn't thought about marriage at all. Right now, he only wanted to become an attending. Then, he would continue his climb upward, ultimately toppling his department chief and taking his place. What's with that expression? Don't you want to? Seeing his expression, Lisa was obviously displeased. No, that's not it. Then why the long face? You don't look happy at all. I'm just not prepared for marriage. But I'm pregnant, Lisa whined. What? Simon instantly felt his mind go blank. I said, I'm pregnant, Lisa repeated. Are you kidding? Simon gave a dry laugh. Of course not. Why would I joke about something like that? I didn't think this would happen either. I did take birth control. Maybe this baby is just too lucky. But I feel like it's all happening too suddenly. At this, Lisa's face fell. She shoved Simon away. What is that supposed to mean? You want me to get rid of it? I'm telling you, I won't get an abortion. It's not good for my health. I'm an OB/GYN doctor, so I know this better than anyone. That's not what I meant. Calm down. I can't calm down. Simon, just tell me this. Are you going to marry me or not? If you still can't let Chloe go, then go find her. I'll let you two be together. Lisa, what does this have to do with Chloe? Simon replied, exasperated. Don't think that I didn't know that you're still hung up on that woman. No, you're overthinking it. Chloe and I broke up a long time ago. Then why won't you marry me? Lisa pressed. I just feel like I'm not good enough. I'm just an intern right now, and my home was bought on a mortgage. I'm scared I won't be able to give you and our child a good life financially. Do you understand? Hearing him put it this way, Lisa's attitude immediately changed. She smiled. I wouldn't look down on you because of that, Simon. I already have a condo and a car. My parents bought them for me. After we get married, you can come live at my place. You can save that place of yours for your parents. Your car, too. We'll get you a new one. My dad said he'll get you a Mercedes-Benz GLK. Also, you don't have to worry about your job at all. I'll go and talk to my uncle later and get you a permanent position right away. You can be in charge of the first optometry clinic. Everything Simon had dreamed of could be made a reality with one simple statement from Lisa. He suddenly realized that it was true what people said. Get a rich wife, and you can be spared at least 10 years of toiling. Why aren't you saying anything? Lisa asked. It's nothing. I'm just a little embarrassed to ask you to help with everything. I'll look down on myself. Simon, don't overthink it. You're outstanding, and these things should be yours anyway. Did you know? I really admire you. You were born to be a prodigy in the optometry field. I read all of your academic papers and they are amazing. Even my uncle said you're a talented man, and you are sure to do great things in the future. Hearing Lisa mentioning this, Simon's sense of unease grew. This was because none of those acclaimed academic papers were written by him. Chloe had written all of them for him in the past. Now that Chloe was no longer by his side, he wouldn't be able to produce any new material. He could only rely on the articles from before to attract people's attention. Simon? Uh-huh. What do you think about my suggestion? Let's get married. What do you think? Simon paused for a moment. Okay. He squeezed out from between his teeth. Lisa's expression instantly brightened. She hugged Simon's neck tightly. Just as Chloe was about to get off work, she received a message on her phone. It was from Sarah. The message said, Mian, go check our high school classmates group. To prevent herself from being distracted on the job, Chloe had turned off all group notifications. Unless she checked the groups manually, she wouldn't know about anything new that happened there. With Sarah's prompt, she immediately opened the group chat window for her high school classmates. There she saw a photo. It was of Jack, sitting by a dining table. The one who uploaded the photo was Linda. After the photo was uploaded, her classmates immediately exploded with questions. Linda, what's going on? Are you and Jack dating? Linda, when did you have dinner with Mr. Hottie Dawson? Why didn't you invite me? Meanie. You're amazing, Linda. How did you get Jack to go out with you? That's no simple feat. Of course, they were all kissing up to her. On the other hand, Sarah replied with the following. Did you take this photo yourself? You wouldn't steal someone else's photo, would you? Her question obviously infuriated Linda. She tagged Sarah and answered, I was at Jack's house last night. My father and I paid his parents a visit, and he happened to be there as well, so we had dinner together. Do you really think that I'm bored enough to steal someone else's photo? Oh, I see. So it's a business partnership, Sarah replied. Everyone knew that Sarah was best friends with Chloe, so it was natural for her to act hostile towards Linda. It wasn't a partnership. My father wasn't there on business. Our families are close. Jack's new car is awesome, and he even took me on a ride with him. I'll believe it if I see it, Sarah replied coldly. I'm not going to send you all the photos. After all, it's a private thing between me and Jack, Linda gloated. Chloe felt uncomfortable at the sight of this. Last night, Jack came home late, and he looked weird when he did. Was it because he took Linda on a ride in his car? As Chloe was lost in thought, Sarah shot over a message. She asked, Chloe, is what she said true? Did Jack really have dinner with her? That woman's disgusting. I don't know either. I never asked Jack regarding his whereabouts. What do you mean? Aren't you guys married? Sarah asked. Chloe smiled bitterly and replied to her via voice message. You know our relationship. We're not the lovey-dovey kind. Anyways, it's weird. You need to keep him on a tight leash. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal him from you? Jack's quite a catch. I can't do anything about it. If something like that really happens, then I'll have an excuse to get divorced. It'll work out nicely. Chloe, is that what you really want? Sarah, let's forget about him. Let's talk about you. I haven't seen you in days, and I miss you already. Let's go out for food. Sounds good. I'll make reservations. What do you want to eat? Sarah agreed right away. It's my treat today, so you pick the place. Awesome, Mrs. Moneybags. I'll see you in a bit. Chloe put down her phone and began changing. As she was leaving the hospital, Sarah sent her the location of the restaurant. The seafood restaurant at Hilton Hotel. Chloe took a cab there and arrived at the same time as Sarah. Mrs. Moneybags, I plan on eating you poor today. Sounds good. Eat as much as you can. Chloe smiled. Jack treats you well. He provides you with an endless cash flow, Sarah exclaimed. His monthly salary is transferred onto my card. Although I didn't earn that money, I don't think he'll mind me spending a little bit of it here and there. Chloe smiled. She and Sarah were both seafood lovers. In the past, she was poor, so Sarah always treated her. Now that she had money, she was going to pay her best friend back by treating her to a big feast. They ordered a giant platter with all kinds of seafood. In the middle of the platter was a 4-pound Australian lobster. Chloe and Sarah both dug into it in unison, too busy eating to engage in small talk. After their stomachs were stuffed with seafood and wine, Chloe wiped the corners of her mouth and asked, What's going on with you? We haven't talked in a while. Have you been busy? Are you still selling stuff online? No, I'm not. I've been busy being in a relationship. A relationship? You have a new boyfriend? Smiling, Chloe looked up and asked curiously. Sarah laughed mysteriously. Oh yeah, and I like him a lot. But now's not the time for you to meet him. Once we go public with our relationship, I'll tell you everything. Okay then, good luck on your relationship. Chloe held up her wine glass. Thanks, Goddess Chloe. Chloe's heart sank a bit when she saw the bill. Although she had already anticipated that it would be an expensive meal, $39,800 was a little over the top, and it shocked her. What, are you regretting now? Sarah nudged her elbow. Maybe if I were treating someone else, but definitely not you. I just think that we've been ripped off. This meal wasn't worth that much. Do you know how much we could buy with $30,000 at the seafood market? We'd be able to buy a couple giant buckets of shrimp. Haha, that's not the same. This is the Hilton Hotel, Miss Green. Sarah laughed. After leaving the hotel, Chloe got onto Sarah's car. Sarah drove a red Mazda Atenza. Chloe used to joke that it was a typical homewrecker car. That's because it was a popular car, and everyone was driving it, especially young women. However, with Sarah's monthly salary of $15,000, this car was luxurious enough. Chloe, I hate that bitch Linda. Can you think of a way to make her life hell?
How? You can upload your marriage certificate to our group, then she'll have nothing else to say. Sarah smiled evilly. I don't think that's a good idea. If word gets out, my mom will be the first in line to chop me in half. Chloe sat in the passenger seat, sipping coconut water as she sighed. Is your mom still not over what happened 7 years ago? Technically, she can't really blame Jack for what happened, since he was already abroad by then. His goddamn parents committed the crime, and it had nothing to do with Jack. Your mother is too traditional. If it were up to me, you and Jack getting married is a great thing. He's good-looking, rich, treats you well, and most importantly, is completely love-struck by you. It's not as easy as you think. If it were, then none of us would have anything to worry about. You're right, but she will find out sooner or later. You'll have to brace yourself for when that moment comes. I still think that it would be best if Jack and I got divorced before our relationship is exposed, Chloe sadly murmured. But what if you guys accidentally spend the rest of your lives together? Is that even possible? Chloe couldn't imagine the scenario Sarah set forth. This is a big world with endless possibilities. You shouldn't burden yourself too much. Sarah drove Chloe to the entrance of Imperial Park. After a heart-to-heart, they said goodbye to each other, and Sarah drove away. As Chloe headed into the residential district, she casually took out her phone and was immediately shocked by what she saw. In her high school group chat, Jack, who had never participated in any of their conversations, sent, "I had dinner with Chloe last night." This one sentence blew the chat up like a bomb. Huh? Didn't Linda say she had dinner with you? She even sent us a photo. Yeah, did she Photoshop that photo? The man in question already denied it. What a smack on a certain somebody's face. Papa. Hey, Prince Charming, did you get back together with Princess Green? Jack, what really happened? Everyone discussed amongst themselves, but Linda didn't reply. She sent a photo to the group to show off, but in the end, all she got in return was the embarrassment. Furthermore, she didn't expect Jack to actually send a message to the group. She thought that he never went on group chat. If she had known, she wouldn't have made a fool out of herself with that photo. At this thought, Linda added Jack as a friend. In the greeting message, she wrote, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Jack just ignored her and exited the group chat. When he was added to the group, all he cared about was what Chloe was up to. Now that she was by his side, he was no longer interested in that group. After Jack left the group chat, his classmates began making assumptions. The gossipiest of people tagged Chloe and asked her, "What's going on?" Not knowing how to reply, Chloe decided that it would be easier to just exit the group chat as well. Truth be told, aside from Sarah, she wasn't close to anyone else in that group. Especially after what happened with David, things became more awkward for her. Now that Jack had left the group, he had created a perfect opportunity for her to leave it as well. When Chloe opened the door to their condo, she saw Jack standing by the living room window, with a glass of red wine in his hand. "You're home," she casually said. "I went home last night. Linda and her dad were there. I was with them for a little bit but didn't have dinner. I had dinner here. I also didn't take her out for a drive." She was surprised that Jack explained everything that happened last night. He was obviously aware of what was happening on group chat. "Oh." Chloe nodded, acknowledging that she understood. Jack turned around to place the empty glass of wine by the wine cabinet and walked towards Chloe. Then, he picked up a box on the coffee table and handed it to her. "What's this?" "I bought this for you." Then, Jack turned around and went upstairs. Chloe wanted to decline it, but he was already gone. Chloe slowly opened the rectangular gift box to see a brand new, rose gold iPhone 6S. So it was a phone. Chloe looked down at her fairly old iPhone 4S. It was the phone her brother Thomas had used before her. She had given Thomas a new iPhone 5, so Thomas gave this black 4S to Chloe. Chloe thought it worked very well, so she had been using it for quite some time. She didn't know that Jack was aware of all of this and would buy her a new iPhone. She thought she shouldn't accept it. However, if she refused, she might seem too picky. She had already accepted Jack's $1 million monthly salary, so should she really be hesitating whether to accept a phone, which was only worth a few $1,000s? At this thought,
Chloe brought the phone back into her room and then took out the SIM card. She replaced her old phone with the new one. Then, to try out the camera, she even took a selfie on her bed. However, she had no clue that this phone's iCloud was already linked to Jack's phone. This meant that every photo she took on her phone would automatically show up on Jack's phone. So, Mr. Dawson, who was sitting in the other room, saw Chloe's silly selfie in her pajamas. The corners of his lips curled into a smile. Chloe then logged onto Snapchat and saw that someone had sent her a friend request. She clicked on the request and saw that it was Jack. She tapped on approve, adding him to her contacts. Her first words were to ask, "How did you find my Snapchat account?" To her surprise, Jack immediately replied, "We were in the same chat group." Oh, true. Just then, she received another notification. Jack sent her a money transfer. It was $888. Chloe tapped on accept and then replied, "Thanks." Jack never replied. The next morning, when they were eating breakfast, Chloe looked at Jack and said, "I'll be taking night shifts starting this week, so I won't be back at night." "Why are you taking night shifts?" Jack furrowed his brows, clearly upset. Chloe smiled unwillingly. "I don't want to either, but it's the hospital's policy." "I can call Richard and ask him to cancel your night shifts." "No, don't do that. If the director really moved me to the day shift, the other colleagues would have to take the night shifts. Then I'll be guilty of not pulling my weight in our department, and I don't want to be like that." "Fine, whatever makes you happy." Jack didn't say anything else after he saw that Chloe refused. "Ahem. Thank you for the phone and the red pocket money." "Then I'd like to thank you for the breakfast," Jack oddly replied. Chloe didn't know how to respond after what he said. The two didn't say anything as they drove towards the hospital. Jack wore his Bluetooth earphones. It seemed like his assistant was talking to him about work stuff, so Chloe did not dare say anything. When she arrived, Chloe saw that Jack was still busy, so she opened the door in an attempt to get off without a sound. However, Jack suddenly grabbed her left hand. Surprised, she turned around to look at him. Jack took off his earphones and asked, "How long will you be taking the night shift for?" "For about a week." "You'll have time off during the day, right?" "Yes, I'll be sleeping at home during the day." Jack didn't say anything else and let go of Chloe's hand. "Then I'll be off. Drive safe." Chloe waved at him and then got out of the car. Jack's gaze followed her until she entered the hospital, and then he drove away. At the morning meeting at GK headquarters, after every department director finished their report, Jack looked around and slowly said, "I've something to announce." All of the senior executives snapped to attention and began listening intently, in fear that they would miss something important. Starting tomorrow, for a week, every employee will rest during the day and come to work at night. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. President Dawson, whoever feels that they're not suited to do this can hand in their resignation letter. That is all. Jack stood up to leave after he finished speaking. Assistant Mark quietly followed behind the president, and once again was overwhelmed by his boss's willfulness. President Dawson, I wanted to ask, are you doing this because you want everyone to get used to the time difference? Just in case our headquarters move to the United States, and people won't be accustomed to the time zone? Asked Assistant Mark as he suddenly thought of this. Jack looked at him nonchalantly and said, "You're overthinking things." No one knew that Jack made this sudden decision only because he wanted to be with his wife during the day. "Chloe, come in a hurry. There's an emergency." The head nurse waved her hands and called Chloe over. "Head nurse, what's wrong?" Chloe ran up to follow behind the head nurse, as she thought that something had happened to one of the patients. "Hurry up and change. There isn't much time left." The head nurse pushed a confused Chloe into the changing room, causing Chloe to be completely confused and overwhelmed. "Head nurse, I'm halfway through my shift. What am I supposed to change into?" "Didn't I say that I would introduce my cousin to you? He's here today in the cafe right below our hospital. Hurry up and change to meet him. Get to know him. My cousin is quite exceptional." Clearly, the head nurse hadn't gotten out of the habit of being serious. However, Chloe still felt somewhat uncomfortable when the head nurse talked to her about things outside of work. After Chloe changed, she finally came to her senses. Was the head nurse trying to set her up with a potential boyfriend? That's why the head nurse wanted her to change? So she could go on a date? However, was it really okay for a married woman like her to go on dates? At this thought, Chloe wanted to confess everything and tell her the truth, since lying wasn't a very good trait. Therefore, she opened her mouth and said, "Head nurse, the thing is that I think you might have misunderstood. The truth is that I'm—" Before she said the word married, the head nurse cut her off and said, "Go to the cafe downstairs. He's sitting by the window. He'll be the young man in white. Go on, that's it." "Head nurse, the patient in room 5's water broke. Come quickly, she needs surgery," one of the nurses shouted in a hurry. "Okay, I'll be right over." Then, the head nurse patted Chloe's shoulder and encouraged, "Go, you can do it." "Huh?" "Head nurse, I haven't finished yet." Chloe's face was filled with indecision. However, the head nurse was already long gone. If she didn't go, then it might be impolite for the other person to sit around and wait. Chloe decided to suck it up and meet the head nurse's exceptional cousin. She would clearly explain her situation to him face to face. After she took off her white lab coat, Chloe put on a Mickey Mouse printed yellow t-shirt with light blue jeans. She didn't even have time to tie up her hair, just letting it fall freely and carelessly. It was only early summer, so it wasn't that hot yet, and the occasional cold breeze would blow by. After Chloe took a deep breath, she stepped into the cafe where they were to meet. She immediately saw the young man seated near the window. He was wearing a white shirt and sat very quietly in his chair. Chloe didn't even know what his name was. She only came because the head nurse had arranged this, and she couldn't let her down. "Hi, the head nurse told me to meet you here." Chloe built up her courage, walked over, and greeted him. The man turned around. After he looked at Chloe, he gave a small nod. "Hi, please sit down." Chloe sat down across from him. "What would you like to drink?" "Just water is fine." Chloe awkwardly smiled. "Waitress, she would like a glass of lemon water," he ordered. The man looked at Chloe again and closely inspected her facial features and choice of clothes. He then slowly said, "My cousin told you what I do for a living, right?" "Yes, she did." "You work in forensics." "Yes, I am a forensics specialist hired by the police bureau. I studied in the United States and majored in forensics at the University of Maryland. I'm now the youngest forensics PhD in our province." "Would you mind telling me your name?" Chloe clearly had no interest in this person's profession whatsoever. She only wanted to find out his name so that she could tell him the truth, and not lead him into any misunderstandings. He was surprised that after the young woman across from him heard about his prestigious background, she didn't show any hint of emotions. Instead, she calmly asked him for his name. "My name is Adam Hall." Adam wasn't very handsome, but his facial features were quite nice, and he was a clean-looking young man. His white jacket was Armani's newest style, and he was wearing a Cartier ring on his index finger. His outfit was extravagant, and he clearly didn't look like a forensics guy. But then again, never judge a book by its cover, right? After a moment of hesitation, Chloe introduces herself. "My name is Chloe Green." "Okay, Chloe, what an interesting name." Adam held up his coffee mug as he slightly sighed with emotion. "Mr. Hall, I've come here today because—" "Don't worry, my cousin told me all about your situation. I heard that you graduated from a local third-rate college and are only an intern nurse at the moment. You only have a little brother and mother in your family, and they live on the outskirts of the city. Your brother is still in college, and your mother runs a small store, right?" "That's right. That's basically my current family situation. The head nurse treats me very well, and I think she overestimated me. Given my conditions, I don't think that I'm worthy of a man like you, so we're not compatible." Chloe felt somewhat relieved when she heard Adam bring up this topic first, since it would make things easier than having to explain to him her entire situation. However, Adam continued, "I'm not a shallow man. I don't care about conditions or situations. My cousin said that you're a very good person. You do things with great effort and pay great attention to detail. I've seen your picture before and think that you're pretty. I don't want much from my future wife. I only want her to be gentle and caring. That's it." Because I've got quite a handsome salary. You won't have to go to work at all after we get married. You just have to stay home and take care of the children. What do you think? I think that you're thinking too far into the future. Chloe was a bit speechless. Of course not. These things can all be immediately accomplished. You might know already that because of the nature of my job, I'm very busy, so I barely have any time to date. If I think that you're a good match, then we should get married immediately, because I don't want us to waste each other's time. These are all very practical questions. Everyone has their own ideas. You could say that these might be the right ones for you, but they don't match my standards. Anyways, the head nurse meant well to introduce us, so I'm very grateful towards her, and I can tell that you are an accomplished individual. However, we're not compatible. Thanks for the drink, but I should go now. Chloe stood up apologetically. She no longer wanted to continue talking to this person. Adam felt a bit uncomfortable when he saw Chloe's reaction. Did this setup just fail? Was he just rejected by a random little nurse? Wait. Chloe stopped in her tracks. I want to know, what didn't you like about me? Adam had gone on these dates many times, and many of the girls took the initiative to contact him because he was educated overseas. His parents were senior officials, and his family background was impressive. He also drove an Audi Q5, and his annual salary was $600,000. He was perfect, a homeowner and a car owner. He didn't understand why a little intern nurse like Chloe from a poor family could be so pretentious. Nothing. It's not you, Chloe honestly replied. Then why are you leaving in such a hurry? You said that we're not compatible. Isn't that the same thing as a rejection? Adam asked in a slightly upset tone. Rejected? Not exactly. I just think that our academic and family backgrounds are far too different. We're not compatible at all, so there's no need for us to go on anymore. But I don't mind. But I mind. Chloe smiled. Small dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks as she smiled. They were really pretty. Adam had to admit that before he came to the date, he didn't really like this intern nurse too much. He only came because of his cousin. But, after their conversation, he realized that this little nurse was different from the other girls. I don't even mind. So why would you mind? Adam demanded. Because I know my own limitations. Chloe continued to laugh. That's a good thing, but you should learn to pick your moments. I've already stated things quite clearly. I don't mind that you don't know anything. If it's my job that's making you scared that we won't have anything in common, then I can't blame you, since forensics is indeed unique and is very difficult to learn. It's hard for regular people to communicate with me. That's not the issue. I'm not worried about that. Chloe was an honest girl. She didn't think too much when she said this. However, the other party paid attention to every word she said. Adam was already quite upset. Once he heard Chloe, he laughed mockingly. Ha! What do you mean that's not the issue? From the sound of it, you're quite knowledgeable, so don't blame me later on for not warning you. Forensics is a very difficult and knowledge-extensive subject. It's not a random trick that little nurses like you learn in medical school, do you understand? Don't be so pretentious. It's true that you know your own limitations, but don't you think that you're only pretending to know what you don't? I'm not. I'm only speaking the truth, Chloe calmly explained. Huh? What truth? You're a nurse who graduated from a third-rate medical school, so what truth do you know? I'm very curious. Adam's tone had hints of disdain, since he had always been quite proud of his professional knowledge. In the past, he had been on dates with women from prestigious universities before. They all tried to discuss professional knowledge with him, or even tried to show off, but they were quickly muted by his questions. However, this little nurse, Chloe, was quite deliberate with her arrogant words, which greatly upset him. Mr. Adam, I think you might be a bit biased sometimes. I am a nurse, but that doesn't mean that I don't understand other professions. A degree doesn't say everything about a person. Instead, there are many who don't even have a degree, yet still have contributed a lot to society. You're being hypothetical. There's no point in bringing that up. How about this? Tell me what you understand about forensics. Let's sit down and talk. Not about anything else, just about the profession. Do you dare? Huh. If that could alter your bias towards people with less prestigious academic backgrounds, then I'd be more than happy to. Okay, sit down, but let me be frank beforehand. If you can't answer the questions I've raised, then you have to properly apologize to me for all the wildly arrogant words and actions you previously committed. Okay. On the other hand, if you answer all of my questions correctly, then I will apologize to you and readjust my bias towards those with less prestigious academic backgrounds. What do you think? Asked Adam. Okay. Chloe originally wanted to leave, but when she heard Adam's words, she changed her mind. If she didn't teach this pretentious forensics guy a lesson, then she wouldn't be able to let go of this grudge. Of course, it's not too late if you surrender now. I won't mock you for it either. No thanks. I won't surrender before I try, Chloe calmly replied. You really are something else. Adam smiled. So, Mr. Adam, the clock is ticking. Let's talk about your profession, said Chloe sternly. Adam smiled and laughed mockingly. Then, he rested his chin on both of his hands as he stared into Chloe's eyes and said, You know of the work forensic officers do, right? Foremost, we conduct chemical and biological tests on specific extracted materials. Second, we conduct clinical medicine tests, which utilizes clinical knowledge to inspect and detect the biology of a given matter and its pathology. This allows us to resolve the responsibilities in medical incidents, to prevent the spread of viruses in biohazard situations, so on and so forth. There are 3 main categories of investigation methods during this process, based on chemistry, biology, and physics. Which techniques does each of these categories include? Of course, you don't have to name all of them. I'll let you pass even if you only mention a few notable ones. Adam thought that as soon as he asked this question, Chloe would not know what to say, because it was too specific for an average nurse. However, after Chloe listened carefully, she looked at him and replied, The chemical investigation techniques includes deploying chemical analytic approaches for the regulated testing of poison, which would include the testing of poison inside vomit or excretions. Chemical methods can detect whether there is blood, and, along with biological methods, one could use mutations and polymorphisms in DNA, human composition, and DNA sequencing technology to identify the victim. At this point, Adam was slightly shocked, as he would never have expected that this little nurse would know so much. Then, Chloe continued, the biological investigation methods are quite interesting. They use immunoserology to categorize blood and semen stains, as well as other liquids, bones, fur, hair, or other bodily excretions of individuals or animals. It utilizes microbiological studies, theories, and techniques to study bacteria and pathology, which includes a detailed investigation of the age, gender, and ethnicity of the corpse. Not bad. Adam nodded and intentionally acted very calmly to suppress his shock deep down. Chloe looked at him. As for the last category, physics research is also the method that I'm most interested in. It utilizes instruments to test the firmness and density of skin and bones. It conducts a test that mimics the act of damaging, which employs X-ray technology, and through this, it predicts the age of the bones and identifies foreign matter inside the body. It uses gas chromatography, ultraviolet light, infrared photometry, mass spectrometry, magnetic resonance technology, NMRI, and so forth, to analyze the amount of poison and drugs within collected materials. It uses light spectrum analyses, electrophoresis assays, and microscopy to conduct physical evidence testing in forensics. That's it. I've finished. You're completely correct. The way Adam looked at Chloe had now completely changed. He was no longer prideful like before. Instead, he was somewhat shocked, or even dumbfounded. The medical school you studied at taught nurses these concepts? Asked Adam without much conviction. Of course not. I learned these myself outside of school. I'm very interested in medicine. Aside from forensics, I'm also familiar with neurosurgery and ophthalmology. I've read many books regarding these subjects, and think human anatomy is truly a very interesting subject. Of course, if one is able to understand human anatomy, one could cure all kinds of diseases to prolong life. That, I think, is the most glorious discovery of human beings to this day. You have truly shocked me. Adam no longer hid his admiration for Chloe. Adam had always been proud of his talents, and because of that, he's been very pretentious on every date he had gone to. Now that a little intern nurse had defeated him, he couldn't help but realize how anything could be possible. It's nothing, just sparked by own interest. Chloe smiled faintly. It's truly a pity that you're only a nurse. I need an assistant at the Public Security Bureau. If you're interested, you could fill out a form and take a test in 3 months. If you pass, you would successfully become an employee there. My cousin said you were a genius when she spoke of you before, but I didn't think too much of it back then. I even thought that she was exaggerating, but now it seems that you're truly quite something. I have faith in you. In all seriousness, Adam suddenly turned this date into a job interview. Chloe didn't know if she should laugh or cry. It's not necessary, I like my job. There's nothing wrong with being a nurse. Adam didn't expect Chloe to reject his invitation right away. He was offering her a rare opportunity after all. Since you're not interested in being my assistant, then be my girlfriend. After all these dates, I finally met someone who is my type. That's right, Chloe. It's you. I've got my eyes set on you. Adam pointed at Chloe and solemnly announced. Mr. Adam, I'm terribly sorry. I can't accept your offer. Chloe had only wanted to teach a lesson to Adam, this pretentious guy who looked down on those with lesser education. She never thought that he would end up falling for her and ask her to be his girlfriend. Why not? We're very compatible, are we not? With your knowledge in forensics, we would have a lot to talk about, and after we get married, I can even send you to study in the United States. Once you become a doctor, with your talent, you'd have no problem in becoming an ophthalmologist or neurosurgeon. It's totally possible. You're still so young, so you should have dreams like these, no? You're mistaken. My dream is just to be a nurse. Right now I am very happy with where I'm at. I don't want to study abroad, nor do I want to become a doctor. Why not? Adam asked for the second time. Everyone walks a different path, and no one has the right to decide someone else's path. I'm very thankful that you think so highly of me, but those things are not what I want. As for being your girlfriend, I must apologize, but I've come today to explain that I'm already taken. I have a boyfriend. The head nurse didn't give me the chance to explain my situation to her, and ended up with the misunderstanding. I am sorry for all the inconvenience that I caused, but I don't want to lie to anyone, so I am telling you everything. You have a boyfriend already? Adam was slightly disappointed. Yes, the head nurse thought that I was still upset over my previous breakup, so she introduced us to each other out of the goodness of her heart, but I already have a boyfriend. He's my high school classmate, someone I've known for many years, and we have an excellent relationship. Nothing is set in stone before marriage, so don't make any conclusions so quickly. Adam was unwilling to give up yet. Chloe smiled with her lips pressed into a line. I was a bit too forward with my words just now, even showing off in front of you, a forensics expert, of what little knowledge I know. I want to apologize, and please don't take my words too seriously. No, I'm the one that must apologize. Your words today shocked me and altered the way I see things. I'll never use a person's educational background to judge them in the future. Adam felt great respect towards Chloe. If that's true, then that's great. I hope that things will go well for your job and life in the future. Chloe got up to leave. Chloe, can we be friends? Adam suddenly asked from behind. Chloe didn't say anything or even turn around. She only raised her right index and middle fingers to make a peace sign. Adam smiled. This was the most special blind date he had been on in all these years. After returning to the hospital, the head nurse immediately dragged Chloe into her office and quietly asked, "What do you think? How was my cousin?" "Great." "So are you guys together now?" the head nurse asked anxiously. No, sorry. Head nurse, we're not suitable for each other." The head nurse was mildly disappointed. "No worries. If there are any other good ones in the future, I'll introduce you." "No, it's fine. I already have a boyfriend," head nurse. "Already? Who is it?" My high school classmate." "You kids, really. Why do you all like to look back and date your high school and middle school classmates? Is there a point?" the head nurse lamented. Chloe just smiled. That night, while eating dinner at the hospital cafeteria, Chloe and Amelia were in the middle of a conversation when a female doctor talking nearby caught Chloe's attention. She said, "GK's new president is crazy. He announced today that for the following week, everyone will take the days off and work at night. What a weirdo. Now my boyfriend has to work night shifts all week. I finally didn't have to work night shifts this week, but I can't believe our schedules switched." Huh? What a weirdo. This is the first time I've heard of a company that works at night. Does the president think his employees are plants? Why do they have to work only at night? That sounds like torture. Hearing all this, Chloe felt unsettled. Jack's orders. They didn't have anything to do with her, right? With that thought, she took out her phone and sent a message to Jack. "Are you there?" "I'm here," Jack replied within seconds. "I heard your company's employees are all pulling night shifts for the next week." "Yeah. Why?" "Because night shifts are good." Jack's reply was undeniably suspicious. What kind of answer was that? Chloe was certain that GK's sudden night shifts definitely had something to do with her. This wasn't because she was narcissistic. It was just too much of a coincidence that whenever she had a night shift, so did everyone at GK. "I get off work at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning." "What a coincidence. I get off work tomorrow morning at 8 as well," Jack replied. Chloe was so angry that she wasn't sure whether she should laugh or cry. Coincidence? What coincidence was this? He was clearly following her work schedule, okay? "Are you coming home after work tomorrow morning?" "Yeah." "Then let's talk then. I have some things to tell you." "Okay." After sending the message, Chloe sighed, and she lost her appetite. If her need to work night shifts led to the misery of the entire GK corporation, then wouldn't she be considered a big sinner? At that thought, Chloe felt cold and shuddered. "Chloe, why aren't you eating?" "I'm full." "You ate so little, you have no appetite, and you look so pale. Are you pregnant? When we return to the clinic, we should get you an ultrasound," Amelia said cheekily. "An ultrasound, my ass. What pregnancy? Maybe I was just lusting about romance." Chloe tapped her chopsticks on her friend's head. After spending so much time with Amelia, Chloe realized that she was a silly, sweet girl. Amelia was still young, her heart was pure, and she hadn't yet been corrupted by society. Other than working at the hospital, she spent the majority of her days submerged in romantic Korean dramas. Truth be told, Chloe was quite envious of Amelia a lot of the times. At least her life was simple. She was careless, like a child. After working through the night, she was finally able to go home. Chloe had to take care of an expecting mother all night. The pregnant woman had already reached her due date, and the baby was to arrive any day now. Word was that she had married into a wealthy family, and her mother-in-law and husband demanded that she give birth naturally, claiming that a C-section was bad for the baby. But after looking at the data, Chloe discovered that it was highly unlikely for this expecting mother to give birth naturally. First off, the baby's umbilical cord was wrapped twice around its neck, which was extremely dangerous, and may cause the baby to suffocate at birth. The other reason was that the pregnant woman had extremely high blood pressure, and her urology report came back with 2 extra positives. This was a sign of gestational hypertension, and during the ultrasound, the gynecologist had said that the infant was estimated to be between 4.5 to 5.1 kilos. With such a heavy weight, it would be incredibly difficult and dangerous if she were to give birth naturally. The pregnant woman had a thin frame. Although she was close to her due date, she weighed less than 60 kilo. What made Chloe most anxious was that the woman was only 2 centimeters dilated and was in constant pain, yet the baby just wouldn't come out. The pregnant woman's mother kept crying, trying to convince her to have a C-section, since it was safer. But the pregnant woman insisted on a natural birth because her mother-in-law and husband would not be pleased if she didn't. After toughing it out for a night, the pregnant woman was still unable to give birth in the morning. She was in so much pain that her face was pale, with cold sweat continuously running down her body. Chloe felt so sympathetic towards her. "Chloe, your shift's over. Leave the pregnant woman to me," the nurse who was taking over her shift said. "Jessica, watch over her condition. If there's any danger, immediately call for Dr. Lisa to help deliver her baby." Her situation is very complicated, so be careful not to cause any delays. Relax, I know. Worried, Chloe left work, but was surprised by the honking of a horn just as she stepped out of the hospital. She raised her head immediately and saw that Jack was already there waiting in that inconspicuous white CC. Why are you here? Chloe was surprised. They had agreed to meet at home, but he had come to wait for her at the hospital entrance instead. It was on my way, Jack said after quickly glancing at Chloe. Therefore, Chloe didn't say anything else and got into the passenger seat of his car. A full night of exhaustion had worn her out, so after getting in the car, she closed her eyes to rest for a while. Jack didn't say anything. Instead, he turned the audio system on. A melodious tune filled the car, which Chloe identified to be a song from their younger years. Because I dreamt of you leaving, I woke up in tears. Watching the night wind blow past the window, can you feel my love? When we get old, will you still be by my side? Watch as those lies and oaths dissipate with our past. So many people once envied your looks during youth, but no one wants to bear the heartless changes of aging. How many people have passed by you in life, but knowing that I have you, I've always stayed by your side. Chloe had originally planned on taking a nap, but upon hearing this song, she immediately felt awake. Although she was born in the 1990s, she didn't know many celebrities, and only enjoyed listening to a few old songs, especially ones that reminded her of high school. She used to have a USB that contained all her favorite songs. But when she moved out in a hurry, Jack didn't let her bring anything, and thus she lost it, which she still regretted to this day. In that USB, the first song was this melancholic, A Life With You. It was a pleasant surprise for her to hear this song in Jack's car, but upon hearing that the next song was When Love Approaches by Renee, her calmness disappeared. Opening her eyes, she asked, Your playlist is the same as the one I had before. What a coincidence. I found this USB in the old apartment you used to live in. Oh. Chloe was shocked after hearing what Jack said. So, you took my USB? You didn't even tell me? Do you know how rude that is? Chloe was choked with anger. I'm just using something that belongs to me. How is that rude? Jack replied. Oh, please, this is mine, okay? Chloe shot back. We're husband and wife. We share everything. What's yours is mine, Jack announced domineeringly. Chloe felt a little suffocated and retorted, In that case, half of the GK Corporation is also mine, so I'm a billionaire, even if I just sit at home and do nothing all day. That's right, Jack replied faintly, since he never really cared about financial assets anyways. That's why he hadn't even bothered to get a prenup, especially with Chloe. He was willing to give her anything. Seeing Jack reply so calmly, Chloe lost her will to bicker with him and sighed. Jack, don't make your employees take any more night shifts. That's not normal for white collars. It's ridiculous. Is this what you wanted to talk about? Jack raised an eyebrow, clearly upset. Yeah, I unintentionally heard what you did while I was eating in the cafeteria. GK has so many employees. Do you know how many people are affected by this decision? I don't want that. You're not a kid. You can't be so immature, so hurry up and change it back. Fine. Jack replied so quickly that he made Chloe suspicious of how easy this talk went. Then he added, But you have to kiss me. Oh, please, those are your employees. What do they have to do with me? Chloe was speechless. Yeah, those people at GK are my employees, but I'm your husband. If you make me happy, then I'll change their schedules back. Seeing Jack acting like a scoundrel, even Chloe ran out of ideas and speedily planted a half-hearted kiss on his cheek. There, now make the call. I didn't ask you to kiss my cheek. Who gave you the right to do that? Jack looked at Chloe in a baffled manner. Jack, you jerk, Chloe hissed through her teeth. Kiss me again, this time on the lips, Jack commanded domineeringly. Jack, don't go too far. Frowning, Chloe warned him. What? Are you embarrassed? It's fine, I'm not. He did not wait for Chloe to reply after speaking and suddenly stepped on the brakes. He parked the car by the side of the street and smoothly pushed Chloe down. Jack was very dominant with the kiss, stripping Chloe breathless. After a while, someone knocked on the car window. Jack impatiently rolled down the window to see a traffic policeman standing beside the car with a ticket in his hand. You can't park here. The violation fine is $200. However, Jack took out a few $100 bills and said, "Here you go. You can keep driving." The traffic policeman held the money, not knowing what to do. Were all rich people capricious like that? Making the traffic police write tickets while they enjoy intimate moments in the car? "Jack, get up. You're suffocating me." Chloe forcefully pushed him away. "Ha, you can be on top next time." "Perv." Chloe blushed as she sat up and hurriedly fixed her messy hair. Jack elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth and drove away. The traffic cop held the money and stood in the wind, bewildered. Jack finally drove to a seafood restaurant. He knew that Chloe loved seafood and purposely chose that restaurant. 7 years ago, they often ate seafood together. However, Chloe did not know that Jack had a sensitive stomach and his enteritis relapsed whenever he consumed seafood. Even then, he ate seafood with her without saying a word. The two ordered a table full of Chloe's favorite dishes. "This is too luxurious," Chloe exclaimed. "Eat up, you don't have to pay this time." Jack pursed his lips. "I didn't mean it like that. I feel like it would be wasteful if we don't finish." "Then finish it." "Are you for real?" Chloe felt like it was impossible to converse with Jack at times. It was unknown as to what kind of messes were contained within the guy's brain. Sometimes his replies were enough to really piss people off. The seafood restaurant was very famous in the city and had a high-class environment. One meal would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, so there were only a few patrons, mostly rich people. Chloe never imagined that she would encounter Andrew at this place. The saying, "Enemies are bound to meet," was really true. "Hi, little sister." He always initiated their meetings with a smile. Andrew embraced a hot, curvy girl who was clearly not the person he was with at the hospital last time. One thing Chloe knew about Andrew's private life was that he was promiscuous. He frequently switched partners and often appeared on the headlines of entertainment newspapers. The paparazzi had already dug up everything about the 4 princes of the city. Andrew also didn't think that he would encounter Chloe here. Most importantly, the person beside Chloe. Was that Jack Dawson? "I would never have thought that I would see you two together again." Andrew laughed. Jack did not even raise his head, only coldly replying, "You should be honored to be able to see something like this in your life." "How surprising. Does this count as reigniting old love?" Andrew's smile was complicated. Chloe raised her head too and impolitely said, "How is that any of your business? As your brother, naturally I care about my sister's life. I've been preparing for Father's birthday feast. Will you be there?" "What joke is that? What does his birthday have to do with me?" "Father will be disappointed to know how heartless you are." "He won't be. Brenny's is enough for him. He won't care that I'm heartless." "No, ever since our last meeting, Father has asked a lot about you. It's obvious that he wants you back." "That's impossible. He shouldn't even think about it," Chloe firmly said. "It seems like now that you have someone powerful on your side, you don't care about the Green family anymore. But Chloe, are you sure Jack can keep you safe for a lifetime? He wouldn't leave you in the country as he did 7 years ago?" Upon hearing this sentence, the colors of Jack and Chloe's faces changed at the same time. With a bang, Chloe dropped the fork she was using to eat lobster with on the table. She rose and said, "What gives you the right to comment on my private business?" "Ooh, look, my favorite little sister is angry. You're so charming when you're angry." Chloe was furious and wanted to talk back, but Jack placed his hand around her waist and said, "Chloe, let's go." After walking out of the restaurant, Chloe was still angry. "Why did you pull me away? I should have taught him a lesson." "Listen to me. Avoid him from now on. Don't go near that person. He's very complicated." To Jack, Andrew was a dangerous person, and that was why he forbade Chloe from approaching him. Truthfully, Chloe had always avoided him, but for some reason, he was always floating around her. It was the same 7 years ago as it was 7 years later. "Mr. Green, who was that woman?" "She's my sister." Andrew chuckled. "Isn't Brenny your only sister?" The woman seemed surprised and asked Andrew, "Yeah, but this is also my sister, my dearest sister." The corners of Andrew's mouth rose up into a smile. Due to Andrew's interruption, their seafood dinner disappointingly went to waste. We paid for the food, but we didn't get to eat it. How unfortunate. In the car, Chloe pouted. I asked them to pack it up and deliver it to our home. When Chloe heard that, she gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good job. Thanks to food, you complimented me for the first time. Should I be happy or unhappy?" Jack looked at her with an odd expression on his face. Chloe dryly coughed and remained silent. Soon after they drove back to Imperial Park, the restaurant delivered the food. In the delivery was everything they ordered. Then, the two began joyfully eating again. In between the meal, Jack inadvertently asked, "Timothy Green wants you to return to the Green family?" Chloe nodded. "Last time when Grandma passed away, he asked me, but I refused. Think about it. He never paid attention to me over the past years, and now that I am older, he comes back looking for me. Don't you think that's ridiculous?" "He probably has hidden intentions behind his kindness," Jack analyzed. "Of course, I suspect that it's about his inheritance. Andrew wields the majority of the power in the Green Corporation. Although he's only the vice president, it's been said that Timothy Green had been overtaken and he cannot control his son. All these years, Lily and her adopted son quietly seeped through the internal departments of the corporation, buying people out and bribing members of the board. The expulsion of Timothy's favorite mistress, Evelyn, and her 2 children is bound to happen sooner or later. Timothy may have seen this coming, so he decided to utilize my return to officially transfer shares to me, which will eventually go to Evelyn to make sure that they won't be kicked off the board. I thought that you weren't concerned with this. I didn't expect your research to be so thorough." Jack always knew that Chloe had an astonishingly high IQ, so he was never surprised when she revealed her smarts. "I didn't have to do any research. It's really easy to deduce since I see it on the financial news all the time. The asset dispute of the Green family is imminent. Even blood brothers will fall out, not to mention brothers from different mothers. Andrew is an adopted son, so if he inherits the Green Corporation, naturally, Timothy will be displeased. Though Liam is his birth son, he's too useless. As for me, I think these things are just karma. There's no way I will let him use me to save his mistress. I am not that kind of a person." Jack nodded, agreeing with what Chloe said. "Indeed, the Green Corporation's money isn't that incentivizing, but if it pleases you, I can forcefully purchase the Green Corporation any time," Jack casually said. Chloe shook her head. "No, I have no interest in the Green Corporation." The two conversed while eating, and Chloe cleaned up afterward. However, as she was about to head upstairs, she noticed that Jack's face was pale and weak-looking. "What happened? You look terrible." Worried, she asked. "I'm fine." Jack's face was as pale as a ghost, despite his consistent denial. As a healthcare provider, Chloe could immediately tell he wasn't feeling well. "Come on, Jack. Tell me what's wrong." Chloe appeared to be extremely anxious. What in the world happened? He was fine just a moment ago. "It hurts a little here," Jack slowly said as he pointed at his abdomen. Chloe looked at where he was pointing to. "It can't be appendicitis. It's not in the right spot. Come on, we can't delay this. Let's go to the hospital now." "It's fine, not a big deal." "No, you have to listen to me." Chloe was furious. As a medical doctor from one of the best universities in the world, how could he even attempt to tough it out when he's not feeling well? It was simply unjustifiable. "It's just enteritis. It's not a big deal." Jack finally told her the truth. Chloe was caught by surprise. "Enteritis? Why would you have enteritis?" "Oh, we just ate seafood." "Oh my God, you can't eat seafood." Chloe's eyes grew wide as she stared at Jack in disbelief. Jack held his tongue, seemingly in acquiescence. But 7 years ago, Chloe remembered clearly that Jack would eat seafood with her, because she loved seafood. Why didn't she ever notice anything? Had he been hiding it this whole time? "If you can't eat seafood, why didn't you just say so?" Chloe looked at Jack and demanded. "Because you like it," Jack answered slowly. Chloe became even more furious after hearing his answer. What kind of bullshit answer was that? Just because she liked seafood, it didn't mean he needed to disregard his health and eat seafood with her. "I also like to eat arsenic. Would you like some?" Chloe said angrily. That works too. Works my ass, Jack, you idiot. Get up, we are going to the hospital. Without another word, Chloe grabbed Jack's arm. This was the first time since they reunited after 7 years that Chloe swore. Not only did Jack not get mad, he smiled. Because finally, the Chloe in front of him was the real Chloe from 7 years ago. Hospital, go! Hurry up! Chloe was running out of patience. Jack looked at her glowing red face amusingly and smiled. I'm a doctor, and you're a nurse. We've got 2 healthcare providers in the family. Why do we still need to go to the hospital? I'll just take some pills. No, don't try to fool me. Acute enteritis can be very serious. If it's not treated in time, you will become dehydrated. You'll need an IV. There's some medicine at home. Chloe, you should administer my IV. Jack stared at Chloe, his eyes filled with endless waves of tenderness. There's medicine at home? Where? Chloe let go of Jack's arm and got up. There's an emergency kit underneath the living room cabinet. The infusion tube is in there as well. Chloe immediately took the emergency kit out. She gave the kit a glance and noticed that it was well equipped. It had all sorts of over-the-counter drugs as well as infusion tubes. Why do you have all this? I've never seen anyone put infusion tubes in their first aid kit. Chloe didn't know what to say. Because I was prepared to eat more seafood with you, Jack said nonchalantly. Chloe's heart ached when she heard what Jack said. Just because she liked to eat seafood, this idiot decided to have medicine and infusion tubes ready so he could stealthily treat his enteritis after eating with her? He was risking his life for her. Chloe's face was grim as she administered the IV for Jack. Her heart felt heavy. It was an ineffable feeling. Afterward, Chloe checked the flow of the IV bag. Once she ensured everything was normal, she propped a back cushion behind Jack. Jack felt a little overwhelmed by the unexpected care as he watched her take care of him. Much like a kid, his eyes were full of happiness, and he was certainly pleasantly surprised. Let me ask you something, Jack. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you can't eat seafood? Chloe looked into Jack's eyes and interrogated him like a criminal. I've gotten used to it since we started dating. Gotten used to what? You've gotten used to giving yourself IVs and feeling tortured after eating seafood? Jack nodded. You dumb idiot. Chloe reached out and pinched Jack's devilishly gorgeous face. I'm an idiot. You're a genius. We are perfect for each other. Jack smiled, but Chloe's eyes became red. Chloe, why are you crying? Jack became flustered as he watched Chloe cry. It's nothing. Chloe turned her head as her voice quivered. Jack lifted his arm in an attempt to wipe away her tears, but Chloe immediately gripped his IV-injected arm and forced it down. Don't move your arm. The blood might backflow. Okay. Jack smiled a little and said nothing. Oh yeah, did you end up switching back the work hours of your employees? The thought suddenly popped into Chloe's head. I did. Really? Chloe questioned. If you don't believe me, you can look for yourself. Jack pulled out his phone and showed Chloe the company's live security footage. Chloe felt relieved upon seeing that the employees had returned to their normal schedule. Stay home and rest today. Don't go to work. It's fine. I'll head out after the IV. No, you're staying home, Chloe commanded. Will you stay with me then? Jack asked. Chloe was a little embarrassed, so she didn't answer him, but she did not deny it either. I'm working the night shift today, so I will be home all day. You can tell me what you want to eat and I will prepare it, Chloe said slowly after a while. I can eat whatever I want? Jack tilted his head and stared at Chloe, his eyes gleaming. Chloe immediately knew that this guy was probably thinking about something inappropriate. Sure enough, the next sentence Jack said was, Can I eat you? No. Chloe immediately and strictly refused. Jack looked down at the needle in his arm and didn't say anything. He looked slightly disappointed. I can make some vegetable congee for you later. You have enteritis, so you can't eat anything greasy. So you're saying I can't eat you because you're too greasy? Jack playfully lifted his head and asked. Immediately, Chloe raged with fire. Do you want to die? I'm not greasy. Right. You're fat but not greasy. It's a good thing. Chloe was exasperated. If this guy weren't a patient, She would have surely tossed him out the window, despite them living on the 16th floor. She couldn't care less. Of course, the immature side of Jack was the same as 7 years ago. Not only was he devious, but he also had a venomous tongue. Back then, they kept bickering and bickering and bickering with each other, until one day, the bickering turned into a relationship. As for this profound relationship, there were many good parts to it every time she walked down memory lane. If it weren't for those external factors, Chloe thought, meeting Jack would have been the best thing that ever happened to her. The tragedies that later occurred were truly unfortunate. Chloe picked up a call as soon as she finished making the congee and prepared a bowl for Jack. Chloe's expression changed slightly after hanging up the phone. A person as clever as Jack would never miss it. "Is it a call from the hospital?" Jack took the initiative and asked. Chloe nodded. "2 patients just arrived and are awaiting delivery. There are not enough people at the hospital, and the nurses from other departments lack experience in child delivery. So," she hesitated to finish the sentence, "you should get going." "But how are you feeling?" "I am a doctor. Forget enteritis. I can slice myself open and perform a bypass on myself if it was necessary." Chloe chuckled after hearing what Jack said. "I'll head to the hospital then and be back tomorrow morning. You should rest, but don't fall asleep, and keep an eye on your IV." "Okay." Chloe left in a hurry after changing. Jack was alone at home, so he took out his phone and began scrolling through his work email. GK headquarters. Mrs. Dawson missed her son dearly and decided to drive to the company headquarters to see him. Little did she know that Jack wasn't at work. "Where's my son?" she asked, feeling annoyed. "President Dawson is not here today, but he did say to call him if anything comes up," Assistant Mark answered carefully. "Where is he living now? Take me there." "Mrs. Dawson, let me call President Dawson first. Please wait here a moment." Mark was smart enough to not reveal Jack's new address. He surely didn't want to be held responsible or blamed by his boss. "Mrs. Dawson, President Dawson says he will be here in half an hour. Please wait in the office." Mark hung up the phone and smiled. Mrs. Dawson didn't say anything, but clearly she was unhappy. Jack never showed up again since he last fought with his father, and he even stopped calling them. Peter was a very stubborn man. He assumed Jack would only act of his own accord, so he left the city on a business trip to check on the company's branches in southern China. Mrs. Dawson, on the other hand, missed her son dearly, so she decided to come looking for him at the company. Jack took out the IV and drove to work after his assistant called him. "Mom, you were looking for me?" Jack walked into the office, sat down on his chair and took off his jacket. "Son, where have you been? Why weren't you at work?" "I was out on business," Jack said nonchalantly. "You look pale. Are you feeling all right?" A mother could always notice the tiniest of details. "Yeah, I've been pretty busy." "I told you not to work so hard. You can delegate miscellaneous tasks to the people below you. You're making me worry." "Mom, did you need me for something?" "What would I need you for? I just miss you, that's all, so I thought I would come and see you." Jack nodded and said nothing. He turned to open the documents on his desk and began reading. "Son, the Tiantong Group's president is turning 60 soon. I don't have time. You and Dad can go to those business gatherings," Jack interjected before his mother could finish. Mrs. Dawson sighed. "Son, you're getting older now. You can't just focus on work. You should find a girlfriend. You don't need to get married, just so long as you start dating first. Your dad and I are getting old, and we want grandchildren soon." "I will keep that in mind," Jack answered, clearly saying it just to satisfy Mrs. Dawson. "There's been some rumors going around. Look at our family status. We can't let those clowns talk about us like that." "What are they saying about me?" Jack put down the report and lifted his head in curiosity. "They are saying, anyways, whatever they're saying is terrible. Just hurry up and find a girlfriend so I can stop worrying. The girl doesn't need to be like us. It's fine, even if she's someone with an ordinary family background. I don't have a lot of demands for you anymore, as long as she's a woman." The rumors were that GK's president could possibly be homosexual, and Mrs. Dawson had been worried sick. "So it could be anyone?" Jack asked. "Yes, as long as she's a girl, and of course as long as she's not Chloe." I will take care of my own business. Jack looked away as his eyes dimmed. If you're not busy, let's have dinner together. Mom, I'm busy. Maybe another day. Jack felt slightly uncomfortable by the fact that after all these years, Mrs. Dawson still wouldn't accept Chloe. So he didn't even provide his mother with the opportunity to have a meal with him. Seeing her son so busy with work, Mrs. Dawson didn't dare say anything else and stood up to leave. As she was walking out, she bumped into Jennifer, who came to the top floor to deliver some reports. Due to previous warnings, Jennifer never had the guts to walk into the president's office again. She would directly pass the files either to the assistant's office or Assistant Mark. Mrs. Dawson, I didn't know you were here. Jennifer smiled gracefully. Yes. Prior to Jack's return, Mrs. Dawson used to be the CFO of GK, so Jennifer knew who she was. If you're not busy, Mrs. Dawson, you should come to have tea in my office. I never get to see you. I've missed you dearly since your departure. Let's go. Mrs. Dawson liked sweet talkers like Jennifer. Mrs. Dawson knew that Jennifer studied overseas and that she was smart, talented, and great at establishing social relations. Naturally, Mrs. Dawson couldn't help but have a favorable impression towards her. Jack was working on reports when Chloe's call came in. Chloe, did you finish your infusion? Yes. Where are you? Home. Yeah? Accept my video request then. Chloe quickly hung up and called Jack again through video chat. With no other choice, Jack had to hit the decline button and proceeded to send a voice message. The Wi-Fi at home is down. I can't connect. I don't have enough data on my phone either. Chloe almost passed out with rage. It's understandable to say that the Wi-Fi was down, but not enough data? Was he expecting her to fall for that lie? Does this guy look like someone who was afraid to use too much data? Jack, are you trying to challenge my intelligence? Chloe sent him a voice message. No, I wouldn't dare. Jack never thought about challenging Chloe's IQ, which was an incredible 130. So why won't you accept my video call? Chloe asked angrily. I'm not at home, Chloe. I'm at work. My mom came to GK and wanted to see me. You didn't want them to know about us, so I couldn't let her come to our new home, Jack explained patiently. Oh. Chloe replied with one word and disappeared. Obviously, she wasn't fond of Jack's mother. After all, Mrs. Dawson was the main reason behind Uncle James's death. Chloe put the phone in her pocket. Since Jack was fine now, there was no point in her worrying. Why was she so worried? She thought she didn't love him anymore. She must be feeling bad because the enteritis was caused by eating seafood with her. Yes, that must be it, Chloe thought to herself deludedly. Later that evening, when eating at the hospital cafeteria, she heard others mention that Jenny had resigned. According to the rumors, Lisa couldn't stand to have her in the ophthalmology department, let alone having her work closely with Simon, day in and day out. So, she found an excuse to transfer her to the morgue. Jenny understood the difficulties that lied ahead and decided to step back. Therefore, she resigned. Apparently, she made sure to make a scene prior to leaving the ophthalmology department and left Simon very embarrassed. Jenny, the woman who wanted to watch the world plunge into chaos, wanted to get rid of Chloe, but got rid of herself instead. It seemed like she accidentally shot herself in the foot. Chloe, Jenny is gone now. We will have nothing but peace and quiet from now on. Yeah, less trouble for me. I heard that Jenny was pregnant. Initially, she wanted to use her pregnancy to threaten Simon into marrying her, but then Dr. Lisa became pregnant too. The decision was obvious for Simon, so he somehow tricked Jenny into taking abortion pills. She suffered quite a bit. It wasn't a very successful abortion either. She had to go to a private gynecology clinic not far from us for curettage because she was too scared to come to our clinic for help. If I were her, after going through all that just to get dumped in the end, I would be pissed off and make a scene too. Chloe listened thoughtfully and couldn't help but feel bad for Jenny. It was never easy to be a woman, but why did women have to make each other miserable? The end result for Jenny today was almost unbearable to look at. You and Simon were together for a long time, and he's been so nice to you. I never knew that he could be such an asshole. Perhaps he was just playing with Jenny. I feel bad for her. Amelia sighed. Chloe replied with silence. After all, this was none of her business anymore. Chloe, you should be more careful. I'm afraid that you might be Dr. Lisa's next target, Amelia whispered. It's fine. Worst comes to worst, I can quit. There are so many hospitals out there, I can just transfer to another one. But I heard Lisa is quite resourceful. She made sure that none of the other hospitals would hire Jenny. Jenny is Jenny. I am me. I'm not afraid of her, she said, setting down her chopsticks since she had lost her appetite. After dinner, Chloe and Amelia went back to the clinic and began their rounds. They worked till 11 o'clock at night before things began settling down. Big sis Mian, I'm going to go take a little nap. Can you take watch for me? Sure, go sleep. I'll be here. Chloe nodded. The hallway suddenly became noisy. Chloe opened the door and was frightened by what she saw. A man was screaming as he held onto a pregnant woman. Where are the doctors? Please, somebody come and save my wife. The pregnant woman was unconscious, and the lower half of her body was covered in blood, drenching her dark blue maternity dress. Amelia, wake up. Go find the doctor on call. We need to help this patient. Amelia woke up from her nap stunned. Chloe, the on-call doctor left early. She said she had family issues. There are no doctors that can perform a C-section right now. Can we help her through natural labor? Chloe shook her head immediately. No, we can't. She's bleeding out. We'll need to stop the bleeding and give her a blood infusion. If we go through with natural labor under these circumstances, the mother and baby will both die. We need to go into surgery immediately. Our surgeon already left work. Perhaps you can go to another hospital? Amelia glanced at the patient and said to her husband, No, we're running out of time. My wife's going to die from exhaustion. Please, save her. The man's knees hit the floor as he held on to his bleeding wife, tears streaming down his face. Chloe furrowed her brows and struggled for a bit. Amelia, take her into the OR. I'll start prepping her. Chloe, what are you going to do? Amelia looked puzzled. Perform surgery on her. Then Chloe walked into the sanitization room and changed. Amelia was dumbstruck. Who's the on-call doctor tonight? Chloe walked out with a surgical mask on after she changed. It was supposed to be Lisa. Why did she leave halfway through her shift? Shouldn't she be working through the night? Chloe frowned slightly. She's the hospital director's niece. Could we really have stopped her? It looked like she had some business to tend to elsewhere, so she left, Amelia replied. Chloe picked up the office phone and called Lisa after searching on the phone directory. The phone rang for 5 seconds before someone finally picked up. Hello? It sounded like Lisa was asleep. Dr. Lisa, we need you back here for a surgery. A patient's life is in danger. She's bleeding. Before Chloe had the chance to finish, the person on the other end interrupted her. Are you crazy? Do you know what time it is? Before Chloe could respond, the phone went dead. Chloe was unwilling to give up, so she called again. However, Lisa turned her phone off. Initially, she thought that since Lisa lived close by, if she took a taxi, she could still make it to the hospital on time to operate. It wasn't because Chloe wasn't confident enough to proceed with the operation. It was just that despite her excellent medical skills, she was still a nurse. She didn't have the required medical certifications. If she were to operate, not only was it extremely risky, it could also bring forth many troubles in the future. Chloe put down the phone and glanced at Amelia. Amelia, if I were to operate, can you be my scrub nurse? Are you okay with that? Chloe, are you kidding? You're a nurse, not a doctor. Are you really going to operate? Amelia asked in disbelief. There's no time to think about all that now. This patient is losing too much blood. She won't be able to hold on for much longer. If we do nothing, 2 lives will be lost. I know, Chloe. I want to save them too, but we're not doctors and the on-call doctor isn't here. We have no other options. I feel really bad too, and I can only be an assistant. I don't know anything about surgery. It's okay if you don't understand. I know how to do it. I need you to calm down and be my assistant. But, even so, the 2 of us won't be able to perform the surgery. The anesthesiologist isn't here. Amelia was on the verge of crying. It's almost midnight, and there's no anesthesiologist. The best option is to transfer the patient to another hospital, Amelia thought. I can administer anesthesia. Amelia no longer had any idea what to say. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and start preparing the operating room. Chloe slid on her gloves and walked out. Chloe, is this a joke? These are people's lives we're talking about. Regardless of what Amelia said, Chloe had already made up her mind. She was going to perform the surgery with or without her. Chloe looked at the man that was still sobbing uncontrollably. Take her to the OR. She can have the surgery? That's great. The man got up excitedly. He held on to the pregnant woman and followed Chloe towards the OR. Chloe had been working in the OB/GYN department for over 6 months now. C-sections were performed almost every other day, so she was very familiar with the procedure. Despite having never actually performed such a surgery, she was confident that she wouldn't fail. The only issue was that she was not a licensed doctor, and it would be rather troublesome if the family members decided to come looking for her after the surgery. But of course, under normal circumstances, no one would pursue the matter if the operation was successful and the patient did not suffer from any side effects. After all, she was only doing it because it was an emergency. Amelia still felt unsettled before the surgery. Bis Mian, we can't do it. It's too risky. If the operation fails, you will be charged with medical negligence. Not only will you go to jail, but you will also need to pay a lot of money. Even if you succeeded, you will still be in big trouble if the family decides to pursue the fact that you're not a licensed doctor. The losses outweigh the gains. We're not Jesus. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves to save others. Amelia, I understand what you're saying, and I've contemplated the issues you mentioned, but I can't watch 2 lives perish in front of my eyes, especially when I can save them. Do you understand? My teenage dream was to become a doctor. It is very meaningful to be able to study the human body and provide individuals a second chance at life after studying and understanding the state of their illness. Before Amelia could say anything else, Chloe took a long and thin needle and injected a carefully calculated amount of anesthesia into the patient's spine. Amelia trembled in fear as she watched, for she knew that an untrained anesthesiologist may very likely leave the patient paralyzed for the rest of their life. What are you still waiting for? Insert the catheter. Hurry up, I will give her a blood transfusion. But do you know the patient's blood type? Amelia asked, not knowing what to do. Deep down, she felt vacant, because this operation was just too risky. Not a lot of places would even perform an operation like this, because they may as well kill themselves if something goes wrong. I've already checked. She's AB-type blood. I already took out some blood bags from the blood bank, Chloe said calmly. Chloe, tell me something you don't know. How do you know everything? Amelia was so overwhelmed that she wanted to cry. She had known Chloe for a little over half a year now, but during a moment like this, the average-looking Chloe turned into someone capable of anything, like Wonder Woman. Don't be nervous. It's fine. Just do what you always do, and I will take care of the rest. Seeing how anxious Amelia was, Chloe assured her. After hearing what she said, Amelia put her foot down and bravely decided to assist this surgeon, who had no prior experience in this type of surgery. Amelia followed Chloe's instructions and immediately inserted the patient's catheter, all while monitoring her vitals. Chloe completed the blood transfusion, covered the patient's face with an oxygen mask, and began the process of homeostasis, one action after the other. Her lightning-quick speed left Amelia speechless. The pregnant woman lied on the operating table completely naked, slowly losing consciousness. Chloe made the decision to administer general anesthesia on the patient, since there was no longer any meaning in using local anesthesia on an unconscious patient. Local anesthesia only worked if the patient was conscious. However, the risk and side effects of general anesthesia were much higher, and it could potentially have a negative impact on the newborn's brain. So general anesthesia is not typically recommended unless the circumstances were special. Of course, the situation that Chloe and Amelia were in was considered one of those special circumstances. Amelia, give me her stats. BP 150/90, heart rate 135. Her pulse is a little weak, could be due to the loss of blood. Her blood pressure is a little high. We will have to control that first, and then I will proceed with the C-section."
Chloe carefully examined the patient's abdomen with gloves on, checking to see if there had been previous C-section scars. If this was her firstborn, she would be able to perform a C-section right away. However, if this was her second child, then she would need to operate on the same spot as the first surgery to avoid secondary traumatization. Chloe found a light scar on the patient's abdomen, confirming that she had had a C-section before. This complicates the surgery because the previous wound had already healed, and the scar was very light. This surely increased the difficulty of the surgery. "Chloe, what's wrong?" "This is her second child. I need to operate on the previous wound. Pass me the scalpel." Chloe reached out her hand. Amelia shook in fear as she passed Chloe the scalpel. Chloe then calmly but accurately cut open the patient's abdomen. Amelia was too nervous to look. "It's a breech baby. No wonder she's been bleeding so much. Her family's so careless. They should have noticed that the baby was in breech position through an ultrasound. She should have had a C-section much earlier. Why did they wait until now?" Chloe frowned as she blamed the ignorance of the patient's family. "Breech position? Oh my God, it's dystocia!" Amelia exclaimed. It was already a very complicated surgery to perform, not to mention that there were only 2 people in the OR, whom were both nurses. Chloe wasn't given the permission by those above to operate, which means she had already violated hospital policy. But Chloe thought, in the eyes of life and death, all rules and regulations were useless, because, in the end, lives mattered the most. She was confident in her medical skills and was positive that she could keep the patient safe. Therefore, she couldn't think too much of the possible troubles that may lay ahead. She would bravely face what was waiting for her in the future. That was her choice today. By the time Jack was done with work, it was already late in the night. Without Chloe's presence at home, the condo felt extra empty. He knew that she wasn't allowed to sleep since she was working a night shift, so he sent her a message. He waited for a while, but got no response. Jack thought perhaps Chloe was still upset about what happened during the day. He then decided to give her a call, but after many rings, no one answered. This further supported his theory that she must be upset. So, he put on his jacket and drove to the first hospital. He even bought some takeout and warm bubble tea as he passed by a dim sum restaurant. "Hello, I am looking for Chloe from the OB/GYN department," Jack asked politely. "Oh yes, please wait. I will immediately contact her for you." Very rarely did the receptionist get to see such a handsome man. She answered him enthusiastically as she looked into his eyes, her face blushing. After a couple of seconds, the receptionist put down the phone and said apologetically, "I've called the office line, but no one picked up. Perhaps they're in surgery." "Okay, thank you." Jack thanked the nurse politely and went straight to the OB/GYN emergency room on the 4th floor. Jack wore a pair of casual dress pants with a custom-made dark navy dress shirt. In his hand was a bag of takeout. He was contemplating how he should coax Chloe, but he realized that the door to the OB/GYN office was wide open, with no one inside. Chloe probably went to check on patients if she's not in the office at this hour. Jack thought to himself as he lit a cigarette and leaned against a wall in the hallway as he waited. It was late at night with barely anyone at the hospital, so no one would have a problem with him smoking. Inside the OR, Chloe skillfully took the baby out and snipped its umbilical cord. Then, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "Amelia, weigh the newborn, show the baby to the father, and then take it to the newborn clinic." "Okay, is it a boy or girl?" Amelia was very excited when she heard the newborn cry. "She's a baby girl." "Girls are good. They are like their mother's little warm blankets. This mother is very lucky," said Amelia as she took the newborn. She cleaned up the baby and put her on an electronic scale for weighing. 52 centimeters in height and 9.4 pounds, Amelia said happily. 9.4 pounds is not a small baby. Chloe smiled as she wiped the beads of sweat off her forehead. "Yeah, she's a big baby who was in the breech position. No wonder her mother couldn't go through natural labor," Amelia muttered. "Chloe, I'm taking the baby out now. Are you okay by yourself in here?" "I'm fine. You can go." Chloe began carefully sewing up the patient's wound.
She was fast and accurate and finished within 20 minutes. After the surgery, Chloe looked at the patient's vitals. She let out a sigh of relief when all her stats pointed towards normalcy. She then walked out of the OR in hopes of finding the patient's husband to help her push the patient into the recovery room. But the hallway was empty, without a soul in sight. "Chloe, are you done? How's the patient?" Amelia walked over. "Don't worry, everything's fine. Where's the patient's family?" "Oh, him. He left in anger as soon as I told him the baby was a girl." "He left? How can he leave?" Chloe asked in disbelief. "His wife just gave birth. She's still in the OR and he left? Did he pay before he left?" Amelia asked fearfully. Last year, around this time, it was said that a patient's family left without paying. So, the patient secretly ran away as well. In the end, the $10,000 surgical fee was split between the nurses and doctors. This caused quite a bit of trauma to the healthcare providers. So, the OB/GYN department's chief made a decision that patients' families had to pay before an operation, regardless of how serious the situation was. Or else, the hospital would not perform the surgery. Yes, I saw his deposit slit before operating on his wife. Chloe was smart, so she wouldn't have allowed a loophole like that to happen. Amelia let out a sigh of relief as soon as she heard that the fees had been paid. "So what do we do now?" Clueless, Amelia looked at Chloe. "Let's take the patient to her room. Be careful of her wound." "Okay." It took a lot of effort for Amelia and Chloe to carry the patient off the surgical bed. They then pushed her into the ICU for a 24-hour period of monitoring. After everything was done, Chloe returned to the clinic feeling extremely tired. From afar, she saw a familiar shadow leaning against the wall in front of the clinic. It was a man whose side view made you forget how to breathe. "Who is that? He's so hot," Amelia mumbled. At the same time, Jack heard footsteps. The aloofness in his eyes became tender the moment he saw Huo Mian. "Why are you here at the hospital?" Chloe walked over towards Jack, her face full of surprise. "Midnight snack." Jack didn't answer Chloe's question directly, but instead showed her the bag of takeout in his hand. Now that he mentioned it, Chloe felt a little hungry. She had been busy at work for a while and had tired herself out. "Thanks." Rejection became acceptance after some contemplation. Chloe immediately gave away half of the takeout to Amelia when she realized Jack had purchased a very large portion. "Thanks, big sis Chloe," Amelia said, and then murmured to Chloe, "Chloe, who is he? He's so handsome." "A friend," Chloe lowered her voice and whispered back. "I don't believe you. Would a friend deliver snacks in the middle of the night? I won't disturb you guys, bye." Amelia took some food and walked into the office. Only Jack and Chloe were left in the hallway. Chloe took a seat on one of the benches on the side, opened the takeout box, and took a big bite out of a steamed xiaolong bao. She finished one in less than 3 bites and immediately picked up another. "How hungry are you?" Jack stared at Chloe, who ate with no grace. "Very," Chloe answered truthfully. "Are you still angry about what happened in the afternoon?" Jack asked. "Afternoon? What happened this afternoon?" Chloe looked surprised. It seemed like she had already forgotten about what had happened. "Oh, never mind," said Jack. He didn't need to mention it anymore since the concerned party didn't even remember. "You look really tired. Were you checking on patients?" "No, I was performing surgery." "You performed surgery?" Jack glanced at Chloe in surprise. "That's right, I did." "Is this a hospital feature?" "What do you mean?" Chloe looked confused, as she didn't understand what Jack meant. Not using a doctor, but instead asking a nurse to perform surgery. Jack glanced at Chloe with his hands in his pockets. The doctor ditched work halfway through her shift, and then came this pregnant woman who was experiencing difficult labor. "It was an emergency, so I went ahead and did it." Chloe explained casually to Jack what happened. Jack stared at Chloe for a while and said, "Interesting." If she were to mention what happened to another person, their first instinct would have been, "Are you crazy? How can you perform a C-section on a patient? You're a nurse, for God's sake." However, Jack was not your average person. After all these years, he knew Chloe's personality too well. It was typical for Chloe to do something earth-shattering. Most importantly, Chloe always knew exactly what she was doing. Forget C-sections, she wouldn't be bogged down even if she had to perform a coronary bypass. He could tell, based on how calm Chloe was during that brain surgery as his assistant. Technically, you did save the patient, but what you did could be very troublesome. Both the patient and hospital might give you a hard time, Jack reminded her kindly. Chloe nodded and swallowed the xiaolongbao in her mouth. I know, but I didn't have any other choice. I couldn't watch the mother and her baby die in front of me. Jack's eyes shimmered a little after hearing what she said. Chloe always looked extremely calm, sometimes even aloof, but deep down, she was a very kind and tender person. Regardless of how tough she appeared to be, or how smart she was still a woman. Chloe broke the rules to save a patient. Her not making a big deal out of what happened wasn't her attempt to be the hero. All she wanted to do was save lives. Jack took out a bottle of Evian spring water he just purchased, turned open the cap, and passed it to Chloe. He slowly sat down beside her. Chloe, remember when you asked me why I went abroad for 7 years and studied medicine when I was supposed to inherit the family business? Chloe thought about it for a second and looked Jack in the eye. She was waiting for an answer. She really wanted to know why Jack spent 7 years doing something that had nothing to do with his current career. Because your dream is to study medicine, Jack said, word for word. Chloe was completely taken aback by what she heard. She never imagined that Jack spent the last 7 years studying medicine in the United States, only to fulfill her dream. This meant that even when they were broken up, he still did things that were related to her. He did it for 7 years. Was it really worth it? Chloe was at a loss for words, but tears shone in her eyes. She still remembered that 7 years ago when they were still together. The topic for one of the classes they had was 10 years later. The teacher asked all the students to go up to the podium and imagine what their profession would be in 10 years. Apparently, doing so would inspire teens to pursue their dreams and work hard for 10 years to achieve them. A teacher in the United States once conducted the same experiment. In 10 years, when he went to check up on his subjects, he noticed that 80% of them chose to do what they said they were going to do. Therefore, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Jody, decided to do the same thing. Jack didn't remember what the others said, but he would always remember what Chloe said as she stepped onto the podium, with her hair flowing gracefully off her back. In 10 years, I want to become a doctor, because I think that the best thing in this world is to understand the human body, find ways to cure all sorts of diseases, and prolong life. Some of their classmates laughed at her. It's just a doctor. Why would you make it sound so complicated? At that time, Chloe replied coldly, So, you look down on doctors? Can you promise that you'll never get sick and will never go to a hospital? The student was left speechless, and Ms. Jody complimented Chloe's aspirations. Then, when Jack got onto the podium, Ms. Jody asked him, What is your dream? He looked around, and with a proud expression on his face, he answered, My dream is to make Chloe's dream come true. As soon as he finished this sentence, the entire classroom erupted. All their classmates knew they were in a relationship, but wow, did he have guts, blurting it out in front of the whole class and their teacher. Chloe, incredibly embarrassed, covered her face and refused to look up. Ms. Jody also coughed awkwardly, at a loss for words. It had been so long since then, and Chloe thought that he was just joking around. After all, they were young and stupid. However, after 7 years have passed, Chloe was only a nurse, still so far away from her dream. Yet Jack quietly helped her achieve it. Her brain was pulled back into reality. She stared into Jack's eyes with her own red eyes. Hey, are you stupid? What does my dream have to do with you? Chloe asked as she choked back tears. Everything about you has something to do with me, Jack answered stubbornly. Chloe fell silent because she didn't know what to say next. They sat there side by side, under the quiet moonlight. Stop saying things like this. I might think that you still like me, Chloe said shyly. I don't. Thanks for being so direct. Chloe was actually a bit upset when she heard Jack's rejection. I never liked you, Jack repeated. I know. Chloe nodded sadly. Jack looked at Chloe's profile, and he reached out his arm to hug her shoulder. There were some things that he thought were better left unsaid. Loving someone didn't mean that they had to profess that love all the time. Actions spoke so much louder than words. They had a lot of time left. He knew that one day, Chloe will understand how he felt about her. Chloe felt the heat of Jack's palm, as warmth began to spread from her shoulders. She felt peaceful and safe. She leaned her head gently on Jack's shoulder. She suddenly felt like she finally found someone she could lean on. Jack. Yes? The midnight snack you bought me tonight must have been expensive, right? Just as Jack thought that Chloe was going to say something romantic and cheesy, she said something completely irrelevant. Jack was at a loss for words. Yup, it was expensive. Really expensive, Jack enunciated on purpose. I knew it was expensive just from the packaging, but it was delicious. You know what they say? Some things are expensive, but it's worth the money. Just like Häagen-Dazs ice cream, there's a reason why it's pricey. Working overtime is tiring. You need to eat good food. In that case, I should just finish off the rest. Then, Chloe jumped up and began wolfing down the leftover xiaolongbao and shrimp dumplings. Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After spending some time with Chloe at the hospital, Jack left unwillingly. When Chloe returned to the office, she was bombarded by Amelia's interrogation. Chloe, tell me, who is he? Just a friend. I don't believe you. Come on, tell me. Is he your new boyfriend? Fine, he is. Chloe didn't think that she could trick her any longer, so she admitted to it. Amelia laughed as she clapped her hands together. Ha! I knew he's your boyfriend. He's gorgeous. How did you guys meet? I've known him for years, Chloe answered after some thought. So you guys grew up together? Something like that. Oh my God, that's so romantic. Oh right, he looks really rich. What does he do? The packaging of the food he brought you is from a super expensive place. It's more than $500 per person. The food he bought you is probably worth thousands. I bet he's not an ordinary white-collar employee. Amelia was a cutsy-tootsy-ditzy girl, but she was super up-to-date with stuff like this. She paid a lot of attention to food and clothes. Therefore, she knew her brands. Chloe wouldn't be able to fool her even if she wanted to. He is kind of rich. His family owns a small business, that's all. I bet he's a local tyrant. Yeah, he is one of those poor people who suddenly came across some money. Chloe fumbled to answer. She didn't want to expose too much of who Jack was. His identity was too flashy. If this girl found out that Jack was the president of GK, tomorrow the entire hospital would find out as well. Nice, Chloe. No wonder you weren't interested in the forensics guy the head nurse tried to introduce you to. You have a man already. Plus, he's gorgeous and filthy rich. He's an everything man. Oh, and your boyfriend looks super sophisticated. He doesn't look like someone who was poor. He looks like royalty. Promise me you won't tell anyone about him. I don't want to make it public. Fine, I got it. But if Simon found out, he would be super angry. Haha, you found a much better guy after leaving him. It doesn't have anything to do with him anymore. I don't think he has the time to pay attention to my personal matters anyway. You're right. I heard that Simon and Lisa are getting married soon. I bet they're busy with wedding details. Lisa will have plenty of time to gloat then. Chloe smiled at her remarks and did not say anything more. It was 8-something in the morning when Chloe got home from work. Jack had already left for work, so their condo was empty. Chloe had a glass of milk and a slice of bread. After a quick shower, she got onto her bed, ready to get some sleep. Just then, she received a phone call from the head nurse. The head nurse said in an extremely serious tone, "Chloe, come to the hospital immediately." Chloe, with no other choice, got up from the bed and took a cab to the hospital. She knew that the head nurse wanted to ask her about the unauthorized operation last night. However, when she got to the OB/GYN clinic, she saw her colleague standing outside the door. One of the nurses, Jessica, quietly told her, "Get in there. The head nurse and Dr. Lisa are fighting. Dr. Lisa wants to fire you." Chloe's expression froze upon hearing what she said. The head nurse was still bickering with Dr. Lisa when Chloe entered the clinic. "Nevertheless, I will not agree to fire Chloe," the head nurse insisted. Lisa, with a pompous expression, scolded the head nurse. "You're just protecting her because she's one of your people. Do you know that? Who is she? She's just a nurse. Who gave her the nerves to perform surgery on a pregnant patient? Does she think she's Norman Bethune? What if something had happened? It would affect our hospital's reputation. Will you be able to take responsibility for that? Or can she?" The important thing is that Chloe performed the operation immaculately. The other doctors in our clinic all checked diligently. The patient's sutures were perfect, and her newborn is doing well. There were no accidents. Maybe not this time, but that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Even if the patient and her child are doing okay, Chloe still violated the hospital's policy. This is a hospital. It's a place of serious business, and we can't have people playing heroines here. If the nurses can do everything, then what do we need doctors for? Why don't we just hire nurses for minimum wage? You're just a head nurse. You don't know medicine. A nurse's job is to assist doctors, not to do whatever they want. I will report this matter to the director. Anyways, I will not agree to fire Chloe. You don't need to. I already called my uncle. He's really mad, so Chloe will be fired sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you don't care. You're just a head nurse. You don't own the hospital, so your disagreement means nothing to anybody. Actually, why don't you leave as well? Our department is under bad leadership. It's time for a change. Lisa smoothed out her long curly hair with her fingers as she said aggressively, "I will. If the director fires Chloe, I'll resign as well," the head nurse responded, her tone icy. Chloe hurried up to the head nurse. Holding her arm, she said, "Head nurse, don't do that. I am the only one to blame for what happened. I don't want you to take fault for it. If the director wants to fire me, I'll leave. You don't have to be caught in the middle." "Chloe, I heard about what happened last night. You did well. Although you violated hospital policy, you saved the mother and her child. I respect you for doing that. On the other hand, there are others who ignored the importance of their jobs and left without notice when they were supposed to be on call. That's why no one was here to perform surgery on the patient last night. The hospital should be ashamed of that instead." "What did you say? I dare you to repeat it." Lisa's eyes were near murderous. "Stop it. Just stop it. I know that everything happened because of what I did. Last night, before I did what I did, I already anticipated the worst outcome. I will remain calm and accept all punishments from the hospital." "Good. Just wait for it." Lisa glared at Chloe. Amelia interjected, "Chloe, if you leave, I'm leaving as well. We saved someone. The hospital doesn't have to reward us, but I don't believe that they would fire us. Where is justice? Forgive me if I'm undereducated, but I can't accept this bullshit either." "Do you really think you're out of the woods? If she's fired, you'll be fired as well," Lisa said after glancing at Amelia. "Stop it. We all need to stop talking. Let's wait for the director to make his decision," the head nurse said sternly. Later on, the director's assistant arrived at the OB/GYN clinic. With one look at Chloe, he said, "The director wants to see you. Come with me." "Okay." Chloe nodded and proceeded to follow that man. Amelia, Jessica, the head nurse, and the others in the clinic were all concerned for her. Lisa smiled coldly. She could almost see Chloe's future. Originally, she was thinking of ways to get rid of Chloe. She didn't want to see her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend every day since it was making her uncomfortable. Her efforts were not in vain. Chloe basically cocked the gun to her own head. Who gave an intern nurse with no experience the guts to perform a C-section on a pregnant woman? She was as brave as the night was long. Inside the director's office, this was Chloe's third time seeing the director. The first time was when he asked her to assist Jack, and the second time was when her brother got into that accident. Chloe, who had only been working at the hospital for a little over 6 months, had the honor of seeing the hospital's director for the third time in that short period. Should she be happy or sad? "You're here. Come, sit." The director was still so courteous. "Director, it's my fault. Please fire me. I will not burden our hospital." Chloe resigned before the director even opened his mouth. Director Richard looked at Chloe and slowly opened his mouth. "Who told you I was going to fire you?" Chloe froze for a second. She thought she was going to be fired for what she did last night. I heard about what happened last night and did some investigations. You did violate hospital policy, but I have to admit, you are extremely skilled and brave, Director Richard said as he stared at Chloe sternly. Chloe looked down. She knew last night that her actions would not be tolerated by the hospital. The hospital would never let her do anything like this. The hospital will not tolerate your actions, but personally, I respect you. Therefore, on behalf of myself, I would like to thank you for saving 2 lives last night. Then, Director Richard stood up and saluted Chloe. Chloe was stunned. What was happening? Director, Chloe hesitated. Don't get happy too fast. Let me finish. I said that personally. I respect you. But the hospital will not allow for such actions. Rules make this place run smoothly. You're a nurse, an intern nurse at that. You performed surgery on a patient without authorization from a superior. You also used an OR and surgical equipment without approval. This is a serious offense, so after a discussion with the board members, we've come to a decision. Chloe began to feel anxious at the director's words. We decided to temporarily transfer you out of the OB/GYN department and into the hospital laboratory. Chloe sighed in relief upon hearing this. The director was only transferring her to another department. However, truth be told, she was going to miss the OB/GYN department. Do you accept this punishment? I do, but I have a request, Director Richard. Yes? Could you not fire Amelia? She was just assisting me. She didn't do anything she wasn't supposed to. Chloe didn't forget about her. The nurse who assisted you will also be transferred to the laboratory. You will be transferred together, or else the OB/GYN department's reputation might suffer. If the patient's family decides to come back and create a scene, we need to be able to provide a decent explanation. That's good. I feel better now. Chloe felt much better after she heard that Amelia and herself were being transferred to the laboratory together. Chloe, your head nurse profusely recommended you to me. I've seen your resume and heard that you are extremely smart. You can learn anything easily if you put your mind to it, can learn things that others would take 10 years to learn, and perform outstandingly at any task. The incident that happened last night really opened my eyes to your potential. Therefore, if the hospital offers you a chance to study abroad, would you go? Gratified, Chloe smiled at the director's kind offer. It's okay, Director Richard. I'm not that young anymore, nor am I as driven as I used to be. I don't want to learn anything. I'm happy working at our hospital. I'm extremely grateful that you didn't fire me because of what happened last night. I heard that you played multiple roles last night. You were the main surgeon as well as the anesthesiologist. The doctors from your department were all surprised when they saw how well the patient's recovering. It was a breech baby, so the surgery was difficult. Even an attending doctor would have to think twice before operating, let alone a newbie like you. You are extremely talented. Have you had hands-on experience in the past? Chloe shook her head. No, I haven't. Last night was the first practical application of my skills. Therefore, I've got to say, you are a medical genius. It's a shame for you to just be a nurse. It's a waste of your talent. Director looked at Chloe and said earnestly, Director, you think too highly of me. It's really not a shame. I'm happy to have found my place in life. Doctors' lives are tiring. I'm selfish and don't want to be as strung out like them. Chloe smiled again. Chloe was relieved that Director Richard didn't think less of her because of what Lisa said. This meant that he was an extremely fair and wise person. Okay, if that's your decision, then I will not force you into anything. Go report to the laboratory. Starting today, you will no longer work in the OB/GYN department. Thank you, Director. Chloe felt much better as she left the director's office. However, she was a little sad to leave the head nurse and the OB/GYN department. Before Chloe even returned, the director's office sent out 2 notices. Firstly, 2 nurses in the OB/GYN department, Amelia and Chloe, violated hospital policy and will therefore be transferred out of the department. Secondly, Deputy Department Chief, Lisa did not fulfill her responsibilities and left her post while she was on call. Due to the negative effects brought upon the hospital, she has been demoted to a regular physician and will receive a 6-month pay deduction as a warning. When Lisa heard the news, she was extremely embarrassed. She was director's niece, but was punished nonetheless. Furious, she ran up to the top floor of the hospital to cause a scene, but was stopped by director's assistant, who told her that the director did not want to see her. Lisa was so furious that her face turned purple. In the end, Simon had to come upstairs himself to pull her away. "Lisa, stop it. It's bad for the baby." "No, I won't. I need to ask my uncle why he did this. Why is he taking that betch's side? Do you think he slept with her?" Furious, Lisa's mouth no longer had a filter. Simon's expression changed when he heard this. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Huh, you don't want to hear about your old lover, do you? It's true. If there wasn't something between them, why wouldn't my uncle just fire that arrogant bitch? You heard about the stupid thing she did last night, right? She's just a nurse, and she had the guts to perform a C-section on a pregnant patient and also act as the anesthesiologist? It's ridiculous, isn't it?" Of course, Simon heard about what happened last night. The entire hospital heard about it. He was shocked at Chloe's brave decision, too, but he truly respected her actions. He heard that the operation was performed so immaculately that the doctors in the OB/GYN department felt embarrassed about their own skills. "I heard that the operation was successful. Why can't you just let it go?" Simon frowned. Simon's words lit up Lisa's fury like a match. She slapped Simon on the face. "What bullshit are you talking about? Did you forget who your girlfriend is?" "Lisa, that's not what I meant. I just wanted you to treat this calmly." "I can't. I need to see my uncle. He can't do this to me. If he won't let me be deputy chief of the department, I will quit. I'm going to tell my dad what my uncle did to me. I'm resigning. I quit. I don't want to be a regular physician. I want to be chief." Lisa stood in front of the director's office as she howled. Director remained unmoved in his office. He was aware of how self-willed his niece was. However, he now knew Chloe better, and finally understood why Jack would fall for a seemingly ordinary girl like her. The truth was, she shined in so many different ways. "Director, Miss Lisa is creating a scene outside. Do you want to see her?" The assistant, uncomfortable with the situation, asked the director. "Ignore her. Let her do her thing. Tell her if she wants to quit, I'll accept her resignation. She's free to leave." "Okay." Just as Lisa and Simon were fighting, the director's assistant walked out and said in all seriousness, "Miss Lisa, the director said that if you want to quit, he accepts your resignation. You may go now." "What? My uncle actually said that?" Lisa exclaimed in disbelief. "That is correct." "No, I want to see him. I need to ask him for myself," Lisa insisted, unwilling to give up. In the end, Simon had to carry her away from the director's office. The scene she was causing was just too embarrassing. When Chloe and Amelia got all their stuff and were about to leave, their colleagues from the OB/GYN department gathered by the doors to send them off. Department chief quietly tugged at Chloe's sleeve. "Good job last night. The surgery was done perfectly." "Thank you, Chief," Chloe smiled. "When you have the time, I want to treat you to dinner so we can discuss specifics." To Chloe's surprise, Chief, known for her stellar surgical skills, was offering to treat Chloe to dinner to discuss surgical methods. "Chloe, stay there for now. Once this incident blows over, I will ask the director to transfer you back." The head nurse was sad that Chloe was leaving. "Don't worry, head nurse. I'm fine anywhere." "Yeah, head nurse, I'll keep her company. Don't worry." Amelia, holding a cardboard box, snickered behind Chloe. She was elated to be transferred to the laboratory. She had to cover night shifts at the OB/GYN department and earned a really low salary. However, working in the lab would be different. They would only be drawing blood and conducting tests with equipment that was already there. Most importantly, there were no night shifts at the lab. That means that she would no longer have to stay up all night. It was a great feeling. Technically, the hospital was punishing them, but Amelia felt like the director was, on some level, rewarding them. Chloe sadly bid farewell to her colleagues at the OB/GYN department and headed to the laboratory with Amelia. The chief physician of the lab was a middle-aged man. He was plump, wore glasses, and had a cute smile. His name was cute too, Chief Jason. "Chief, I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you." "Oh gosh, you're Chloe? Come, sit down." It's fine. I can stand. Nonsense. Come and sit down. Tell me, how did you bravely perform the surgery on that pregnant patient last night? I heard that you even knew how to administer anesthesia. Have you studied it before? Why didn't you apply to become a doctor, since there are not many prospects to being a nurse? You're so diligent at work. Are you a Virgo? Oh, and what's your favorite color? Chief Jason asked her a series of questions. Confused, Chloe wasn't sure which one she was supposed to answer first. Finally, she concluded. Chief Jason was not only chubby, but he was also talkative. However, with a boss like that, her life would be much easier. He seemed amiable. Even Amelia knew how to draw blood and do tests. Naturally, Chloe could do it blindfolded. It was easy as pie. Everything was fine until she saw Linda at the laboratory. Chloe was shocked. I'm surprised to see you here, Linda said coldly when she saw Chloe. Chloe was just as surprised to see her high school classmate, no, rival, on her first day at the lab. She wasn't really a romantic rival, because Jack never even looked at her. Just a while back, he made her look bad in their high school chat group. I'm surprised as well, Chloe replied. Draw my blood. I've been super sick from the flu and want a routine blood test. Are you sure you want me to do it? Chloe reinstated. Of course I spent the money. Aren't you supposed to service me? Linda's tone was overbearing. What I meant was, I don't want you to worry that I might take out my grudge on you. Do you have to guts to? The truth is, I don't like you. So, I won't be too nice when drawing your blood. Just suck it up. Then, Chloe picked up a needle and pricked it into a vein in Linda's arm. That sudden prick hurt a little, causing Linda to furrow her eyebrows. I heard that you got back together with Jack? Linda suddenly asked her. Who did you hear it from? Without looking up, Chloe asked calmly as she held onto the tube. It doesn't matter. Just answer my question. Why should I answer you? We're not friends. You're funny. Of course we've never been friends. We're just romantic rivals. Chloe lifted her head at this and glanced at Linda. Correction? We're just rivals, but not of the romantic nature, since you were never a competition when Jack never liked you. We will date, just you wait. Linda clenched her teeth as she enunciated to Chloe. Yeah? Good luck. Then, Chloe pulled out the needle and warned her. You should press on it, or else it might swell. Did you do that on purpose? Linda asked, a little aggravated. Of course not. If I were, I wouldn't be able to find your vein on the first try. I'd poke you again and again until I destroy it. You're a vicious bitch, Linda cursed. But I didn't, did I? Chloe smiled. She wasn't angry at all. Before she left, Linda looked at Chloe and said, Chloe, you're just as arrogant as you used to be, but I won't give up. Just you wait. One day, Jack will be mine. Sounds good. I hope you never wake up from your fantasy. Linda, furious at what Chloe said, turned around and stomped away. Chloe laughed. It was like she was back in high school, fighting with Linda. Actually, she didn't hate Linda at all, but for some reason Linda always treated her like an enemy. At least Linda was open and straightforward. She always said what she had on her mind, even if it wasn't easy to the ears. She would never do things behind another person's back. There's an old saying, offend the gentleman, never the petty man. Therefore, Chloe felt that at the very least, Linda was a worthy rival. While having lunch in the cafeteria, other people kept pointing at Chloe. There were compliments, but also criticisms. Some complimented her surgical skills and said that she was a rare talent. Others criticized that she was playing with fire and that she will be kicked out of the hospital sooner or later. However, Chloe didn't care about what they said. Chloe, aren't you mad that people are discussing you? Amelia asked quietly. Why should I be angry? It's my life. If I care too much about what other people think, my life will become like old underwear, having to endure others' farts. Ha 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 ha, you are so cute. I would definitely marry you if I were a guy. Amelia laughed hysterically at Chloe's remarks. Forget it. I wouldn't marry you if you were a guy. The duo chatted on and didn't realize that someone was heading towards them. Lisa was emotionally unstable, so she ditched work to go home and rest. Simon himself was also emotionally and physically drained. He wasn't in the mood to work all morning and didn't even want to eat lunch. However, He heard from his colleagues in the ophthalmology department that Chloe was in the cafeteria, so for some reason, he came down to see her. "Chloe, I heard what you did last night. You did well." Chloe was laughing along with Amelia. When she saw that it was Simon standing behind her, her beautiful smile immediately disappeared. "Thank you," she replied, her tone distant. "Can I speak to you alone for a second? I need to talk to you," Simon asked with difficulty, and deliberately casted a look at Amelia. Amelia, scared to make the decision, glanced back at Chloe as if she was asking for Chloe's opinion. "No, it's fine. Just say it here. Plus, you are dating Dr. Lisa. If she finds out, she might misunderstand." To Simon's surprise, Chloe rejected his request. "Chloe, please give me a chance to speak to you alone, okay?" Chloe had never seen Simon so humble, and his attitude somewhat softened her resolve. "Chloe, I'll leave you two alone then." Amelia didn't feel comfortable sitting with them, so she picked up her tray and left. Simon saw his opportunity and immediately sat down across from Chloe. "Aren't you afraid that Dr. Lisa will find out that you were talking to me out in the open for everyone to see?" "I'm not afraid of her. It doesn't matter," Simon replied calmly. "Oh, what did you want to talk to me about? Hurry up, I'm a little busy. I have to go back to work in a bit," Chloe said, after checking the time on her phone. Simon looked at Chloe. With a low and secretive voice, he said, "I'm going to an ophthalmology-related medical seminar in Hong Kong next month." "That's good news. Congratulations." "But everyone's supposed to bring a new academic paper they've written. You know that you were the one who helped me with those in the past, so I was wondering if you could help me again this time." Chloe understood immediately. His attitude towards her was good, because he needed something from her. "Sorry, I can't help you." "Chloe, please." "Simon, you can't rely on others forever. You have a lot of time on your hands. Why don't you do some research in the field of ophthalmology? Seriously, if you put your heart into studying and research, you'll succeed. After all, no one can steal knowledge away from you." "But I don't have the talent. I know that you're a genius." "I may be a genius, but that doesn't mean that I have to help you. I can give you money if you help me write one more paper. How does $30,000 sound?" Chloe smiled, her smile containing complicated meanings. Simon couldn't tell what Chloe was thinking, so he upped his offer. "What about $50,000? You'd be able to buy a sherry car for your brother with that kind of money. He loves cars, doesn't he? You should think about it." "Simon, you probably didn't know, but I'm not poor anymore. I'm not in need of money." Simon kept emphasizing money, so Chloe told him this information with a smile on her face. Simon hesitated for a second after remembering that Jack person. "Oh, right. How can I forget? You have a super rich ex-boyfriend. Of course you don't need money." "It doesn't have anything to do with money. Either way, I can't help you." "Women, what a heartless bunch. I can't believe that you won't help me just because we're broken up. It's such a realistic tragedy." Simon sneered when he heard that Chloe wouldn't help him. Chloe was unhappy and refuted. "Is the pot calling the kettle black? I remember that you did the same thing to me. When her brother needed surgery and she was in dire need of money, he refused to even lend her a penny." Chloe knew that if she helped Simon, she would be the stupidest person on earth. Then, Chloe stood up and left, leaving her unfinished food where it was. Simon had a feeling that Chloe changed completely. She was no longer gentle nor low-key. She wouldn't even smile at him. After getting home from work, Chloe noticed that Jack was there as well. "Congrats. You don't have to work night shifts anymore," Jack said proudly. How did you know?" Chloe didn't remember telling him about being transferred out of the OB/GYN department. "I had lunch with Richard today." Chloe felt the hairs on her arms stand up. "Okay, so you asked Director Richard not to fire me?" "Of course not. He made the decision first, then called me to lunch." Chloe was confused. Chloe knew that Jack was too proud to randomly eat with others. He must have been in a good mood to agree to dine with Director Richard. As a matter of fact, Chloe had guessed right. Although Director Richard didn't promote her to a better post, she would never need to cover night shifts again. This information elated Jack. Therefore, he gave Richard a chance to have lunch with him. "So, You're telling me that you used connections to help me? Way to give me a headache. Chloe laughed as she covered her face. Of course not. He made the decision all by himself. I didn't say a word. Jack, afraid that Chloe would get mad, immediately explained. That's why I have a headache. Jack froze. Then she continued. You should have asked Mr. Director to let me be the deputy director. It seems like you just had lunch with him for nothing. Jack was speechless. Okay, this was not the first time that he felt at a loss for words. Chloe was happy that she had left Jack dumbstruck. Have you eaten dinner? Not yet. What do you want? Let's go out. No, restaurant food is too oily. Let's have a home-cooked meal instead. I'll cook. Chloe ran into the kitchen after changing out of her work clothes. Jack sat in the living room, his hand scrolling down the financial page with his laptop. He had always dreamed of a simple and peaceful life like this. Tomato egg stir-fry, spare ribs with brown sauce, and borscht soup. There were meat and vegetables, a perfect combination. Chloe was a talented chef, so the food she made was delicious as well. Jack, unlike himself, finished off 2 whole bowls of rice. I saw Linda today, Chloe mentioned unintentionally. Jack didn't reply. He wasn't interested in the person in question. She said that she won't give up and will keep fighting me until you guys end up together. Chloe secretly glanced at Jack's expression as she said this. She is quite imaginative. You should ask her if she wants to go to Mars. I heard that there are openings for dreamers there. You shouldn't say that. People need dreams because there's a chance that it may come true one day. Chloe smiled. Jack immediately looked up and looked at her with a dim expression. His tone was cold. This dream of hers will never come true. Ha, I'm just joking around, don't be so serious. Chloe found it incredibly funny to see Jack mad. It was a rare sighting, him being stubborn with such a grim expression. Well, don't make silly jokes like that in the future, Jack scolded. Just as Chloe was about to refute, her phone began to ring. She picked up the phone, but before she could say anything, she heard the voice of a woman crying on the other end of the line. Sarah, what happened? Chloe was worried. On the other end, Sarah refused to speak. She just kept crying. Sarah, stop crying for a second and tell me what happened. Anxious, Chloe picked up the phone and stood up from her chair. Chloe, I really want to kill myself right now. Sarah's voice was hoarse. Chloe's heart jumped. Immediately she asked, Sarah, where are you right now? I'll go find you. I think I'm by Rainbow Bridge. Sarah's voice was breaking. Chloe could tell, not only was Sarah sad as hell, she was also drunk and couldn't even pronounce words correctly. Stay there, I'm coming for you now. Chloe hung up the phone and jumped up. She snatched her jacket off the coat stand in the living room. What's wrong? Jack noticed the anxiety on her face. Something happened to Sarah. I'm going to go check on her. I'll drive you. No, it's fine. Chloe knew that Jack was tired from work. Unwilling to cause him trouble, she planned on hailing a cab. However, before she could even finish her sentence, Jack had already put on his jacket, grabbed his car keys, and headed out the door. He sure was efficient. The traffic wasn't heavy at that time of the night, and Jack was a fast driver. It took less than 15 minutes for them to get to Rainbow Bridge. Chloe saw a familiar figure on the bridge from afar. She was wearing a red dress and stumbling by the side of the bridge. Who else could it be but Sarah? My gosh, is my girl trying to kill herself? Without thinking, Chloe ran out of the car as soon as it came to a stop. After Jack parked the car, and he headed their direction as well. Sarah was their high school classmate, and the trio had known each other for years. Although Jack wasn't interested in any woman other than Chloe, he knew that Sarah was Chloe's best and only close friend over the past few years. Sarah. Chloe grabbed Sarah from behind and dragged her off Rainbow Bridge. This girl was usually a careless extrovert and had a mouth that won't quit. It was rare for her to act like this. Chloe guessed that something bad must have happened to her for her to be like this. After Sarah realized that it was Chloe, she hugged her tight and began wailing uncontrollably. Chloe, I don't want to live anymore. I'm so sad, and my heart hurts too much. It hurts like hell in here. Sarah cried as she pointed at her heart. Sarah, take a breath. Tell me what happened. Let's go. Chloe took off her own jacket and put it on Sarah. Jack didn't say anything, but he immediately took off his own jacket and placed it on Chloe. Can we bring her back to our place? Chloe looked at Jack for his approval. Get in the car. Jack didn't answer directly, but his reply meant that he was okay with it. Jack and Chloe both had extreme OCD, and their condo was without a single speck of dust. Plus, they were secretly married, so no one else had ever stepped into their home. Chloe asked Jack because she didn't want him to be mad. However, for whatever reason, Jack agreed, which greatly comforted her. He drove them home, and when they arrived downstairs, Jack said to Chloe, I'll be at the office. You guys head upstairs. Okay. Chloe knew that Jack thought it would be awkward for him to stay, and he wanted Chloe and Sarah to be able to speak in private. At that moment, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Jack. He was extremely considerate and understanding. Yes, he was bossy and arrogant, but he always knew where to draw the line and never tried to make Chloe's life hard. Go upstairs. Call me when you need me. Jack watched as Chloe brought Sarah upstairs. Only after then did he turn around to leave, mumbling to himself, crazy. Chloe gave Sarah a nightgown to change into and poured her a glass of brown sugar water with dates. The two sat on the couch. Sarah was no longer aggravated, and she looked much more lucid than she was earlier. Sarah, tell me, what on earth happened? Chloe smoothed out Sarah's bangs and asked sympathetically. Sarah pulled out a tissue and wiped the tears off her swollen eyes. Then, with a hoarse voice, she said, Chloe, my relationship ended. I knew it, or else you wouldn't be so down. Chloe wasn't surprised at all. She had gotten to know Sarah's temperament extremely well over the years. She's not a prissy pants, but rather an easygoing kind of girl. Sarah was loyal to her friends and treated her parents well. However, she was too invested in relationships. In the past, she had been in multiple relationships that ended abruptly. Each time, it destroyed her, and it took her a long time to recuperate. Therefore, whenever Sarah announced to Chloe that she had a new boyfriend, Chloe always acted happy for her when, in fact, she was worried. She was always afraid that the man Sarah was dating would not live up to her standards and hurt her again. This time was no different. I trusted him. I loved him. But he tricked me, you know? He took me for a fool. Upon mentioning that man, Sarah became a little aggravated again. Chloe handed her another tissue and tried to comfort her. Calm down, tell me what happened. We met on the plane, and he was sitting in first class. He's not that good looking, just average, but was very sophisticated and mature. You know I like mature men compared to fresh young meat. Chloe nodded in response. He asked for my Snapchat, and we had so much to talk about. Shortly after we began dating. He has a good job. He's a high-level construction engineer. I always thought that nerds like him would be dull meatheads, but he's not like that. He's funny and sophisticated, and most importantly, he pays attention to the small details. He treats me very well and is willing to spend money on me. He bought me tons of luxury presents. You know that women are all prideful creatures. Although I like luxury goods, I rarely buy them myself. Once he found out, he bought me a bunch of them. Then you found out that the stuff he bought you were knockoffs? Chloe randomly asked. Of course not. Why would you think that? Sarah looked helplessly at Chloe. Chloe smiled. I'm just pulling your leg. Anyways, you sell this stuff on the side, of course. You can tell real from fake. Of course, he won't be able to trick me. He was afraid that I wouldn't have enough money to spend, so he transferred me tens of thousands of dollars. I really thought that I had met the one, you know? I even told my parents about him and was supposed to introduce him to them in a while. I don't want to be a flight attendant anymore. I want to have a family of my own, and have my own baby. Seriously, what's the point here? This is a lot of pretext, we're not in a romance novel, Chloe exclaimed. The point is, I found out that he's married and has a wife. Then, Sarah began wailing again. Chloe could tell that she was truly heartbroken. So, you were the mistress? Chloe looked at her best friend sympathetically. Yeah, and his wife called me and told me a lot of stuff over the phone. Did she yell at you? Chloe asked. Sarah shook her head. I wish. You know that I'm good at verbal confrontations and rarely ever lose in them. She didn't yell at me but was actually really polite. I could tell that she's a very sophisticated and well-educated woman. She told me about their relationship and that they have 2 adorable girls. They used to be a happy family. So, you felt guilty and decided to pull away? Chloe guessed that her good friend was probably a good enough person not to continue being the other woman. Wrong. She didn't ask me to pull away. She asked me to convince that asshole to divorce her. So, you're saying that his wife wants you to convince your boyfriend to divorce her? This turn of events definitely surprised Chloe. Sarah nodded. She said that she's had enough over the years. Their love died a long time ago, and she wants to take their daughters and immigrate to Canada, but that asshole won't sign the divorce papers. From that, you can clearly see how much of an asshole that guy is. Even his wife feels the need to beg some other woman to divorce him, Chloe calmly analyzed. Sarah smiled bitterly. You're right. It was so uncalled for. Later, when I asked him why he deceived me and didn't tell me that he was married and had children, guess what he told me? I bet he told you that he and his wife's relationship has been bad for years, and they have no feelings left for each other. However, his wife would not agree to a divorce, am I right? Oh, right. He probably asked you to wait for him and promised you that he'll marry you one day. After hearing Chloe's remarks, Sarah looked at her with admiration. No wonder you're a genius. You basically replicated what he said to me. If his wife hadn't called me, I would have been kept in the dark forever. It was him that refused to divorce, but he made it sound like his wife was the one who wouldn't let go. Wait, Sarah, can I ask why he doesn't want to divorce his wife? If there's no love left in their marriage, then why cling on to it? Does he have a personal agenda? Is his wife super rich? Chloe guessed. Sarah was so shocked that she almost pounced on Chloe. How did you know that? It was a simple deduction. Chloe smiled lightly. Well, your deduction was right. His wife is really rich and earns more money than him. She owns a lot of shop fronts in the city. Even if she doesn't do anything, she would still earn about $5 million in rent each month. No wonder he wouldn't divorce her. But I'm curious, if she knows and has proof of him cheating, then the court would usually approve their divorce. His wife shouldn't act like this. Chloe was confused again. That's the reason why I despise him. He threatened his wife. He hid their 5-year-old daughter. And since it's a husband-wife problem, the police refused to interfere. He's worried that he might lose his wallet, and that's why he used their child to threaten his wife. Wow, he is the king of assholes. Chloe sighed. Chloe, why do I have such bad karma? I think you should be happy that you found out the truth. You shouldn't be killing yourself over it. I should be happy? Sarah asked helplessly. Finding this out earlier on and being able to take precaution is a good thing, isn't it? If you didn't find out and jumped right into the hole he dug you, things would be so much worse. So, what should I do now? Sarah asked sadly, her head lowered. There's nothing else to do. Of course, you need to break up with him. Sever all communications and tell that asshole to get the hell away from you. But he won't agree to that. Are you stupid? Who cares if he doesn't agree? You guys are just dating. Rather, you were just his mistress. Your relationship isn't even legal. But he said that he loves me very much. What if I told you that Jack told me that he was in love with you? Would you believe that? Chloe looked furious. Sarah was immediately startled. Stop joking around, big sister. I don't have the guts to piss a guy like him off. So, you're telling me that you won't believe bullshit? I know what you mean. It's just that I put a lot of time and effort into this relationship. It just hurts. That's normal. There are so many assholes out there nowadays. Just treat it like a lesson learned. You live and you learn, right? Just remember that in the future. Yeah, this was a bloody lesson learned, all right. Trust me, I'll remember, Sarah said with red eyes. Now, you have to take a shower and get some sleep. Don't think about anything else. No, it's fine. I feel uncomfortable staying at your home, Sarah said as she got up. However, Chloe pulled her back down. Jack isn't home, just stay. Thank God you're with me at a time like this. Sarah suddenly hugged Chloe, sincerely thanking her best friend. Don't mention it. We've known each other for years. Every time something happens to me, you're the first one to step up, aren't you? Chloe said as she patted her back. Yeah, but I don't worry about you. As long as Jack's here, nothing will happen to you. It was like this 7 years ago, and it is still like this 7 years later. Chloe, Jack is so good to you, don't you think? I do. What about you? What's on your mind? Are you still planning to divorce him? Sarah quietly asked. Chloe's expression dimmed upon hearing her question. Hey, you're barely out of the woods, let's not talk about me. Are you hungry? I can make you some food. Sarah knew that Chloe was instinctively avoiding her question, which meant that there was still something between her and Jack. Yeah, I am. Can you make me some instant noodles? I don't have junk food like that at home. Have some hot noodle soup instead. I'll make you some, 1 second. With that, Chloe put on her apron and headed for the kitchen. With Chloe's company, Sarah became much more emotionally stable. After some noodle soup, she took a hot shower and fell right asleep. The next day, they left the condo together. Chloe headed to work, and Sarah headed home. Before they parted, Chloe was still worried, so she reminded Sarah again. Remember what I told you. Delete and block him from Snapchat and your phone. You need to cut off all methods of communication, or else you'll just suffer more. If you still can't snap out of it, then his wife's life will become yours in the future. I know, girl, don't worry. Thanks for taking care of me last night. Just go home. Call me if you need anything. After saying goodbye to Sarah, Chloe went to the first hospital. Work at the laboratory was simple. Plus, they weren't busy because there were a lot of people on call. The employees at the lab were really nice to Chloe and Amelia, much to Amelia's elation. When they had the time, she and Chloe would gossip about random things. Hey Chloe, the pregnant patient who you performed surgery on the other day is being discharged. They ran tests on her baby, and she's doing well also. Yeah, that's good. When I passed by the newborn clinic, I saw her baby. She's very healthy, Chloe smiled. Actually, she has you to thank. If it weren't for you, she and her baby would have died. While we're on that subject, that patient is really ungrateful. She didn't even thank you after the surgery, and she's acting as if we owed it to her or something. You can't hold that against her. She's probably weak after surgery and isn't in the right state of mind. Amelia immediately refuted. So even if she doesn't know how to say thank you, what about her family? His husband knelt that night and begged us to save them. Now that he found out that the baby is a girl, he disappeared from the hospital and was never seen again. I heard that it was the patient's own family that came today to pick her up. Her husband's family didn't even show up. It sucks that this society looks down upon girls. Chloe felt the same way. These old ideologies have taken so much away from women. If we all gave birth to boys, then who will they marry in the future? Humans will cease to exist. Haha, right? These people are all idiots. But that's okay. Women will become more and more valuable. You know what they say. Scarcity equals value. My mom told me that when I get married, we need more than $100,000 in gifts, and the guy must own a house and a car. There are 30 million single men in our country. We have the right to be stubborn and picky. Chloe smiled without saying anything. Chloe, since your boyfriend is so rich, when you guys get married, the ceremony will be grand and fabulous, won't it? Amelia suddenly asked. I don't think so. We don't like to be flashy. She thought back at the day she and Jack got their marriage license. It wasn't grand nor fabulous, but that was her wish anyway. The fewer people that knew, the better. If their relationship went public, Jack's mother and her mother would explode. Then, the world will probably fall into chaos. She didn't even want to think about it. Then, her phone rang. She looked down at her phone and saw the caller ID. Her expression softened. Thomas. Sis, I'm going back to school. I know it hasn't been a month yet, but I'm feeling much better. I'm so bored at home. Okay, sounds good. Be careful and remember to get enough rest. I got it, sis. I wanted to let you know because I don't want you to worry. Yeah. Then I'm going to head out for class. Come back for dinner this week. Don't forget it's our mom's birthday. Yep, I remember. Chloe nodded. After she hung up, she began thinking about what present she should buy her mom for her birthday. However, she was suddenly disrupted by a loud commotion outside. Chloe! Who the fuck is Chloe? Get the hell out here! A couple of men roared, causing a crowd to gather. Chloe, I think they're looking for you. Amelia stood up and mumbled, her neck extending outside their window. Chloe thought so as well. Her name was rare, so when people called out for Chloe, it was usually her. Then, she saw a couple of big men walking towards her, fury written all over their faces. Ignoring the security guard's efforts to stop them, they stopped in front of the laboratory. "Who's Chloe? Come the fuck out!" The leader of the group had a big head and was wearing a gold chain around his neck. He looked monstrous. "I am. May I help you?" "You're Chloe?" The man reconfirmed. Chloe nodded. She looked at the 4 men in front of her and confirmed that she didn't know any of them. "Well, that makes things easier. We are the family members of patient. I'm her oldest brother. I heard that my sister was hospitalized a couple of days ago, and you performed a C-section on her. Am I right?" "Yes." Chloe was calm. "Are you a doctor?" "No." "I heard that you're just a nurse, an intern nurse at that, right?" "Yes." Chloe nodded. Amelia secretly tugged at the corner of Chloe's lab coat, reminding her to say no more. "So, you're just a fucking intern nurse. Who gave you the right to perform surgery on my sister, huh? Were you experimenting with my little sister and treating her like a lab rat?" "It's not like that. It was an emergency, and her baby was in a breech position. She was about to bleed out, and I had no other choice. I only did it to save her and her baby." "Fuck that. I never heard that a hospital would let a nurse perform surgery. Have all the doctors died?" Let me ask you, where were the doctors in this biggest hospital?" "The on-call doctor had an emergency, so she couldn't be there, and there was no time to transfer your sister to another hospital. You should ask your brother-in-law about it. He agreed to it," Chloe explained word for word. "I asked my brother-in-law, and he told me that he had no idea you were just a nurse. If he had known that you weren't a doctor, then he would never let you perform surgery on my sister, not even if her life was in danger." Chloe's expression changed. If memory served her right, when that patient's husband went to pay the surgical fees that night, she told him that the on-call doctor wasn't here and that the surgery would be risky. However, that man kept on begging Chloe, willing to do anything to save his wife and baby. Yet, he had changed his statement. How interesting. Amelia was agitated and stood up. "What do you mean? Chloe and I were nice enough to save your family, and now you're saying this? Did you know that if she didn't operate on your sister at that time, she would be a corpse by now?" "Bullshit. Don't think I don't understand what's happening here. We're not stupid. You are just nurses, and to fulfill your own agenda, you used my sister like a lab rat, and this despicable hospital is covering it up for you. Let me tell you, my sister hasn't been discharged yet, and she's obviously not feeling well. Trust me, you will be made responsible for any side effects she may have. I checked up on your sister. She's doing fine and will soon be discharged." "Impossible. My sister was just saying that she felt dizzy and can't be discharged anymore. Your hospital and you irresponsible lot conducted an experiment on a patient. You have to provide an explanation for my family." "Explanation? What kind of explanation are you looking for?" Chloe seemed to realize what the patient's family was here for. "You and your hospital have to provide compensation to my sister accordingly." "Of course." Chloe laughed as soon as she heard this sentence. "So you're telling me that you brought all these people here today to extort us, right?" "You stupid woman, watch your tone. We're not extorting you. We're asking for reasonable compensation. This is considered a medical malpractice, do you know that? It's not only your responsibility but also the hospital. We've already consulted with a lawyer." I wonder who led the way for you." With one look, Chloe could tell that the men in front of her were not well educated and probably didn't know much about the situation. The patient and her child were recovering well, but they're suddenly here, causing a scene. Someone must have given them the idea. As expected, as soon as Chloe asked, the expression of the leader of the group, the so-called brother of the patient, changed. "What do you mean by led the way? It's not like that at all. My sister is not feeling well, and I wanted to talk to her surgeon about it, but none of the many doctors in the OB/GYN department admitted to performing the surgery. Finally, they told me that it was a woman named Chloe who performed the surgery, but we asked around, and there isn't a doctor named Chloe in their department. You're just an intern nurse. How dare you operate on my sister? "You goddamn woman, I will kill you today." Then, the man with the gold chains charged at her and raised his hand, ready to slap the life out of Chloe. However, before he could, Chloe tightly grabbed his wrist. Her sudden surge of power was so strong that it hurt the man's arm. "This is a hospital. It's no place for violence. I will help you understand the truth. But if you're saying that the patient's not feeling well, then we need proof as well. If you attack me before knowing the entire truth, I have the right to call the police." "Call the police? That's good. Go ahead. Then they will be able to arrest you, you evil woman." "Come on, stop being so unreasonable. If it weren't for Chloe, your sister wouldn't have survived to see her daughter. Who's the evil person here?" Amelia was so furious that her face turned purple. "Amelia, don't talk anymore." Chloe stopped Amelia. She didn't want her to fight with the patient's family. Just then, the hospital security arrived and dragged the men out of the lab. "Chloe, what happened?" Chief Jason walked over. "Chief, something happened at the OB/GYN department. I think I need to go back and check." "That's fine. Go." Chief Jason was easy to talk to and immediately granted Chloe's leave. Chloe and Amelia headed towards the OB/GYN building. The only question in her mind was the patient suffering from side effects? OB/GYN building. Chloe was on her way to the patient's room when she saw the head nurse. "Chloe, I was just about to go find you. You wanted to talk to me about that pregnant patient, right?" The head nurse nodded. "Yes, I heard that the patient's family caused quite a scene at the lab." "Yeah, they kept saying that the patient is experiencing side effects and is too dizzy to be discharged. They wanted the hospital to provide them with an explanation." The head nurse's expression wasn't good, and she said in all seriousness, "That complicates things. We thought that the patient would be okay, and this incident would be buried, but her family found out that she isn't feeling well." "Did something really happen to the patient?" Chloe thought that her operation was successful, and the patient should be fine. The head nurse shook her head. She pulled Chloe to the side and whispered, "It's not as easy as it looks. I looked at the patient's vitals too. Nothing's wrong with her, and she can be discharged. But the patient kept saying that she's dizzy and not feeling well, but we didn't find anything abnormal on the tests we ran. I suspect that this was a planned extortion. Her husband, who disappeared after the surgery, came by last night. I heard that he only stayed for a while, and today, her family is here, causing chaos. I have a feeling that they planned for this to happen." "I see." Chloe nodded, suggesting that she understood. "Head nurse, what should we do now?" After all, Amelia was still young, and she was a little scared. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.